Chapter 1 De Leaf Familie of Misty Clouds. Misty Cloud Island, nestled in the heart of five-colored lake, spans an impressive 100,000 sand acres, surrounded by over all islets. Fueria Werathat, Thisarine la Calcer Vessus the residency of T steamed, life family. Theus land is perpetually enveloped in a shroud of mist, adorned with numerous first-year purple bamboo sandayald ha first-year superai or sources. Atis Corleus nearly 100 second-tier inferi or green bamboos. Within Theus land flows a second-tier medium-quality spiritual vein, providing a sanctuary for cultivation. The Lithamali boasts a modest number of cultivators, totaling 12 from Zuan generation to King generation. Among them are Li Xuantian, Li Xuanling, and Li Zuanshan of Zuan generation, followed by Li Yuanlong, Li Yuanhua, Li Yuanfei, Li Yuanqing, Li Yuanbao, Li Yuanyue, and Li Yuanqiang from Thuan generation, and finally Li Qingyi Wen Li Qingchen representing the King generation. With such avastus land inhabited by merely 12 individuals, a sense of spaciousness pervades the air. Taught the south of Theus land, amidst Teperpla bamboo grove, Li Suan Kindef lichted with his fingers, silent lyra sitting the incantation. Gathering storm clouds soon unleash a doginal spiritual rain. After Halfenhor, Li Suan can wipe it thes wheat from his brow on side. My cultivation is to cool weekvent the simplest spiritual rain technique proves to bequita laborious. Li Xuanchen, feathered son of Zuan generation, Isa cousin of Tifa Malipa triarch, Li Xuantian, hofer tuitas li intered theorem of cultivation. Having embarks on his cultivation journey at Thiega 18, after 4 years so arduous practice, he managed to stumble on Toth foundation establishment stage, feeling thessaloteri path of cultivation to be exceeding challenging. Hence, he establisheth Lithamalis cultivation lineage in Misty Cloud Island. Possessing foundation establishment stage into considerable number of relatives in the mundane world, have found himself with natural advantages in founding a cultivation family, requiring little effort to expand his lineage. After 50 years soft growth, the Lithamali has reached a discernent stature. Though Li Suankin's cultivation level is Nathian disagis relatively young, his statusus a member of Suan generation grant shim significant respect within the family hierarchy. Once ha completed his spell, Hesiate himself on the ground for amament of meditation, allowing Gulikov contentment to cross his features. Li Xuanchen, a transmigrant who has inhabited this world for 31 years, possesses a triad of spiritual bones. He began cultivating at Thiagov 6 and, after 25 years, reached the 6th layer of true refinement, rendering him a promising candidate for foundation establishment according to consensus. Cultivation requires spiritual bone severe individualists born with them, yet those lacking a complete set cannot cultivate title. Own lighthouse without least on a spiritual bony haveth the potential for cultivation, butassing the line for your spiritual bone is insufficient for reaching higher realm. In comparison, possessing 3 spiritual bones is considerably advantageous, as it denotes a medium level of aptitude. Among the life families cultivators, very few boast 3 spiritual bones most possess on or 12. Li Suanation stands an exception, possessing 5 spiritual bones, allowing him to absorb androphin spiritual energy equivalent to 5 times tato fa single spiritual bone, with a refinement to 50%. Under such circumstances, itis no under he's ended from ammer wandering cultivator to the foundation establishment stage. Once his cultivation was restored, Li Suan Kinrosen made his way toward the center of Theus land. Greetings, third uncle. Greetings, third uncle. Greetings, third grandfather. Along the way, Hewis greeted warmly by his life American. Tohich Lethankin responded with a smile. Thuff Marilla 31, his shy status splasham among the ranks of Funkle Sand grandfathers. In the Fenglu Hall, Li Suankin received his monthly stipend, feeling quite pleased dash returned to his modest abode. Knoweth the 6th layer of true refinement, heresy of a month Li stipend off 12 spiritual stones, a generosum compared to their cultivation families. Due to life families dominion over Misty Cloud Island, aside from thepperplaned green bamboos, there remainder has been cultivate in ta spiritual field san medicinal gardens. With the presentio phase second-tier medium quality spiritual vein, it is indeed feasible to cultivate secondary inferior medicinal herbs, as theoria surrounding the Venus Rican spiritual energy, suitable for growing spiritual grain sandwheat. Especially in Kethine Tyre Islandize envelop head biospirit gathering formation, aside from the outer regions where a low-tier spiritual grains be cultivated. There is candidate a theprimary medicinal herb, spirit sprout valley. Merrily from Misty Cloud Island, the Lithamali can harvest thou Sansoft spiritual stones annually, along Citiotherincum, exceeding 3,000 spiritual stones, positioning them favorably among the nearby Foundation establishment families. Upon returning to his abode, Li Suan Kin swift retrieved Alf spiritual stones from a storage bag. After 3 years off breaking through to E6th layer of chi refinement, Ivimisid 432 spiritual stones quite a substantial amount, thus still a bit short. However, there is no need for haste to entwire satmost, issued Bibel to sin to E7th layer of chi refinement. After stowing the spiritual stones, Li Suan Kin to cow te small buccal tan begin toriat. Thebo Kletbo rethetital insights and refining tools, indicate in jit originase a compilation office acquired knowledge in tool refinement. Li Suan Kin seldom ventured beyond Misty Cloud Island, Ashi's weak cultivation necessitate the cautious approach to development. Refining tools was the path focus for cultivation, yet he is currently in lie capable of crafting first-year inferior magical artifacts. The price of a first-year inferior magical artifact hovers on 50 spiritual stones, seldom in 100, nor falling below 30, with that production cost off merely over 10 spiritual stonish drool lucrative industry. On the other hand, alchemile supproof stove be exceptionally profitable over. Li Suan Kin Hastri Deshandat Titan found himself at her lie inept. During Gona testing session, he failed to produce Eve Nasingle spirit sprout pill from 30 batches. Even in theorem of tool refinement, his success rate is disappointing low. For first-year inferior magical artifacts, his success rate stands at merely 20%, requiring 5 materials to create the only artifact dismal statistics indeed. A look of helplessness crossed Li Zuantian's face, as if you were ruder lie incompetent, relegated to overseeing the Bamborther Thane excelling Inather endeavors. Suddenly, Hesather Refin and Jin sight side, his expression turning serious. This will not do and must acquire a substantial number of spiritual stones. Otherwise, my aspirations to reach Foundation establishment stage are nothing but a pipe a dream. What can a possibly do? The sisterly vexing. For a moment, Li Suan Kin found himself at Talos, pondering his options. Tool refinement? No. Hekuden to vin recufis costs. Although Hekuden craft first-year inferior magical artifacts, Huelden arna profit, Butretherinker losses. Third uncle, the family head wishes to see you. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Li Suan Kin collected his thoughts and stepped outside, where found Dizzledest nephew, Li Yuanlong, and cheerfully inquired, Yuanlong, what doest the family head wish to discuss with him? Within the life family, only twa cultivator shavery ched thesavint layer of Kyrfinment, Lixuan Ling and Li Yuanlong, while a thirst remain below that threshold. Li Yuanlong, no 40th, stands at the pinnacle of thesavint layer of chi refinement, like a Lidstein to remain at this stage without hope for Foundation establishment. In the family, barring those with exceptionally poor aptitude, a Lorene courage tossed to various cultivation arts. The family had specializes in alchemy, a highly sought-after skill, and has sat to Ned Thestati Sophie Zekantier medium quality alchemist. Li Xuanling, age 45, possesses 4 spiritual bones and is a layer of chi refinement, Exelingus a spirit planter, successfully cultivating remarkable spiritual plants while overseeing the family green bamboo. Other family members persevered paths, whether in alchemy, tool refinement, talisman crafting, or even as spirit planter sans spirit wares. Among the 12 members, aside from Li Zuantian and if others, master equate formidable. Of course, Li Suan Kin's cultivation prowess surpasses many, achieving the 6th layer of chi refinement at the Agov 31, in spy ringen vi among spears. After all, a 31, reaching the 6th layer of chi refinement brings Shin closer to the possibility of Foundation establishment, potentially making him the Famliskin Foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 2 Assigning Tasks. Li Yuanlong is still replied, it's nothing of great importance. It's likely just to assign you some tasks. Li Suan Kin's eyes brightened thighs, ways indeed good news. Having tasks down to take meet the perspective spiritual stones, significantly increasing his monthly income. These would bring him a step closer to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Yuanlong, thank you, Ishalgotens. Without delay, Li Zuantian employed his slight body technique, swiftly making ease way towards the courtyard. The Xuantian courtyard serves as the residency of the family head, Li Xuantian. Given the small size of the family, the Misty Cloud Hall has remained in open deck except for the annual recruitment. Upon his arrival, Li Zuanshan found Li Suanation's 8 in a pavilion, savoring tea. 8 nearly 108 years old, Li Suanation appeared remarkably youthful, resembling an ordinary individual in their 30s or 40s quintessential middle-age gentleman. No Enthelitestage foundation establishment, itis no under who wields authority over such a splendid location as Misty Cloud Island, given his formidable strength. Theta served ways a spiritual brew, exquisite in flavor, tantalizing Li Zuanshan senses. Family head brother, I have arrived. Is the resumethin juraquariofm? Up and entering the pavilion, Li Suan can respectfully stood to his side, eagerly inquiring. Li Zuantian chuckled, da not bessa formal, sit down. Have a yakupov spiritual tea first. With that, he poured a cup from a pre-prepared vessel. Li Suan can prompt Li Tu Kazid, his gaze filled with curiosity Schwachli Schwantien. Heliftet the cup, to king a tentative sip, savoring the delight full flavor that invigorate his spirit and enhance his internal energy. Without hesitation, he drank a talanogo, exclaiming, such exquisititia, thank you, family head brother. Hey thin poured Imsel fanather cup, indulging in simmer, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Li Zuanshan smiled, Thisis Misty Cloud spiritual tea, a neurosorcio forfamly. However, it's sanual disquitel limited, Sauhave universal it. The spiritual tea is beneficial for you was well feel free to indulge. Li Xuanshan, relishing another cup, reluctant Li set down heat a cup, adopting Azarius demeanor she inquired. Family head brother, what is sitio wish todiscus? Rest assured, I shall hand light with utmost diligence. Li Suanation replied with a smile, do you remember Namping Island? Li Zuanshan, of course. Itis the largest land on the Misty Cloud Island, home to Tinakersoft spiritual fruit trees. Li Suanation Adadand remarked, Namping Island itself harbors Sasmal first-year middle grades, virtual vein. Over the years, through utilization of spirit gathering formations and the investment of spirit stones, this vein has been transformed into a first-year top grade virtual vein, with its are expanding to 100 mu. The spiritual fruit tree sata have been replanted with calm spirit fruits, which serve as a primary material for refining first-year top-grade elixirs. This time, an tinfuri auto oversee calm spirit fruits in Namping Island, especially since your spirit train technique is nearing perfection. Now thought you have departed from Yunwu Island, it shall increase our monthly stipend in spirit stones. What do you think? What could done Sebuto accept? After all, it weighs indeed 20 spirit stones and lie a full wood decline. With a spirit stones, Li Zuanzan cowled, with an air at most, brain eye through to Isavint level off cheer refinement. Li Suanzan ways inclined to agree, but Li Suanation earnestly cautioned, Xuanzhan, I hope Heo will reflect carefully on his decision. Namping Island is what distant from our clan. Although here race a protective A formation around Theus land, in time of softperil, the clan may not be able to provide them the aid, so do thinketh rough. Li Zuanzhan Smildendra plead, elder brother, I am arethan willing to go to Namping Island. I tisnit far from Nanman Market, enabling me to venture out and gain experience whenever I wish. Moreover, when the entirety off was Lakunrahendo Namambarof Lifamily, that while be courting death. Was Lakes vast, with a complex array of forces, including Gasmanyas 3 foundation establishment factions. The Yunwu Lithamalist stands Sas themist formidable among them, alongside 7 cheer refinement factions, navigating the interstice soft hay tree foundation establishment forces. Their source off was Lake Riverage, Yeti boasts numerous spiritual vanislands, making Thesperitherb cultivation profession quitelucrative. Nam and Marketa Sam Modst establishment develop Hedby Osmal cheer refinement faction, aptly named due to its proximity to the southern shore. Itis precisely this fact toward has prompted Li Suanzan's decision to head to Namping Island. Li Suanation could nathelpu chuckle, Yeti must not be complacent twisman and teaching you yang familiar not to be underestimated. Li Suanzan retorted with pride, indeed, their foundation establishment factions, but you're no match for ya, elder brother. If it weren't for the Dirthoff powerful cultivators within her clan, ya would have a long since claimed was Lakes your own. Li Suanation is not on the formidable line his own right butyl so possesses a second-tier peak level flood dragonish spirit beast, making Hyman unparalleled force against their factions. Li Suanation shukished slight lion side. Alas, There are to few disciples born with complete spiritual bones in our clan. Li Zuan's Henchicold, then Widowas and tell their brother encourage procreation? Let to her clan member shave Marif Spring. With the strength of her life family, it should not be problem for you in long gone theater stomari female cultivators with decent spiritual roots. The likelihood of offspring-born ethos with spiritual bonus possessing themes will quite substantial. In time, our clan's number of cultivators will surely increase. Let us not overlook the secular member Sarah or Lifamily is the foremost clan in Anyang Kingdom, yet her population remains too sparse. I wonder when I reach over a million. The secular Lifamily is indeed the foremost in Anyang Kingdom, bolstered by the Enwu Life family, which keeps the royal family at bay. Having developed to this point, that population has reached over 300,000, yet he still pales in comparison. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zuanshan said, very well, in that case, let us encourage procreation. However, how do you intend to proceed? Li Zuanshan grinned, first, it will focus on my cultivation and aim for brain knife through to thanth level of refinement. Li Zuanshan nodded slightly, that is acceptable. It would be best if you could advance to the foundation establishment stage. If that prevails elusive, with our 3 spiritual bones, you might consider finding a loose cultivator with 12 spiritual bonus to bury our children. Who knows, you might just produce a prodigious talent with for spiritual bones. Li Zuan's Henchicold, let us wait a while foundation establishment pilsery exceedingly rare. Li Zuanshan affirmed, indeed, Hakud have imagined that the price of Famar Foundation Establishment Pil has Reto 30,000 spirit stones, and eventhen, the area of 10 available. The Yun will Lithamalito as not lack spirit stones after subtracting expensesi akai year. They still net near light house and spirit stones, which is nas malsum. Having been established for 50 years, the family's treasury certain will hold snowfear thansiv any 30,000 spirit stones. Yet, possessing spirit stone is does not guarantee the ability to purchase foundation establishment pills. These pills are crucial for breaking through to foundation establishment stage, classified as seeking to your top grade elixirs, and no tevrion possesses the means to concoct them. The primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills are controlled by major powers, making it near lie impossible for the life family to acquire them. Li Zuanshan's ability Toriak Foundation Establishment T's large Lijuatothuni qua circumstance off Yunwu Island. Originally, Yunwu Island was abundant with first-year purple bamboos, complemented by nearly 100 second-year green bamboos. The bamboo flowers serve excellent resources for foundation establishment. The flowering ga first-year purple bamboo produce second-year top-grade flowers, significantly enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment. When Li Suanation inadvertently stumbled upon Yunwu Island, it coincided with Thebleminga Faperpla Bamboo, enabling him to unwittingly enter the foundation establishment stage. These wasmer lith effect oft heflowering ga first-year purple bamboo shoot the second-year green bamboo bloom. It would be equivalent to adhere to your top-grade spiritual herb, capable of greatly increasing the success rate for breaking through to golden choristage. Chapter 3. The spirit-transforming bowl Li Shintian remarked with a smile, Xianzhan, I entrust Namping Island to you. You better take good care of it. After saying this, he produced a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Li Xuanzhan, saying, this contains 500 spirit stones, which will serve as your salary for 2 years. The excess is a token of compensation, so take it. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhan accepted it and stowed it away in his storage bag. As a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refining, Li Xuanzhan possessed a storage bag, which also contained a low-grade magical artifact. Thank you, head of the family, Li Shintian continued. You have yet to reach the 10th level of Qi refining, so you cannot fly using a sword. This item is for you to facilitate your travels across Was Lake. The small boat appeared before Li Xuanzhan, measuring less than 2 meters in length and nearly 1 meter wide. It could move forward by embedding spirit stones, making it quite convenient. Li Xuanzhan's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. To reach the South Gate Market, he had to take the small boat. Was Lake was no ordinary body of water. Ferocious beasts roamed its depths, presenting considerable danger. Although the family had already dealt with the beasts from Yunwu Island to Namping Island, one could never be sure if any had slipped through the net. Li Xuanzhan certainly did not wish to gamble with his life. A medium-grade artifact, the bamboo leaf boat. Li Shintian nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, it is just a hair's breadth away from being a high-grade artifact. What a pity! If it were a high-grade artifact, it would possess the capability of flight, making it a true flying artifact. For ordinary artifacts, one cannot fly until reaching the 10th level of Qi refining. However, if one possesses a flying artifact, one can fly at the 4th level of Qi refining, which is an immense leap. After putting the small boat away, Li Xuanjun nearly filled his meager storage bag. Head of the family, may I delay my departure to Namping Island by half a month? Li Xintian looked at Li Xuanjun with some confusion, wondering if the lad was reluctant to acknowledge his responsibility after receiving his belongings. Noticing the threatening look in his eyes, Li Xuanjun hurriedly explained, Head of the family, I have gained some insights these days and wish to enter closed-door cultivation for half a month. After that, I will proceed to Namping Island. What do you think? Li Xintian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he was not avoiding the trip to Namping Island. The Jingshun fruit on Namping Island was not to be missed, along with that first-tier premium spiritual vein. Once the family grows larger, Namping Island will undoubtedly become one of the Li family's strongholds. Very well, I grant you this delay. I am curious to see what you can achieve in these 2 weeks. Hearing this, Li Xuanjun promptly asked, If I manage to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, may I receive the 2 years' worth of spirit stones as compensation? Li Xintian laughed heartily. Fine. If you can break through to the 7th level of Qi refining within half a month, I shall supplement your monthly allowance with 2 additional spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Xuanjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. That amounted to 48 spirit stones, plenty indeed. By the way, head of the family, how is the annual allocation of elixirs calculated? Li Xintian replied somewhat impatiently. As long as you can break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, I will provide you with 3 bottles of Qi refining elixirs each year, calculated at the 7th level. Qi refining elixirs are first-tier high-grade elixirs, with each bottle containing 30 spirit stones. 3 bottles per year would total 100 spirit stones, which is quite substantial when compared to other families. Li Xuanjun quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, head of the family. Let us leave it at that. I shall begin my cultivation now, and we will see the results in half a month. With that, Li Xuanjun dashed towards his small courtyard. Li Xintian watched in astonishment, muttering, Can't he slow down a bit? I was preparing to arrange a spiritual spring cave for him. However, at this moment, Li Xuanjun had already locked himself in his room. Grinning foolishly, before him lay rows of spirit stones, having saved 450 spirit stones over the past 3 years. Now with an additional 500 spirit stones, he had a total of 950. At this moment, a small bowl materialized in Li Xuanjun's hand. Although it was only palm-sized, upon being thrown, it instantly expanded into a large sea bowl with a diameter of half a meter. This sea bowl was the very cause of his transmigration. It shattered while he was washing dishes at home, leading to his unexpected journey. It is said that every transmigrator must possess a golden finger, and Li Xuanjun had his own. Otherwise, he could not have hoped to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining at merely 31 years of age. Even the family head, Li Xintian, with his 5 spirit bones, could only achieve this speed under these conditions. With a wave of his hand, 700 spirit stones soared into the air, all of them vanishing into the sea bowl. The spirit stones within the bowl began to boil rapidly, and before long, transformed into 7 drops of spiritual liquid. Indeed, 7 drops of spiritual liquid. The sea bowl, known as the spirit transforming bowl, could refine any resource infused with spiritual energy into spiritual liquid. For instance, 100 spirit stones could yield only a single drop of spiritual liquid. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanjun tossed in an additional 100 spirit stones, resulting in yet another drop of spiritual liquid. According to his calculations, to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, he required 7 drops of spiritual liquid. The pattern was clear. 6 drops for breaking through the 6th level, 5 drops for the 5th level, and so forth. Li Xuanjun's expression grew solemn as he murmured, Success or failure hinges on this moment. As he finished speaking, 8 drops of spiritual liquid flew out from the spirit-transforming bowl, directly entering Li Xuanjun's mouth. The bowl vanished from sight, and he put away the remaining spirit stones, sitting cross-legged to begin refining. The spiritual liquid entered his abdomen, instantly transforming into a torrent of energy coursing through him. This was vastly superior to refining elixirs. Although the energy within him surged powerfully, it was remarkably gentle, making it ideal for refinement. The Kuro Rongju within him began to operate swiftly, rapidly refining the energy. The Kuro Rongju was one of the best cultivation techniques of the Li family, belonging to the wood attribute. Practicing this method could extend one's lifespan. Moreover, with the principle of life and death alternating every year. As long as one did not suffer a fatal injury, the Kuro Rongju could promote self-recovery. Unfortunately, this technique only had 3 levels, capping at the golden core stage, and it was an unexpected acquisition by Li Xintian. Although there were many practitioners in the Li family, for some unknown reason, only Li Xuanjun succeeded in mastering it. There was no way around it. The Kuro Rongju required 2 distinct forms of magic, one representing decay and the other representing vitality. If not controlled properly, it could lead to disaster. Li Xuanjun was able to practice it due to his strong spirit, coupled with his ability to make the 2 forms of magic swirl in the shape of a Tai Chi sphere whenever they clashed, resulting in his unexpected success. This technique was exceedingly powerful, with the 2 forms of magic serving different purposes. Vitality represented growth and life, while decay represented withering and death. The 2 forms of magic could only exist in the form of a Tai Chi sphere, ultimately achieving a harmonious balance between them. Within his dantian, the Kuro Rong magic was rapidly circulating in the form of a Tai Chi sphere, gradually consuming the energy from the spiritual liquid and enhancing the Kuro Rong magic. As the magic in his dantian grew more abundant, Li Xuanjun's aura surged rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refining. Chapter 4. Qi refining level 7. Half a month later, the energy within Li Xuanjun was completely expended, and the Tai Chi sphere of magic in his dantian gradually calmed, transforming into concentric layers of Kuro Rong magic. If one were to count them meticulously, they would discover 7 distinct layers of Kuro Rong magic, each comprising 2 tiers, clearly defined yet subtly intermingled. However, the outermost layer of magic was less condensed, resembling gaseous magic when compared to the 6 inner layers, which were mist-like. At this moment, Li Xuanjun's aura was markedly different from before, having grown significantly stronger, and the essence of Kuro Rong emanating from him intensified. Anyone who approached would undoubtedly sense the shifting essence of Kuro Rong surrounding him. Reminiscent of the perpetual change of the seasons, on this day, while immersed in his cultivation, Li Xuanjun suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them before quickly vanishing. I've reached the 7th level of Qi refining. Within half a month, not only had Li Xuanjun broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, but he had also begun to stabilize his cultivation. Sensing the surging magic within him, a smile spread across his face. He was about to turn 32 and had already reached the 7th level of Qi refining. According to Li Xintian, as long as one broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining before the age of 35, there would be a chance to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Of course, this was merely a possibility. Whether he could obtain a foundation establishment pill was another matter entirely, but Li Xuanjun felt no anxiety regarding this. The inability to establish a foundation was due to insufficient spiritual energy, not merely a lack of foundation establishment pills. Just look at those prodigies with more than 7 spirit bones. How many of them relied solely on foundation establishment pills to break through? Their spiritual energy refinement rates were exceptionally high, and as long as they cultivated in areas rich in spiritual energy, they could effortlessly advance to the foundation establishment stage. With the spirit transforming bowl at his disposal, as long as he had sufficient resources, acquiring spiritual energy was a simple matter. Just directly use spiritual liquid. Li Xuanjun stood up, feeling elated as he made his way outside and the Xianyang courtyard. Li Xuanjun stood before Li Xintian, grinning broadly. Head of the family, I have broken through. Li Xintian stared wide-eyed in disbelief, asking, Are you truly Li Xuanjun? You haven't been swapped with someone else, have you? You only possess 3 spirit bones, yet your cultivation speed is astonishing. 3 spirit bones and a 31-year-old at the 7th level of Qi refining. This was something Li Xintian had never dared to imagine. He studied Li Xuanjun closely, pondering deeply. After a moment, Li Xintian smiled and said, Xianjun, you are quite impressive. Continue your diligent cultivation, and you will surely break through to the foundation establishment stage. You are progressing rapidly. If you can reach the 10th level of Qi refining before 50, I will do my utmost to procure a foundation establishment pill for you. Enabling your breakthrough, Li Xintian himself was formidable. Being in the late foundation establishment stage, yet he was not yet 100 years old. Even if he could not break through to the golden core stage, he could still live for 240 years. At present, Li Shantian has only reached the late stage of foundation establishment, yet it must be said that his prospects for achieving the golden core stage are promising. Li Shuanjin nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed, elder brother of the family. Although the Li family's resources are not accessible to outsiders, purchasing foundation establishment pills is still feasible." Li Shantian inquired. "Why not set off right now?" Li Shuanjin promptly extended her hand, indicating clearly that she wished for Li Shantian to provide her with his spiritual stones and pills. Li Shantian could not help but smile as he took out the remaining spiritual stones and 6 bottles of qi training pills, tossing them to Li Shuanjin. "You are familiar with the route to Namping Island, I presume?" Li Shuanjin turned and left, waving her hand as she replied, "Elder brother of the family, I am well aware." Upon exiting the Shantian residence, Li Shuanjin felt an immense joy within her heart. With 6 bottles of pills and 180 spiritual stones, along with an additional 48 spiritual stones, she now possessed a total of 375 spiritual stones. Tio advanced to the 8th layer of qi training. She requires 800 spiritual stones, so she is already nearly halfway there. Resources for cultivators are typically kept on one's person, and with little to pack, Li Shuanjin made her way directly to the edge of Yunwu Island. After tapping her waist pouch, a bamboo leaf boat flew out and landed on the water surface. Observing the modest bamboo leaf boat, she took a leap and instantly landed upon it. Channeling her mana into the control center, the entire bamboo leaf boat shot forth like an arrow. Li Shuanjin produced a spiritual stone, casually placing it into a slot at the center of the air, and then stood with her hands behind her back on the bamboo leaf boat as it sped ahead, with her remaining undisturbed. 2 hours later, the bamboo leaf boat came to a halt beside an island. Li Shuanjin lightly leaped ashore, stowing the bamboo leaf boat as she surveyed the island. Namping Island, the southernmost island under the Li family's control, spans approximately 30,000 acres, with nearly 99% of its area covered in vegetation, including several trees resembling coconut palms. Paying little mind to the surroundings, Li Shuanjin executed a lightness technique and soared toward the direction of the tranquil spirit orchard. Before long, a refreshing fragrance wafted into her nostrils, signaling her arrival at the tranquil spirit orchard. She landed outside the orchard, producing a jade token. After infusing it with her mana, the formation automatically opened, granting her entry. The jade token serves as the Li family's identification token, issued to every member, and once bloodbound, it can only be used by the owner, facilitating access to various family resources. Upon entering the tranquil spirit orchard, the entrance of the formation closed automatically behind her, a most convenient arrangement. The orchard spans 100 acres, cultivating 300 tranquil spirit trees, averaging 3 trees per acre, which is already quite abundant. After all, these are tranquil spirit trees, an exceptional resource that bears fruit once every decade, with each tree yielding 3 to 5 fruits, each valued at 10 spiritual stones. Li Shuanjin could not help but gasp in awe. The orchard could generate over 10,000 spiritual stones for the family every decade, and it must be safeguarded well. Were the income from this orchard to be entirely hers, she could undoubtedly break through to the 10th layer of qi training within a decade. But alas, it is family property. Naturally, with family assets, there are also personal assets, and Li Shantian has never claimed that all resources belong solely to the family. He actively encourages family members to attain personal resources. Take Li Yuanqing, for instance, 38 years old, possessing 3 spiritual bones and at the 6th layer of qi training, who has opened his own shop in the market, excelling in talisman crafting with a success rate of 60% for mid-tier talismans. He is thriving. Otherwise, how could one explain that despite having the same 3 spiritual bones, his cultivation speed does not match that of others? Li Shuanjin observed that the spiritual fields were somewhat parched, and hastily employed the spiritual rain technique. As the technique was activated, spiritual rain fell uniformly across the 100 acres of orchards, gradually moistening the fields. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Li Shuanjin paused. The tranquil spirit trees are exceedingly delicate, and watering must be done judiciously, unlike the family's bamboo. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and made her way toward the small house at the center of the orchard. The house consisted of 2 stories, with the upper level serving as a living space and the lower level as a secret chamber housing a spiritual spring dedicated to cultivation. Li Shuanjin was aware that a first-tier premium spiritual vein could yield 2 spiritual spring eyes. But it must be excavated by oneself. In many cases, the spiritual spring eyes do not open too many, lest it impede the growth of the spiritual vein, resulting in a net loss. The second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein of Yunwu Island possesses 2 spiritual spring eyes, one for Li Xuantian's cultivation and the other for other family members to break through their realms. Although the Li family does not have many cultivators, their cultivation speeds remain brisk, thanks to the presence of a second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein and spiritual spring eyes. Chapter 5. Spiritual Cloud Chickens Entering the Secret Chamber. Li Xuanjin felt elated. Although she does not rely on spiritual energy for her cultivation, residing in an area rich in spiritual energy is certainly delightful. After surveying the chamber and finding nothing particularly special, Li Xuanjin chose not to cultivate and exited the tranquil spirit orchard. Namping Island is not small, spanning 30,000 acres, equivalent to 20 square kilometers, and she intends to explore every corner to eliminate any hidden threats. After 3 days, Li Xuanjin came to a halt. There were no dangers on the island aside from ordinary animals, which brought her relief. While it is indeed safe, I only need to water the fields once a month. What shall I do next? In the spiritual spring cave, Li Xuanjin stroked her chin, deep in thought. Continuing to study artifact crafting was out of the question. As for cultivation, don't be ridiculous. Wouldn't it be better to earn more spiritual stones? As long as I have spiritual stones, what is there to fear regarding my cultivation? However, she had tried alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talismans but found herself devoid of talent in any of them. It might be better to simply stay here and sleep. Shaking her head, Li Xuanjin exited the secret chamber, stepped out of the wooden house, and made her way toward the island's edge, Nanmin Island. In less than half a day's time, Li Xuanjin arrived at the outskirts of Nanmin Island. Unlike a large market, Nanmin Island is merely a small market for cultivators below the 7th layer of Qi training, yet it remains one of the more sizable markets among scattered cultivators. The Nanmin market was established by the 3 oddities, all of whom are cultivators above the 7th layer of Qi training, and few dare to provoke them. Li Xuanjin bore no fear of them, nor of any cultivators on the island. Utilizing the concealment technique, she masked her presence to appear as a 5th layer Qi trainer and swiftly headed toward the market. The Nanmin market is not large. Covering around 20 acres and featuring various shops, Li Xuanjin was not here to purchase resources, but rather to sell the Qi training pills in her possession. This item holds little value for her, and since she cannot sell it to family cultivators, she must part with it here. The Qi training pills are priced at 3 spiritual stones each, and 3 bottles amount to merely 90 spiritual stones, which is not a significant sum for Li Xuanjin. She wandered through the free trading square, observing the stalls of scattered cultivators. There were those selling pills, others selling magical artifacts, and some offering talismans. For Li Xuanjin, these held little significance. Purchasing here would be less advantageous than buying from the family, where the quality is superior and prices lower. After a lengthy stroll, Li Xuanjin grew disinterested, as there were no resources of value to her. These resources were beneath her consideration, hardly worthy of her gaze. Just as she was about to leave the free trading square for the shop district, her eyes brightened, and she hurried to a stall displaying 2 chickens and 15 eggs. Inquiring friend, "What is this?" The stall owner smiled and replied, "Friend, these are spiritual cloud chickens and spiritual cloud eggs." The spiritual cloud chicken is a first-tier mid-grade spiritual beast. Though it lacks offensive capabilities, its meat is quite delectable. 1 spiritual cloud chicken is comparable in effect to 2 bottles of Qi training pills. The spiritual cloud eggs are also excellent cultivation materials, with 1 egg offering effects akin to a Qi training pill. And they taste quite good as well. If you wish to purchase, I can offer you these 15 spiritual cloud eggs for just 1 spiritual stone less. Li Xuanjin chuckled. That sounds reasonable. However, I wonder if these 2 spiritual cloud chickens are male or female? The stall owner cheerfully responded, "Of course, 1 is male and 1 is female. If it weren't for my need to break through to the 7th layer of Qi training, I would not part with such treasures." Li Xuanjin nodded. These spiritual cloud chickens are indeed valuable. If raised properly, they could serve as a fantastic source of spiritual stones. Without further ado, with 1 spiritual cloud egg equating to a Qi training pill, that's 1.5 spiritual stones. As long as the hen lays eggs, there would be a source of income. Though the laying frequency of spiritual cloud chickens differs from that of common hens, with this pair, one could cultivate more spiritual cloud chickens, which is what Li Xuanjin valued the most. Contemplating this, she asked, how many spiritual stones does this pair of spiritual cloud chickens cost? And can these spiritual cloud eggs hatch into more spiritual cloud chickens? The stall owner smiled. It seems you intend to raise them. That is quite feasible. You simply need first-tier lower-grade spiritual grain to sustain them, though egg production may be a challenge. After all, spiritual cloud chickens are spiritual beasts. A single chicken fed with first-tier lower-grade spiritual grain can produce 3 spiritual cloud eggs a month. If fed with first-tier mid-grade spiritual grain, they can yield 10 eggs monthly. The best feed would be spiritual earthworms. With ample supply, the chickens could produce 15 spiritual cloud eggs each month. If you are interested, I can offer you the 2 spiritual cloud chickens and the 15 spiritual cloud eggs for a total of 100 spiritual stones. What do you think? This price was indeed fair, considering that a male and female pair of spiritual cloud chickens could produce numerous spiritual cloud eggs, making for a ceaseless source of spiritual stones if raised well. Li Xuanjun countered, do you happen to have a spiritual beast pouch? After all, these are not easy to transport. The stall owner's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, I have both large and small sizes available. The large one costs 200 spiritual stones while the small one is 80 spiritual stones, Li Xuanjun inquired. What is the difference? The stall owner smiled. The large one can hold 100 spiritual cloud chickens while the small one can accommodate 30. Li Xuanjun hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this? Grant me a small spirit beast pouch. I lack sufficient spirit stones, but I can offer chi refining pills as a substitute. The stall owner's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, very well, it's a deal. Li Xuanjun, with a half-smile, looked at the stall owner and inquired, my friend, you seem to be asking too much. I possess 3 vials of chi refining pills, the value of which you are surely aware. The stall owner widened his eyes in surprise and hastily said, let us do this. I shall not demand much, just 170 spirit stones. Does that sound reasonable? Li Xuanjun shook his head and replied, 50 spirit stones, along with the 3 vials of chi refining pills. The stall owner quickly countered, shaking his head, no, that one tea dude, a tea the very least. 70 spirit stones, plus the 3 vials of chi refining pills. Li Xuanjun maintained his stance, saying, that's excessive. With the 3 vials of chi refining pills, you could easily break through to the 7th layer of chi refining. How about 60 spirit stones? No more, for that is my utmost limit. The stall owner fell silent for a moment, then nodded, saying, it's a deal. With a slight pang of regret, Li Xuanjun produced 3 vials of elixirs and 60 spirit stones to conclude the transaction. After completing the trade, he asked, do you have spirit earthworms? The stall owner grinned and replied, indeed, I have some, though not in abundance. Li Xuanjun inquired, how many spirit stones per worm? The stall owner promptly responded, 1 spirit stone for 10 worms. These are newly achieved first-tier low-grade spirit earthworms. Li Xuanjun nodded slightly. That works. I will take 100 of them. Additionally, please procure for me 100 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit grains. The stall owner chuckled, very well, that amounts to 30 spirit stones in total. What do you think? Li Xuanjun found the price agreeable. 100 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit grains would cost 20 spirit stones, plus the 10 spirit stones for the earthworms, making it just right. After procuring his desired items, Li Xuanjun was left with fewer than 60 spirit stones. With a pained expression, he departed, leaving behind an excited stall owner. Chapter 6. The delivery arrives not far from the stall. Several pieces of wood, enveloped in a layer of spiritual light, caught Li Xuanjun's eye. They were undoubtedly spirit wood. His eyes sparkled, and he hurried over. Friend, how much do you sell this spirit wood for? The stall owner, his eyes gleaming with delight, replied, you have a keen eye, my friend. This is first-tier low-grade spirit wood, priced at 5 spirit stones per piece. Li Xuanjun discerned that the quality of this spirit wood was rather mediocre, likely cut down just after maturing. 0.3 spirit stones for each piece is too much, he said. The stall owner quickly insisted. 3 spirit stones, simply 1 tea suffice. A minimum of 4 spirit stones is required. First-tier low-grade spirit wood serves as a material for crafting, capable of producing first-tier low-grade magical tools. However, due to its inferior quality, it often results in failure, and thus is typically regarded as raw material for alchemy and crafting. Li Xuanjun did not haggle further and smiled. I shall take 10 pieces. After the transaction, he paid the spirit stones and stowed away the spirit wood. slowly making his way out of the free trading square. Each piece of spirit would measure 2 meters in length and had a radius of 10 centimeters, quite substantial. Had it not been for the ample size of his spatial pouch, he would have found it challenging to carry, especially since it also contained the bamboo leaf boat. Upon exiting the Southern Gate Market and reaching the edge of Southern Gate Island, Li Xuanjun released the bamboo leaf boat and leaped aboard. Once he steadied himself, the boat glided swiftly across the water. Little did he expect that just as he embarked, 3 practitioners of the 6th and 7th layers of qi refining were hot on his heels. On the bamboo leaf boat, Li Xuanjun smirked slightly and murmured to himself, "This is getting interesting. Looks like the delivery has arrived." When Li Xuanjun entered the market, he concealed his cultivation level, presenting himself as merely a 5th layer qi refining practitioner. All to earn a little extra. Despite being at the 7th layer, he had never consumed elixirs for cultivation, resulting in exceptionally pure internal mana, far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the mana refined from spiritual liquid was immensely potent, significantly stronger than that of others. Coupled with the powerful corrosive mana from his withering force, those pursuing him were certainly no match. The Southern Gate Market was a small establishment, with the mightiest among them barely reaching the 9th layer of qi refining. And practitioners at the 7th or 8th layers were few and far between. Disguised as a 5th layer novice, he was confident that none pursuing him would be at the 9th layer. Li Xuanjun deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the small boats behind him to catch up. When he noticed the vessels blocking his path, he feigned great fear. "Gentlemen, what do you intend to do? We are not far from Southern Gate Island. I implore you not to act rashly." Upon seeing his terrified demeanor, the 3 practitioners on the opposing boat couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, kid, if you know what's good for you. Hand over your spatial pouch and spirit beast pouch, and let us have your boat as well. Then you may leave." Li Xuanjun hastily shook his head, saying, "No, I cannot do that. Without my boat, how would I return? This place is the 5-colored lake. The 5-colored lake is teeming with demon beasts. Aside from the territories of the 3 major factions, every other area is filled with such creatures. Should they dare to enter the water, they would surely be devoured by the beasts." The 3 practitioners' expressions turned cold, their eyes flashing with malice. Without a word, they hurled their talismans and magical tools at Li Xuanjun without hesitation. It was clear that these individuals were ruthless. Quick to resort to violence, Li Xuanjun's eyes flickered slightly, and the bamboo leaf boat deftly shifted, evading their attacks. Then, without hesitation, the boat sped toward the direction of Cloud Mist Island. The 3 practitioners, infuriated, quickly pursued in their small boat. Li Xuanjun controlled the bamboo leaf boat, maintaining a leisurely pace as he fled, with the pursuing vessel closely trailing him. Whenever they seemed near to catching up, he would suddenly accelerate, leading them on a merry chase. In this manner, both parties swiftly entered the territory of the Cloud Mistly family. Just after entering, Li Xuanjun noticed a pair of large eyes watching them from beneath the water. A smile crept across his face as he headed in that direction. The 3 practitioners, consumed by rage, were entirely oblivious to their surroundings as they recklessly pursued him. When they emerged at the precise spot where Li Xuanjun had just been, a massive dragon serpent suddenly appeared, its gaping maw lunging ferociously at the trio. "This is bad. It's a dragon serpent from the Cloud Mistly family. Quick, flee." They attempted to escape, but they were no match for a 2nd-tier elite dragon serpent and were swiftly consumed by its cavernous mouth. The dragon serpent glanced at Li Xuanjun and regurgitated the small boat along with the 3 spatial pouches. "Kid, next time, don't bring such small fry over. They're hardly worth my while." Li Xuanjun chuckled. "Rest assured, esteemed elder. Once I break through to the foundation building stage, I will surely bring you something more delectable." The dragon serpent rolled its large eyes. "You little rascal, are you trying to recruit me as your enforcer? Enough of this chatter. I'm off to sleep." Li Xuanjun quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. I am most grateful." Afterward, he hurriedly stowed away the spatial pouches and the small boat. Departing swiftly from the area, just as he left, Li Xuanjun appeared, watching Li Xuanjun's retreating figure with a slight smile. "Not bad, not bad. This is how the cultivation world operates. One must compete for resources to ascend. It seems you are quite suited for this realm." Li Xuanjun's actions in attracting thieves did not displease Li Xuanjun. It was merely a means of acquiring resources, and he wholeheartedly supported it. Charging in mindlessly to confront the thieves would be sheer folly. With a formidable dragon serpent as an ally, why would one need to engage head-on? That would be tantamount to losing one's wits. As his words faded, Li Xuanjun transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Back at Namping Island, Li Xuanjun returned, sitting cross-legged in a hidden chamber of the wooden house, eagerly preparing to open the 3 spatial pouches. He wondered what treasures the 3 delivery men had brought him. He hoped they would not disappoint. Upon opening the pouches and emptying their contents, the most striking sight was that of spirit stones. The combined total of low-grade spirit stones from the 3 pouches amounted to 430, along with a single medium-grade spirit stone. The elixirs were few in number, totaling only 5 vials, and none were full. There were merely 3 qi refining pills. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find 3 medium-grade magical tools and 1 high-grade magical tool. Indeed, one cannot gain wealth without a touch of luck. Li Xuanjun mused, marveling at how the value of these 3 magical tools alone had granted him substantial profit. Low-grade magical tools generally fetch around 50 spirit stones, medium-grade ones around 150, and high-grade ones approximately 300 spirit stones, with elite-grade tools reaching 600 spirit stones. Although these 4 magical tools were not brand new, selling them would still yield at least 600 spirit stones. Thus, it seemed this venture had not been in vain. He now had a clearer path to cultivating to the 8th layer of qi refining. Continuing his examination, he discovered numerous spirit grains and various alchemical and crafting materials, valued at over 200 spirit stones. Finally, he found 2 jade boxes, a jade slip, and 3 small booklets. Chapter 7. Someone breaks the formation upon opening the 2 jade boxes. A smile of delight spread across Li Xuanjun's face. Inside one was a gathering spirit pill, and in the other, a second-tier gathering spirit stone. The gathering spirit pill, as its name suggests, is an elixir for condensing one's spirit consciousness, and it is highly valuable. Each gathering spirit pill is worth 500 spirit stones, yet it is often difficult to procure. This pill not only helps to condense spirit consciousness, but also enhances it, making it a rare find. For practitioners at the 10th layer of qi refining, and even the 9th layer, cultivation is relatively straightforward, but upon reaching the 10th layer, one must condense their spirit consciousness, which is no simple task and requires elixirs such as the Gathering Spirit Pill, Concentration Pill, and Clarity Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill and the Concentration Pill are the most common and also the most economical. Even so, one still costs 500 spirit stones and may not be readily obtainable. Swiftly stowing away the Gathering Spirit Pill, Li Xuanjun deemed it of little immediate use. However, once he reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, he could indeed rely on the concentration pill, especially when paired with the family's tranquil fruit, which would significantly enhance his spiritual awareness. His gaze then shifted towards the second-tier gathering spirit stone, a precious item classified as a rare spiritual resource. The gathering spirit stone is essential for condensing a second-tier spiritual vein. With just one stone, in conjunction with ordinary spirit stones, it is quite feasible to cultivate a second-tier spiritual vein. The second-tier spiritual vein of Cloud Mist Island is quite commendable and sufficiently meets the needs of the Li family, which consists of merely one individual and a serpent at the foundation establishment level. However, should another foundation establishment expert emerge from the Li family, the second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein would soon prove inadequate. They would either have to elevate the spiritual veins grade or seek out a new one. Resources in the cultivation world are limited, and second-tier spiritual veins are not easily found. To enhance the second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein of Cloud Mist Island to a second-tier upper-grade vein would require 50,000 spirit stones. Although the Li family could produce this sum, it was earmarked for purchasing foundation establishment pills and must not be spent unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the arrival of this gathering spirit stone is indeed timely. With the second-tier gathering spirit stone and an additional 5,000 spirit stones, a second-tier lower-grade spiritual vein could be established, potentially saving a significant amount of spirit stones. Li Xuanjun, satisfied, then turned his attention to the jade slip. This jade slip serves as a vessel for recording crucial legacies among cultivators and can preserve its contents for an extended period. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead and concentrating his thoughts, the information within swiftly entered Li Xuanjun's mind. The C observation diagram, a method for cultivating spiritual awareness. The jade slip contained a visualization diagram for enhancing spiritual awareness, allowing for meditative practices that would coalesce the spirit and bolster its strength. This was indeed beneficial for Li Xuanjun, who resolved to begin visualizing immediately, pondering how far his spiritual awareness might advance once he breaks through to the 10th level of qi refining. Furthermore, the sea observation diagram is a technique that can be cultivated indefinitely. When mastered, it can be forged into a magical artifact. This is a splendid opportunity, as it may one day become his life-bound treasure. Finally, Li Xuanjun's gaze fell upon two remaining small booklets, each detailing cultivation methods, limited to the 10th level of qi refining, of little significant value. He gathered all his resources before retrieving the spirit beast pouch. The pouch was divided into two sections, one containing a spirit cloud chicken and the other a spirit earthworm. Li Xuanjun took out a handful of spirit grain, scattering it casually towards the spirit cloud chicken, then extracted a palm-sized piece of spiritual wood. Channeling his decaying and flourishing magical energy, the wood gradually withered and eventually began to rot. He casually tossed the decayed spiritual wood into the spirit beast pouch before pausing. Suddenly, Li Xuanjun realized he had not fashioned a chicken coop. With a slight sigh, he rose and headed outside. Before he could reach the exit, he sensed someone approaching outside the formation. Li Xuanjun swiftly dashed out and concealed himself, peering towards the area beyond the array. There, he observed a burly man with a full beard scrutinizing the internal situation of the formation. How audacious! Did he not realize he was intruding on the territory of the Li family? Narrowing his eyes, Li Xuanjun's expression turned cold. He patted his storage pouch, summoning several talismans into his hand. Simultaneously, his identity jade token appeared, granting him control over the formation. Unfortunately, he had yet to refine the magical tool. If the situation turned unfavorable, it would certainly not bode well for him. The bearded man's cultivation was not particularly high, only at the 8th level of qi refining. As long as he possessed no formidable treasures, Li Xuanjun felt unthreatened. The bearded man, observing the formation, took out a compass and began manipulating it. Li Xuanjun was astonished to see that the protective formation surrounding the tranquil fruit grove began to weaken. His gaze greedily fixated on the compass. It was indeed a remarkable item capable of breaching formations, which piqued his interest. The bearded man's face lit up with excitement as he muttered, "Almost there, almost there. If I can unlock this formation, I will strike it rich." He had witnessed members of the Cloud Mistly family emerge from within, notably the family head, Li Xintian. However, once they exited, they had never returned, leading him to believe that his opportunity had finally arrived. As for whether there were other Li family cultivators inside, the bearded man had already investigated thoroughly. Apart from the family head, there were only two individuals above the 7th level of qi refining, neither of whom were present here. Therefore, if anyone were to guard this place, it would only be cultivators below the 7th level of qi refining. If he could swiftly breach the formation, the resources within would all belong to him. Li Xuanjun glanced at the tranquil fruit grove. The fruits had not yet matured, and even if he were to rush in, he would gain little benefit. So why was this man intent on breaking the formation to enter the grove? Could there be secrets unknown to him? Or perhaps an underground cave of a cultivator? As the bearded man continued to dismantle the formation, Li Xuanjun's thoughts swirled. However, he quickly dismissed his musings and hastened towards the edge of the formation. If the formation were breached, repairing it would not be an easy task. It would be more prudent to eliminate the intruder while he was preoccupied with dismantling the formation. Producing a communication talisman, he began to send a message to the family head. Family head. Someone is attempting to breach the South Ping Island formation. Please hurry. With a surge of magical energy, the ice needle talisman transformed into over a dozen ice needles that shot towards the bearded man outside the formation. This ice needle talisman is a top-tier first-grade talisman, specifically designed to target cultivators above the 7th level of qi refining. The bearded man, detecting the aura of danger, swiftly employed his agility technique to evade the attack. The ice needles grazed his arm, embedding themselves in a nearby tree, which instantly froze into a stunning ice sculpture. Just as the bearded man exhaled in relief, a renewed sense of danger washed over him. Prompting him to dodge once more, an ice spear materialized in the spot he had just vacated. Had he not reacted in time, it would have claimed his life. The bearded man's expression darkened as he continued to evade Li Xuanjin's relentless talisman attacks. In the distance, a figure emerged. Li Xuanjin's face brightened. His family head had arrived. Chapter 8. In times of trouble, call the family head. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and Li Xuanjin was no exception. Uncertain of the opponent's strength, he resolved to remain hidden and not rush out. From the outset of the confrontation, Li Xuanjin had no intention of engaging in direct combat. He stayed within the formation, utilizing talismans to distract the intruder and buy time for the family head to arrive. The bearded man, realizing the situation too late, found himself confronted by Li Xintian, who had already appeared on South Ping Island. "Senior, please spare me." The bearded man barely had time to plead for mercy before a flash of sword light severed him from existence. Li Xintian chuckled. "Come out, you rascal." Li Xuanjin quickly stepped forward, hastily collecting the bearded man's storage pouch and compass before bowing respectfully to Li Xintian. "Greetings, family head." Noticing Li Xuanjin's actions, Li Xintian's lips twitched slightly. "You summoned me just to deal with this fellow?" "He was no challenge at all. I dispatched him with a single strike." "You wouldn't have struggled against him, would you?" Li Xuanjin hurriedly shook his head. "Family head, it's not like that. I simply sensed he was extraordinary. Consider it. What ordinary rogue cultivator possesses such items?" Saying this, he promptly presented the compass to Li Xing. Li Xuantian's eyes brightened as he examined the compass. "This is a fine item indeed. Known as the array-breaking disc, it may only be of second-tier lower grade, but it can dismantle even second-tier mid-grade formations. Given sufficient preparation time and some knowledge of formations, it might even breach a third-tier top-grade formation." Thankfully, the bearded man lacked the cultivation to refine this second-tier lower-grade array-breaking disc, and with your intervention, the formation remained intact. Without hesitation, Li Xintian stowed the compass away, smiling as he said, "This array-breaking disc is of little use to you. So consider it mine. The resources within the storage pouch shall be yours as well." Seeing Li Xuantian's demeanor, Li Xuanjin was at a loss for words, ultimately shaking his head. "Family head, I have no demands. I merely know you possess some skills in crafting. Would you be able to help me forge a larger cage?" Li Xintian, somewhat perplexed, inquired. "What do you need a cage for?" Li Xuanjin explained. "Family head, my skills in formations, alchemy, crafting, and talisman making are lacking, so I plan to attempt raising some creatures to earn a bit of spirit stones." He continued. "I managed to purchase a spirit cloud chicken at the Southgate market, hoping it might lay eggs to sell for spirit stones." Li Xintian was aware of the market price for spirit cloud eggs, 2 to 3 spirit stones each. Not overly cheap. If Li Xuanjin succeeded in raising them, he could indeed earn a considerable profit, which Li Xintian, as the family head, wholeheartedly supported. "Very well. Do you have any materials for crafting?" Li Xuanjin promptly produced the crafting materials from the storage pouches of the 2 or 3 cultivators he had collected, then focused his thoughts on the bearded man's storage pouch to extract the crafting materials within. "Is this sufficient, family head?" Li Xintian chuckled. "This is more than enough. With such a quantity of materials, we can certainly craft a spacious cage. Let us aim for 200. That should suffice for a start," he suggested. Li Xuanjin nodded eagerly, well aware that a spirit cloud chicken could only hatch once a year, meaning 200 would take at least 5 or 6 years to achieve. Suddenly, Li Xinjian seemed to have an epiphany and said, "Head of the family, please assist me in refining a larger square box. I intend to raise spirit earthworms." Li Xintian furrowed his brow and replied, "You must think carefully. Do not let these matters impede your cultivation." Li Xinjian nodded and assured him, "Rest assured, elder brother, it shall not happen." His cultivation merely required the transformation of spiritual liquid through the spirit transformation bowl, which could be easily refined without consuming much time. If not for his other mediocre talents, he would undoubtedly not need to dedicate his time to various spells. The reason for Li Xinjian's mastery of the spirit rain technique was because he devoted the majority of his time to the practice of spells. Of course, he had mastered only 6 spells: lightness technique, fireball technique, golden needle technique, spirit rain technique, water shield technique, and wood spirit technique. Within the entire Li family, aside from the head of the family, no one could rival his proficiency in these 5 spells. Li Xintian did not say much more and began to assist Li Xinjian in refining the cage and the box. Although he was not a dedicated artifact refiner, crafting low to mid-grade magical tools was still a simple task for him. Before long, The cage and box had been successfully created. The cage could house 200 spirit cloud chickens, while the box could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spirit earthworms, which was more than sufficient for Li Xianzhan. Placing the refined mid-grade magical items on the ground, Li Xiantian earnestly advised, "Your cultivation talent is quite commendable. Do not let these matters interfere with your training," Li Xianzhan confidently declared. "Elder brother, you need not worry. I assure you I will break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement before turning 40. That is a promise." Should he break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement before 40? As long as misfortune did not befall him, he could certainly achieve the 10th layer before the age of 50, with ample time remaining to prepare for foundation establishment in the decade leading up to 60. Li Xiantian felt reassured and chuckled, "Ah, you rascal. If you manage to break through to the 10th layer before 45, I shall find a way to procure a foundation establishment pill for you." Hearing this, Li Xianzhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though he possessed the spirit transformation bowl, no one could say for certain whether he could successfully establish a foundation with such vast spiritual liquid energy. If establishing a foundation through spiritual liquid proved impossible, he would have to rely on the foundation establishment pill. "Thank you, elder brother. You must keep your word. I shall indeed break through to the 10th layer before 45. To break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement required 800 spirit stones, while breaking through to the 9th layer required 900, and breaking through to the 10th layer necessitated 1,000 spirit stones. In total, he would need 2,700 spirit stones to achieve the 10th layer. Within the Yunwu Li family, those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement received a monthly stipend of 14 spirit stones, amounting to 168 stones annually. Now at the age of 31, with 14 years until he turned 45, he could expect to accumulate approximately 2,352 spirit stones, not accounting for the additional spirit stones gained from breakthroughs to the 8th and 9th layers. Furthermore, there were the medicinal pills allocated to Li Xianzhan each year, which together would undoubtedly suffice for him to break through to the 10th layer. However, amassing enough spirit stones to challenge the foundation establishment stage within the remaining 15 years seemed nearly impossible, unless other avenues were pursued. If all he aimed for was to break through to the 10th layer before 45, he could easily coast until that age. Hearing this, Li Xiantian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well, I shall now enter seclusion for a period. You are to manage matters on Namping Island yourself. Should you encounter formidable foes, retreat to Yunwu Island. Your life is paramount." The Li family had too few cultivators, and until the family expanded, each member was exceedingly precious. Li Xianzhan promptly nodded, "Elder brother, you must be planning to study the array breaking plate, right? Go ahead. I shall focus on raising the chickens." Li Xiantian frowned slightly, but ultimately turned and soared into the sky. Watching the head of the family depart, Li Xianzhan felt an overwhelming sense of envy, wondering when he would be capable of such feats. Chapter 9. Raising Spirit Cloud Chickens. After Li Xiantian's departure, Li Xianzhan hurriedly moved the chicken cage and box into the array. Initially believing that the Li family's resource island on Namping Island would deter other cultivators from encroaching upon their possessions, he was shocked to discover that some were undaunted. Li Xianzhan concluded that it would be wise to enter the array. Without sufficient strength, he must prioritize his development. Once inside the array, he carefully placed the chicken cage beside the wooden hut, positioning the box on the opposite side. For Li Xianzhan, everything was in readiness. He merely awaited the opportune moment. He retrieved 2 spirit cloud chickens and casually tossed them into the magical chicken cage, then took out the spirit earthworms and placed them into the box. Filling it with spiritual soil that was interspersed with decayed spiritual wood, Li Xianzhan understood that spirit earthworms reproduced rapidly, being hermaphroditic, capable of yielding 3,000 to 4,000 offspring in a year. With 100 worms, that could translate to 300,000 to 400,000. Spirit cloud chickens required merely 2 earthworms daily, and the 2 chickens would only need a little over 1,000 worms in a year. Ample supply indeed. Having completed these tasks, Li Xianzhan glanced at the spirit earthworms and spirit cloud chickens, nodded slightly, and retreated into the small wooden hut. The spirit spring cave dwelling. He examined the storage bag of the bearded giant. First, he found over 300 spirit stones, which was not particularly substantial. However, when combined with the stones he had previously acquired, he had amassed over 900, coupled with a mid-grade spirit stone. This was sufficient for him to cultivate up to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The joy on his face grew even more pronounced at this realization. The remaining spoils consisted mainly of various magical tools, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques, which were of limited use. Only a jade slip drew his attention. Upon examining it, he discovered it contained a comprehensive guide to first-tier formations. Such a treasure was genuinely precious to Li Xian. Although the Li family had formation masters, their cultivation levels were too weak to sustain the family's formation legacy. Furthermore, the family's formation heritage was lacking, possibly inferior even to the jade slip in his possession. This slip could serve as a valuable resource for study during his leisure hours, as for breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He decided to wait some time. Having just recently ascended to the 7th layer, his foundation was unstable. Moreover, advancing too quickly would draw unwanted attention. Possessing ample spirit stones yet unable to break through was a torment in itself. Without further contemplation, Li Xianzhan took out a piece of spiritual wood and began crafting a lounge chair, recalling its design from memory. Though he possessed the ability to refine magical tools, his success rate was too low, leading to a considerable waste of materials, an unwise endeavor. Once he acquired sufficient spirit stones and achieved foundation establishment, he would have ample time to delve into the study of formations, artifact refinement, and other pursuits. Once the lounge chair was completed, Li Xianzhan carried it outside, to the entrance of the wooden hut. He reclined on the chair, leisurely perusing the array jade slip in his hands. Formations were a means of harnessing the power of the earth veins and even the forces of heaven and earth. Often, the weak could overcome the strong with a well-crafted formation at their disposal. Formations held paramount importance for cultivators, especially for sects, as they were indispensable. For instance, the family's residence must be protected by formations, and each resource point must also be safeguarded in the same manner. Additionally, gathering formations could elevate the grade of spiritual veins, among other benefits. Thus, it is evident that the path of cultivation is inherently intertwined with formations. Li Xianzhan diligently studied the formations, occasionally manipulating the spirit stones to establish minor setups, only to withdraw them shortly thereafter. Ultimately, it was evident that Li Xianzhan's aptitude was rather poor, as he struggled with almost everything. However, in relative terms, he had ample time to gradually comprehend the intricacies of formations. The Koroyo Sutra had the advantage of extending the lifespan of its practitioners more than others. For instance, those in the Qi refinement stage could typically expect a lifespan of 120 years, while Li Xianzhan could anticipate 150 years. In the foundation establishment stage, others might have a lifespan of 240 years, whereas he would have 300. In the early stages, the increase would not be significant, but as time progressed, the enhancement would become markedly pronounced. At present, as long as Li Xianzhan had spirit stones and spiritual materials, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation without dedicating time to training. Given this, why not use this time for other endeavors? His understanding was lacking, and his skills in alchemy, artifact refinement, formations, and talismans were not particularly impressive, but that did not render him useless compared to others. As long as he invested more time in learning, he would undoubtedly improve. Basic formations were not overly challenging, yet it took Li Xianzhan half a year to grasp them adequately. Even so, he felt immense satisfaction. As he continually repositioned the spirit stones in his hands, small formations began to take shape. Regrettably, these were merely foundational formations, lacking any formidable power. Only by mastering these basic formations could he proceed to learn more advanced techniques. At this juncture, Li Xianzhan paused his studies on formations and approached the box. After half a year, the spirit earthworms contained within had grown from 100 to over 100,000. An exciting development for the spirit cloud chickens. Additionally, the number of spirit cloud chickens had increased from 2 to 22, consisting of 2 adults and 20 chicks. At last, after half a year, Li Xianzhan witnessed the spirit cloud chickens nesting, ultimately hatching 20 little chicks. Although he had not made any substantial gains over this time, he was aware that once these 20 chicks matured, they would provide him with a continuous supply of spirit stones. Among the 20 chicks, there were 14 hens, with the remainder being roosters. For Li Xianzhan, such a surplus of roosters was unnecessary. Once they grew, they could contribute their value. He retrieved several spirit earthworms and approached the chicken cage. Placing the worms within, the spirit cloud chickens quickly gathered around, their sharp beaks pecking at the worms. Indeed, they were natural enemies. Though the spirit earthworms lacked combat prowess, being low-tier spiritual beasts, they were still quite swift. Yet were devoured by the chickens in mere moments. Observing the satiated spirit cloud chickens, Li Xianzhan returned to his studies of the formation texts. Now, his cultivation had stabilized, yet he chose not to break through. Given his current level of cultivation, achieving a breakthrough would be a trivial matter. However, should the breakthrough occur too swiftly, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of others, as the head of the family. Li Xiantian may choose to remain silent, but the other clan members may not be so reserved. Although the cultivation families are generally united, particularly the Li family, which is small in number and not lacking in cultivation resources, ambition is an inherent trait of humanity. With the same innate talent of 3 spiritual bones, why is it that you can cultivate at such an accelerated pace while others cannot? This would surely stir discontent among them. Thus, in the absence of necessity, Li Xuanzhan intends to seize this opportunity to establish a solid foundation. Yet, despite his intentions, reality dealt him a harsh blow. At this moment, 3 powerful cultivators appeared outside Namping Island. Heading straight for the tranquil fruit forest, it was evident that these individuals had prior knowledge of the tranquil fruit forest. Otherwise, they would not have charged directly toward it. Upon their arrival at the perimeter of the formation, Li Xuanzhan took notice. Faced with the 3 cultivators outside, he found himself in a predicament, for all of them were at the 8th level of Qi refinement, with the leader nearing the pinnacle of that level. Chapter 10. 8th level of Qi refinement. Outside the formation, the 3 cultivators, wielding magical artifacts, prepared to attack the formation. Li Xuanzhan, feeling helpless, swiftly produced talismans to launch an assault. Unable to see what was transpiring within the formation, the 3 were caught off guard and sustained injuries from Li Xuanzhan's ice needle talismans. Seeing the 3 wounded by the ice needles filled Li Xuanzhan with joy. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his magical energy, causing a flurry of golden needles to materialize before him. Golden needle technique, go! Over 30 golden needles were formed, shooting outward like a torrential rain of needles. Watch out, quickly dodge. Upon seeing the dense barrage of golden needles, which carried considerable power, they hastily attempted to evade. Yet, the sheer area of effect was far beyond their capacity to escape. Help me! No, such a powerful golden needle technique. Be careful, damn it. Once I break this formation, I will surely kill you. The onslaught of over 30 golden needles proved devastating, claiming the life of one individual instantly, while the other 2 sustained injuries. What followed was a scene that filled them with terror. Within the formation, countless fireballs erupted as if they were being unleashed without restraint. It was apparent that these fireballs were not merely released from fireball talismans, but rather conjured by human magic. Li Xuanzhan himself was astonished to discover that he could unleash fireballs in such rapid succession, and with such formidable power. The 2 outside were caught completely unprepared, having not even drawn their magical artifacts, and were soon buried beneath the oncoming fireballs. Before long, as the flames dissipated, only the individual felled by the golden needles remained, while the 2 who had been struck by the fireballs were reduced to ashes. Their storage bags left abandoned in the remnants. Is it truly the case that I am so powerful? This fireball technique, when unleashed, proves to be formidable indeed, Li Xuanzhan murmured to himself. Observing the 2 cultivators reduced to cinders, he did not venture outside, but rather surveyed his surroundings before directing another fireball technique at the individual slain by the golden needles. Only after ensuring that this person was also completely incinerated did he step out of the formation. Quickly seizing the 3 storage bags, he plunged back into the formation without hesitation. Li Xuanzhan had overestimated the situation. He encountered no hidden dangers. Upon entering the formation, a sigh of relief escaped him, and a look of delight illuminated his face. The owners of these 3 storage bags were all at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and their intent to breach the formation indicated that their bags were likely filled with formation texts. Li Xuanzhan swiftly retrieved the storage bags and began to examine their contents with great care. As he perused the items within, a broad smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, splendid. There is indeed a top-tier magical artifact here. This is truly remarkable. Top-tier magical artifacts are predominantly held by those at the 10th level of Qi refinement. As Li Xuanzhan had only recently broken through to the 7th level, he had scarcely had the opportunity to encounter such items. After the previous encounter where the flood serpent had slain those three formidable foes, he had acquired an upper-tier magical artifact, and now, just half a year later, he had come upon a top-tier one. In addition to the top-tier artifact, there were also three upper-tier artifacts, one of which was a bell-shaped artifact that served both offensive and defensive purposes. The other two artifacts did not pique Li Xuanzhen's interest, and he did not scrutinize them further. His gaze was drawn to the jade boxes and texts, as the rest held little significance for him. Ultimately, they would all be exchanged for spirit stones. There were two jade boxes, each containing 500-year-old ginseng, which were valuable spirit herbs that would greatly benefit the foundation building stage. Although he could not utilize them, they were perfect for Li Xintian. Additionally, there were two jade slips. One contained insights into formations, while the other detailed various formation arrangements and methods for breaking formations. Most importantly, a few second-tier formations were included. Besides the jade slips, there were several small booklets, including 3 cultivation techniques that were rather mainstream. And finally, a booklet containing insights into formations. Li Xuanzhen was thoroughly pleased and remarked, "Excellent. It seems the universe has conspired to fulfill my desires. I was just seeking to study formations, and here arrives the very texts and insights I need." His gaze shifted to the spirit stones. These 3 individuals were indeed formation masters, possessing a considerable number of spirit stones. With the spirit stones in his possession, Li Xuanzhen now held a total of 3,200 spirit stones. He calculated that it required 800 spirit stones to reach the 8th level of Qi refinement, 900 to ascend to the 9th level, and 1,000 for the 10th level. To break through to the 10th level, a total of 270 spirit stones would be necessary, and to ensure a guaranteed breakthrough, an extra drop would be prudent, totaling 3,000 spirit stones. With 3,200 spirit stones already in hand, he could undoubtedly cultivate to the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, to stabilize each realm, he could not directly advance to the 10th level. Li Xuanzhen mused, "Perhaps I should aim for a breakthrough every 2 years, allowing ample time to solidify my cultivation." Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, he resolved to break through to the 8th level without delay. Otherwise, if an enemy at the 9th level confronted him next time, he would be ill-equipped to defend himself. With this thought, Li Xuanzhen fed the spirit cloud chickens and returned to his cave abode to commence his cultivation. Before long, he had restored his condition to its peak. With a mere thought, the spirit transformation bowl appeared before him, rapidly expanding in size. Without hesitation, he produced 900 spirit stones and deposited them into the bowl, which soon transformed into 9 drops of spirit liquid. The bowl shrank, and the 9 drops lay nestled within. Li Xuanzhen raised the spirit transformation bowl without hesitation and consumed it in one gulp. The spirit liquid produced by the bowl was exceedingly gentle, and even after downing all 9 drops, he experienced no adverse effects. Li Xuanzhen then immersed himself in earnest cultivation. As for the spirit cloud chickens outside, they were spirit beasts that could withstand hunger for several months without issue, though they would cease to lay eggs during that time. This was of little concern, as long as they did not perish from starvation. He could rely on them to accumulate enough spirit stones for foundation building. As time passed, Li Xuanzhen's magical energy steadily increased until, at last, a new vortex of magical energy, akin to a taiji ball, formed, albeit significantly smaller than the others. The emergence of this magical energy vortex signified that Li Xuanzhen had indeed reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. What remained was to diligently stabilize this realm, laying a robust foundation in preparation for foundation building. Foundation building would require at least 30,000 spirit stones. To be safe, he should prepare between 50,000 and 100,000 spirit stones. After all, considering that a foundation building pill costs around 30 to 50,000 spirit stones, the two prices are not far apart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be priced as such. Li Xuanzhen had no need for foundation building pills. He aspired to establish his foundation using hundreds, if not thousands, of drops of spirit liquid. By then, his magical energy would remain abundant and formidable, unmatched by ordinary individuals. 3 months later, the moment Li Xuanzhen paused his cultivation, he dashed outside. Observing the spirit cloud chickens in a feeble state, he quickly retrieved spirit earthworms to feed them. Upon seeing the spirit earthworms, the once ailing spirit cloud chickens revitalized instantly, charging forth without hesitation to begin their feast. After 3 months without sustenance, they felt an overwhelming hunger, and it was only after each spirit cloud chicken consumed over 10 spirit earthworms that they finally appeared rejuvenated. Li Xuanzhen let out a sigh of relief. Realizing he needed to devise a plan, if necessary, he would purchase a puppet specifically to tend to the chickens. After all, their well-being was crucial to his success in foundation building. Chapter 11. Successful chicken raising as time passed. The season of harvest finally arrived. Another half-year had gone by, and all the young spirit cloud chickens had matured. Regrettably, only 14 were hens, but together they totaled 15. With 15 hens, each capable of laying 15 eggs a month, the total production amounted to 225 spirit cloud eggs. Each spirit cloud egg was valued at 1.5 spirit stones, allowing Li Xuanzhen to earn over 330 spirit stones each month. This was no insignificant sum. As a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he only earned about 16 spirit stones monthly, and with medicinal pills, it barely exceeded 20 spirit stones. With over 330 spirit stones monthly, this equates to over 4,000 spirit stones annually. If he were to save for 5 years, he would accumulate 20,000 spirit stones. The number of spirit cloud chickens Li Xuanzhen possessed was unlikely to remain so limited. Thus, within 5 to 10 years, he could secure enough spirit stones for foundation building. Now at the age of 32, by the time he reached 42, foundation building would not be considered late. His confidence stemmed from the Kurui technique, which allowed him to wilt and decay plants, transforming them into food for spirit earthworms, thus nurturing a large supply to feed the spirit cloud chickens, which in turn would produce spirit cloud eggs. As for the remaining male spirit cloud chickens, aside from retaining a few for breeding purposes, the rest had been consumed by Li Xuanzhen. In the time that followed, he continuously nurtured the spirit cloud chickens while diligently studying the formation texts during his leisure moments. A year later, the number of spirit cloud chickens swelled to over 200, yet the egg production remained at over 2,000. As most of the chickens were still young and not yet in their laying phase, Li Xuanzhen had also become proficient enough to set up mid-grade first-tier formations, allowing him to establish a circle of formations around the tranquil fruit forest to create a chicken coop for his growing flock. The previous chicken coop had become insufficient to accommodate the growing flock. Thus, it was necessary to arrange a formation to create a chicken pen, allowing them to enter within for the spiritual earthworms contained within the box. Li Xuanzhen also released them into the fruit orchard, enhancing the soil's fertility and accelerating the growth of the tranquil spirit fruit trees. Coupled with the efficacy of Li Xuanzhen's withering and flourishing technique, the maturation of the tranquil spirit fruits was significantly hastened. What would ordinarily take a decade for the tranquil spirit fruits to ripen had now been reduced to merely 8 years, effectively shortening the period by 2 years. Remarkably, some of the tranquil spirit fruits even blossomed a second time, increasing the yield from the original 3 to 5 fruits to an even greater number. This meant that the harvest from the tranquil spirit orchard would exceed expectations. As the blossoms began to wilt, a smile graced Li Xuanzhen's face, for each tree bore 7 or 8 fruits, indicating a doubling in their yield. Although these tranquil spirit fruits matured later than usual, it was undoubtedly encouraging news. Li Xuanzhen sent a voice transmission to the family head, Li Xintian, but unfortunately received no reply. Without a response from the family head, he found himself facing a significant challenge. At that moment, 2 cultivators, enveloped in dark miasma, appeared on Namping Island. Both cultivators had reached the 9th level of Qi training and appeared formidable. Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile wryly, realizing that his earlier words about facing 9th level Qi cultivators had unwittingly summoned such an encounter. However, he felt no fear towards these 9th level cultivators, for their aura was distinctly demonic, which posed a potential threat should they possess any formidable abilities. As expected, the 2 9th level demonic cultivators were indeed targeting the tranquil spirit orchard, and they brandished a formation-breaking disc in their hands. Li Xuanzhen's expression darkened. Yet another formation-breaking disc was present. The grand formation within the tranquil spirit orchard was merely a first-tier premium array, making it relatively simple for them to breach it. Regardless of the level of their breaking disc, a ball of flame appeared in Li Xuanzhen's hand, representing his fireball technique. He was capable of launching multiple fireballs in succession, as well as utilizing his golden needle technique. However, he was uncertain whether these abilities would suffice to overcome the adversaries this time. He swiftly approached them, who were preoccupied with studying the method to dismantle the formation outside, completely oblivious to the commotion occurring within. They had thoroughly investigated the Li family's situation prior to their arrival and were aware that the family's strong cultivators were absent from Namping Island, rendering the defenses here vulnerable and easily conquerable. Even if the tranquil spirit fruits were not yet ripe, they could still seize the fruit trees themselves, reaping substantial profits in 2 years' time. At 10 spiritual stones per tranquil spirit fruit and with 300 trees. Even if each bore 3 fruits, the total would amount to 9,000 spiritual stones, a considerable fortune. What they did not realize was that, due to Li Xuanjin's efforts, the fruits on these tranquil spirit trees had doubled in quantity. With at least 6 fruits per tree, had they known the true circumstances, their excitement would have only intensified. Capturing all the tranquil spirit trees would be tantamount to accumulating half a foundation-building pill. Given another decade of cultivation, they could undoubtedly amass enough spiritual stones to acquire a complete foundation-building pill. However, they were unaware that Li Xuanjin had transformed this place into a spiritual cloud chicken farm, where spiritual cloud eggs could fetch a handsome sum annually. While the tranquil spirit trees required a decade to yield profit, the spiritual cloud eggs provided benefits every year. Regrettably, no one knew of the circumstances on Namping Island, nor the immense wealth hidden within. Li Xuanjin's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the 2 figures outside, who were preparing to activate the formation-breaking disc. In a flash, he hurled the fireball from his hand. Following that, a continuous barrage of fireballs erupted outward, overwhelming the demonic cultivators. They had anticipated a swift conquest of Namping Island, only to encounter a formidable opponent. The 5-color lake was devoid of demonic cultivators, and their origins remained a mystery. Thus, Li Xuanjin resolved to capture them at all costs. Suddenly, the fireballs ceased their assault, replaced by a flurry of golden needles, upon witnessing the omnidirectional attack of the golden needles. The 2 demonic cultivators swiftly drew forth their magical artifacts to shield themselves. Recognizing the defensive artifacts they wielded, Li Xuanjin realized that these 2 individuals were not to be underestimated. Each possessed a valuable protective item. Far beyond the means of ordinary loose cultivators, a chilling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that the demonic cultivators were planning an assault on the 5-color lake? Just as this notion emerged, he dismissed it. The 5-color lake lay behind the Tai Su Temple, and any attack on it would inevitably involve the temple's formidable defenses. Tai Su Temple was no minor power. It was a formidable entity with golden core elders, not easily breached by demonic cultivators. In other words, these 2 demonic cultivators were likely spies who had stealthily infiltrated Tai Su Temple. They must be captured at all costs. If Li Xuanjin could subdue them alive, he would undoubtedly gain significant benefits from Tai Su Temple. With this thought in mind, he summoned a flying sword, launching it toward the adversaries. It was a top-grade magical artifact. Simultaneously, he continued to unleash fireballs without hesitation. One hand directed the flying sword while the other deftly manipulated the fireball technique, relentlessly assaulting the outside. This sensation was akin to having an entire host within the formation, causing the 2 demonic cultivators to hesitate to approach closely. Suddenly, Li Xuanjin tugged at the belt around his waist, which vanished instantaneously, only to reappear outside the formation. The belt elongated infinitely, ensnaring the demonic cultivators in its grasp. Before long, including their defensive artifacts, they were thoroughly bound by the belt. Now, only 1 demonic cultivator remained, and Li Xuanjin showed no mercy. He unleashed a torrent of fireballs, occasionally interspersed with golden needles. Although the adversary had a protective artifact, its power was not limitless. Moreover, under Li Xuanjin's relentless pressure, the cultivator found no opportunity to retaliate and was continuously subdued. At that moment, a small bell materialized before Li Xuanjin, which he promptly began to shake vigorously. The bell rang out, its sound waves radiating in all directions, with the outside demonic cultivators bearing the brunt of the assault. Although defensive artifacts were formidable, they could not withstand the power of sound waves. Under the potent sonic assault, one of the demonic cultivators faltered. Failing to defend against Li Xuanjin's fireball technique, 2 fireballs penetrated the gaps in the protective artifact, instantly igniting the demonic cultivator's body. At this juncture, a flying sword shot through the breach, piercing directly into the throat of the remaining demonic cultivator. Swiftly ending his life, Li Xuanjin remained vigilant, only exhaling a sigh of relief once the flying sword had severed the head of his foe. He then turned his gaze toward the other captured demonic cultivator, who was ensnared by a premium magical artifact known as the Binding Immortal Rope, a name Li Xuanjun had whimsically assigned, as the artifact had now become his. Observing the bound demonic cultivator, Li Xuanjun approached and hesitated for a moment before refraining from further action. After all, the adversary had reached the 9th level of Qi training, and attempting to search his soul could lead to a backlash. Li Xuanjun fell into contemplation. He could not simply leave the captive bound here. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to tighten the binding immortal rope under his control. In no time, the bound demonic cultivator was suffocated to death by the constricting rope. Li Xuanjun did not inquire further. The world could collapse, but he was merely a lowly 8th-level Qi cultivator, lacking the ability to handle such matters. Retrieving the binding immortal rope, he incinerated the demonic cultivator's corpse and, with their storage bags in hand, entered the formation. The situation was growing increasingly perilous. Demonic cultivators had infiltrated this place. Was there a possibility of an invasion upon Yunyang Nation? Yunyang Nation was not a small territory, comprising approximately 18 prefectures and housing 2 major cultivation sects, Taisu Temple and Lingyun Mountain, alongside 5 medium-sized cultivation factions and 15 smaller ones. As for the families lacking foundation-building cultivators, they did not count as significant forces. Taisu Temple and Lingyun Mountain each controlled the resources of 5 prefectures, while the remaining 5 medium-sized factions managed 1 prefecture each, with 3 impoverished prefectures serving as hubs for smaller factions. The Yunwuli family was one such minor faction, sharing Tianyang Prefecture with the Qingyuyang family and the 5 Color sect. However, these factions resided within the borders of Yunyang Nation. Even if the demonic cultivators from Chen country were to launch an attack, it would take time before they could reach the Yunwuli family. Having gathered his thoughts, Li Xuanjun stepped into the formation, for the enemy had been vanquished, and it was a trivial matter to him. Once inside the formation, he wasted no time in opening the storage bags to extract their resources. He found over 500 additional spiritual stones, quite a windfall, as well as a formation-breaking disc, 2 top-grade defensive artifacts, a premium magical artifact known as the Bloodthirsty Blade, and another premium artifact named the 10,000 Demons Banner. Alas, these were 2 premium demonic artifacts, yet if he ever engaged in any nefarious deeds, he could conveniently use these artifacts to frame the demonic sections with this thought. A smile crept onto Li Xuanjun's face. He soon discovered various cultivation pills, which held little utility for him. However, some materials for alchemy and artifact forging proved somewhat beneficial, with the most valuable being a tome of demonic cultivation. The 9 Nether Dark Demon Scripture and the Xian-Yin demonic technique could both be cultivated to the pinnacle of foundation building. These 2 techniques were exceptionally potent. Had he not been practicing the withering and flourishing technique, he might have been tempted to pursue them. Truly, the demonic techniques contained many methods for rapid advancement in cultivation and numerous secret techniques for quick enhancement of strength. Unfortunately, the application of these secret techniques demanded significant costs, though they could serve as means of survival. At that moment, a golden leaf fluttered from the 9 Nether Dark Demon Scripture, and Li Xuanjun seized it with enthusiasm. Ah, the 9 Nether Shadow. This technique is impressive, allowing shadows to move freely. This is indeed the secret technique for cultivating shadows, allowing the shadow to detach from the body and possess a portion of its own cultivation. Of course, the distance a shadow can travel is also limited. For instance, when Li Xuanjun is in the Qi refinement stage, his shadow can only move within a 10-meter radius. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, the shadow's range extends to 100 meters. Nonetheless, this ability presents significant advantages for Li Xuanjun. Although it consumes a considerable amount of spiritual energy to execute, it can yield unexpectedly beneficial effects during combat. He practices the withering and flourishing technique, where the withering energy can effectively control this art, while the flourishing energy can rapidly replenish the withering energy, allowing it to persist longer. Thus, he can begin to cultivate the 9 Nether Shadow. Upon seeing this technique, Li Xuanjun resolved to master it. After all, who would prefer a direct confrontation when one could operate from the shadows? A smile crept across his face as he picked up the golden leaf, hastily inscribing its contents. Although he was uncertain whether the 9 Nether Shadow was a technique practiced by the demonic sect or a chance encounter from the man he had slain, he was certain that cultivating it now would yield no drawbacks. After feeding the spirit cloud chicken, Li Xuanjun returned to his secret chamber, activated the array, and began studying the array-breaking disc. The array-breaking disc was indeed impressive, a top-tier artifact capable of dismantling second-tier formations. Should he encounter any formations that he could not breach in the future, this disc would be an invaluable asset. He then turned his attention to the 9 Nether Shadow, eager to determine whether he could successfully cultivate it. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed himself in the practice, realizing that the 9 Nether Shadow involved manipulating shadows with spiritual energy. If he could cultivate his spiritual consciousness, it would be even better. Unfortunately, developing spiritual consciousness was a matter reserved for the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Laying the groundwork for foundation establishment, lacking spiritual consciousness made cultivating the 9 Nether Shadow somewhat challenging, but having the appropriate cultivation technique certainly facilitated the process. First, he needed to establish communication with his shadow, which required a corresponding artifact. Without such an artifact, the cultivation could not proceed. Li Xuanjun rummaged through the storage bags of the 2 demonic cultivators, but found nothing suitable. His gaze then shifted to the golden leaf. A smile gracing his lips. If it could record the 9 Nether Shadow, it should also be able to communicate with the shadow, right? The reason he had transcribed the 9 Nether Shadow was precisely for this moment. He placed the golden leaf at the junction between his shadow and himself, channeling the withering energy within him into it. To his astonishment, the golden leaf gradually transformed into liquid gold. Subsequently, the liquid gold flowed swiftly towards the shadow, with only a portion touching the entire shadow while the remaining part was absorbed by Li Xuanjun, allowing him to communicate with the shadow. The entry into the 9 Nether Shadow had begun. However, this process was exceedingly intricate and would require a considerable amount of time to complete. As long as the golden leaf transformed into liquid, Li Xuanjun would be free to act. During regular times, the liquid gold would remain concealed within the shadow, only manifesting during cultivation. Li Xuanjun understood that the cultivation of the 9 Nether Shadow would be a lengthy endeavor, but he was unconcerned, for he had ample time. Concealing the liquid gold within the shadow, he stepped out of the cultivation chamber to feed the spirit cloud chicken, buried the chicken droppings beneath the tranquil spirit fruit tree, and examined the spirit worms in the tranquil spirit fruit grove, nodding in satisfaction. The tranquil spirit fruits would mature in another 2 years. He wondered who the family would send to harvest them. He was also unsure what had happened to the family head, who had contacted him previously but had yet to respond. He hoped nothing was amiss. Otherwise, Yunwu Island would face considerable trouble. Although the flood dragon was present, that creature only heeded Li Xuanjun's commands, ignoring anyone else's. Li Xuanjun felt somewhat helpless, especially regarding the other members of the family. The first to reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Li Zuanzhenling, was not his match. As for Li Yuanlong, who was at the 7th layer, it was uncertain whether he had broken through to the 8th layer, but he too would not pose a challenge. It appeared that aside from the family head, the entire Li family was already rather weak. Sighing, he pondered whether the family had grown in number. It had been over a year since then. He decided to set that aside for now and would check back once the first batch of tranquil spirit fruits matured. The tranquil spirit fruits were intended for the family head to concoct tranquil spirit pills, with each fruit valued at 10 spirit stones. Should they be refined into tranquil spirit pills, their worth would increase even further, as a single spirit ginseng pill fetched 15 spirit stones. 1 tranquil spirit fruit could yield 10 pills, assuming a success rate of 100%, a feat that even the family head, Li Xintian, could not guarantee. However, even with a mere 30% success rate, the initial batch of mature tranquil spirit fruits could still produce at least 50,000 spirit stones. Contemplating this, Li Xuanjun couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, being an alchemist was a lucrative profession. Yet, to become an alchemist, a significant investment was needed to enhance alchemical skills, which posed a challenge for Li Xuanjun. After all, the spirit stones in his possession were all valuable. He must first break through to the foundation establishment stage. Once the spirit cloud eggs increased in number over the next 2 years, and he had saved enough spirit stones for foundation establishment, he might consider venturing into alchemy and artifact forging. The spirit cloud chickens had all matured and had begun laying eggs. He believed it would not be long before these 15 spirit cloud chickens would start to brood. According to Li Xuanjun's plan, each spirit cloud chicken would incubate 20 eggs. Even if half of them turned out to be hens, that would result in 150 hens. They would only require 6 months to grow. And after that, they would be laying eggs. Adding the older hens into the mix, there would be 165 spirit cloud chickens, each laying 15 eggs per month, totaling over 2,400 eggs in a month and nearly 30,000 in a year. Based on the value of spirit cloud eggs, priced at 2 to 3 spirit stones each, he could earn 45,000 spirit stones in a year, and no matter how one calculated it, this seemed far more profitable than the tranquil spirit fruits. In just a year or two, Li Xuanjun could gather enough resources for foundation establishment. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanjun felt quite pleased. However, he had not considered whether the spirit cloud chickens might lay infertile eggs or whether the influx of spirit cloud eggs into the market would lead to a significant drop in their prices. These factors had not crossed his mind, for he believed that in the world of cultivation, the prices of cultivation resources should not decline. After all, selling to a merchant association would allow them to transport the goods to other nations for sale. While this might invite price negotiations, the sheer quantity would mitigate any significant drops. Li Xuanjun would not be foolish enough to sell all his eggs to a single buyer, which would undoubtedly alert others to his abundant resources. With so many markets in Yunyang country, he could simply visit several. By the time he sold the spirit cloud eggs, he anticipated that he would have already broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, allowing him to fly with a sword. As long as he did not sell too many eggs in each market, there should be no issues. Upon returning to the secret chamber, Li Xuanjun devoted himself earnestly to his cultivation. As for the tranquil spirit fruit grove, with the presence of chicken droppings and spirit worms, their growth was thriving. Li Xuanjun only needed to periodically water them and ward off pests. No further action was required. The liquid gold within the shadow gradually spread, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. At this rate, it would take at least 5 years to fully cover the shadow. Moreover, refining the portion absorbed into his body would not be straightforward either. Nevertheless, Li Xuanjun had ample time ahead of him, and he was committed to diligent cultivation over the next 5 years. After all, it would enhance his combat capabilities, and he did not mind the effort involved. Recalling the years he had spent mastering techniques such as fireball technique, golden needle technique, and lightness technique, he remembered how each had taken years to reach their current level of proficiency. He did not need to meditate daily. Accumulating spirit stones would suffice to convert them into liquid for cultivation using the spirit transformation bowl, allowing for a steady pace of progress. The remaining time he would dedicate to cultivating life-saving methods was the most prudent approach. As for refining cultivation techniques, that was merely a waste of resources, to be considered once he became stronger and accumulated more spirit stones. As for family support, the family did not possess abundant resources, as they primarily nurtured those with exceptional talents in various fields. Li Xuanjun's cultivation direction was simply to provide him with a few bottles of pills to expedite his advancement. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years flew by. On this day, Li Xuanjun swiftly gathered all the matured tranquil spirit fruits into a jade box for preservation. Approximately 1,200 tranquil spirit fruits had matured, and Li Xuanjun counted them meticulously. In addition, the number of spirit cloud chickens had increased to 120 hens and 380 pullets over the past 2 years. This was significantly less than Li Xuanjun had anticipated, but it was unavoidable. He simply could not feed so many spirit cloud chickens. Even with the entire tranquil spirit fruit grove teeming with spirit worms, the growth of the spirit cloud chickens had left little room for the worms to thrive. As for the area outside the tranquil spirit fruit orchard, the worms would not venture there. It was not a spirit field, and the spiritual energy was thin. Even spirit worms would gravitate toward places with denser spiritual energy. Li Xuanjun could only helplessly maintain the number of spirit cloud chickens at 500 hens. As for the breeding stock, he retained only 20, consuming the rest. Even so, the 120 spirit cloud chickens had produced nearly 36,000 spirit cloud eggs over the past 2 years. His storage bag was too small to accommodate such a vast number of eggs, so he had to set up a sealing array in the small wooden house to preserve their freshness. Fortunately, he had practiced array techniques over the years. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Li Xuanjun now fervently hoped for the return of Li Xiantian, for he was at a loss about what to do next. Heaven rewards the diligent. Just half a month after he completed the collection of the tranquil spirit fruits, Li Xiantian responded to his message. Xuanjun, are you all right? If you encounter enemies, leave without hesitation. The tranquil spirit fruits are insignificant. Your life is paramount. The maturation of the tranquil spirit fruits had accelerated by 2 years. Li Xiantian had thought they were still unripe. Li Xuanjun quickly inquired, Family head, are you safe? Why did it take you 2 years to respond? I have no significant matters to discuss. It is merely that the Jing Shan fruit has ripened. If possible, I would like to invite you to visit. Chapter 14. Raising chickens for the family. Li Xuanzhen chose not to mention the Lingyun eggs, as the early ripening of the Jing Shan fruit had already astonished Li Xintian. Taken aback, Li Xintian inquired via a communication talisman, "Is it true? Wasn't there still a 2-year wait?" Li Xuanzhen replied, "Indeed, come and see for yourself." Li Xintian did not respond further, likely preoccupied with his journey. Accelerating the ripening of the Jing Shan fruit is of paramount importance to the Li family, surpassing all other matters. Half a month later, Li Xintian arrived at Nanping Island. Upon entering the formation, he startled Li Xuanzhen, who was in the midst of cultivation. Observing that the Jing Shan fruit tree, which had already been harvested, had borne fruit once more, he could not help but feel curious. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen emerged and, upon seeing the family head, Li Xintian quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, family head brother." Li Xintian asked, "How many Jing Shan fruits have you harvested? Where are they?" Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen produced several jade boxes, all purchased from the market. "There are a total of 1,200 here." Li Xintian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, not bad. What is the story behind those fruit trees? Pray, enlighten me." Li Xuanzhen smiled and said, "That leads to another of my gains." As he spoke, he guided Li Xintian towards the edge of the fruit grove where the Lingyun chickens were kept. "These are the Lingyun chickens I have raised. There are 120 hens, 380 pullets, and 20 roosters. Each hen lays about 15 eggs a month, so over the years, I have accumulated 36,000 Lingyun eggs." Li Xintian, aware of the price of Lingyun eggs, looked at him incredulously and asked, "Are all these the offspring of those 2 Lingyun chickens?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed, if it weren't for the inability to sustain them on Nanping Island, there would certainly be more." Li Xintian couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is the first time I have encountered such a method of chicken rearing. Come, tell me how you achieve this." Li Xuanzhen explained, "Because I have cultivated the withering and flourishing technique. The withering aspect of my power allows the spirit wood to decay, which is the favored food of the spirit earthworms. And the spirit earthworms are precisely what the Lingyun chickens adore. Simultaneously, the earthworms enrich the soil of the Jingshan orchard, and the droppings of the Lingyun chickens serve as fertilizer, enhancing the fertility of the spirit fields. I had not anticipated that this would lead to an increase in the yield of the Jingshan fruit trees and hasten their ripening." Li Xintian gazed at Li Xuanzhen and inquired, "What is your intention in sharing this with me?" Li Xuanzhen naturally replied, "It is to encourage the family to raise Lingyun chickens as well, and I hope the family head can assist me in selling these Lingyun eggs. I fear they might be seized if I take them out." Li Xintian laughed heartily, "Very well. Since you are willing to impart your method of raising Lingyun chickens to the family, I shall assist you in selling these eggs. You need not worry. There will indeed be buyers for these Lingyun eggs, though they will not fetch 3 spirit stones for 2 eggs. Li Xuanzhen was prepared for this and nodded slightly. "I am well aware of that. I kindly ask for your assistance in their sale." Li Xintian smiled. "Excellent. Let us proceed forthwith. However, you must sell those young Lingyun chickens to the family." Li Xuanzhen replied earnestly. "Family head brother, you jest. How could I possibly sell them to the family? I shall gift these 380 pullets, along with the 20 hens, to the family to ask for the spirit earthworms. I have over 100,000 that remain uncultivated, and I will also gift all of those to the family." Li Xintian was somewhat astonished. This amounted to 400 Lingyun chickens. Once they fully matured, they could produce 6,000 eggs a month, yielding 72,000 eggs annually. Even if each Lingyun egg were valued at 1 spirit stone, that would equate to 70,000 spirit stones in a year, significantly surpassing the family's other resource points. With these spirit stones, the family's second-tier medium spirit vein could also be upgraded, and they could contend for the sale of foundation establishment pills. With such a foundation, the Yunwu Li family's ascension to a golden core family would be a matter of time. Li Xintian could not suppress his excitement and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is a double blessing, Xuanzhen. Do you know where your elder brother has been during this time?" Li Xuanzhen, somewhat puzzled, asked. "I do not know where you have been, elder brother." Li Xintian chuckled and recounted. "Years ago, I discovered the cave dwelling of an ancient ancestor of the golden core stage, but the formations within prevented me from entering. After accidentally obtaining a formation-breaking disc, I spent half a year finally breaching the formations. The resources inside were indeed plentiful. I cultivated there for over a year and finally broke through to the peak of foundation establishment. Now, I am but a step away from breaking into the golden core stage. Li Xuanjin felt a surge of joy within and turned his gaze towards Li Xiantian, astonished that he had such an opportunity. Tio advanced from the late foundation establishment stage to its peak within just over a year. Indeed, he must be at the pinnacle, or else he would not be so close to breaking into golden core stage. Li Xuanjin said, "Congratulations, family head brother. However, the number of cultivators in the family is truly too few. Otherwise, the Li family could undoubtedly grow into a great clan." Li Xiantian nodded in agreement. "Upon my return, I must ensure that our worldly kin are blessed with more offspring. Otherwise, the number of cultivators is far too scant to support a golden core power." Li Xuanjin inquired, "Has Yuanlong reached 50? Has he broken through to the 8th layer of qi training?" Li Xiantian shook his head. "Yuanlong, Yuanhua, and Yuanfei have not had the opportunity to." Li Xuanjin nodded. "In that case, we should arrange marriages for them, whether with scattered cultivators or through alliances with other families." Li Xiantian concurred. "You are correct. We cannot solely rely on our worldly kin to bear children. The likelihood of them having offspring with spiritual roots is quite low. However, cultivators with spiritual roots are different. If both parents possess spiritual roots, the chances of their child having spiritual roots increase significantly." Li Xuanjin remarked, "Family head brother, you are soon to break through to the golden core stage. I wonder when you will find me a sister-in-law?" Li Xiantian shook his head. "There is no need. Until I break through to the golden core stage, I do not plan to seek a partner. However, your words make me wonder if you have your eye on a particular female cultivator. If you do, just say the word, and I shall propose on your behalf." Li Xuanjin shook his head. "Let it be. My goal is the immortal path. In the future, I must find a celestial maiden, surely." Hearing Li Xuanjin's words, Li Xiantian could not help but roll his eyes. In this day and age, it is already difficult to become a golden core ancestor, let alone transcend to immortality. Well, go to bed. In your dreams, anything is possible." Yet he added with a smile, "At 34 years old, reaching the 8th layer of qi training is commendable. It seems breaking through to the 10th layer before 45 will pose no issue." Li Xuanjin rolled his eyes. "Family head brother, you seem to underestimate me. Breaking through to the 10th layer before 45? I might as well not cultivate at all. My goal is to reach foundation establishment before 40. Do not be deceived by my current 8th layer of qi training. Who knows, I may very well reach the 9th layer in a few days." At this moment, his cultivation at the 8th layer of qi training had stabilized, and breaking through to the 9th layer was not insurmountable. After all, possessing spirit stones was key. Chapter 15. The family had returned, seeing Li Xuanjin brimming with confidence. Li Xiantian was at a loss for words. He realized that his brother had become somewhat arrogant upon his return. Were it not for the contribution of the Lingyun chickens, Li Xiantian might have felt compelled to admonish him. Foundation establishment at 40. If you can manage to break through to the 10th layer of qi training before 38, I will procure foundation establishment pills for you. With the Lingyun chickens, Jing Shen fruit, and the rapidly growing purple bamboo and green bamboo, foundation establishment pills would be as easy as watering a plant. Li Xiantian began to envision a bright future, his heart brimming with delight. Now that the family lacked spirit stones, they were also not in short supply of cultivation resources. If a few more talented members emerged, the Yunwu Li family would undoubtedly rise. With such thoughts, the corners of Li Xuantian's mouth lifted. "Very well, I must take my leave. Will you return to the family, or remain here?" Li Xuanjin pondered for a moment before replying, "I shall stay here. If I return to the family, the Jing Shen fruit and Lingyun chickens will go unattended. According to the word on the street, the Jing Shen fruit will ripen in 2 years, so I will remain here to guard them." Li Xuanjin's brow furrowed slightly. He would soon break through to the 9th layer of qi training, and Namping Island was quite suitable for that. Li Xiantian nodded earnestly. "Very well, I shall send Xinling to assist you." Xinling, at 48 years old, was at the 8th layer of qi training. Without sufficient resources, her chances of foundation establishment were slim, but did the Li family lack a few resources? With spirit stones in hand, foundation establishment pills could be procured. At worst, one could simply double the price. Li Xiantian continued. If Xinling has ample resources, she could break through to the 10th layer of Qi training before 60, thus gaining the opportunity for foundation establishment. The family currently possesses sufficient resources, and I will allocate some to ensure Xinling is prepared for foundation establishment. What do you think? Li Xuanjun remained silent. He found the family head's decision quite agreeable. Among the 3 members of the Xian lineage, Li Xuanjun had the least talent. Li Xinling possessed 4 spirit bones. Had she not wasted time tending to the family's spirit plants, she would have long since broken through to the 9th or even 10th layer. If she could dedicate the final 12 years to cultivating in peace, she would undoubtedly reach the 10th layer. As for why Li Xinling was brought to Namping Island, it is because Li Xian really took care of matters concerning the island, allowing Li Xinling to focus on her cultivation without distractions. If she were to remain on Yunwu Island, Li Xinling would be unable to relax, and it would be a waste of her exceptional talents. Li Xin nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Rest assured, elder brother. I will ensure that Lingjie does not remain busy here." Li Xintian nodded in agreement, knowing that Li Xian could comprehend his intentions. "Good, then I shall return to make arrangements. By the way, where are the Lingyun eggs? Leave me to see them. However, selling such a large quantity of Lingyun eggs will indeed take some time." Li Xian nodded and assured, "Elder brother, you need not worry. I am fully aware of that. With so many Lingyun eggs flooding the market, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. Therefore, they could only be sold to some major powers. However, this meant that Li Xuantian's cultivation was still somewhat insufficient. After all, there were 36,000 Lingyun eggs, which could fetch at least 50,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum even for a formidable golden core cultivator. Thus, to sell them, it was imperative to visit several large markets and seek out different merchant associations. Only then could they safely dispose of the Lingyun eggs. If Li Xintian were to break through to the golden core stage, it would be a different matter entirely. Selling 30 or 50,000 Lingyun eggs would be a trivial task, and no one would think twice about it. After all, a golden core power is deemed quite formidable, and other factions would typically refrain from provoking them unless absolutely necessary. Li Xintian provided further instructions before departing with the spirit fruit and Lingyun eggs. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating how long it would take her elder brother to sell the Lingyun eggs. Once they were sold, she would have the means to establish her foundation, and just thinking about it filled her with exhilaration. Shortly after Li Xintian left, Li Xinling arrived at Namping Island. Li Xian hurried out to greet her, as the current generation of the Li family only consisted of the 3 of them, maintaining a close bond. "Elder sister, you have arrived. Welcome to Namping Island." Li Xinling nodded, smiling at Li Xian, and replied with satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. Your cultivation has already caught up to mine." Li Xian quickly interjected, "Elder sister, you must enter seclusion to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. You have already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. With some focus training, you can certainly advance to the 9th level. You have 12 years ahead of you, which is more than enough time to reach the 10th level. By then, the family head will procure a foundation establishment pill for you, allowing you to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Li Xinling waved her hand dismissively. "No need, no need. You are the one with the greatest potential for foundation establishment in our family. I shall not usurp your opportunity." Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really think she needed a foundation establishment pill to break through? That was a jest. With the spirit transformation bowl at her disposal, all she needed was an ample supply of spirit stones or spiritual materials, and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would be a matter of course. "Elder sister, you need not worry. I have my own methods to achieve foundation establishment." Li Xinling was skeptical, as Li Xian had never ventured outside the family. So how could he have encountered any fortuitous opportunities? All right, you focus on your seclusion. If you can break through to foundation establishment, that's wonderful. I won't give up either." Seeing that Li Xian was about to continue, Li Xinling quickly interrupted him. Her third brother was admirable in many ways, but once he started talking, he could hardly be stopped, especially when it came to questions that seemed to flow one after another. Moreover, his penchant for lecturing was filled with grand principles, which made all the younger members of the clan wary of him. Li Xian only smiled and said nothing more. In the past, he had been idle and sought amusement during his cultivation breaks. Now, however, it was best to cultivate diligently and enhance his prowess. With Li Xinling in seclusion, Li Xian also entered his own retreat. The entire spirit fruit garden was filled only with the sounds of the Lingyun chickens. The underground cultivation chamber had been ceded to Li Xianling, while Li Xian set up an array for his own training. Over the past few years, his research on formations had borne fruit. He could effortlessly arrange mid-tier first-grade formations, while high-tier first-grade formations, though slightly challenging, merely required some spirit stones. He believed it would not be long before his formations reached the peak of the first grade. Within the formation, Li Xian watched as 1,000 spirit stones transformed into 10 drops of spiritual liquid within the spirit transformation bowl, all of which he consumed without hesitation. The withering and flourishing technique swiftly activated, and the energy from the spiritual liquid continuously surged into his body, rapidly converting into the withering and flourishing mana. These 10 drops of spiritual liquid, derived from 1,000 spirit stones, contained immense energy, propelling Li Xian's cultivation toward the 9th level of Qi refinement. As time passed, 2 months later, Li Xian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refinement, just one step away from breaking through to the 9th level. However, he sensed that the remaining energy might be insufficient, which posed a bit of a problem. It appeared that his initial assumptions were somewhat off. The amount of spiritual liquid required increased as one approached the later stages. Li Xian had initially thought that 10 drops of spiritual liquid would suffice to break through to the 9th level, a notion that seemed reasonable but was far from the reality. By the time he reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, only 20% of the energy from the 10 drops of spiritual liquid remained. This was hardly enough for him to break through to the 9th level. He would need to consume more spiritual liquid. Li Xian took out 1,000 spirit stones, retrieved the spirit transformation bowl, and without hesitation, tossed them in. Before long, 10 drops of spiritual liquid materialized within the bowl. Li Xian lifted the bowl and drank the contents in one go before resuming his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the chamber, Li Xianling was also diligently practicing. Thanks to the ample supply of medicinal pills and the presence of the spiritual spring eye, her progress was steady. In just half a year's time, Li Xianling completed her seclusion and emerged from the chamber. Upon exiting, she spotted Li Xian casually feeding the chickens and greeted him indifferently. "Third brother, feeding chickens, are we?" Li Xian nodded. "Yes, elder sister. Have you broken through? By the way, the family head instructed you to continue studying methods to enhance the growth of spiritual plants here after your breakthrough." Li Xianling nodded. "I was just about to ask. How did the spirit fruit mature 2 years ahead of schedule? Share your methods." Suddenly, she noticed his cultivation level and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. How did you reach the 9th level of Qi refinement?" Li Xian shrugged. "What's the big deal? It's just the 9th level of Qi refinement. Isn't it merely a matter of having hands?" Seeing his smug expression, Li Xianling couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Though she realized there was little she could do, she could clearly sense that Li Xian's aura was significantly stronger than hers, and he could easily overpower her. It would be unwise to seek out trouble for herself. Li Xian earnestly explained, "The method to enhance the maturation of the spirit fruit is not particularly difficult. It mainly involves the fertility of the soil and the manure from the Lingyun chickens, which can accelerate the growth of any spiritual fruit. However, I have yet to experiment with it. Such tasks are more suited for you." Li Xianling pondered for a moment, then began to dig into the soil and discovered a spiritual earthworm. "What is this?" she inquired. Li Xian replied, "It's a spiritual earthworm, a substance that can increase soil fertility and also serves as food for the Lingyun chickens. Each year, a single earthworm can produce at least 3,000 offspring. The reproduction rate of these earthworms is quite rapid, and the spirit fruit grove has already become overcrowded, necessitating the relocation of some to other areas with spiritual veins. I was considering moving them directly to Yunwu Island. Yunwu Island boasts abundant spiritual veins and numerous spiritual bamboo. If we were to establish the earthworms there and raise a significant number of Lingyun chickens, it would undoubtedly generate more spirit stones for the family." Li Xianling inquired, "Wait, didn't you say the family head has already taken the Lingyun chickens away?" Li Xian nodded seriously. "Indeed, but I am the only one in the family cultivating the withering and flourishing technique. So I need to assist with raising the earthworms." Li Xianling was perplexed, unsure how this related to his cultivation technique. Li Xian explained, "Elder sister, you may not realize, but the food for these earthworms consists of decaying spiritual plants and grasses, and my withering method perfectly aligns with that." Understanding dawned on Li Xianling, and no wonder Li Xian could raise so many Lingyun chickens. It was all due to the earthworms. Although the earthworms themselves are not powerful, they require substantial food to breed. The absence of decaying matter in the spiritual fields limited the number of earthworms present. In fact, even if earthworms were available, many would be exterminated as pests, preventing their beneficial effects on soil fertility from being recognized. As for the concentration of spiritual energy, it depends on the spiritual veins, but soil fertility is also related to the spiritual fields. Li Xinling sighed. I see now. It appears you have genuinely discovered a method to accelerate the growth of the spiritual fields. Li Xian shook his head. Elder sister, from here on, you must focus on your cultivation and strive to become the third foundation establishment cultivator of our clan. Li Xinling felt speechless. She suspected the second one he referred to was himself. She wondered where he derived such confidence. Nevertheless, achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement at the age of 35 was indeed quite impressive. Rest assured, 5 years will be sufficient. In 5 years, Li Xinling would undoubtedly break through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, bolstered by her 4 spiritual bones. Li Xian nodded slightly, then turned to the box, stowed it away, and began to walk toward the outskirts of Nanping Island. Elder sister, since you have emerged from seclusion, I shall make a trip to the family and return afterward. Li Xinling nodded. Go ahead. With me here, Nanping Island will be safe. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Though Li Xuanling's combat prowess was not on par with his own, she was still a formidable Qi refinement cultivator. He swiftly boarded a bamboo leaf boat and made his way to Yunwu Island, soon catching sight of the Jiao snake. Greetings, esteemed Jiao snake. The Jiao snake nodded slightly in acknowledgement upon seeing Li Xian. Not long after, Li Xuanjin entered Yunwu Island. Upon disembarking, he encountered 3 young children engaged in playful antics. Noticing Li Xuanjin, they cautiously fixed their gaze upon him. With a smile, Li Xuanjin inquired, Children, what are your names? The bravest among them mustered his courage and replied, I am Li Yuanmin. This is Li Yuan Xiao, and he is Li Qingqing. Li Xuanjin recognized that these were undoubtedly the new spiritual bone bearers from the Li family. Yuanmin, Yuan Xiao, you must address me as third uncle. Qingqing, you shall call me third grandfather. Now, tell me, how many spiritual bones do you each possess? The 3 children exchanged glances before promptly bowing. Greetings, third uncle and third grandfather. Li Xuanjin waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. First, share how many spiritual bones you have. Li Yuanmin quickly stated. Third uncle, I possess 3 spiritual bones. Li Yuanxiao added. Third uncle, I have 4 spiritual bones. Li Qingqing chimed in. Third grandfather, I have 3 spiritual bones. Li Xuanjin's eyes sparkled with delight. These 3 children exhibited remarkable potential, undoubtedly promising candidates for foundation establishment. In the future, the Li family would not lack resources. With sufficient foundation establishment pills, many strong practitioners would emerge. Very good. I shall grant you these spiritual stones. Cultivate diligently. With that, Li Xuanjin bestowed 10 spiritual stones upon each of the 3 children. Overjoyed, they exclaimed. Thank you, third uncle and third grandfather. Li Xuanjin felt a swell of happiness. The family now had 3 additional cultivators, truly splendid. Well then, enjoy your play, he declared, striding purposefully towards the heart of Yunwu Island. Li Yuanlong wore a troubled expression. The family head had persistently urged him to seek a partner, which was quite vexing. Alas, it is time to search for a companion. Foundation establishment? Such a distant aspiration. After years of cultivation, Li Yuanlong, now over 50, had only reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, never even touching the peak. He understood the harsh reality. Achieving foundation establishment in his lifetime seemed nearly impossible. Once he surpassed 60, even with ample foundation establishment pills, a breakthrough would be unlikely. Yet, he felt an undeniable frustration. Having devoted so much time to cultivation merely to remain unfulfilled in his aspirations for foundation establishment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his musings. Oh, Yuanlong, which maiden have you set your sights on? Speak up, so third uncle can assist in your courtship. Startled, he glanced up to find third uncle standing nearby, an amused glint in his eyes. Li Yuanlong's face flushed crimson before darkening with despair. Li Xuanjin, puzzled, inquired, What troubles you? Chapter 17. Over 20,000 spiritual stones. Li Yuanlong's eyes glistened with pain. Third uncle, do you think I am unsuited for cultivation? After all this time, nearing 60, I still have not broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. nor even reached the peak of the 7th layer. Li Xuanjun fell silent for a moment before responding. Alas, Yuanlong, do not give up. Strive to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refinement as best as you can. The family head is not far from the golden core stage. There may yet be an opportunity for your foundation establishment. Do not relinquish any chance. Li Xuanjun felt a pang of helplessness. Although he could assist Li Yuanlong, the majority of individuals were hindered by the scarcity of foundation establishment pills. Even if Li Xuanjun Tian broke through to the golden core stage, acquiring a sufficient quantity of foundation establishment pills in a short time was improbable. One must hold on to hope. If you abandon yourself, then should an opportunity arise, it will not belong to you. Li Yuanlong nodded earnestly. Yes, thank you for your guidance, third uncle. Indeed. While the prospect of foundation establishment after 60 seemed dim, opportunities still existed. There were numerous rare herbs capable of restoring one's physical state to its peak. Allowing for another attempt at foundation establishment, Li Yuanlong's spirit lifted. His gaze solidified with determination. Suddenly, noticing Li Xuanjun seemed poised to continue, he quickly interjected, Third uncle, I am already invigorated. There is no need for further counsel. Li Xuanjun chuckled, Very well, then I shall refrain from further discussion. Recalling the psychological shadows he had cast over these youngsters in the past, a smile crept onto his face. Third uncle, are you here to see the family head? Li Yuanlong queried, just in time. The family head has just returned. Allow me to escort you. Li Xuanjun nodded slightly. Indeed, let us proceed. The two arrived at Xintian courtyard, where they found Li Xintian emerging from his chamber. They promptly bowed. Greetings, family head. Li Xintian waved his hand. No need for such formality. Xuanjun, you have come to deliver the spirit worms, correct? Li Xuanjun nodded. Indeed, family head. You have taken the spirit cloud chicken, but without sufficient spirit worms to nourish them. It is unfeasible. Li Xintian chuckled. True enough. If they consume low-grade spirit grain, they will not lay eggs. If we use mid-grade spirit grain, it becomes rather unprofitable. Your cultivated spirit worms are indeed the most advantageous. Li Xuanjun placed a box before Li Xintian. Family head. Everything is here. It can be readily placed in the spirit bamboo fields. Li Xintian smiled. By the way, over the past 6 months, you have sold 2,000 spirit cloud eggs. Here are your spiritual stones. As he spoke, a storage pouch flew into Li Xuanjun's hands. Li Xuanjun examined it earnestly, a hint of joy illuminating his face. 2,000 spirit cloud eggs had garnered 25,000 spiritual stones, though not an immense sum. It was substantial for Li Xuanjun. Thank you, family head. Li Xintian waved his hand. You have made such significant contributions to the family. Feel free to request anything, and I shall assist you. Li Xuanjun dismissed the notion. No need, family head. The prosperity of the family is all I desire. Li Xintian nodded slightly. Indeed, it is a pity that the family is too small. Expansion requires more human resources. Li Xuanjun agreed. Yes, with only 15 family members. It is indeed insufficient. Li Xintian shook his head. It cannot be helped. There are so few who possess spiritual bones. Li Xuanjun suggested. Family head, let us implement a reward policy. The more children born, the greater the fortune. If one bears fewer children, they must face penalties. Only in this way can the Li family flourish. Li Xintian hesitated, ultimately letting out a bitter smile. Such measures would require substantial resources. Li Xuanjun pressed. When the family's spirit cloud chickens yield more in 2 years, will we lack spiritual stones? Moreover, does rewarding common folk necessitate spiritual stones? A single spiritual stone is worth its weight in gold. Even a few can suffice for rewards. Li Xintian nodded slightly. That is indeed a valid point. I had been somewhat narrow-minded. Then I shall assign this matter to Yuanlong and the others. You focus on your cultivation? He concluded. Since Li Xuanjun possessed talent for cultivation, it would be a waste to neglect it. Li Xuanjun remained to oversee the spirit worms and the rotting materials for cultivating them. After completing these tasks and offering a few parting words, he left Yunwu Island without hesitation. Upon departing Yunwu Island, Li Xuanjun did not venture elsewhere but returned to Namping Island. At this moment, he had just broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, and while a breakthrough to the 10th layer would still require time, his 9 nether shadow technique was nearing completion. Having practiced this technique for 2 to 3 years, he was just a step away from success. To fully master this art, he needed to divide the golden leaves into 2 parts. one part to be integrated into his body, while the other would envelop his shadow. The portion he had fused within himself had completely refined, allowing the golden liquid to permeate every corner of his body, becoming the medium for the 9 nether shadow. Now, only the remaining shadow portion lacked the golden liquid. Once he filled this part of the shadow with golden liquid, the 9 nether shadow would be considered to have reached its initial stage. Subsequently, he would need to continuously infuse spiritual power into the shadow so that it could store it. When the spiritual power within the shadow equaled 30% of his own, he would achieve minor success. For major success, 60% was required, and for completion, 90%. A smile graced Li Xuanjin's face. Upon returning now, he could complete the integration into the shadow within a year. As for achieving minor success, it would depend on Li Xuanjin's own capabilities. As Namping Island came into view, Li Xuanjin furrowed his brow, suddenly launching himself toward a distant reef. Boom! At that moment, his bamboo leaf boat was bitten through by a colossal creature. Realizing it had not harmed him, the beast swiftly vanished beneath the waves. Li Xuanjin's expression darkened. It was a first-tier elite demonic beast. How could such a creature appear here? Ordinarily, within the confines of Yunwu Island, the patrolling serpents would not hesitate to drive away or devour any demonic beasts they encountered. Yet, here lurked a ferocious shark, and it appeared exceptionally menacing. Li Xuanjin pondered. He suddenly heard the sound of a ceramic flute, and his eyes darkened with malice. A communication talisman materialized in his hand, and without hesitation, he infused it with spiritual power. Family head, we are under attack. Summon the elder serpents. Just as he completed the transmission, the talisman turned to ash. Moments later, the shark lunged towards him once more. Li Xuanjin's expression soured as he coldly snorted. The rope at his waist flying out to ensnare the shark. The shark deftly evaded, vanishing once more beneath the water. Li Xuanjin's gaze shifted toward a particular direction. So, it was hiding over there? Then the fun could begin. The one controlling the shark was concealed beneath the water, right towards the direction of Yunwu Island. Should the serpents arrive, one could only wonder if that individual would have the chance to flee. I truly cannot fathom which family possesses such audacity to dare touch the tiger whiskers of the Li clan. Chapter 18. An unexpected attack. The Jiao snake to the rescued. A glimmer of joy flickered across Li Xuanjin's face, for he had sensed the presence of the Jiao snake. At that moment, a shark erupted from the water, its enormous maw aimed directly at him. Li Xuanjin scoffed, "Begone!" A small bell hanging from his sleeve suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a colossal bell that materialized before him in quick succession. A massive sword manifested, plunging towards the shark's gaping mouth. Just as the shark registered the threat, the sword's brilliance flashed, piercing directly into its mouth and swiftly slaying it. Concurrently, the sound of a ceramic flute ceased in the waters near Yunwu Island. A figure clad in black let out a cold snort upon witnessing the shark's demise. Without hesitation, he ascended into the sky. Charging towards Li Xuanjin, a faint smile graced Li Xuanjin's lips, and he refrained from taking action. After all, the opponent was a formidable foundation-building expert. Even if he were merely at the initial stage, Li Xuanjin knew he was not a match, for he could not claim invincibility in the Qi refinement realm, nor could he afford to engage in a one-for-one exchange. Even if he could, he would not do so. With the family head and the Jiao snake at his disposal, there was no need for him to risk such a confrontation. The black-clad figure, noticing Li Xuanjin's calm demeanor and apparent lack of resistance, felt his expression grow increasingly frigid. This brat must hold me in such disdain, treating me as inconsequential. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a massive Jiao head loomed behind him, its gaping maw already wide open. A smile crept onto Li Xuanjin's face. He deemed himself safe. Upon catching sight of that smile, the black-clad figure's countenance shifted dramatically, an ominous sense of danger enveloping him. It was too late to flee. The Jiao snake's enormous mouth had already engulfed him, and before he could utter a word, it snapped down, severing him in two. Crack, crack. The sound of chewing resonated as the black-clad figure was devoured by the Jiao snake without a hint of resistance. This time, no storage bag was regurgitated. The Jiao snake glanced at Li Xuanjin, inhaled deeply, and swiftly consumed the shark. Turning to depart, Li Xuanjin hastily inquired, "Esteemed Jiao snake, will you not offer me that storage bag?" Regrettably, the Jiao snake paid him no heed and vanished swiftly. Li Xuanjun shook his head. Understanding the Jiao snake's rapid departure meant it feared his request for the storage bag. With over 20,000 spirit stones at his disposal, he had no need to covet the Jiao snake's possessions. Sighing in resignation, he acknowledged that although the spirit stones in his possession might not suffice for a breakthrough to the foundation building stage, achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement would be well within his grasp. That was satisfactory enough. With 2 to 3 years remaining, the spirit cloud chickens he had raised would undoubtedly lay ample eggs to facilitate his advancement. Upon returning to Namping Island, Li Xuanjun found his restless sister, Li Xinling, examining a chicken with keen interest, leaving him somewhat speechless. Did she not understand that this time could be better spent on cultivation? Upon noticing his return, Li Xinling exclaimed excitedly, "Xuanjun, do you think we can cultivate the spirit cloud chickens into first-tier high-grade spirit beasts? Their eggs would then be first-tier high-grade spirit cloud eggs." Fetching a handsome price, Li Xuanjun, taken aback, responded, "Sister, while you speak with good intentions, the spirit cloud chickens are already classified as mid-tier spirit beasts. Advancing them would require considerable resources. Indeed, sister, you are correct. However, the resources needed for the spirit cloud chickens to evolve their bloodlines are vast. And even if we elevate their grade, their progeny will not inherit superior bloodlines. Furthermore, although spirit cloud chickens are gentle and regarded as spirit beasts suitable for domestication, they are still beasts. Should any incidents arise, there are few in our family who could subdue them." Upon hearing this, Li Xinling nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the currently family lacked sufficient numbers. If there were more clan members, particularly several at the 7th level of Qi refinement, such concerns would be moot. Alas, we shall have to postpone such ambitions until the family grows stronger. Li Xuanjun chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Sister, our family currently possesses 380 spirit cloud chickens, each laying 15 eggs monthly. Do the math. How many would that yield in a year? Even accounting for losses, that would amount to 60,000 spirit cloud eggs annually, nearly translating to 100,000 spirit stones in revenue. As long as we sell the spirit cloud eggs produced each year, there will be ample resources to procure foundation building pills." With the family head on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, a few years of accumulated spirit stones would suffice for him to acquire the resources needed for that advancement. There is truly no need for you to expend your energy on this matter. Focus on your cultivation. Once you achieve the foundation building stage, you can sell spirit cloud eggs, which is far more advantageous than this line of inquiry. Why sister possesses many admirable qualities, yet her restlessness is not one of them. Had she devoted this time to cultivation, she might have already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Observing Li Xuanjun's exasperation, Li Xinling couldn't help but laugh. All right, I was merely expressing an idea. Now, I shall return to my cultivation." With that, she made her way toward the wooden cottage. Li Xuanjun sighed in relief. At last, she was attending to her training. Soon, she would reach the 49th level, yet he remained uncertain about her commitment to serious practice. A mere breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement would not suffice for advancing to the foundation building stage. After reaching that level, one must solidify their foundation before attempting a breakthrough, enhancing their success rate for the foundation building stage. And of course, if time were short, one could only opt for a breakthrough, albeit with a lower success rate. With Li Xinling off to cultivate, Li Xuanjun also devoted himself to mastering the 9 nether shadows. His training was nearing completion. He merely needed to fully refine the medium. Presently, the spirit cloud chickens did not require constant feeding, as the spirit worm orchard was abundant with spirit earthworms, necessitating only occasional feeding intervals. Li Xuanjun returned to his secluded training area, leaving only the sounds of the spirit cloud chickens echoing on the island. Upon the Jiao snake's return to Yunyun Island, it promptly handed over the storage bag to Li Xintian. Observing the storage bag, Li Xintian chuckled. "Who asked that boy for the storage bag?" The Jiao snake's diminutive voice resonated within Li Xuantian's mind, as they shared a master-servant bond, allowing them to perceive each other's thoughts. After hearing the Jiao snake's explanation, Li Xintian burst into hearty laughter. "That fellow must be fuming upon seeing you flee. Ha ha ha. However, to think someone would dare to ambush members of the Li family within the confines of Yunyun Island is tantamount to courting death. Let me see which family it is. They must be tired of living." Opening the storage bag and scanning its contents, he found it lacking in notable resources, although it did contain a considerable amount of materials, including a teleportation talisman. Had the Jiao snake not launched a surprise attack from behind, the assailant might have truly escaped. Li Xintian realized that this was a meticulously planned operation, yet he pondered why it targeted Li Xuanjun specifically. Jiao snake, please scour the vicinity of Yunyun Island. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, show them no mercy, if there are indeed those who dare to assassinate members of the Li family within the bounds of Yunyun Island. They must not be spared. At this moment, any appearance of an individual within the confines of Yunyun Island would be considered unfortunate for them. The Jiao snake nodded, diving into the water and swiftly vanishing from sight. Li Xintian murmured, "Our family is far too weak. This simply will not do. It is imperative to effectively utilize the resources within the family to expedite the cultivation progress of our members." Chapter 19. Revising Monthly Allocations, Mastering the Shadows. After arriving at a decision, Li Xintian began to reallocate the family's resources. With the influx of spirit cloud eggs, the family would not soon find itself lacking in spirit stones. Thus, it was time to enhance the monthly allowances for the members. For those at the first level of Qi refinement, the monthly stipend would be set at 3 spirit stones. For the second level, 6 spirit stones. For the third level, 9 spirit stones. For the fourth level, 15 spirit stones. For the fifth level, 20 spirit stones. For the sixth level, 25 spirit stones. For the seventh level, 35 spirit stones. For the eighth level, 45 spirit stones. For the ninth level, 55 spirit stones. And for the 10th level, 70 spirit stones. Although the family currently had only one member at the foundation building stage, both Xuanjun and Xianling were advancing rapidly and would soon catch up. Therefore, it was prudent to seize this opportunity. The monthly allowances for foundation building members would also be established. For the initial stage, 100 spirit stones. For the mid-stage, 150 spirit stones. For the late stage, 200 spirit stones. And for the peak stage, 300 spirit stones. This should suffice. As a result, the family's expenses would undoubtedly increase significantly, but as long as the spirit cloud chickens remained, the issue of insufficient spirit stones would not arise. Once the family expanded, they could explore the surrounding islands to increase their spirit cloud chicken production. Li Xintian was self-aware. Currently, Li Xuanjun possessed 120 spirit cloud chickens. In addition to the 380 already within the family, this was ample. Should the numbers increase further, the family would lack sufficient manpower to manage them. Furthermore, selling spirit cloud eggs would require time, so an excessive quantity would be counterproductive. Thus, maintaining the current count of spirit cloud chickens was already commendable. Additionally, the forthcoming spirit cloud chickens could not be sold within Yunyang country. Otherwise, the market would become saturated, causing prices to plummet. Regrettably, as the only foundation-building cultivator in the Li family, he had to shoulder all responsibilities. He could only wonder when Xuanjun and the others would achieve their breakthroughs. Upon returning to Namping Island, Li Xuanjun unhesitatingly chose to enter seclusion. The 9 nether shadows would soon be perfected. The next step involved infusing it with spiritual energy. The more energy infused, the stronger the shadow would become. That night, Li Xuanjun suddenly opened his eyes, noticing that the shadow beneath his feet had begun to move of its own accord, swiftly making its way toward the orchard beyond. Regrettably, no matter how hard Li Xuanjun endeavored, the shadow was limited to a mere 10-meter radius. He shook his head slightly, finding this distance rather insufficient. Suddenly, the shadow's hand stirred, and a ball of fire was hurled forth. Boom! Upon observing the location where the fireball had struck, Li Xuanjun could not help but furrow his brows. Was this merely equivalent to an attack from the 3rd level of Qi refinement? He had only infused 1/10 of his magical energy into the shadow, yet the fireball technique manifested only the power of a 3rd level Qi refinement attack. This simply would not suffice. He needed to inject more magical energy to ascertain the maximum capacity. Currently, Li Xuanjun's cultivation was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, his combat prowess rivaling that of the 10th level. Thus the shadow's combat strength must reach the 9th level of Qi refinement as well. Withdrawing the 9 nether shadow, Li Xuanjun began to infuse magical energy through a medium, being exceedingly cautious during the process. Once the shadow had formed, a moment's carelessness could obliterate it. The shadow was also under his control. Capable of executing various combat techniques he had mastered, in essence, it was akin to having an additional avatar. However, This avatar was, in fact, his very shadow, capable of appearing and disappearing without a trace, making it particularly suited for ambushes and battle. As he observed the returning Nine Nether Shadow, a smile graced Li Xuanzhen's face. He realized that even if the Nine Nether Shadow ventured beyond his immediate vicinity, his original shadow would remain. Not transforming into a formless entity, this revelation stirred something within him. If that were the case, could he not manifest multiple Nine Nether Shadow avatars? However, this would necessitate a greater quantity of mediums. Yet, for someone like him, with ample spirit stones, this was hardly a concern in due time. He could command dozens, if not hundreds, of shadows in combat, each wielding 90% of his strength, sufficient to vanquish even foundation stage practitioners. Moreover, as long as the shadow was not entirely dispersed, it would not dissipate. Upon returning to its original form, it would restore itself, akin to possessing an immortal essence. Although the shadow's current range was limited to 10 meters from Li Xuanzhen, as his cultivation advanced, the distance would inevitably extend. In truth, the primary limitation lay in Li Xuanzhen's lack of spiritual awareness. Were he to cultivate that, the shadow's range would increase alongside his spiritual acuity. Satisfied, Li Xuanzhen nodded, ceased his training, and made his way outside IT. That moment, he realized that he had been in seclusion for 2 years. Indeed, cultivating the Nine Nether Shadow was no trivial endeavor. Time had flown by during his practice. Upon emerging from his retreat, he found Li Xuanzhen diligently gathering spirit cloud eggs. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at her assistance, he rubbed his nose and said, "Thank you, second sister." Li Xuanzhen waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. How was your harvest during this period of seclusion?" Li Xuanzhen replied with a smile, "I am on the verge of breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, and my combat strength has significantly improved." With the spirit transformation bowl in his possession, coupled with over 20,000 spirit stones, enhancing his cultivation was hardly a challenge. If he wished to break through, he could do so to the 10th level of Qi refinement at any moment. Li Xuanzhen sighed, "As expected of my third brother, your cultivation speed is not much slower than mine." Li Xuanzhen asked in astonishment, "Are you about to break through as well, second sister?" Li Xuanzhen nodded with a smile. "Yes, the family head has revised the family's monthly stipend. As a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, I receive 55 spirit stones each month, amounting to over 1,000 spirit stones in 2 years. With the family-provided elixirs, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement is hardly a formidable task." Li Xuanzhen felt somewhat speechless. For the currently family, elevating one's cultivation was indeed not difficult. That is true. The family head possesses remarkable resolve, having increased the monthly stipend. With such a substantial amount, perhaps the Tai Su sect and Ling Yun Mountain are in a similar situation. Li Xuanzhen shook her head, saying, "You underestimate those 2 major sections. They are backed by practitioners at the nascent soul stage. It is said that their monthly stipends are generous. Aside from the miscellaneous disciples, those at the 1st level of Qi refinement receive 5 spirit stones monthly." Li Xuanzhen nodded in agreement. Although the Li family had acquired this spirit cloud chick, their foundation remained weak. Even with an annual income of nearly 100,000 spirit stones, it paled in comparison to those major sects, particularly since they possessed their own mines. The Golden Core stage sects were backed by spirit stone mines, not to mention the likes of Tai Su sect and Ling Yun Mountain, which were formidable powers. "Second sister, our family is not lacking either. If the family head were to break through to the Golden Core stage, our family would become a medium-sized force, capable of dominating Tianyang County and becoming a regional hegemon." Medium-sized Golden Core stage forces were not uncommon in Guanyin country, with 5 such sects possessing profound foundations. The resources of Tianyang County were primarily concentrated around the 5-color lake, with the remainder being sparse resources, leading to the emergence of numerous small Qi refinement families that the 3 major forces disregarded. Li Xuanzhen shook her head, saying, "Third brother, matters are not as simple as you think. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you will understand." Chapter 20. 2 more family members. Li Xuanzhen felt somewhat speechless. Why was it that one had to reach the foundation establishment stage to comprehend things that others already knew? "Second sister, do tell," Li Xuanzhen laughed. "In truth, the other 2 major forces in Tianyang County are backed by medium-sized sections, even if the family head were to break through to the Golden Core stage. Unifying the entirety of Tianyang County would be a formidable challenge. If our family were to produce 2 golden core stage high-level practitioners, or if the family head were to advance to the mid-golden core stage, then unifying Tianyang County would become a possibility. Although Tianyang County was not large and its resources were meager, it could still support a medium-sized force. The Yang family and Five-Color sect would not relinquish their backing. Li Xuanjin pondered, "Second sister, does our Yunwu Li family lack the support of a medium-sized force?" It perplexed him that the other two major forces had such backing while the Yunwu Li family did not. Li Xinling chuckled. The Li family was established not long ago, occupying only a few islands surrounding Yunwu Island. Those major forces have yet to take notice. It is likely that it will not be long before they do. However, by that time, the family head will surely have broken through to the golden core stage and would not be willing to remain subordinate. Li Xuanjin smiled. Given the family head's strength, once he breaks through to the golden core stage, his combat power will be nearly that of the mid-golden core stage. Were it not for the scarcity of cultivators in the family, perhaps he truly could unify the Five-Color Lake. Li Xinling rolled her eyes. Just wait and see. Currently, the family comprises only 17 cultivators. It will take time to increase our family's numbers. Li Xuanjin asked in astonishment. 2 more have joined. What are their qualifications? Which generation do they belong to? Li Xinling smiled. Both are from the Yuan generation. One possesses 2 spirit bones, and the other 5 spirit bones. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Second sister, 5 spirit bones. Does that mean he could try his luck at Taisu Sect and Ling Yun Mountain? Although Taisu Sect and Ling Yun Mountain were major cultivation forces, disciples with 5 spirit bones were still relatively rare. Those with 5 spirit bones had a high probability of entering the inner sect and being accepted as disciples by golden core practitioners. With only 9 spirit bones being the absolute limit, even 7 spirit bones were considered a rare find. Thus, 6 spirit bones indicated potential for the nascent soul stage, 4 spirit bones for the golden core stage, and 2 spirit bones for the foundation establishment stage. This was the standard for large sects, as they possessed abundant resources, unlike the smaller sects that struggled to provide. Therefore, large sects primarily recruited disciples with at least 3 spirit bones. But those with 5 spirit bones could become inner sect disciples, taken under the wing of golden core masters. After all, 4 spirit bones suggested potential for golden core advancement, while 5 spirit bones greatly increased the likelihood of breaking through. Take the Li family's patriarch, Li Xiantian, for instance. Within a mere century of cultivation, he had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, standing on the precipice of the golden core stage. If all goes well, the lifespan of those in the Qi refinement stage is 120 years, while those in the foundation establishment stage can live up to 250 years. Li Xiantian has cultivated for a maximum of 120 years, leaving him with ample time to break through to the golden core stage. After all, his 5 spirit bones are not to be trifled with. Had he joined a sect back then, he would have undoubtedly achieved the golden core stage long ago. Li Xinling nodded. Indeed, Ling Yun Mountain is about to recruit disciples, and the family head is preparing to take him to give it a try. Although the Li family was not lacking in spirit stones, many high-level resources were unattainable even with spirit stones. Li Xuanjin agreed. Yes, but it is essential to cultivate a bond with him for a year or 2. We cannot send him off to the sect directly. Even if he is sent there, the family must not cut back on the monthly stipend. But why not send him to Taisu Sect? Li Xianling chuckled. Because Taisu Sect has exceedingly stringent disciple recruitment criteria. Have you not heard? Once one enters Taisu Sect, apart from the current generation, virtually all disciples live in seclusion. Therefore, sending Yuanqing to Ling Yun Mountain is the most prudent choice. Li Xuanjin nodded, understanding the rationale. Sending family members to Taisu Sect would likely sever their connection, while sending them to Ling Yun Mountain would be different. The disciples there enjoyed greater freedom and frequently undertook missions. Although the resources at Ling Yun Mountain were somewhat inferior compared to Taisu Sect, the freedom offered meant they could still see their kin, should that family member rise in prominence. It would also be beneficial for the Li family. Li Xuanjin inquired. By the way, what are the names of the 2 new family members? Li Xinling replied. Li Yuanqing and Li Yuan's Hode. Li Xuanjin nodded. Second sister, do you think our Xin generation will see the emergence of more younger siblings? Having seldom ventured into the secular world, he was unaware of how things had fared there and how many elders from the generations above the Xin generation remained. Li Xinling shook her head and remarked, there are hardly any elders left, so it is unlikely that there will be more from the Xin generation. However, There will certainly be plenty from the Yuan generation. As well as the Qing generation, Li Xuanzhen chuckled. When will we have someone from the Zhen generation? I'd love to play the role of a great-grandfather. Li Xinling inquired. What's the matter? Are you planning to return and teach those children how to cultivate? Li Xuanzhen shook his head and replied, forget it. I'm not fond of that kind of retirement life. Second sister, focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 10th level of qi refinement. I need to attend to my spirit cloud eggs. Li Xinling handed over a storage bag to Li Xuanzhen, saying, Xuanzhen, this is a large storage bag that the head of the family found for you, containing spirit cloud eggs collected over the past 2 years. When I emerged from seclusion, some were damaged by the spirit cloud chickens, leaving about 41,000 intact. Li Xuanzhen's eyes brightened as he nodded slightly. Thank you, second sister. Once these spirit cloud eggs are sold, I will certainly remember your kindness. With over 25,000 spirit stones still on him, if he could sell the spirit cloud eggs, he would have more than 70,000 spirit stones at his disposal, and could then commence his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. As for troubling the head of the family, Li Xuanzhen shook his head. The head would be quite busy with sending Li Yuanqing to Spirit Cloud Mountain and selling the family's spirit cloud eggs. With 380 spirit cloud chickens producing over 68,000 eggs annually, the head would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Thus, he resolved to handle it himself, for waiting on the head's assistance could take an indefinite amount of time. Suddenly, Li Xuanzhen said, second sister, I must enter seclusion. When I emerge, I will need to go out to sell the spirit cloud eggs. Please help me look after the spirit cloud chickens, and I will share half of the profits with you. Li Xinling lightly shook her head. No need. Aside from my cultivation, I have nothing else to do. It's a mere trifle. Although the prospect of half the profit from the sale of the spirit cloud eggs was tempting. Li Xuanzhen was her younger brother, and asking for so much spirit stones in return for a simple favor didn't sit well with her conscience. Li Xuanzhen did not press the matter further and directly entered seclusion. This time, he planned to reach the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement before emerging, as the strongest power of his shadow could reach the 9th level of qi refinement, ensuring greater safety upon leaving the 5-color lake. Chapter 21. Qi refinement level 10. Returning to his cave dwelling, Li Xuanzhen sat cross-legged. With a flicker of thought, the spirit transformation bowl materialized before him. He took out 5,000 spirit stones and deposited them into the bowl, which instantly transformed into spirit liquid. Li Xuanzhen poured the spirit liquid into his mouth, stowed away the bowl, and earnestly commenced his cultivation. This time, he consumed 5,000 spirit stones with the intent of reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, establishing a solid foundation. After exiting the 5-color lake, once he sold the spirit cloud eggs, he could find a place to enter seclusion and break through to the foundation establishment stage. The spirit liquid surged within him, continuously impacting his cultivation, propelling him toward the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. Time passed, and Li Xuanzhen felt the mana within him becoming increasingly viscous, akin to liquid. He intensified his focus on cultivation, aware that transforming mana into liquid was not something that could be achieved lightly. Without sufficient spirit liquid, he dared not attempt it, for failure would lead to complications. He rapidly refined the spirit liquid, feeling his aura steadily rise. Qi refinement level 10. Finally, after half a year, Li Xuanzhen successfully broke through to the 10th level. Though the spirit liquid within him had not been completely refined, at the moment of his breakthrough, the surrounding environment became vividly clear in his perception. Is this what they call divine sense? Indeed, it is fascinating, though regrettably, its range is only a radius of 1.5 meters, which is somewhat lacking. I have the gathering spirit pill. I should take it and see how much my divine sense can be enhanced. With this thought, Li Xuanzhen summoned a jade box from his storage bag, and without hesitation, consumed the gathering spirit pill within. The potent medicinal power radiated within him, quickly absorbed by his divine sense. As his divine sense assimilated the medicinal energy, it gradually expanded, soon reaching a radius of 3 meters, but still showing no signs of stopping. Li Xuanzhen was astonished that a single gathering spirit pill could enhance his divine sense by such a significant margin. The maximum range for divine sense at the 10th level of qi refinement is typically 30 meters, while breaking through to foundation establishment is around 100 meters. At this moment, having just broken through to the 10th level, the effect of the gathering spirit pill had been remarkable. Ultimately, His divine sense stabilized at an impressive radius of 8 meters. Li Xuanzhen was exceedingly pleased. With such a strong starting point, his divine sense would undoubtedly be formidable. In the following days, he focused on solidifying his cultivation while refining spirit liquid to elevate his prowess. Simultaneously, he attempted to infuse mana into his 9 nether shadows. Another 6 months passed, and Li Xuanzhen finally reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. His cultivation thoroughly solidified at this peak. His divine sense expanded to an astonishing 50-meter radius, leaving him in disbelief. Could this merely be the effect of a gathering spirit pill? Certainly not, for having traversed into this realm, his soul was inherently stronger than that of others. Combined with the gathering spirit pill, achieving a 50-meter radius for his divine sense was entirely reasonable. After assessing his divine sense, Li Xuanzhen felt immense satisfaction. With a thought, his shadow swiftly emerged from the tranquil spirit fruit forest and moved toward the distance point 50 meters, the furthest distance his shadow could reach. Beyond that, it would be beyond his control. This is sufficient. If I encounter an enemy, I can launch a surprise attack from the shadows, leaving them utterly defenseless. Next, I must find a way to obtain gathering spirit pills or other elixirs that enhance divine sense, for I must elevate my divine sense without delay. With this in mind, Li Xuanzhen retracted his shadow and exited the cave dwelling. Upon stepping outside, he sighed softly. Alas, another year has passed. It seems I will have to produce over 20,000 more spirit cloud eggs. The more spirit cloud eggs he had, the more challenging they would be to sell, especially since his cultivation was not particularly strong, and he would have to venture far from Tianyang County to sell them. Upon leaving the cave, he noticed Li Xinling gathering cloud eggs and cheerfully asked, "Second sister, how many do we have this year?" Li Xinling, surprised to see him emerge, asked, "You've reached the 10th level of Qi refinement?" Li Xuanzhen nodded, saying, "Yes, I have. By the way, is the head of the family at Yingwu Island?" Li Xinling shook her head. "You've come out at an unfortunate time. The head just took Yuan Qing to Spirit Cloud Mountain." Li Xuanzhen shrugged helplessly. "All right, I understand. I'll leave the affairs of Namping Island in your hands. I plan to be away for 2 to 3 years at most, or at least half a year before returning." Li Xinling nodded. "The head mentioned that if you were to leave, you should be cautious. He also entrusted this to you." With that, a jade box appeared in her hand. "The head said you have plenty of top-tier magical artifacts. So he didn't give you more. This contains a talisman treasure and 10 second-tier spirit talismans for your protection. Xuanzhen, have you truly made up your mind to leave?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. He had no desire to linger in the family. After 3 years of accumulating spirit cloud eggs, he had nearly 60,000, equivalent to almost 100,000 spirit stones, that he needed to secure. Otherwise, breaking through to Foundation establishment would be exceedingly difficult. Even if the family currently did not lack spirit stones, how could he explain his situation? Would anyone believe that he simply needed enough spirit stones to break through to Foundation establishment? As for taking out the spirit transformation bowl, that was out of the question. This item was crucial to his life and destiny. It was fundamental to whether he could achieve immortality, and he could not expose it. Therefore, leaving was imperative. As long as he remained cautious and utilized his 9 nether shadows, he should be safe. If necessary, he could have the 9 nether shadows assist in selling the spirit cloud eggs. But they were not easily destroyed. The head's gifts for his protection were indeed generous. He had no complaints about the second-tier spirit talismans, but the talisman treasure was something remarkable. Talisman treasures were crafted by golden core ancestors from their own life-protecting artifacts, and forging them would damage their own treasures, making them exceedingly rare unless the ancestor's lifespan was nearing its end. Thus, the power of talisman treasures was immense, surpassing the magical artifacts used during the Foundation establishment stage but inferior to those of golden core ancestors. If he caught an opponent off guard, with his 10th level Qi refinement cultivation, eliminating an early Foundation establishment cultivator would pose no issue. Li Xuanzhen was astonished that the head had bestowed such invaluable items upon him. Filling him with gratitude toward Li Xintian, he cherished such a family, though he felt it was too weak. Since that was the case, he resolved to grow stronger swiftly and protect this beloved family. With this thought, Li Xuanzhen smiled and said, "Second sister, I must go. Rest assured, with my current strength, as long as I avoid the Foundation establishment stage, no one in the Qi refinement stage can match me." Li Xinling rolled her eyes. "Don't let it go to your head. All right, I've given you everything you need. So hurry along, Li Xuanzhen nodded and smiled at Li Xianling. Take care, second sister. Namping Island is in your hands now. If any danger arises, just send a message to the elder Jiaosha. After pondering for a moment, he produced several high-grade magical artifacts and said, Second sister, these are my unexpected gains. Take them for your protection. Above all, prioritize your safety. Li Xianling waved her hand. I know. Just go already. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Don't worry about me. I'm not weak. Chapter 22. The exquisite flying vessel outside Namping Island. The bamboo leaf boat sped forward, with Li Xuanzhen standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Back on Namping Island, Li Xianling watched him depart before returning to the tranquil spirit fruit forest to continue her cultivation. Her younger brother had reached the 10th level of qi refinement. She could not afford to fall behind. As soon as Li Xuanzhen stepped outside the Li family's sphere of influence, his aura rapidly diminished. Thanks to the concealment technique he employed, he concealed his true cultivation level, revealing only his 7th layer of qi refinement, and nodded in satisfaction. The world outside the five-color lake awaited the arrival of Li Xuanzhen. Having resided in the realm of immortality for nearly 37 years, Li Xuanzhen had scarcely departed from the five-color lake since being brought to Yunwu Island. At this moment, a blend of nervousness and excitement coursed through him. The bamboo leaf boat had transformed into a superior-grade magical artifact. Although it could not fly, its speed through the water was quite remarkable. In just 5 days, Li Xuanzhen had approached the edge of the five-color lake. Once ashore, he stowed away the bamboo leaf boat and set off in a specific direction. This led him to the bustling market established by the various forces of the five-color lake, where large external flying vessels frequently made their appearances. If Li Xuanzhen wished to travel elsewhere, he would need to embark on one of these large flying vessels for speed and safety. As for teleportation arrays, he could only lament that such luxuries were not within the means of Tianyang County. This was Li Xuanzhen's first foray into the five-color market. Thanks to his identification token as a disciple of the Li family, he was exempted from paying spirit stones upon entry. As he stepped into the market, he gazed upon what resembled a small city. Piquing his interest, 4 streets led to the main gate, each lined with numerous shops selling materials for artifact refining. Medicinal herbs, talismans, and spiritual wines, among other things. At the center lay a vast plaza divided into 4 sections. The middle area served as a docking point for large flying vessels, with shops surrounding it and stalls run by rogue cultivators in front. As Li Xuanzhen wandered through the market, he noticed that most resources were suitable for those in the qi refinement stage, with very few available for the foundation establishment stage. This was to be expected, as the five-color lake only boasted 3 major foundation establishment forces: the Li family, the Yang family, and the five-color lake itself. The Li family contained but a single foundation establishment cultivator, Li Xiantian, while the Yang family had 2, and the five-color lake had the most, with 5. Nevertheless, Li Xiantian was a formidable force, accompanied by a spirit beast, the Flood Dragon, rivaling the strength of the other 2 factions. Upon reaching the center of the plaza, Li Xuanzhen's curiosity was piqued by the enormous flying vessel anchored there. Not far from the vessel, he spotted a qi refinement 8th layer cultivator and approached. Inquiring, esteemed friend, might I ask where this vessel is bound? The individual chuckled upon seeing Li Xuanzhen and replied, This vessel belongs to the Linglong Merchant Guild and is headed to Beiyuan Country. Li Xuanzhen recognized Beiyuan Country as being in close proximity to Yunyang Country, an excellent destination indeed. Might I inquire about the vessel's route and duration of stops? The cultivator shook his head, saying, I'm afraid I do not know. I am merely a receptionist. You would need to consult Manager Zhou for specifics. Li Xuanzhen nodded slightly. Would it be possible for you to escort me to meet Manager Zhou? The cultivator promptly responded, Please, follow me. He led Li Xuanzhen into the vast flying vessel. Once aboard, they discovered that the deck boasted 3 tiers of cabins. The cultivator guided Li Xuanzhen to a room on the first floor and respectfully announced, Manager, we have a passenger for the flight. An elderly voice emanated from within. Xiao Hu, please bring them in. Thus, the cultivator, referred to as Xiao Hu, ushered Li Xuanzhen into the room. Although modest in size, the interior was suffused with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Standing inside was an old man, Manager Zhou, whose presence exuded the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Without waiting for an inquiry, Li Xuanzhen smiled and said, Greetings, Manager Zhou. May I pose a few questions? Zhou regarded Li Xuanjun with a smile. Please, young friend, ask away. Li Xuanjun promptly inquired. What locations will the vessel traverse? Will it make any stops? Zhou chuckled. This is indeed a commercial flying vessel of the Linglong Merchant Guild and will certainly make stops to trade for resources. As for the markets we will visit, I can assure you that any substantial market will be included. Our final destination is Fengyun Xianxing in Beiyuan country, where we will remain for half a year before returning. Li Xuanjun nodded. Thank you, Manager Zhou. How many spirit stones are required for a passage to Fengyun Xianxing? Manager Zhou's eyes lit up at the prospect of business. Although the vessel was primarily for commerce, they had added 3 tiers of cabins to earn additional profits. The cabins were classified into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper. For travel to Beiyuan country, the lower tier required 200 spirit stones, the middle tier 500, and the upper tier 1,000. Li Xuanjun inhaled sharply. Even the lower tier was quite costly. Yet, considering the journey ahead, he soon reconciled with the expense. He asked, could you show me all 3 types of rooms? Manager Zhou replied, Xiaohu, please take this young friend to view the various accommodations. Xiaohu nodded eagerly. Yes, Manager. Li Xuanjun followed Xiaohu as they exited the room and approached the adjacent cabins. The Linglong vessel was divided into 3 levels. The first level housed the lower tier rooms, which, though small, were inexpensive. As Xiaohu opened the door, Li Xuanjun observed the interior, a space of approximately 10 square meters. Furnished with only a bed and a couple of chairs, he nodded slightly. Please, let us see the other 2 options. The lower tier room felt cramped, and although he would not mind its size, the lengthy journey ahead warranted a more spacious accommodation. Upon reaching the second level, Xiaohu opened another room, stating, this is a middle-tier room, which costs 500 spirit stones per month. It is a bit pricier, but much more comfortable. The middle-tier room appeared somewhat larger, yet still less than 30 square meters, with furnishings significantly superior to those of the lower-tier room, exuding a more inviting atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the third level, where the area expanded to 50 square meters, equipped with a spirit-gathering array, making it quite luxurious. No wonder it commanded a price of 1,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjun pondered which room to choose, weighing the comfort of the upper tier against the economy of the lower tier, which would allow for discretion regarding his wealth. At that moment, Xiaohu added, those residing on the third level enjoy greater security, with meals delivered every few days. Those on the first and second levels do not have this benefit and must fend for themselves in times of danger. Li Xuanjun couldn't help but smile ruefully. Indeed, there were advantages to the higher price. Chapter 23. A Desire to Journey, Purchase of Elixirs. Upon returning to Manager Zhou's room, Li Xuanjun chuckled wryly. Manager Zhou, I would like an upper-tier room. Setting aside other considerations, the lack of need to engage in combat and the provision of meals were significant advantages for him. Seeking stability, Li Xuanjun resolved to secure an upper-tier room. Manager Zhou's eyes brightened. You wish for an upper-tier room? Xiaohu, which room did you show this young friend? Xiaohu quickly replied, it was upper-tier room number 3. Manager Zhou nodded. Excellent. We have a total of 9 upper-tier rooms. But only room number 1 is unavailable for rent. Fortunately, room number 3 is vacant, and I will lease it to you for a total of 1,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjun patted his storage bag, producing the requisite sum with a hint of reluctance in his gaze. Manager Zhou smiled and presented him with a jade token. This is the identity token for upper-tier room number 3. It will allow you to control the room's array. Li Xuanjun nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Manager Zhou. When does the Linglong vessel depart? Manager Zhou replied with a smile. It will set sail in 3 days. Rest assured, accompanying us will be a golden core elder from the Linglong Merchant Guild, ensuring your safety. Li Xuanjun acknowledged. Then I shall take my leave to procure some supplies for the journey. Manager Zhou waved him off. Please, young friend, go ahead. Li Xuanjun exited the Linglong vessel and made his way toward a nearby elixir shop, realizing the necessity of preparing some fasting elixirs for the journey ahead. He required little else, as his storage bag contained all he needed. Upon entering the shop, he called out, Shopkeeper, I would like 10 bottles of fasting elixirs. Uncertain how long the journey would take, it was prudent to be well prepared. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Although fasting elixirs were not particularly valuable, bulk purchases were always welcome. Certainly, 10 bottles, totaling 100 elixirs, will cost you 20 spirit stones. Li Xuanjun nodded slightly. Having researched the price of fasting elixirs prior to his arrival, 5 elixirs for 1 spirit stone. So the shopkeeper was indeed fair in his pricing. Here are the spirit stones. 20 spirit stones were but a trifling sum to him, easily produced. The shopkeeper retrieved 10 bottles of elixirs with a smile. Here you are, these are your requested elixirs. After confirming their authenticity with his spiritual sense, Li Xuanjun accepted them. Excuse me, do you know where I might find books on array formations? Ideally, I am seeking those of the second tier. The shopkeeper regarded Li Xuanjun with surprise. I did not realize you were an array master. My apologies. As for books on array formations, the treasure house in the 5-color market has a considerable selection. Also offering various cultivation techniques. If you seek array formation texts, that would be an excellent place to look. Li Xuanjun nodded. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, do you happen to have any elixirs that can enhance one's spiritual sense? The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized that a lucrative business opportunity had arrived. Indeed, esteemed guest, we have various elixirs, concentration pills, focus pills, and spirit-nourishing pills. However, the prices are somewhat steep, he remarked. Li Xuanjun chuckled. Oh? How steep are we talking about? Pray, enlighten me. The shopkeeper, with a smile, replied, the concentration pills are priced at 500 spirit stones, the focus pills at 550 spirit stones, and the spirit-nourishing pills at 400 spirit stones. These 3 types of elixirs are the most precious in my establishment. I can offer 3 of each. Might I inquire how many you require? Li Xuanjun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Is it possible to procure more? The shopkeeper, visibly thrilled, quickly responded, how about this? If you intend to stay here for a while, I can arrange to have more sent from elsewhere within half a month. If your stay is brief, I can provide you with 5 of each elixir that I currently possess. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xuanjun conceded, very well, 5 will suffice. The shopkeeper felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he known, he would have stocked more of these elixirs. It seemed this individual was from a distant place and would not linger long. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment. Upon returning with the elixirs, he announced, the total comes to 7,250 spirit stones. Li Xuanjun winced slightly and inquired, might there be a possibility for a discount? The shopkeeper shook his head. This price is set by higher authorities. I am merely an employee without the authority to alter it. Li Xuanjun merely voiced his desire for a lower price, knowing that if a discount were not possible, he would still proceed with the purchase. With a hint of reluctance, he produced the spirit stones. After completing the transaction, the shopkeeper cheerfully asked, is there anything else you require? We also have elixirs that enhance cultivation. Li Xuanjun inquired casually. Oh, do you possess foundation establishment pills? The shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the mention of foundation establishment pills. Those are not so easily procured. You jest, esteemed guest. However, we do have elixirs that can improve the success rate of foundation establishment, though they are rather pricey. Intrigued, Li Xuanjun asked, pray tell, what treasures do you speak of? The shopkeeper grinned. Have you heard of the essence of truth? Li Xuanjun's eyes widened. He had indeed heard of it. This was a liquid crucial for foundation establishment. Although it was not as effective as the foundation establishment pills, if one had an ample supply, its effects could surpass those of the pills. Do you truly have the essence of truth? How is it sold? The shopkeeper replied with a smile, 15,000 spirit stones per drop, and it requires time to arrange the shipment. Li Xuanjun felt his heart sink. 15,000 spirit stones for a single drop was indeed exorbitant. If it were a few years later, the Li family would hardly bat an eye at such a price, especially considering his second sister's talent. 2 drops of essence of truth would certainly allow her to break through to foundation establishment. Even if 3 drops were necessary, it would still be more effective than the foundation establishment pills. While the price of those pills was 30,000, they were often sold for 50,000 due to scarcity. Esteemed guest, I do not possess that many spirit stones at the moment. However, could you disclose how much essence of truth could be procured if arranged? When I return from the northern Yuan country, I will certainly purchase some. The shopkeeper nodded slightly, recognizing that no major faction would allow a qi refinement cultivator to carry such a vast sum of spirit stones unless they were personally amassed. Li Xuanjun had just produced over 7,000 spirit stones, which the shopkeeper perceived as his limit. Moreover, it was evident that Li Xuanjun hailed from a prominent family, given his ability to present such a sum. With that in mind, the shopkeeper resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him, as it could prove advantageous in the future. After all, The mere exchange of a few elixirs had already allowed him to meet his sales targets for the past 2 years. Thus, esteemed guest, if you desire, when you return, I will assist you in obtaining the elixirs from our headquarters, up to 10 drops. You may have as many as you wish. This is the maximum I can arrange. Any more would be beyond my capabilities, Li Xianzhan quickly replied. That will be more than sufficient. I will certainly seek you out upon my return. Chapter 24. The celebrity market 10 drops of Essence of Truth were equivalent to 5 Foundation Establishment pills. Making 10 drops equal to 2 pills die in the past, the Li family would have been unable to afford such a quantity, but times had changed. The Li family's Lingyun eggs now yielded nearly 100,000 spirit stones annually, and in a few years, that number would only increase. Upon his return from the northern Yuan country, he would undoubtedly be able to purchase 10 drops of Essence of Truth, ensuring his second sister's success in Foundation establishment. The shopkeeper promptly stated, "Excellent, I will await your return." This represented a significant opportunity. Selling 10 drops of Essence of Truth would surely garner recognition from headquarters. With such a feat, his own breakthrough to Foundation establishment would be within reach. And he could even elevate his status to become the overseer of Tianyang County. At that moment, the shopkeeper looked at Li Xianzhan as if he were gazing upon a fortune. "May I ask, esteemed guest, how long you anticipate your absence will be?" Li Xianzhan smiled. "I shall not keep you waiting long. At most 3 to 5 years, and at least a year and a half." Traveling by the Linglong flying vessel, a spirit tool that required merely sufficient spirit stones, his journey would not be slow. With a stroke of luck, he might indeed return in a year and a half. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would be back within 5 years. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. 5 years was a manageable wait. After all, he was only in his 40s and at the 9th level of chi refinement. Making a breakthrough to the 10th level within the next few years entirely feasible. "May I inquire as to your name?" "I am Yang Tianjiao." The shopkeeper introduced himself. Li Xianzhan responded, "I am Muzhan. I appreciate your assistance regarding the Essence of Truth. Perhaps my family members will also come by, particularly one who manages procurement." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianjiao became excited. If he truly knew the procurement officer of this family, his future sales would be assured. "Thank you, esteemed guest. May I request your contact information? If Tianbao Tower acquires any valuable items, I will certainly inform you." Li Xianzhan patted his storage bag, producing a jade pendant. "This is my communication talisman. You only need to leave your mark on it.at this time." The communication talisman functions similarly to a voice-only mobile phone. As long as a mark was left on the talisman, any communication could be received within its range. Communication talismans are also ranked. The one in his possession was of low rank, suitable only for use within Yunyang country, while mid-level ones could transmit across nations, and higher-ranked ones could reach even further. Yang Tianjiao took out a communication talisman, and the 2 talismans lightly touched, leaving their respective imprints within. From that moment on, they could communicate through the talismans with ease. Observing Li Xianzhan's talisman, Yang Tianjiao hesitated and said, "Esteemed guest, your talisman seems to be of a lower grade. I have mid-level communication talismans. Would you be interested?" Li Xianzhan's eyes brightened, and he nodded. "Yes, indeed. How much do you ask?" Yang Tianjiao replied with a smile, "This item is not particularly valuable. A mere 500 spirit stones will suffice. 500 spirit stones was indeed a modest sum. Considering that low-level communication talismans cost over 200 spirit stones, while mid-level ones typically sold for over 550. It appeared that Yang Tianjiao was extending a generous discount of approximately 50 spirit stones. Li Xianzhan quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guest." After concluding their transaction, Li Xianzhan departed from Tianbao Tower, feeling the weight of his storage bag, which had nearly halved in size. With a wry smile, he resolved to seek out some array technique texts. With just over 10,000 spirit stones remaining, he knew that array texts were essential. After all, during his travels on the flying vessel, he would need ways to pass the time while cultivating. When Li Xianzhan emerged once more, he found his spirit stones had dwindled to 12,000. The selection of array text was vast, and he couldn't resist purchasing a few additional tomes on alchemy and artifact forging. Upon returning to the Linglong flying vessel, Li Xianzhan reclined on his bed and began perusing the text. He had acquired materials on alchemy, artifact forging, array techniques, and rune crafting. Despite having tested his aptitude in these areas and found himself lacking, he had an abundance of time. Talent may be insufficient, but time can compensate. When resources are scarce, one can rely on time. Li Xianjun felt confident that with ample time and future spirit stones, he could master these skills through diligent practice. As he read, he gradually succumbed to sleep, only to awaken the next morning. Goodness, has my previous habit of dozing off while reading followed me into this new life? Li Xianjun was taken aback by how he had fallen asleep for an entire night, leaving him somewhat exasperated with this tendency. He packed away the books and consumed a nourishing pill to quell his hunger. Once his appetite was satiated, he began his cultivation. Having reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement, he found no need to improve further. Instead, he could continue refining his spiritual awareness. With the spirit-nourishing pills, concentration pills, and focus pills he had purchased, all three were highly beneficial for enhancing one's spiritual awareness. If Li Xianjun could expand his spiritual awareness to a radius of 100 meters, his breakthrough to foundation establishment would be significantly easier. He first consumed a spirit-nourishing pill, as its effects were the mildest, followed by a concentration pill, and finally a focus pill. Seated cross-legged, Li Xianjun ingested a spirit-nourishing pill and began practicing the ocean observation technique. This technique, which he had obtained from a courier cultivator, was undoubtedly an excellent method for cultivating spiritual awareness. The ocean observation technique could strengthen the soul, and as the soul grew stronger, so too would one's spiritual awareness. During Li Xianjun's cultivation, several cultivators gradually arrived and boarded the exquisite flying vessel. However, due to their limited financial means, they could only afford modest accommodations. Few could afford the luxurious rooms in the bustling five-colored market. Li Xianjun remained in his room, engrossed in his practice, until the flying vessel took off and Xiao delivered a meal, at which point he awakened from his meditative state. Although he had yet to fully refine the spirit-nourishing pill, it did not hinder his ability to eat. The meal Xiao brought was quite delightful, consisting of spirit vegetables and beast meat, visually and aromatically appealing. Once Xiao departed, Li Xianjun ensured there was no poison before he began to eat with a sense of assurance. It must be said that the 1,000 spirit stones spent were well worth it. The spirit food was commendable in both flavor and the spiritual energy it contained. After finishing his meal, he left the dishes outside his door and resumed his cultivation. Half a month later, having refined 2 spirit-nourishing pills, the exquisite flying vessel came to a halt. Knock, 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 fellow cultivator. We've arrived at the renowned market. The Merchant Association will remain here for 5 days. Would you like to step out for a bit? Li Xianjun, having interrupted his practice, opened his eyes and quickly exited his room. Thank you for the reminder. I was just about to take a stroll. The renowned market was now within the sphere of influence of Lingyun Mountain and close to the border of the Zhao Kingdom, being the largest market in the area. Xiao chuckled, as a distinguished guest of the exquisite flying vessel. It is only natural that I remind you. Li Xianjun nodded in appreciation, producing 5 spirit stones and placing them into Xiao's hands. Chapter 25. News of the Great War. Seeing the spirit stones handed to him, Xiao's face lit up with joy. Honored guest, please. But you must return within 5 days, lest you miss the exquisite flying vessel. Li Xianjun chuckled, rest assured, I merely intend to wander around the market for a while. I shall return promptly. Since the renowned market had not yet exited the Lingyun Kingdom, Li Xianjun could not afford to disperse too many spirit cloud eggs here. He had prepared for a protracted battle, knowing that smaller markets sold around 2,000 spirit cloud eggs, while larger ones sold 5,000 each. With over 60,000 spirit cloud eggs in his possession, he needed only 12 large markets or 20 smaller ones to sell them all. Even the smallest markets where the exquisite flying vessel could dock were comparable to small towns, possessing substantial consumer capacity. Digesting 2,000 spirit cloud eggs would not pose much difficulty. After selling, he estimated it would take several years before he could sell again, thus not affecting the market or causing prices to plummet. Stepping out of the exquisite flying vessel, he began to explore the bustling renowned market. On the first day, he did not sell any spirit cloud eggs, but instead gathered information and quickly identified several shops of interest. The following day, he entered the shops he had pinpointed and commenced selling spirit cloud eggs at a price of 1.5 spirit stones each. The renowned market being relatively small, Li Xianjun sold 2,000 within 3 days. This transaction netted him 3,000 spirit stones, bringing his total to 15,000 spirit stones when combined with the 12,000 he already possessed. He sold several hundred spirit cloud eggs at each shop, attracting no undue attention. In such markets, the appearance of several hundred or even 1,000 spirit cloud eggs would not raise any eyebrows. In contrast, the transactions of the exquisite merchant association were monumental, each yielding tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 spirit stones. Belonging to a major power, the exquisite merchant association was not one to be trifled with. Which left Li Xuanjun feeling envious. It was likely that the profits of the exquisite merchant association in a single year could suffice for him to break through to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage or even reach the golden core stage. Here in the renowned market, not far from Lingyun Mountain, he pondered about his elder brother, the clan leader. With that thought, he took out a communication talisman to send a message. Elder brother, how is the situation with Yuanqing progressing? Are you still at Lingyun Mountain, or have you returned? Utilizing a mid-tier communication talisman, even if Li Xintian was at Cloud Mist Island, he would still receive the message. Before long, Li Xintian replied, "The recruitment of disciples at Lingyun Mountain has yet to commence. Yuanqing and I are waiting in Lingyun City. How about you? Have you found a good opportunity?" Li Xuanjun responded, "Elder brother, fret not that I am aboard the exquisite merchant association's vessel, selling spirit cloud eggs along the way. There will be no issues." With this reassurance, Li Xintian felt at ease. He was aware that the exquisite merchant association was a large-scale entity, possibly harboring formidable beings within. "Good. Now that you're on the exquisite flying vessel, I can relax. Once you're familiar with the route, we can entrust the sale of the clan's spirit cloud eggs to you," Li Xuanjun naturally agreed. Considering it was not a waste of much time, it merely involved running around, he anticipated that his breakthrough would not take long, making this task well suited for him. After agreeing, he refrained from continuing the conversation. On the final day, he chose not to venture out, as he had completed all necessary tasks. Instead, he opted to remain in his room and cultivate in the afternoon. Xiaohu delivered a sumptuous meal, rich in both meat and vegetables. After confirming there was no poison, Li Xuanjun eagerly devoured the food. Once finished, he placed the meal box outside, but upon Xiaohu's arrival, he took it and did not leave immediately. "Honored guest, have you heard? Zhao Kingdom is currently quite unsafe, and the Lingyun Kingdom has begun to heighten its defenses." Li Xuanjun's interest was piqued, and he wished to learn more. Thus, he opened the door and invited Xiaohu in. "What news do you have? Please share it with me." Xiaohu stepped inside, smiling as he recounted, "It is said that the demonic cultivators of Yu Kingdom have commenced their assault on Zhao Kingdom, causing neighboring nations to grow tense and even deliberating whether to assist Zhao Kingdom." Li Xuanjun's heart tightened. The Li family resided in Lingyun Kingdom, not far from Zhao Kingdom. If Yu Kingdom were to conquer Zhao Kingdom, the situation in Lingyun Kingdom would become precarious. Zhao Kingdom was a major power, home to 5 large immortal sects, all possessing formidable Yuan-Ing stage entities, as well as 4 prominent clans, sharing similar strengths. The audacity of Yu Kingdom to launch an attack on Zhao Kingdom indicated their formidable strength. Should Zhao Kingdom fall, Lingyun Kingdom would likely not endure for long. Li Xuanjun shook his head, realizing he was being overly concerned. Zhao Kingdom was flanked by strong nations such as Chu and Qin. If Zhao Kingdom were to falter, it would undoubtedly seek assistance from those nations. Lingyun Kingdom was merely a small nation. Should Yu Kingdom attack, it would indeed struggle to withstand. The foundation of the Li family lay in Lingyun Kingdom, and if the situation escalated, escape would be nearly impossible. Li Xuanjun inquired, "What about Wu Kingdom? Is there no movement there?" For some reason, during the spring and autumn period, Wu and Yu were mortal enemies, and the same seemed to hold true in the realm of cultivation. However, while the past was a conflict of ordinary people, this was a war of cultivators. Wu Kingdom was part of the Righteous Alliance, while Yu Kingdom had its own demonic alliance, with the 2 nations embroiled in constant conflict. Yet now that Yu Kingdom was suddenly attacking Zhao Kingdom, it suggested something was amiss in Wu Kingdom. If confirming his thoughts, Xiaohu nodded in response to Li Xuanjun's question. "Indeed, Wu Kingdom has encountered some unexpected troubles. You see, Wu and Yu are situated near the East Sea, which serves as a significant gateway to the overseas cultivation realms. It is said that the demonic alliance has colluded with overseas demonic forces to strike at Wu Kingdom, restraining them and allowing Yu Kingdom to turn its attention towards Zhao Kingdom. In truth, it is not just Zhao Kingdom that is involved. Lingyun Kingdom and other smaller nations are also part of their scheme. However, it appears that the demonic sect of Yu Kingdom does not intend to engage directly. Li Xuanzhen nodded, well aware that the demonic alliance under Yu Kingdom still had numerous smaller nations' demonic forces at their disposal, all of which were quite formidable, such as the Li family's long-standing rival. In Yun Kingdom. It was said that long ago, In Yun Kingdom and Ling Yun Kingdom were part of the same nation, but following the righteous and demonic war, a powerful nation was cleaved into two smaller ones. Since then, In Yun Kingdom became a stronghold for demonic cultivators, while Ling Yun Kingdom remained a domain for immortal practitioners. Skirmishes often erupted along their borders, but the Taishu sect, situated at the edge of Ling Yun Kingdom, served as a bulwark against the incursions of In Yun Kingdom's demonic cultivators. Should Yu Kingdom seize Zhao Kingdom, In Yun Kingdom would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity. Li Xuanzhen expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the information, my friend. I appreciate it. With that, 5 spirit stones appeared in his hand once more, which he swiftly pressed into Xiaohu's embrace. Xiaohu's heart filled with joy. Within just a few days, he had received 10 spirit stones from this individual. Truly, he was a distinguished guest, generous in his dealings. It seemed that in the future, he could share news with this person, potentially reaping unexpected rewards. Thank you, honored guest. Thank you. Please rest. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 26. Cultivating the mind's eye. After Xiaohu left to rest, Li Xuanzhen's expression turned grave. It was clear that he must elevate his cultivation, ideally enabling his elder brother to reach the golden core stage, ensuring greater safety for the Li family and Cloud Mist.as for escaping Ling Yun Kingdom. He could manage that, but what about the others in the Li family? He certainly would not abandon them, nor would his elder brother. Thus, it was imperative to enhance his cultivation swiftly, allowing the members of the Li family to elevate their own powers. With a sufficient number of golden core and foundation establishment cultivators, even if the family sought to relocate, it would not pose an issue. With that in mind, Li Xuanzhen sat upright, consumed a spirit-nourishing pill, and began his cultivation anew. The next day, the exquisite flying vessel took to the skies once more. And after a month and a half had passed, it finally came to a stop. It was not that the vessel did not wish to pause along the way, nor that there were no large markets available. Rather, the presence of too many demonic cultivators in those areas necessitated that the vessel remain vigilant for safety. Over the course of a month and a half, Li Xuanzhen had successfully refined the spirit-nourishing pills and had also refined 2 gathering spirit pills, increasing the range of his spiritual perception from 50 meters to 65 meters. The growth is not substantial, yet it is entirely sufficient. Now, with the enhancement of spiritual awareness, when the time comes to break through to the foundation establishment stage, my consciousness will be somewhat stronger than that of others. This is the heart of the Zhao Kingdom, not merely a market but rather the celestial city in the clouds, aptly named for its lofty position above the mountain peaks, shrouded in white clouds. The celestial city is immensely vast, and the Linglong Merchant Guild intends to reside here for half a month, as their operations primarily involve trade rather than the transportation of passengers on actual airships. Li Xuanzhen is acutely aware of the urgency of time and cannot afford to squander any. Within the celestial city, there are numerous expansive shops capable of accommodating a greater quantity of Lingyun eggs. Moreover, having departed from the Yunyang Kingdom, many resources are now ripe for the taking. Previously, after vanquishing the cultivators who sought to ambush him, he gained considerable benefits from their spoils, which, when sold, would yield a substantial sum of spirit stones. As the airship came to a halt, Li Xuanzhen eagerly disembarked, intent on liquidating more of his resources. Due to the ongoing war in the Zhao Kingdom, the prices of resources have risen significantly. Lingyun eggs have astonishingly been marked up to 2 spirit stones each. Lingyun eggs are invaluable. They can be consumed directly to enhance cultivation, used for alchemy, crafted into spiritual food, and even served to restore mana when depleted. However, the quality of the Lingyun eggs is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the price would have soared even higher. With this in mind, Li Xuanzhen would not let this opportunity slip away. He spent the first day gathering information and commenced selling Lingyun eggs the following day. In the span of merely 5 days, he sold over 10,000 Lingyun eggs, netting a profit of 20,000 spirit stones. The celestial city is vast, and by dispersing his sales, even the sale of 10,000 Lingyun eggs did not attract undue attention. After 10 days, Li Xuanzhen had successfully sold 20,000 Lingyun eggs, and just as he was contemplating further sales, alarming news reached his ears. The demonic cultivators from the Yu Kingdom were planning to launch a surprise attack on the celestial city. The Linglong airship was preparing for an early departure. Given that the Linglong Merchant Guild is primarily a trading entity, they would not involve themselves in the conflict between righteous and demonic forces. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Upon receiving this news, the Linglong Merchant Guild wasted no time in departing on the 11th day in room 3 of the Linglong airship. Li Xuanzhen lay on his bed, contemplating the storage bag in his hands. He had brought 63,000 Lingyun eggs on this journey, having sold 22,000 thus far, and his spirit stones had reached 57,000. Additionally, he had another 15,000 on him, and from the sale of the 20,000 Lingyun eggs, he had accrued an additional 4,000 spirit stones after clearing his resources. Li Xuanzhen was exceedingly pleased. 57,000 spirit stones were more than sufficient to purchase Foundation establishment pills, not to mention the 41,000 Lingyun eggs still in his possession. Even if each Lingyun egg remained priced at 1.5 spirit stones, he would certainly amass at least 60,000 spirit stones. At that point, breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage would be a mere formality. As he stored away his bag, Li Xuanzhen murmured, "Upon reaching the Beiyuan Kingdom, my spirit stones should be nearly sufficient. Then, I shall aim for the Foundation establishment breakthrough." He was uncertain of the exact amount of spirit stones required for his breakthrough. The Foundation establishment stage is divided into 4 realms: early, mid, late, and peak, each demanding a specific number of spirit stones for advancement. However, preparing as many spirit stones as possible is immensely beneficial for him. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanzhen settled into a meditative posture and consumed a spirit-gathering pill, hastily entering a state of cultivation. The image of the sea observation diagram was beginning to take on a faint semblance within his mind, and solidifying it entirely proved to be quite a challenge. Time passed swiftly, and after 6 months, Li Xuanzhen had refined all his pills, achieving a radius of 85 meters in his spiritual awareness. This level of strength was already quite formidable, and he felt satisfied, knowing that once his spiritual awareness reached a radius of 100 meters, he could break through to the Foundation establishment stage. During this half-year, he had consumed another 10,000 Lingyun eggs, acquiring an additional 18,000 spirit stones. Within the Zhao Kingdom, the price of Lingyun eggs was elevated, but upon exiting the Zhao Kingdom, the price reverted to its original rate. His spirit stones had accumulated to 75,000, which was a considerable sum, and he was now preparing for his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, since his spiritual awareness had not yet breached the 100-meter mark, he decided not to rush the breakthrough and instead wait until he reached the next market to purchase several spirit-gathering pills. Pills for cultivating spiritual awareness are inherently expensive, with spirit-gathering pills being among the pricier ones, costing 550 spirit stones each, making the purchase quite painful. Meanwhile, the 9 Nether Shadow, having been continuously infused with mana during this period, could now sustain 70% of his mana. In this fashion, the Shadow was akin to a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessing battle prowess comparable to his own. The Dakingshan market was yet another large marketplace, bustling with numerous high-level cultivators. The Linglong airship would undoubtedly take advantage of this opportunity. After disembarking, Li Xuanzhen began inquiring around and swiftly sold his Lingyun eggs. The Dakingshan market was expansive, and Li Xuanzhen managed to offload 10,000 Lingyun eggs, resulting in an additional 15,000 spirit stones in his possession, leaving him with only 20,000 Lingyun eggs remaining. Now, Li Xuanzhen held a staggering sum of 90,000 spirit stones, his heart racing with excitement. If he could convert all these spirit stones into spiritual liquid, his cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the Foundation establishment stage. Given that his spiritual awareness was nearing the 100-meter radius, breaking through would be a straightforward endeavor. After selling 10,000 Lingyun eggs, Li Xuanzhen entered the Tianbao Tower within the Dakingshan market. Tianbao Tower is a significant alchemy merchant guild, not only selling pills but also acquiring them, as well as spiritual herbs. Many large markets have branches of Tianbao Tower. "Shopkeeper, I require 10 spirit-gathering pills," Li Xuanzhen announced loudly upon entering the store. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's interest piqued, as spirit-gathering pills are excellent for cultivating spiritual awareness. Priced at 550 spirit stones each, 10 would amount to 5,500 spirit stones. The plump shopkeeper hurriedly approached him. "Esteemed guest, 10 spirit-gathering pills will cost 5,500 spirit stones. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Li Xuanzhen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, please expedite the transaction. Spirit stones are not a concern. The shopkeeper promptly produced 10 spirit-gathering pills, and the transaction was swiftly concluded. Originally possessing 70,000 spirit stones, he now found himself with only 65,000, causing him considerable distress. Returning to his cabin on the airship, Li Xuanzhen resumed his cultivation. As he continuously refined the spirit-gathering pills, his spiritual awareness grew even stronger. The Linglong airship continued its journey, and 6 months later, it arrived in the Beiyuan Kingdom. By the time they reached the Beiyuan Kingdom, Li Xuanzhen had sold all his Lingyun eggs, and his spirit stones had reached 95,000. At this moment, his spiritual awareness had broken through to a radius of 100 meters, comparable to that of the Foundation establishment stage. It was the perfect time for him to attempt the breakthrough. The Linglong airship docked at the center of Beiyuan Xiancheng, the largest celestial city in the Beiyuan Kingdom. Unmatched in its grandeur. As the airship settled, Xiaohu knocked at his door. Esteemed guest, we have arrived at Beiyuan Xiancheng. The Merchant Guild plans to stay here for half a year before returning to Linglong Xiancheng. How do you wish to proceed? Li Xuanzhen opened the door and smiled. This Beiyuan Xiancheng shall be my final destination. I am grateful for your companionship, but I must take my leave. With all the Lingyun eggs sold, Li Xuanzhen intended to find a secluded spot for closed-door cultivation, aiming to break through to the Foundation establishment stage before devising a plan to return to the Yunyang Kingdom. Just as he stepped out, he turned back and pressed 5 spirit stones into Xiaohu's hand. Might you know the specific timing of the Linglong airship's passage through the Wuz market in Yunyang Kingdom? I feel secure aboard the Linglong airship, so I plan to travel with it each time. Xiaohu chuckled. Esteemed guest, you have inquired with the right person. The Wuz fish in the Wuz market is exceptional. The Linglong Merchant Guild visits the Wuz market every 5 years, though it may not always be this particular airship. Li Xuanzhen nodded in satisfaction. Having reached the Beiyuan Kingdom in just over a year, he felt confident that returning to Yunyang Kingdom within 3 years would pose no difficulty, as he could easily board any Merchant Guild's airship. A glimmer of joy flickered in Li Xuanzhen's eyes as he nodded in appreciation. Thank you. Dear friend. In the future, every 5 years of accumulated Lingyun eggs would be his own, amounting to nearly 100,000 Lingyun eggs, coupled with the 30,000 or so Lingyun eggs from his family. The total would approach over 400,000. Li Xuanzhen couldn't help but gasp at the thought. This represented over 400,000 Lingyun eggs, potentially worth around 600,000 spirit stones. A terrifying prospect indeed. The Lingyun chickens were akin to a spirit stone mine, and he must ensure that no other forces discover this secret. With a heart brimming with excitement, a smile graced Li Xuanzhen's face as he stepped out of the airship and began to explore Beiyuan Xiancheng. The Beiyuan Kingdom, situated near the grasslands, boasted a plethora of resources from the plains, which broadened his horizons significantly. Li Xuanzhen had spent nearly a year in Lingyun Xiancheng with Li Yuanqing, and it was finally time to recruit disciples at Lingyun Mountain. Li Yuanqing's 5 spirit bones quickly attracted the attention of several Golden Core elders from Lingyun Mountain, as he was undoubtedly a prime candidate for entering the Golden Core stage. Ultimately, Li Yuanqing became the disciple of a peak Golden Core elder, who was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Should he succeed, Li Yuanqing would become a disciple of a nascent soul ancestor. Li Xuanzhen was quite satisfied with this outcome. After Li Yuanqing entered Lingyun Mountain, Li Xuanzhen gifted him 5,000 spirit stones, not because he was unwilling to give more, but out of concern that he might lose them. Although 5,000 spirit stones were not significant for the Li family, losing them to theft would be quite unfortunate. Once Li Yuanqing was taken away by the elder, Li Xuanzhen began to sell the Lingyun eggs he had brought with him. Now at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he felt confident traversing the outside world without fear. Before long, he entered the Zhao Kingdom. Li Xuanzhen transmitted a message to him, informing him of the high value of Lingyun eggs in the Zhao Kingdom. As such, he had refrained from selling nearly 200,000 Lingyun eggs he held, all in preparation for selling them in Zhao Kingdom. Simultaneously, he learned of a golden core auction taking place in the Beishan market of Zhao Kingdom, which filled him with excitement. Li Xintian possesses a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Even if he cannot procure the coveted Jiajindan, he is determined to seize it by any means necessary, for it is crucial to his potential breakthrough into the Jindan stage. With remarkable speed, he swiftly enters the Zhao Kingdom, selling resources at every market he encounters and purchasing low-priced goods without hesitation. Upon arriving at the Beishan market, he discovers that only half of the Lingyun eggs remained. By the time Li Xintian reaches the Beishan market, the auction has already commenced, and he has missed his chance. Regretfully, he acknowledges the missed opportunity. The allure of the Jiajindan remains irresistible, prompting him to inquire further. Eventually, he learns that the Jiajindan has fallen into the possession of a Peak Foundation establishment rogue cultivator, who has yet to leave the city. Li Xintian realizes that he still has a chance, albeit uncertain if any powerful forces are involved. Confident in his own strength, he believes that as long as those formidable powers remain uninvolved, he can undoubtedly secure the Jiajindan. Many share his sentiments. The temptation of the Jiajindan is far too great for those in the Foundation establishment stage, as such treasures are scarce even among large factions, let alone rogue cultivators. With a lifespan of 250 years for Foundation establishment and 500 for Jindan, the allure is simply overwhelming. Just as everyone prepares, the Beishan market is enveloped in a demonic formation. Li Xintian is taken aback by his misfortune. Just as he was ready to seize the Jiajindan, the demon cultivators strike. With the market shrouded in the demonic formation, the situation grows precarious. Though the Beishan market is a haven for rogue cultivators, it is overseen by the Peak Jindan cultivator, Beishan Taoist. At this moment, the Beishan Taoist is at a loss, not because he cannot break the formation, as it is merely a third-tier array, but because forcibly breaking it would deplete his internal mana significantly, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught of demon cultivators outside, with little hope of escape. Thus, he must seek a gentle method to dismantle the formation, and a second-tier array-breaking disc is the best option. However, finding a second-tier disc or a third-tier array master proves to be a daunting challenge. Consequently, the Beishan Taoist issues a decree. Anyone who can present a second-tier array-breaking disc shall be rewarded with a Jiajindan, and the rewards for third-tier array masters are even greater. It must be said that such high-level incentives pique Li Xuantian's interest. Should he attempt to seize the Jiajindan within the market, he risks being subdued by the Beishan Taoist. Yet if he presents the array-breaking disc, will the Taoist truly grant him the Jiajindan? Thus, Li Xintian finds himself in a state of hesitation. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and a smile graces his face. For the sake of the Jiajindan, I may have to pay a considerable price. I hope you do not disappoint me. As the situation in the Yunyang Kingdom grows increasingly tense, a breakthrough into the Jindan realm would ensure the safety of his family. As for other resources, he can find ways to procure them again later. Once he reaches the Jindan stage, acquiring resources will become significantly easier. That very night, Li Xintian arrives at the front of Beishan Tower and calls out loudly, I possess a second-tier array-breaking disc. May I inquire if the Jiajindan mentioned by the esteemed Beishan Taoist is genuine? Suddenly, an elder appears before Li Xintian, his face alight with surprise. Is what you say true, young friend? Li Xintian presents the array-breaking disc, giving it a gentle shake, and instantly, the array surrounding Beishan Tower crumbles. Chapter 28. The unfortunate Beishan Taoist. The Beishan Taoist's face brightens with joy as he pats his storage bag, producing a jade vial, ready to toss it to Li Xintian. Wait, esteemed elder, could you please open the vial, so that I may verify whether it indeed contains the Jiajindan I seek? As he speaks, he clutches a spiritual talisman tightly, prepared to channel his mana at a moment's notice. Anyone witnessing this would be astounded, for this is a minor teleportation talisman, capable of transporting him 100 miles away in an instant, though the destination is not fixed. This minor teleportation talisman was a hard-won treasure for Li Xintian, and he had been reluctant to use it, but for the sake of the Jiajindan, he decides it is worth the cost, as cultivation is paramount. The Beishan Taoist furrows his brow, swiftly replacing the jade vial. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance wafts into the AI art. Li Xuantian's expression darkens, yet he breathes a sigh of relief internally, grateful for his caution. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen into a trap. What do you mean? Esteemed elder? The Beishan Taoist chuckles. Oh, I merely picked the wrong vial. Li Xintian suddenly laughs. Are you not concerned that such actions might provoke a third-tier array master? The Beishan Taoist shakes his head. Those who need to come will come. After all, if this formation cannot be broken, they too will perish here. Li Xintian falls silent and states, Give me the Jiajindan, and I shall hand over the array-breaking disc to you. I believe you are quite confident in your own strength. I would not dare to withhold the array-breaking disc from you. The Beishan Taoist contemplates for a moment, his brow furrowed. That may be so. But you must swear an oath to ensure you will give me the array-breaking disc. Without hesitation, Li Xintian swears the oath. While the second-tier array-breaking disc is valuable, it pales in comparison to the Jiajindan. The Beishan Taoist tosses the jade vial to Li Xintian, who catches it deftly. He then throws the array-breaking disc towards the Beishan Taoist, simultaneously shattering the minor teleportation talisman in his hand. Just as the Beishan Taoist retrieves the array-breaking disc, he sees Li Xintian vanish before his eyes. He gazes at the empty spot where Li Xintian once stood. His expression darkens. Had he known the other possessed a minor teleportation talisman, he would have simply seized it outright, rather than negotiating for the array-breaking disc. The Beishan Taoist's only thought now is to escape, indifferent to the fates of others. Damn it. He curses inwardly, then adopts a friendly demeanor. Is there a third-tier array master present? I will offer 2 mid-grade magical treasures, one for offense and one for defense, to anyone who can break this formation. Umitba, esteemed benefactor, please do not deceive this humble monk. I carry the mark of Tianlai Temple. Should you dare to play tricks on me, you will face relentless pursuit from Tianlai Temple. The Beishan Taoist stands stupefied, unable to fathom that the third-tier array master he sought has turned out to be a monk from Tianlai Temple. Tianlai Temple is a prominent sect in the Zhao Kingdom, home to peak nascent soul cultivators. Should he betray this monk, his life in the Zhao Kingdom would be untenable. The Beishan Taoist can only smile wryly, realizing that his plan to profit without risk has failed. Master, here are 2 mid-grade magical treasures. In the realm of cultivation, magical treasures are classified into 4 tiers. Magical tools, spiritual tools, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. Magical tools correspond to the Qi refinement stage, spiritual tools to the foundation establishment stage, while magical treasures are associated with the Jindan and nascent soul stages. Spiritual treasures are rare, and even some old monsters in the transformation stage may not possess them. In addition, there are ancient treasures, which are equivalent to magical treasures and are remnants of ancient times, possessing immense power but limited functions, making them equally uncommon. Mid-grade magical treasures are already quite valuable for those in the Jindan stage, especially when one is both offensive and defensive, rendering them exceedingly precious. It is no wonder that the Jindan cultivators of Tianlai Temple cannot help but be tempted. The monk, upon receiving the magical treasures, states contentedly, "You have kept your word, esteemed benefactor. Now, may I have the array-breaking disc, as I require it to dismantle the formation." The Beishan Taoist hastily hands over the array-breaking disc he had just acquired. Watching the monk with eager anticipation, with a flourish of his hand, the monk sends a bead of Buddha light soaring towards a direction. Boom! The bead radiates with a holy glow, and upon contact, the demonic formation shatters instantaneously. Without hesitation, the monk dashes out of the formation like a streak of light, vanishing from sight with astonishing speed, leaving even the demon cultivators outside momentarily bewildered, let alone the Beishan Taoist. The formation is broken. Quickly, let us flee. Charge! The Beishan Taoist shouts, unwilling to be the first to expose himself. Those unable to contain their impatience rush out in a frenzy, heedless of their paths, as expected. The first cultivators to escape are swiftly slain by the demon cultivators waiting outside. Just as the Beishan Taoist prepares to make his escape amidst the chaos, the market is once again engulfed by the demonic formation. It turns out the monk had not truly broken the formation. He had merely suppressed it momentarily with Buddha light. Had the Beishan Taoist acted swiftly to escape, he might have had a chance. But instead, he had waited for others to pave the way while attempting to take advantage of the situation, resulting in his entrapment within the Beishan market once more. The remaining cultivators stare blankly at the demonic formation looming above, their faces etched with regret. The Beishan Taoist, too, spews blood in frustration, realizing he has lost both his resources and his dignity. Several dozen miles away from the market, the monk removes his false headpiece, allowing his hair to flow freely in the wind. He bears no resemblance to a monk, but instead appears as a shifty-eyed young man. Hee, 2 magical treasures and this second-tier array-breaking disc. What a bountiful harvest. Should I delve further into the Beishan Taoist's affairs? No. It feels wrong to take advantage of a single person. I should find another place. I recall there are other markets under siege by demon cultivators. With that, he dons a Taoist robe resembling that of a disciple from another sect in the Zhao kingdom, though upon closer inspection, it is not quite the same. Having completed these preparations, the shifty-eyed young man swiftly flies off in a given direction. Li Xintian experiences a moment of dizziness before finding himself in a pitch-black location. The minor teleportation talisman transports him randomly, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts. Infusing mana into his eyes, the surroundings illuminate, and Li Xuantian's spirits lift as he realizes he has stumbled upon a cultivation cave. He wonders what level of cultivator once inhabited this space. Observing the thick layer of dust, he deduces it has been long unoccupied. Perhaps there are treasures to be found. As he ventures deeper into the cave, he quickly discerns its layout. First, there is a cultivation chamber, which houses a spiritual spring, alongside a skeleton that appears to have lain there for quite some time. The aura emanating from the bones is not particularly potent, suggesting that it does not belong to a Jindan stage cultivator. Observing the storage pouch at the waist of the other party, he unhesitatingly removed it. Upon opening the pouch and glimpsing its contents, Li Xintian could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. Today was indeed fortunate, as he had encountered such an opportunity. Swiftly, he extracted a jade vial and cautiously opened it. Inside the vial were merely 3 drops of spirit liquid, yet these droplets bore an impressive name and possessed significant efficacy. The spirit liquid was known as Xinjin liquid, with the capability to facilitate the breakthrough to the golden core stage, albeit with a lower success rate than the traditional golden core elixir. Even if it was not as effective as the golden core elixir, it still enhanced the success rate of forming a core by 20%. This substance was exceedingly beneficial for Li Xintian, who possessed 5 spirit bones. With just 1 drop of Xinjin liquid, he could achieve core formation without needing the golden core elixir at all. Consequently, he could save the golden core elixirs for the Li family's heritage. Both the golden core elixir and the foundation establishment elixir were strategic resources, often not available for purchase even with spirit stones. If the Li family were to possess an additional golden core elixir, it would significantly increase the chances of having a family member achieve the golden core stage, far more advantageous than consuming it himself. Li Xintian dismissed the other items with little regard, casting a cursory glance before proceeding to other locations. The alchemy chamber, the scripture chamber, and the spirit insect chamber were all empty, except for a refining furnace located in the refining chamber. Upon seeing the furnace, Li Xintian initially believed it to be a magical or spiritual tool, but to his astonishment, he discovered it was a treasure, more accurately, an ancient artifact. Filled with immense delight, he stored the refining furnace and swiftly made his way outside. Not lingering in the cave any longer, as he had already acquired numerous valuable items, he felt satisfied. Upon exiting the cave, he was surprised to find that a formidable 3rd-tier formation guarded the entrance. One that permitted exit but forbade entry. It appeared that the owner of the cave had set up the formation for their own convenience, inadvertently benefiting Li Xintian. Once outside, he quickly oriented himself and flew towards the direction of the Chu kingdom. The spirit cloud egg had yet to be sold. Although the price in the Zhao kingdom was high, it was unsafe there. It would be better to sell it in the Chu kingdom while seeking a place to break through to the golden core stage. The breakthrough to the golden core stage often manifested in notable phenomena, and attempting to do so on Yunwu Island would attract the attention of other cultivators. Thus, renting a cave in the Chu kingdom for the breakthrough would allow him to achieve the golden core realm discreetly. After disembarking from his flying vessel, Li Xuanjin began to explore Beiyuan City, which was close to the grassland cultivation realm, offering many unfamiliar sights that broadened his horizons. As the largest marketplace in Beiyuan Kingdom, Beiyuan City naturally had rental options for cultivation caves. Wine houses were, of course, the best places to gather information, and Li Xuanjin quickly learned what he sought. However, before he could proceed, a piece of news reached his ears. Have you heard? The abode of the withering and flourishing Taoist has appeared. Oh? The withering and flourishing Taoist? Could it be the very same who cultivated the upper realm technique, the withering and flourishing art? Indeed, it is that Taoist. Who does not know of him? When the heavenly steel descended, many sought to comprehend its mysteries, yet how many succeeded in grasping its techniques? Precisely, the withering and flourishing Taoist was among the few. He later obtained further opportunities, achieving the transformation stage before ascending. Ah, the grandeur of the heavenly steel's descent was unparalleled, yet regrettably, we were not born in that era. That said, the withering and flourishing art is now widely circulated, though very few can truly cultivate it. Indeed, my cousin, believing he could defy fate, attempted to cultivate the withering and flourishing art, but ultimately withered away. Wait, my friend, do you possess a complete version of the withering and flourishing art? Who are you looking down upon? Among the 8 great families of Beiyuan Kingdom, who does not possess a complete version of the withering and flourishing art? Li Xuanjun secretly noted that the 8 great families of Beiyuan Kingdom held complete versions of the withering and flourishing art. He was aware that these families possessed Yuaning ancestors, and obtaining a complete version from them was virtually impossible. Li Xuanjun furrowed his brow. It seemed that acquiring the withering and flourishing art would not be an easy task. At that moment, he suddenly overheard the group speaking again. I beg your pardon. I did not realize you were a disciple of one of the 8 great families. My apologies, do not jest. How could I possibly belong to one of the 8 great families? I am merely from the Zhang family of Qinglu Mountain, fortunate enough to possess the complete version of the withering and flourishing art. The Zhang family of Qinglu Mountain? A foundation establishment family? Indeed. I did not expect you to possess such a status. It is an honor to be acquainted with you. Too kind, Li Xuanjun's eyes brightened. Since the Zhang family was merely a foundation establishment family, it would be considerably easier to attain the complete version of the withering and flourishing art. While the 8 great families were formidable and untouchable, the Zhang family of Qinglu Mountain was not as daunting, making it much more feasible to acquire the complete version. After the man had satisfied his hunger and departed the wine house, Li Xuanjun dropped a few spirit stones and hastily followed. Before making any movement, his shadow slipped ahead and directly attached itself to the man's shadow. The man was merely a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator, and Li Xuanjun stealthily followed him to his residence. Watching him enter his courtyard, Li Xuanjun hesitated for a moment, but chose not to reveal himself. Instead, he settled in a spot not far away, with the 2 courtyards separated by no more than 100 meters. As night fell, Li Xuanjun controlled his shadow and knocked on the man's door. The man immediately sprang up, his gaze directed towards the entrance. Who goes there? Li Xuanjun, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, manipulated his shadow to speak. How many spirit stones for the complete withering and flourishing art? The voice was notably hoarse and somewhat slurred. Yet the man comprehended the inquiry. Do you wish to obtain the withering and flourishing art? I wonder how many spirit stones you can offer. Li Xuanjun's shadow responded. How many spirit stones do you seek? The man pondered for a moment before stating, 20,000 spirit stones. After all, it is the complete withering and flourishing art. In truth, the man was aware that although the withering and flourishing art was powerful, no one could cultivate it, rendering it somewhat of a useless technique. The excess spirit stones could be exchanged for a boost in his cultivation, which was far more valuable. Moreover, the withering and flourishing art was not exclusive to his family. If one were to investigate thoroughly, they would discover that major trading houses across the Beiyuan Kingdom also had copies for sale at a modest price. My friend, I was merely jesting. In truth, every major trading house has the withering and flourishing art for sale. Due to its unfeasibility for cultivation, it is only priced at 10,000 spirit stones. For you, my friend, I shall offer it for 8,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Xuanjun remained silent for a moment before replying, very well, considering it is the complete withering and flourishing art. 8,000 spirit stones is not excessive. Do you have it on you now? The man hurriedly shook his head. Impossible. I do not cultivate it. I need to return home to transcribe it. How long will that take? My friend, it will not take long. My family is not far. Merely half a month will suffice. Very well, I shall return in half a month. With that, the shadow melded into the room, concealing itself in the shadows. Once the man realized there was no one outside, he chuckled. What a fool! The withering and flourishing art is as common as dirt in the major trading houses of Beiyuan Kingdom. It is hardly worth 8,000 spirit stones. I wonder where such a simpleton came from. However, he needed to return promptly to retrieve the withering and flourishing art. Otherwise, if that fellow were to purchase it from the trading house, it would be a significant loss. No, I must set off early tomorrow. Having said that, the man resumed his meditation on the bed. Within his own quarters, Li Xuanjun furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the major trading houses in Beiyuan Kingdom would all possess the withering and flourishing art, and that it would be so inexpensive, an unexpected boon. Tomorrow, I shall visit the major trading houses to see if they have it. If so, I shall buy it without hesitation. Li Xuanzhen forgot that he was in Beiyuan Kingdom, where the withering and flourishing Taoist had once been a formidable figure. Although he had since vanished, his cave had long been discovered, containing the complete withering and flourishing art. While it was said to be reserved for the fated, it had now become nearly ubiquitous, yet still lacked a worthy individual to cultivate it. Many self-proclaimed exceptional cultivators had withered away in their attempts, ultimately expiring from the depletion of their life force. The withering and flourishing art required a balance between withering and flourishing. Once these two forces reached equilibrium, they would merge to form withering-flourishing energy. Should one force become overly dominant, balance would be lost, leading to an untimely demise. Without understanding how it happened, Li Xuanzhen was audacious enough to cultivate the withering and flourishing art, and shockingly, he had succeeded, a feat few would believe if he were to share it. Before long, the shadow experienced further movement. The man abruptly leaped from his bed and quickly exited, with Li Xuanzhen's shadow trailing behind him. The man had relocated to a smaller courtyard, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. Someone seeks the withering and flourishing art. Could they have learned something? Although the complete versions of the withering and flourishing art in the major trading houses were indeed accessible, they lacked the crucial components necessary for breaking through to the transformation stage and ascending. My Zhang family's ancestor fortuitously obtained these two sections. Only after the withering and flourishing art became widespread did we purchase the versions from the major trading houses, ultimately completing the technique. How could he possibly know this? The withering and flourishing art available in the major trading houses could only be cultivated up to the Yuan Ying stage, and while there were many techniques pertaining to the transformation stage, they were missing the most critical elements, rendering breakthroughs impossible. Wait, it is common knowledge that the withering and flourishing art cannot be cultivated. Could it be that an outsider is unaware of this? Do they believe it to be some formidable technique? Forget it. I shall not dwell on it any longer. I will return to report to the family head. It is a pity that after the demise of our esteemed ancestor, the Zhang family has not possessed any golden elixirs. Otherwise, this would not have been so troublesome. With that, he reclined upon his bed and fell asleep. Upon hearing this news, Li Xuanzhen could not help but display a look of delight. The complete version of the withering and flourishing technique, and there is even a method for ascension. This must surely be the full edition. There is no need for haste. The current version of the withering and flourishing technique is sufficient for cultivation. I shall visit the trading house tomorrow to see if I can acquire a technique for reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. As for the complete version of the withering and flourishing technique, my brother, the family head, is on the verge of breaking through to the golden elixir stage. It should not be too much trouble to ask him for it then. The thought of waiting until I break through to the golden elixir stage to obtain the withering and flourishing technique did not even cross Li Xuanzhen's mind. After all, prolonged waiting often leads to unforeseen complications. Who knows what may transpire by that time? The family head is nearing his breakthrough to the golden elixir stage, and it cannot be long now. However, should I be the one to break through, it would not be a matter of merely a decade or two, even with the spirit transformation bowl in my possession. Since the family head is about to advance, using it should not pose a significant issue. The following morning, the man departed from the Beiyuan Fang market, and without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen followed closely behind. Maintaining a distance of 100 meters ensured he would not be detected. He trailed the man all the way to Qinglu Mountain, shadowing him into the Zhang family estate, but had to retreat once he reached 100 meters away. Li Xuanzhen cast a glance at the Zhang family in Qinglu Mountain before swiftly turning and disappearing from sight. The Beiyuan Trading House, the largest trading house in Beiyuan Nation, and one of the most formidable forces in Beiyuan Immortal City. Li Xuanzhen stepped into Beiyuan Celestial Pavilion. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? A servant promptly approached, showing no reluctance despite Li Xuanzhen's lower cultivation level. Li Xuanzhen smiled and said, I am in need of some cultivation resources. Might you have any foundation establishment pills or essence condensation liquids? The servant shook his head, replying, We do possess these two items, but they are not available for sale. They only appear occasionally during auction events. As you well know, resources of this caliber are not easily traded by any faction. Li Xuanzhen nodded in agreement. That is true. It is said that you possess the complete version of the withering and flourishing technique. Would you be so kind as to share its value? The servant was taken aback and then chuckled. Esteemed guest, the withering and flourishing technique cannot be cultivated. However, if you wish to purchase it, it is available for 5,000 spirit stones. After all, it is a complete method that can lead to the transformation stage. Li Xuanjin could not help but scoff. A complete method that leads to the transformation stage? How can you say such a thing? This technique is only of use to me. No one else can cultivate it, let alone reach the transformation stage. The servant replied cheerfully, the price for the withering and flourishing technique has always been this way. It is not just Bei Yuan Trading House. Other trading houses follow suit. If you find it too expensive, you may purchase it in parts. The prices for cultivation techniques are as follows: 50 spirit stones for qi refining, 300 for foundation establishment, 800 for golden elixir, 2,000 for nascent soul, and 5,000 for transformation. Li Xuanjin's eyes brightened, and he said with a smile, in that case, I shall purchase the portion that allows cultivation up to the nascent soul stage, as my budget is limited. The servant nodded. Please follow me. Li Xuanjin promptly followed, and soon the servant retrieved the portion of the withering and flourishing technique that could be cultivated up to the peak of the nascent soul stage from a counter. Esteemed guest, that will be 2,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjin nodded and produced the spirit stones. Thank you. After completing the transaction, Li Xuanjin inquired, might there be any fine spiritual instruments available here? The servant replied, esteemed guest, as you know, magical instruments are categorized by their grade, but spiritual instruments, serving as a transition between magical instruments and treasures, do not have grades. Hence, all the spiritual instruments here are quite commendable. Li Xuanjin understood this. Magical instruments are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Treasures follow the same classification, yet spiritual instruments are different. They possess a slight degree of spirituality, unlike treasures, thus making their quality difficult to define. However, it is unlikely that Bei Yuan Trading House would sell subpar items. With that thought, Li Xuanjin asked, do you have any bell-shaped spiritual instruments? Upon hearing this, the servant fetched 5 from a nearby spiritual instrument counter. Here are the bell-shaped spiritual instruments. Esteemed guest, please take a look. Li Xuanjin was quickly drawn to a bell-shaped spiritual instrument with an ancient design and asked, my friend, how much for this spiritual instrument? The servant smiled. Esteemed guest, you have a discerning eye. This spiritual instrument was crafted by Master Qiandu, originally intended to be a treasure, but alas, it failed in that regard and was ultimately fashioned into a spiritual instrument. Although it did not reach the treasure level, the materials used are exceptional, comprising 3 types of treasure-grade materials, granting it remarkable defensive capabilities. For you, it is priced at 5,800 spirit stones. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief. That is exorbitantly priced. The cost for supreme-grade magical instruments hovers around 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones, yet this mere spiritual instrument demands such a sum. Prices for magical instruments across the Eastern origin nations are fairly consistent. Low-grade magical instruments are under 100, mid-grade are 200 to 300, high-grade are 500 to 600, and supreme-grade are 1,000 to 2,000. It is shocking that a spiritual instrument would require 5,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjin felt a sting in his heart. My friend, could you possibly lower the price a bit? The servant shook his head. Esteemed guest, I cannot make such decisions. While this spiritual instrument may seem costly, it is worth every spirit stone, serving as a life-saving item. Let me share a secret. This spiritual instrument possesses formidable defense, making it extremely difficult for even talismans to breach its protection. Li Xuanjin was taken aback. If even talismans struggle to penetrate its defenses, then the strength of this spiritual instrument is indeed formidable. Do you happen to know the name of this little bell? The servant chuckled. How would I know the name of such a spiritual instrument? It is merely a spiritual tool, not worthy of a name. Only its owner has the right to name it. Li Xuanjin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall take it. With a pained expression, he produced 5,800 spirit stones to acquire the item. This left him with a mere 87,000 spirit stones, and he now prepared to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Having obtained what he needed, Li Xuanjin clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, my friend. I take my leave. At that moment, the servant suddenly interjected, wait, if you are in need of foundation establishment pills, You may consider attending the auction at Beiyuan Celestial Tower in 3 months. It will be quite grand, and there will be more than just Foundation establishment pills available. Li Xuanzhen nodded. He knew he could not attend the auction, as he would be entering seclusion for cultivation soon. Not to mention whether his remaining spirit stones would suffice for attending the auction, he doubted he would even make it in time. Upon exiting Beiyuan Celestial Tower, Li Xuanzhen shook his head and made his way toward the center of the Immortal City. Beiyuan Immortal City boasts cultivation caverns, especially those situated on third-tier spiritual veins, which are the safest places for him. He could have chosen any location to cultivate, but safety is paramount, particularly during a breakthrough. Thus, Li Xuanzhen opted for the rental caverns in Beiyuan Immortal City.in, the northern region of Beiyuan Immortal City. Where spiritual energy is most abundant, several caverns had been established. The caverns are categorized into 4 tiers, corresponding to the 4 tiers of spiritual veins, each level offering varying degrees of spiritual energy. Li Xuanzhen swiftly arrived at the cavern rental office, and as he stepped inside, a beautiful female cultivator approached him. "Greetings, esteemed friend. What type of cavern do you require?" Li Xuanzhen inquired. "Could you elaborate on the pricing for each cavern?" The female cultivator promptly responded. "In Beiyuan Immortal City, we have 5 tiers of caverns. The first tier cavern, located on the outskirts of the spiritual vein, costs 500 spirit stones annually. The second tier cavern, situated within the first tier, costs 1,200 spirit stones per year. The third tier cavern is located further inward and requires 2,500 spirit stones annually. While the fourth tier cavern costs 6,000 spirit stones per year, the fifth tier supreme cavern, located at the heart of the fourth tier spiritual vein, costs 15,000 spirit stones annually, featuring a fourth tier spiritual spring that greatly aids in breaking through realms." Li Xuanzhen nodded, astonished. He had not expected the caverns in Beiyuan Immortal City to be so exorbitant, truly unbelievable. Considering that these caverns are built upon fourth-tier spiritual veins, even the first-tier cavern surpasses the second-tier spiritual veins in quality. Li Xuanzhen no longer found them overly expensive. While he did not require a location with particularly dense spiritual energy for his breakthrough, as long as he had spiritual liquid, he could surpass the foundation establishment stage. The safety of a rented cavern is precisely what he sought. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuanzhen asked, "What is the spiritual energy like within the first-tier cavern?" The female cultivator smiled. "The first-tier cavern is suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. However, all the caverns in Beiyuan Immortal City are available for rent. As long as you have spirit stones, even the fifth-tier cavern can be rented." Li Xuanzhen nodded, realizing that his previous assumption was misguided. He had thought that the lowest tier of caverns would correspond to the spiritual energy concentration of the first-tier spiritual vein, but indeed, his perspective had been too narrow. Just as he was about to rent the first-tier cavern, the female cultivator suddenly mentioned, "The second-tier cavern has a spiritual spring, which contains a substantial amount of liquid spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation." Li Xuanzhen's eyes flickered. He had no shortage of the 1,200 spirit stones required, so he decided to rent the second-tier cavern. "Thank you for the suggestion. I will rent the second-tier cavern." Curious about the differences between the spiritual liquid in the spring and that produced by his spirit transformation bowl, Li Xuanzhen resolved to make this choice. The female cultivator's eyes brightened. She had initially thought Li Xuanzhen would only rent the first-tier cavern, but her casual remark had unexpectedly influenced his decision. "Esteemed friend, for how long do you wish to rent it?" Li Xuanzhen hesitated for a moment before replying, "Let us rent it for a year to start. If it proves insufficient, I shall extend the rental then." The female cultivator nodded and said, "Very well, the second level, numbers 6, 9, 13, and 56 are still available. I wonder which one you wish to rent." Li Xuanzhen smiled and replied, "In that case, let us take number 6. The female cultivator nodded, retrieving an identity jade tablet inscribed with the number 6, and stated, "Esteemed friend, the total is 1,200 spirit stones." Li Xuanzhen produced the spirit stones, took the jade tablet, and was then escorted by the female cultivator to the 6th cave dwelling on the second level. The cave was not particularly large, roughly around 100 square feet. As Li Xuanzhen gazed upon the spirit spring at its center, a smile flickered across his eyes. "Thank you, esteemed friend," he expressed gratefully. The female cultivator shook her head, saying, "This is merely my duty. Please focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave now." Li Xuanzhen nodded slightly, and once the other had departed, he sealed the cave's entrance. He made his way directly to the spirit spring center, observing the nearly half-filled spring. Without hesitation, he extracted a drop of spirit liquid. As he sensed the energy within the liquid, he ultimately discovered that its potency paled in comparison to that of the spirit liquid in his transformation bowl, and it fell significantly short. This realization elicited a bitter smile. He had initially believed he had found a substitute for the spirit liquid, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Even though this was a fourth-tier spirit vein, the spirit liquid emerging from the spring's periphery could not rival that produced by his transformation bowl. He couldn't help but shake his head, murmuring, "It appears I shall still need to rely on the transformation bowl." In truth, he had simplified his thoughts. If these spirit liquids could indeed compare to those produced by his transformation bowl, then there would be no need for foundational pills or condensation liquids to break through the foundational stage. One could simply seek out a high-grade spirit spring cave to cultivate. Resolutely, he retrieved the transformation bowl and instantly absorbed all the spirit liquid from the spring into it. Would the spirit liquid then transform into what he required? This thought stirred excitement within him. Not long after, the spirit liquid within the transformation bowl began to change, quickly dwindling to just 20 drops, leaving Li Xuanjun speechless. He had anticipated a far greater yield. Yet it now seemed hardly worth mentioning. It was no wonder this spirit spring cave was priced at merely 1,200 spirit stones per year. It held little value for others. However, with his transformation bowl, he would soon recoup his investment. Observing the 20 drops of spirit liquid, Li Xuanjun tossed in 60,000 spirit stones. Although the transformation bowl appeared small, it had no spatial limitations, making the investment trivial, and soon, it was entirely converted into spirit liquid. The emergence of 620 drops of spirit liquid brought a glimmer of joy to Li Xuanjun's face, though he remained uncertain if this liquid would assist him in breaking through his current realm. Sealing himself within, he resolved to expedite his breakthrough into the foundational stage and subsequently devise a means to obtain the complete version of the withering and flourishing technique, ensuring that this journey would not be in vain. Chapter 32. The Pill Enthusiast, Li Yuanyue in the state of Chu, at Yuma Market. Within a rented cave dwelling, Li Xuanjun sat cross-legged, holding a drop of mysterious golden liquid. I shall not waste the golden pill. I will reserve it for my second sister or third brother. Unfortunately, their cultivation time had been too short, and they had yet to break through to the foundational stage. Never mind, I must focus on my own breakthrough, he concluded. With that, the golden liquid entered his mouth, and he commenced his cultivation. The reason Li Xuanjun chose to cultivate here was due to the might of the state of Chu, which deterred surrounding nations from acting recklessly, especially the demonic cultivators, who dared not even enter Chu. The true strength of Chu did not reside in its sects or noble families, but rather in its royal lineage, which constituted the greatest power, suppressing the various sects and families within the nation, leaving other countries enviously awestruck. Yet, they could only envy, for their strength was insufficient, rendering them subject to oppression by the prominent sects and families. In the Eastern Origins cultivation realm, the strongest nation in the West was Qin, while Chu held the title for the South. In the East, Wu and Yu vied for dominance, and in the North, Beiyuan stood formidable. These nations were the sovereigns of the Eastern origin, yet the perpetual warfare between Wu and Yu, compounded by the need to fend off the overseas cultivation realm, had led to a gradual decline in their strength. Beiyuan was also exceedingly powerful, but they too had enemies, the Northern Grasslands cultivation realm, which perpetually sought to invade the Eastern origin but was consistently thwarted by Beiyuan. Apart from that, both Qin and Chu harbored adversaries. Yet compared to Beiyuan and the two Wu nations, they were far more dominant. For Li Xuanjun, the state of Chu was the ideal place for seclusion, as its royal family was formidable, ensuring relative safety. Yuma Market fell under the jurisdiction of the Chu royal family, and these cultivation caves were also their domain. Thus, cultivating within these caves would not invite disturbances, which constituted Li Xuanjun's true reason for choosing this location. Simultaneously, he had sold all his spirit cloud eggs, amassing nearly 200,000 spirit stones. Although acquiring a golden pill was no easy feat, purchasing foundational pills and condensation liquids was still feasible. As Li Xuanjun focused on breaking through, so too did Li Xuanjun, while Li Xinling on Namping Island was also striving to advance her cultivation. However, Li Xinling sought to break through not to the foundational stage, but to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer, She had spent her time after Li Xuanjin's departure collecting spirit cloud eggs and tending to the spirit cloud chickens. Now fully prepared to enter seclusion for her breakthrough. One of the most promising candidates for breaking through the foundational stage, Li Xinling had sufficient resources at her disposal, and her breakthrough proceeded smoothly. Moreover, before entering seclusion, she had enlisted the help of her kin to oversee Namping Island at this time. Apart from the secluding Li Xinling, there was also Li Yuanyue, a member of the Yuan generation. Just 30 years old, possessing 3 spirit bones, she had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Her cultivation speed could not compare to Li Xuanjin's, but it was still significantly stronger than that of others. Especially now that the Li family had abundant resources, her cultivation had become much easier, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer. Li Xinling had invited her over to ensure she could cultivate without distractions. Li Yuanyue was a capable alchemist, as her meticulous nature had allowed her to excel in alchemical techniques. Presently, she could refine mid-tier first-grade pills, making substantial contributions to the Li family's spirit stone reserves. Before raising the spirit cloud chickens, apart from Li Xuanjin with his transformation bowl, no one could compare to Li Yuanyue in terms of spirit stones. Li Xuanjin found this quite exasperating, as he lacked considerable talent for alchemy. At that moment, Li Yuanyue was lost in thought while gazing at the spirit cloud eggs. If I could refine the spirit cloud eggs into pills, would they sell for a higher price? The spirit cloud egg was a mid-tier first-grade resource, and she happened to be a mid-tier first-grade alchemist. It shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Why not give it a try? If it doesn't succeed, I can always compensate my third uncle with spirit stones. With this thought in mind, she swiftly retrieved a spirit cloud egg and began diligently reviewing her notes on alchemy. Having never seen the refinement of spirit cloud eggs before, she was eager to experiment. With Li Xinling in seclusion, her own breakthrough would have to wait until Li Xinling emerged. This period was perfect for her experiments. However, lacking the formula for refining pills from spirit cloud eggs made the process challenging, leading to frequent failures. Yet, Li Yuanyue refused to give up. She would attempt the refinement again after each failure. By the time Li Xinling emerged from her seclusion, over 1,000 spirit cloud eggs had been wasted. Despite having not succeeded in her research after exhausting over 1,000 spirit cloud eggs, Li Yuanyue was undeterred, continuing her attempts. Upon exiting her seclusion, Li Xinling quickly discovered Li Yuanyue's alchemical endeavors but did not intervene. If she could truly refine the spirit cloud pill, it would be of even greater value. However, Li Yuanyue's resource consumption was staggering, leaving Li Xinling at a loss for words. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her lip, Li Xinling said, "Yuanyue, continue your refinement. When Xuanjin returns, I will discuss this with him." The alchemical process was ongoing, and Li Yuanyue eagerly responded, "Yes, thank you." At this moment, she felt a surge of joy. Knowing that someone supported her research into the pill formula was a tremendous encouragement. Thus, Li Yuanyue resumed her attempts. In truth, the Li family's resources had increased significantly. Otherwise, such waste would not have been feasible. As time passed gradually, Li Yuanyue finally succeeded in refining the spirit cloud pill. The initial batches were not particularly effective but still acceptable. Overwhelmed with delight, she gazed at the pill she had crafted, her heart brimming with joy. Next came the testing phase. Whether the pills were safe for consumption remained uncertain. Testing required the use of demon beasts to ascertain if the pills were toxic. Otherwise, consuming a poisonous pill would be tantamount to self-destruction. Li Xinling acted without hesitation, directly capturing several demon beasts from the 5-color lake. Li Yuanyue commenced her testing journey, and as expected, the pills she had concocted were indeed toxic. Although the toxicity was minimal, excessive consumption could prove fatal. Consequently, Li Yuanyue began tirelessly refining her pill formula. Still utilizing the spirit cloud egg as the primary ingredient while gradually analyzing its composition. This process led to an even greater depletion of spirit cloud eggs. Li Xinling, witnessing the situation, felt helpless. Success was just within reach, and there was no way to halt the progress now in such a predicament. The only option was to continue consuming spirit cloud eggs. It had been nearly 2 years since Li Xuanjin left Namping Island, and there were still plenty of spirit cloud eggs available, more than enough for Li Yuanyue's research. Suddenly, Li Xinling inquired, "Yuanyue, why don't you enter seclusion for a while? Once you break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, your magical power will deepen, and perhaps you can enhance your alchemical speed." Liuanua's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously, glancing at the over 3,000 spirit cloud eggs she had exhausted, unable to suppress a rueful smile. Second aunt, do you think third uncle will scold me when he returns? She feared not the compensation for the 3,000 spirit cloud eggs, but rather the lecture from her third uncle. After all, she understood that while Li Xuanjun would not hold her accountable for the eggs, his admonishments were what she dreaded. Li Shilling chuckled. What? Now you're afraid. What were you doing so early? Chapter 33. Breaking through the foundation building, Li Yuanyue could only manage a wry smile. She simply could not resist the temptation of so many spirit cloud eggs, her thoughts consumed by the possibility of refining them into elixirs. Second aunt, third uncle has returned. You must plead my case. Li Shilling affectionately patted her head and replied with a smile, rest assured, he will undoubtedly support you. Selling elixirs is far more convenient than selling spirit cloud eggs, if you succeed in your research. Your third uncle will be exceedingly pleased. She understood Li Xuanjun's nature quite well. He would not be angered over such trivial matters. Perhaps he would have expressed more discontent when they lacked spirit stones. But now, with an ample supply of both spirit stones and cultivation resources, a few spirit cloud eggs could be wasted without consequence. Li Yuanyue, astonished, inquired, second aunt, really? He won't be angry? Li Xinling chuckled. Just how afraid are you of your third uncle? Truly, there is nothing to worry about, relax. Nodding, Li Yuanyue proceeded to cultivate, preparing to refine elixirs after her training on Cloud Mist Island. Li Yuanlong and the others each experienced breakthroughs, with Li Yuanlong boasting the highest cultivation level. Although he had missed the opportunity to establish a foundation, he had not ceased his cultivation and had finally advanced to the 8th level of Qi training. Following him were his brothers, Li Yuanhua and Li Yuanfei, who also found themselves without the chance to establish a foundation, yet they persevered in their training, now reaching the 7th level of Qi training. Their breakthrough significantly elevated the average cultivation level of the Li family, adding 2 Qi training 7th level cultivators to bolster the family's strength. Li Yuanqing, Li Yuanbao, and Li Yuanyue all ascended to above the 4th level of Qi training, while the others remained below the 3rd level. Lastly, among the Qing generation, the eldest, Li Qingyue, barely reached the 3rd level, with the remaining youngsters at the 1st and 2nd levels. This represented the entirety of the Li family's cultivation levels, which, given their small number of members, was quite impressive. After all, despite years of development, they still numbered fewer than 20, rendering impatience futile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Li Xuanjun had not anticipated that refining these spirit liquids would consume such an extensive period. Halfway through his training, he found himself compelled to extend his rental of the cave abode for another year. However, as he was refining spirit liquids rather than foundation establishment pills, halting his progress would not compromise the outcome. Moreover, at that time, he had yet to make a formal breakthrough and was still adjusting his state. It was not until the latter half of the 2nd year that Li Xuanjun finally reached his peak condition, compressing the magical power within his dantian into a liquid state. Additionally, as the liquid magical power formed within him, his divine consciousness continuously improved, swiftly extending beyond a 100-meter radius to 200 meters. And there was more to come. As his internal magical power underwent constant transformation, his spiritual essence also grew stronger. Ultimately, the liquid magical power within his dantian reached 40 drops, and his divine consciousness radius expanded to 400 meters. Just 100 meters shy of reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, his divine consciousness was on the verge of a breakthrough. Foundation establishment is not merely a process of cultivating the spirit. It is equally a process of continuously recording magical power. Each individual's dantian varies in size, thus the capacity for storing magical power differs, leading to various classifications of early, mid, late, and peak stages. Li Xuanjun's liquid magical power occupied about 30% of his dantian. To fill the dantian with liquid magical power and achieve a divine consciousness radius of 500 meters signifies the mid-foundation establishment stage. To fill the dantian, compress it twice, and reach a divine consciousness radius of 1,500 meters signifies the late foundation establishment stage. To fill the dantian, compress it 5 times, and reach a divine consciousness radius of 3,000 meters signifies the peak of foundation establishment. Should one fill the dantian with liquid magical power, compress it 9 times, and achieve a divine consciousness radius of 5,000 meters without breaking through to the golden core stage, they would be considered at the false core stage. This outlines the classifications of the foundation establishment stage. Li Xuanjin had already broken through to the initial stage, his divine consciousness formidable, nearing the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet his magical power had not filled his dantian. The 5,000 spirit stones converted into spirit liquids had only yielded 40 drops of liquid magical power, indicating that his subsequent magical power cultivation would necessitate even more spirit liquids. Fortunately, Li Xuanjin had finally achieved the foundation establishment stage. After 2 years of seclusion, he had successfully broken through. Following his breakthrough, he began refining a small spirit artifact bell, and once completed, he made his way outside, having not concealed his newfound power, opting instead for a confident departure. Upon reaching the rental office, he presented the jade token for the cave abode. My rental period has ended. Here is the jade token. The female cultivator stared wide-eyed at Li Xuanjin, astonished by his unexpected breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, she quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior, on your breakthrough." Li Xuanjin waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for congratulations. I owe much to the cave abode in Beiyuan Xiancheng. Without it, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xuanjin took his leave. Yet, before he could reach the door, the female cultivator suddenly called out, "Senior, please wait." Li Xuanjin halted, turning in confusion to face her. "Is there something else, fellow cultivator?" With a bright smile, she inquired, "Have you heard of the cave of the withered and flourishing Taoist?" Li Xuanjin replied with a grin, "I am aware of the withered and flourishing Taoist, but I have yet to hear of this cave." Though he had heard snippets from others, he knew little more than that. Preferring to admit his ignorance, the female cultivator's eyes sparkled as she continued, "The cave of the withered and flourishing Taoist is about to emerge. With your strength, you could certainly seek out opportunities there. If you were to obtain the treasures left behind by the withered and flourishing Taoist, your cultivation would undoubtedly soar." Li Xuanjin squinted slightly, nodding as he mused, "Is that so? I do harbor such thoughts. But do you happen to know the location of this cave?" The female cultivator quickly responded, "Of course. It took me great effort to acquire this information." Li Xuanjin smiled and asked, "How many spirit stones do you require?" Seeing Li Xuanjin's eagerness, she replied with a smile, "Only 50 spirit stones will suffice." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xuanjin concluded that 50 spirit stones were a trivial amount. He merely wished to discern any ulterior motives. "Very well, fellow cultivator. I would like the cave's location." With that, he retrieved 50 spirit stones from his storage bag. The female cultivator promptly produced a map and handed it to Li Xuanjin. He nodded slightly, examined the map, and exchanged it for the spirit stones before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to the female cultivator, as Li Xuanjin departed, a shadow melded into her own, with a divine consciousness radius of 400 meters. He had been well aware of his surroundings. After his departure, the female cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of indifference. Yet another foolhardy soul. The cave of the withered and flourishing Taoist is not so easily accessed. Off you go, off you go. Only blood sacrifices can unlock the cave of the ghostly old demon. The more sacrifices, the greater my gain. Chapter 34. Seeking the dragon market. A smile graced Li Xuanjin's face as he realized that the cave of the withered and flourishing Taoist was not genuine, but rather the lair of the ghostly old demon. He had heard of the withered and flourishing Taoist, yet the ghostly old demon was unfamiliar to him. After Li Xuanjin's departure, the female cultivator revealed her true nature. Yet he had no intention of intervening. That moment, his thoughts turned to the Qinglu Zhang family, pondering whether his divine consciousness radius would allow him to infiltrate their library. However, he had not strayed too far. As the female cultivator had taken his 50 spirit stones and sought his life that as for the ghostly old demon's cave, he could afford to disregard it. He had no interest in how many cultivators were sacrificed. But those spirit stones were his, and he intended to reclaim them. Li Xuanjin waited patiently until nightfall, when someone arrived to replace the female cultivator at the cave rental office. The female cultivator exited, her storage bag filled with the spirit stones she had earned that day. Ready to report back, Li Xuanjin remained still, only shifting his focus once she had left the rental office. Soon, she ventured into a more secluded area. The cave rentals in Baiyuan Xianqing were all owned by the city lord's estate, and the rental office was some distance away from the estate. Once she reached the secluded spot, the shadow suddenly struck. Immobilizing her in place, a fireball spell materialized, and in the midst of her terror, it struck her directly. The female cultivator had no means of resistance. She did not even have the chance to scream before the fireball obliterated her. Leaving nothing but ashes, Li Xuanjun commanded the shadow to swiftly snatch the storage bag from her. Returning to his side, he quickly extracted the spirit stones and elixirs from both bags, casting aside the remaining resources without a glance. Having completed his task, Li Xuanjun made his way toward the outskirts of Baiyuan Xianqing. He did not hasten his pace intentionally, as that might attract attention. Instead, he walked openly toward the exit. After all, he had conducted all his actions with utmost secrecy, especially regarding the other resources in the storage bag, which could easily be exchanged for over 1,000 spirit stones. He had no qualms about letting them go. Half an hour later, chaos erupted in Baiyuan Xianqing. The female cultivator at the rental office had been killed, and the spirit stones she had earned that day had been stolen, inciting the ire of several major factions within the city. Baiyuan Xianqing was their shared territory, particularly the rental office, which yielded substantial daily profits in spirit stones. The audacity of the theft caught them completely off guard. In no time, Baiyuan Xianqing was sealed off, with all entry and exit forbidden, and everyone was subjected to investigation. The blockade they imposed came too late. At this moment, Li Xuanjun had already departed from the North Yuan Immortal City, making his way directly towards the Qinglu Zhang family. He soared through the skies on his sword, and at this juncture, Li Xuanjun was at the Foundation establishment stage. Thus his speed of flight was quite remarkable. However, he was not actually flying on a sword, but rather utilizing a bell. The spiritual artifact, a small bell, had been refined by him, allowing its use for flight, marking this as his inaugural experience of flying with the bell. The speed of the bell's flight was swift, and in just a few hours, he arrived at his destination. One accompanied him on this journey, yet his shadow could bypass formations effortlessly. Moreover, the Zhang family had not activated any formations at this time. The Qinglu Zhang family was constructed adjacent to the Fang City and around the North Yuan Immortal City. Such families were numerous, with some even belonging to the Golden Core or Nascent Soul lineages. The Qinglu Zhang family was merely an inconspicuous minor clan, yet their possession of the complete version of the Withering and Flourishing technique made them noteworthy. Li Xuanjun practiced the Withering and Flourishing technique, which was a cultivation method that could not be paused once commenced. Given that the complete version resided within this family, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Finding a concealed spot, Li Xuanjun seated himself and directed his shadow to move swiftly. The shadow infiltrated the Zhang family and began to search for the location of the scripture repository. The Zhang family was merely a foundation establishment clan, and the spiritual vein of Qinglu Mountain was not extensive, so the shadow quickly located it. However, to Li Xuanjun's astonishment, even with his ability to disregard formations, he could not enter the scripture repository. A powerful presence resided within. Upon approaching, he detected a formidable consciousness that undoubtedly surpassed that of the clan head. Either a fake Dan stage or a Golden Core stage practitioner, Li Xuanjun could not help but furrow his brow. A thought surfacing in his mind. This Zhang family is far from simple. Although he was uncertain of the Zhang family's powerful individuals, the guardian of the scripture repository was certainly formidable enough to deter him from entering. Should he force his way in and extract the techniques within, it was likely he would not escape far before being pursued. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanjun ultimately chose to withdraw. His current cultivation method was sufficient for the time being, allowing him to advance to the peak of the nascent soul stage. As long as the techniques remained in the Zhang family, he would find a way to acquire them. Presently, at the foundation establishment stage, if he could not obtain the techniques, he would wait until he reached the Golden Core stage. If that did not suffice, he would then strive to reach the nascent soul stage. He would surely obtain the techniques eventually. After all, the Withering and Flourishing technique held no value for others, and he had no fear of it being snatched away. Li Xuanjun retreated, deciding that since he could not acquire the techniques, it would be wiser to return sooner rather than later. With the North Yuan Immortal City off limits, he resolved to head to the nearest Fang City. The largest Fang City closest to North Yuan was the Xuanlong Fang City, which was said to be adjacent to a mountain range housing a true dragon. Many powerful individuals flocked to this location in search of the dragon, yet none had yielded any results. Eventually, a Fang city was established here, named Xuanlong Fang City. Initially, Xuanlong Fang City was quite small, but due to the abundant resources in the surrounding mountain range, numerous cultivators reaped substantial benefits. Gradually, the number of cultivators increased, and the city evolved into a large-scale Xuanlong Fang City. Li Xuanzhen's purpose for visiting Xuanlong Fang City was to find a way back to the Yunyang Kingdom. Although Xuanlong Fang City was a large-scale market, it could not compare to an immortal city, yet many merchant associations frequented this place due to its rich resources. 2 months later, Li Xuanzhen finally arrived at Xuanlong Fang City. As for the North Yuan Immortal City, Li Xuanzhen had ceased to concern himself with it, for the matters that needed resolution had been addressed. Only the Qinglu Zhang family remained a problem he could not tackle for the time being. Upon entering Xuanlong Fang City, Li Xuanzhen surveyed the bustling market, a smile gracing his face. Without pausing for a moment, he headed straight for the center of the market, where the vessels of various merchant associations docked. This was his target destination. Upon arrival, Li Xuanzhen began to inquire about the area. While there were no vessels directly heading to the Yunyang Kingdom, there were ships bound for the Zhao Kingdom. Due to the ongoing turmoil in the Zhao Kingdom, many merchant associations favored such locations, as resources were scarce and prices soared. Consequently, they brought substantial supplies to profit from the high demand there, or to purchase local specialties at lower prices. Thus, these merchant associations undoubtedly reaped considerable profits. However, not every merchant association possessed the qualifications to undertake such ventures. Only large associations, typically with several powerful individuals at the nascent soul stage, could ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if they amassed great profits, they would not be able to return safely. Before long, Li Xuanzhen learned that a merchant association would be heading to the Zhao Kingdom in 3 months, with a passenger vessel available at that time. Given that 3 months remained, Li Xuanzhen decided to stay in Xuanlong Fang City. He did not rent a cave dwelling. Instead, he found an inn to lodge in, as he still possessed a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Originally, he had over 30,000 spiritual stones, and after acquiring several thousand more from a female cultivator, he now had nearly 40,000 spiritual stones. This sum was quite substantial for Li Xuanzhen, and he was uncertain how many spiritual liquids could be refined from a single drop of liquid mana, which would accelerate his cultivation. In the inn, Li Xuanzhen took out 1,000 spiritual stones, tossing them into a bowl without hesitation to begin their conversion into spiritual liquid. 10 drops of spiritual liquid materialized, and without delay, he consumed them. Watching as the liquid rapidly transformed into mana, yet disappointingly, not a single drop of liquid mana coalesced. Li Xuanzhen's heart sank. Evidently, 1,000 spiritual stones were insufficient. After a moment's deliberation, he ingested 5 drops of spiritual liquid, and upon refining them, a single drop of liquid mana finally manifested within him. Consequently, Li Xuanzhen's mana count reached 41 drops. This time, he took out 14 more spiritual stones, again converting them into spiritual liquid. And after consuming them, the energy swiftly transformed into mana, yet regrettably, no liquid mana coalesced once more. Thus, Li Xuanzhen came to understand that it required 15 drops of spiritual liquid to cultivate a single drop of liquid mana, thereby increasing the necessity for spiritual stones. To completely fill his dantian with mana, he would need over 100,000 spiritual stones. Even with the support of the Lingyun chick, he found himself troubled by the demand for spiritual stones. Li Xuanzhen was also aware that not everyone required such an extensive amount of spiritual stones to break through. Each individual's dantian varied in size. Some could hold nearly 200 drops of liquid mana, while others only needed a few dozen to fill their dantian. However, the size of the dantian was related to combat power, as the more robust an individual's mana, the greater their combat prowess. Suddenly, Li Xuanzhen chuckled. In comparison to others, he was indeed fortunate, was he not? Knowing precisely how many spiritual stones were required to reach the next realm allowed him to strive more effectively towards this goal. After gathering the remaining 37,000 spiritual stones, Li Xuanzhen, feeling somewhat bored, exited the inn. Shortly thereafter, he found a tavern to sit down in, casually ordering a few types of spiritual wine and dishes, savoring the meal at a leisurely pace. The most reliable information could be gleaned within the market, as he sought to acquire resources to sell in the Zhao Kingdom, pondering which resources would be most beneficial. After all, 30,000 spiritual stones was not an excessive amount. If he could procure resources to profit from in the Zhao Kingdom, it would be quite advantageous. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak. Otherwise, he might have considered establishing a merchant association to capitalize on the war profits in the Zhao Kingdom at this moment. As long as he could procure resources needed by the Zhao Kingdom, he could reap tremendous rewards. Similarly, unique resources from the Zhao Kingdom could be acquired at low prices and sold elsewhere, representing the true path of a merchant. Li Xuanzhen's consciousness spread out, and he soon overheard discussions. Have you heard? The Feiyun Merchant Association has acquired a substantial number of magical artifacts and spiritual instruments. These items are in high demand in the Zhao Kingdom. Not only that, but the Zhao Kingdom is also in short supply of various spiritual talismans and healing elixirs. You wouldn't believe it. Merchant associations are currently scouring for these items, and prices for talismans, magical artifacts, and elixirs have surged in many markets. However, the prices of elixirs that enhance cultivation have actually decreased, supposedly because they were procured from the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom is so perilous. Those who could escape have largely fled, while those who could not are embroiled in a fierce struggle against demonic cultivators. Where would they find the time to cultivate? Indeed, it's a pity that we lack strength and spiritual stones. Otherwise, we could make a fortune in the Zhao Kingdom, huh? You're thinking too simplistically. Even if you had spiritual stones, without strength, going to the Zhao Kingdom would only lead to certain death. It's truly a shame about the nearly tripled resource prices. If any of us had a foundation establishment expert among us, we would surely take the plunge. Let us not dwell on that. Do you all remember the blood of the flood dragon? Are you referring to the blood of the flood dragons found within the Xuanlong mountain range? But those creatures are so powerful. How could anyone extract their blood? Why not? The Azure Dragon Sword Immortal made a move, and it's said that with a single sword strike, he vanquished one flood dragon, obtaining its flood dragon pearl and blood. Even the corpse was seized by the North Yuan Merchant Association. Hiss, that's a fourth-tier flood dragon. The blood is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for demon beasts possessing the flood dragon bloodline. Who could possibly have it now? You wouldn't believe it. During the auction held a fortnight ago, 9 drops of flood dragon blood fetched sky-high prices. Do you know who acquired them? No idea. Such secrets are beyond our knowledge, I'll tell you. 7 drops of flood dragon blood fell into the hands of several major merchant associations, while 2 drops were claimed by 2 rogue cultivators. Oh. Those 2 rogue cultivators must possess significant strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to seize the flood dragon blood. No, quite the opposite. Their strength is merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet for some reason, no one dared to rob them. I happen to know a bit of insider information. They are members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but their status is relatively lowed. As for where they obtained such a wealth of spiritual stones, no one knows. Under the intricate constraints of several major business associations, no one dared to take action against him. However, others had long since set their sights on them. The purchase of the blood essence of the flood dragon could either be for nurturing fierce beasts of the flood dragon lineage or for concocting the ascending dragon pill. Regardless of the purpose, it posed a significant temptation for any cultivator. The 2 individuals dared not leave the dragon-seeking market at all. Indeed, they had already been noted by various factions. How could they possibly venture forth? Well, what we ought not to know is irrelevant. Let me share some good news with you. It is said that the abode of the withered and flourishing master has appeared. What? The abode of the withered and flourishing master? When did that happen? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile. Although he had already formulated his own plans, as for resources, they must be procured. He would purchase talismans with all 30,000 spirit stones, acquiring as many as possible. After all, these talismans could not only be sold for a handsome profit, but could also safeguard his life in times of peril. Furthermore, he must secure the flood dragon's blood essence. Though he did not dwell on the ascending dragon pill, he did possess a flood serpent at home. Should he consume the flood dragon's blood essence, it could potentially evolve into a flood dragon. Even if it could not transform, his cultivation could still advance. The flood serpent was already a 2nd-tier exceptional demon beast, merely a step away from breaking through to the 3rd-tier inferior rank. At that point, the Li family would gain another formidable presence on par with the Golden Core stage. Thus, he must obtain 1 drop of the flood dragon's blood essence. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanjun tossed aside a few spirit stones and exited the tavern. The supply of talismans in the dragon-seeking market should be dwindling. It would be prudent to explore the surrounding markets. As for the two Foundation establishment loose cultivators, he would not overthink the matter for now, as it was unlikely they would leave the dragon-seeking market in the short term. Their purchase of Flood Dragon's blood essence indicated that they had backing, and their reinforcements would soon arrive. He could afford to wait. Chapter 36. The shadows of the 9 netherworlds annihilate the enemy. Having made his decision, Li Xuanjun swiftly inquired about the news of the surrounding markets. There were several markets around the dragon-seeking mountain range. While the dragon-seeking market was the largest, the others were not insignificant. 6 major markets encircled the dragon-seeking mountain range, along with several smaller markets, all of which contained items Li Xuanjun required. The dragon hunting market, being closer to the dragon-seeking mountain range, unfortunately boasted lesser quality spirit veins and could not compete with the other markets. However, when it came to resources from the dragon-seeking mountain range, this market was indeed the most abundant, as most adventurers entering the dragon-seeking mountain range would choose to do so from here. And the same applied upon their exit. Upon entering the spirit talisman market, Li Xuanjun emerged shortly thereafter, having acquired numerous talismans at the cost of 5,000 spirit stones. He had not anticipated procuring such a substantial quantity of talismans so swiftly, and at a price slightly lower than that in Yunyang country. Even if he brought these talismans to Yunyang country, he could still make a tidy profit, not to mention in the war-torn Zhao country. Li Xuanjun refrained from making excessive purchases in the dragon hunting market, as being overly generous could easily attract unnecessary trouble. Just as he was about to leave the market, he overheard someone mention the whereabouts of a century-old blood spirit grass. The blood spirit grass was a divine remedy for healing. Whether consumed raw or refined into blood spirit pills, it had immense benefits. A century-old blood spirit grass could even revive the dead, making it invaluable to powerful cultivators like them. However, it was fiercely guarded by formidable demon beasts, far beyond his consideration. Nevertheless, it was worth investigating. Perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos. With this thought, Li Xuanjun exited the market and flew towards the direction of the blood spirit grass. His speed was remarkable, and soon he vanished from sight. Just as he disappeared, the two individuals discussing the blood spirit grass exchanged glances of excitement and resolutely followed suit. Upon receiving news of the blood spirit grass, Li Xuanjun hastened his journey, only to soon sense something amiss. An idea struck him, and his shadow clone detached itself from his body, trailing behind him. Not long after, he noticed two individuals pursuing him at a speed characteristic of Foundation establishment cultivators. Li Xuanjun's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to accelerate. Meanwhile, his shadow remained concealed among their shadows, undetected. The 9 netherworld shadows, if not particularly focused upon, were virtually imperceptible. Once his 9 netherworld shadow latched onto the shadow of the pursuers, a smile crept upon Li Xuanjun's lips. This was fortuitous. He could enjoy the ensuing play. At this juncture, Li Xuanjun slowed his pace, awaiting the arrival of the two. Shortly thereafter, he spotted the two following behind him, furrowing his brow. "Why are you two fellow cultivators following me?" the pair chuckled. Replying, "Are you in search of the blood spirit grass? Shall we accompany you?" Li Xuanjun shook his head, stating, "I am not seeking the blood spirit grass. I am in pursuit of the flood dragon's blood." Upon hearing this, the two burst into hearty laughter. "You are indeed the right person to seek the flood dragon's blood. While we do not possess the blood essence of the flood dragon, we do have the blood of the flood dragon. By the way, we also have century-old transformation grass. What do you say? Interested?" Li Xuanjun's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired, "Do you truly have it? How many spirit stones do you require?" The two exchanged glances, and the mid-foundation establishment cultivator said, "We have it, but unfortunately, we cannot offer it to you. We desire all the resources you possess." Kill with that, he wasted no time in attacking, charging directly at Li Xuanjun. You, how is this possible?" In an instant, an ice arrow pierced through his neck, a second-tier superior spirit talisman ice arrow. Although his 9 netherworld shadow could not wield artifacts, it could carry a few talismans. The moment the shadow struck, it concealed itself, remaining undetected. Thud. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched on his face as he gradually lost consciousness. Li Xuanjun sighed. "What is there to be dissatisfied with? You came to kill me. Is it not normal for you to be killed in return? Having said this, his gaze shifted to the other cautiously guarding Foundation establishment cultivator. Now, tell me, why did you attempt to rob me? The cultivator hastily replied, because you purchased 5,000 spirit stones worth of talismans from the spirit talisman market. We thought to ambush you and gather enough for 30,000 spirit stones and talismans to seek fortune in Zhao country. Yet, we never anticipated your strength would be so formidable. It is truly unfortunate. As he spoke, several talismans materialized in his hands, warily aimed at Li Xuanjun. Noting the talismans in the other's grasp, a hint of seriousness flickered in Li Xuanjun's eyes. However, internally, he was elated. Gathering 30,000 spirit stones worth of talismans meant that these two possessed over 20,000 spirit stones, a significant windfall for him. Seeing Li Xuanjun's wary expression, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to say something, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. When he looked up at Li Xuanjun, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to find an ice spear embedded in his throat. The aura of death closing in you. How did you manage this? He gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Just as he attempted to channel his mana into the talisman in his hand, he felt a sharp pain. His hand had been severed. Do not waste your efforts. Resign yourself to death. As for selling the talismans in Zhao country, I will handle that for you. With a begrudging expression, the man fell to the ground. Lifeless, Li Xuanjun waved his hand, summoning two fireballs that engulfed the bodies of the two men, swiftly reducing them to ashes. Alas, it was unfortunate that I did not even get the chance to act myself. The 9 netherworld shadows truly are formidable. The 9 netherworld shadows struck swiftly and decisively. Although it could be considered his own action, he remained stationary, as if he had never engaged at all. He held a deep appreciation for the 9 netherworld shadows. With it, he could navigate many predicaments. This entity's stealthy strikes left foes utterly defenseless, allowing it to annihilate a mid-foundation establishment cultivator in a heartbeat, truly astonishing. Retrieving the 9 netherworld shadows, Li Xuanjun felt his control over them becoming increasingly refined. Perhaps he could even leverage the shadows to eliminate late foundation establishment cultivators. Without hesitation, he collected the storage bags from the two and departed the scene. Setting his sights on the next target, the dragon-slaying market, Li Xuanjun found it rather amusing that all the markets appeared to be related to dragons, and there seemed to be a deep-seated animosity towards them. Before long, he arrived at the dragon-slaying market and checked into an inn. He aimed to examine the resources the two had possessed, to determine if they truly had flood dragon blood and transformation grass. While the flood dragon blood was not as potent as the blood essence, it could still enhance the bloodline of the flood serpent. The transformation grass was even more effective, though the individual had claimed it was merely a century old. Chapter 37. The flood dragon blood essence is acquired seated in the inn. Li Xuanjun emptied the contents of the 2 storage bags onto the bed. The spirit stones were scant, totaling only 8,000. What a miser. However, there were quite a few talismans, valued at 25,000 spirit stones. There was no doubt about that. Is this a soul-nourishing pill? A medicinal pill specifically for cultivating the soul, capable of enhancing spiritual awareness. There are 5 of them. What a windfall. These were rare pills for enhancing one's spiritual awareness during the foundation establishment stage, and these 5 alone could fetch nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Pills that enhance one's soul have a high inherent value. And given that soul-nourishing pills are sought after throughout the foundation establishment stage, 2,000 spirit stones is not an excessive price, especially considering their scarcity. Are these the Sky Cloud boots? Excellent items, and this swift wind sword can be used for combat as well as sword flight, making it a superb tool for enhancing speed. Moreover, all of them are spiritual artifacts, truly remarkable items. Li Xian's heart swelled with joy. From the names of these 2 spiritual artifacts, it was evident that they were primarily focused on speed. Although Li Xian was uncertain about the extent to which these artifacts would enhance his velocity, he recognized that they were invaluable tools for ensuring his escape. He was about to journey to Zhao country, a place fraught with peril. Possessing these 2 artifacts would significantly mitigate the risks involved. With such an abundance of spiritual herbs, he pondered how much spiritual liquid could be transformed. Li Xian's transformation bowl could not only convert spiritual stones but also spiritual herbs. Any resource imbued with spiritual energy could be transmuted into spiritual liquid by him. These herbs would certainly be no exception, and the spiritual liquid produced would be devoid of toxins, offering tremendous benefits for enhancing his cultivation. Is this the dragon transformation grass? Indeed, it has only a century of medicinal age. Is this the blood of a flood dragon? But there are only 5 drops. I must have been overly optimistic. What a pity. Although the flood dragon is a 4th-tier beast, 5 drops of beast blood is far too meager. Only with the addition of the dragon transformation grass would there be a slim chance for the flood serpent to challenge the 3rd-tier beast status. Yet, acquiring the flood dragon's essence blood would present a genuine opportunity for the flood serpent to break through directly, even undergoing a transformation of its bloodline. Should the flood serpent evolve into a flood dragon bloodline, the path to the 4th tier would be laid before him, and the Li family might very well possess a 4th-tier clan guardian beast in the future. After surveying the remaining resources and the jade slips, Li Xian disregarded them all and collected them. The remaining resources comprised mainly of magical tools, totaling merely around 3,000 spiritual stones, which were somewhat beneath Li Xian's notice. With the resources secured, it seemed his current venture could come to a close, yielding a spiritual talisman valued at 30,000 spiritual stones. Yet, who would ever complain about an excess of spiritual stones? Within the Dragon Slayer market, Li Xian lingered for a few days, refining the cloud-soaring boots and the gale sword to a slight extent. He then stored the 2 artifacts away, intending to refine them further upon boarding the flying vessel. For now, it was prudent to purchase spiritual talismans in the Dragon Slayer market. Li Xian swiftly acquired 5,000 spiritual stones worth of talismans before commencing his journey to other markets. Half a month later, Li Xian returned to the dragon-seeking market. At this juncture, he found his remaining spiritual stones had dwindled to merely 15,000, having procured approximately 30,000 worth of talismans. When combined with what he had obtained from the 2 cultivators, Li Xian had directly acquired over 50,000 spiritual stones worth of talismans. Once he arrived in Zhao country, selling these talismans would undoubtedly net him over 100,000 spiritual stones. For him, such a sum would be more than sufficient to propel him through the mid-stage of foundation building. Li Xian also understood that if he were to cultivate other techniques, the amount of spiritual liquid required would scarcely compare. Sitting cross-legged in the inn, Li Xian sighed, lamenting, the spiritual stones are simply insufficient. For him, spiritual stones and herbs were perpetually lacking, as his cultivation demands were exceedingly high. The withering and flourishing technique cultivates 2 forms of mana, although ultimately merging them into a singular entity resembling the Taiji diagram at its core. It remains 2 distinct forms of mana. Hence, the resources required to practice the withering and flourishing technique are double that of others. As he continued to ponder, his shadow suddenly stirred, swiftly melding into the darkness in a room of the inn. A mid-stage foundation cultivator sat cross-legged, engrossed in his training. After a brief period, he rose impatiently. Where is my master? If only my master would arrive, things would be much more convenient for me. The cultivator's face then broke into a sly smile as he caressed the pillow at the head of his bed. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. While the flood dragon's essence blood is indeed precious, it is impossible for you to obtain it. Shall not keep it on my person. Let us see what you can do. Hearing his soliloquy, Li Xian could not help but smile. His shadow had been inside the room for quite some time, finally catching wind of some useful information. Li Xian was unaware of who the master mentioned was, but he had devised a method to silently abscond with the flood dragon's essence blood. Initially thinking he would have to wait longer, he was pleasantly surprised by how easily it was within his grasp. In the ensuing days, Li Xian settled into the inn, awaiting the flying vessel bound for Zhao country, as well as the departure of the cultivator from the room. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to accede. Li Xian felt no urgency. He had ample time to outlast the other party and was curious to learn more about the individual referred to as master. As anticipated, half a month later, the cultivator could no longer contain his impatience and hastily left the inn. Li Xian paid no heed to his destination, but instead commanded his shadow to swiftly search the pillow. Before long, a jade vial emerged from the cotton. A gleam of joy illuminated Li Xian's face as he directed his shadow to hastily retreat. However, as he attempted to exit the room, he was thwarted by the door. Shadows can traverse freely, but the jade vial cannot. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xian gritted his teeth, stashing the jade vial in a corner before returning to his side. Subsequently, the transformation bowl within him manifested, shrinking into a small point that melded into the shadow, perfectly concealed. Immediately after, the shadow reappeared in the cultivator's room. As soon as it materialized, the transformation bowl emerged and directly retrieved the jade vial. Under Li Xian's control, the transformation bowl would not transmute its contents into spiritual liquid unless he so desired. The flood dragon's essence blood was certainly not an option, as it held no value for him. But it would benefit the flood serpent, and there was only a single drop. The transformation bowl, having secured the jade vial, transformed again into a small point, melding back into the shadow. The shadow, carrying the transformation bowl, swiftly exited the room and returned to Li Xian's side. Li Xian's face was alight with excitement. He had finally acquired the flood dragon's essence blood. Without hesitation, he opened the jade vial. Gazing at the fist-sized flood dragon's essence blood, his eyes widening in astonishment. Setting aside the immense value of this essence blood, the space within the vial alone was worth a fortune. This vial was undoubtedly a magical artifact. Otherwise, it could not contain the essence blood of a fourth-tier flood dragon. What a tremendous gain! Assessing the space within the jade vial, a smile of delight graced Li Xian's features. This was the first magical artifact he had obtained, and though it was merely auxiliary in nature, it was precisely because it was an auxiliary artifact that he was able to utilize it. Li Xian was unaware that this artifact had already been refined by another. If he were to carry it openly, it would be easily discovered by the vial's owner. Regardless, this item must not be uncovered, nor should the spiritual stones and talismans on his person. They too should be secured within the transformation bowl. Chapter 38. Boarding the Black Dragon flying vessel. Li Xian possessed a considerable amount of resources, and he feared discovery, especially now that the flood dragon's essence blood combined with over 50,000 talismans represented a substantial fortune for many cultivators. Although the talismans worth over 50,000 spiritual stones were mostly first tier, once he arrived in Zhao country, they would fetch at least 2 to 3 times their value. With this in mind, Li Xian stowed everything away in the transformation bowl and then into his body. Having completed these tasks, Li Xian departed from the inn. He intended to seek out another mid-stage foundation cultivator to see if the individual was also hiding within a room. That would be perfect. However, as he stepped out of the inn, news arrived that the crewed flying vessel to Zhao country would set sail in 3 days, operated by the Great Qin Merchant Association. While the Great Qin Merchant Association was not particularly formidable in Beiyuan country, its roots lay in Qin country. The Great Qin Merchant Association is the Royal Merchant Association of Qin country, and for this journey, 3 large flying vessels were accompanying them. However, the 3 vessels would not depart from the same location. Rather, they would each launch from the dragon-seeking market, Beiyuan Immortal City, and another major market. Although the 3 would set off from different markets, they would converge shortly thereafter. The Great Qin Merchant Association is notoriously powerful, but if one could board their flying vessels, safety would be assured. Compared to other merchant associations, the Great Qin Merchant Association always had a Yuanying stage cultivator and 3 Jindan stage cultivators accompanying their operations. With such strength, few dared to provoke them. Upon learning that it was the Great Qin Merchant Association, Li Xian wasted no time and headed directly to the center of the dragon-seeking market. Before long, he spotted a colossal black dragon flying vessel anchored in the market center. Exuding an imposing and formidable presence, the vessel was divided into 5 levels, with a black dragon flag fluttering atop, even in the absence of wind. As Li Xian approached, he was intercepted by several mid-stage foundation cultivators. This is the Black Dragon flying vessel of the Great Qin Merchant Association. No unauthorized access is permitted, Li Xian quickly replied. I wish to board the Black Dragon flying vessel to Zhao country. The mid-stage foundation cultivators exchanged glances and nodded slightly. First level, 800 spiritual stones. Second level, 1,500 spiritual stones. Third level, 3,000 spiritual stones. Fourth level, 5,000 spiritual stones. Li Xian was taken aback and inquired, what about the 5th level? The leading cultivator responded, the 5th level is reserved for members of the Great Qin Merchant Association and is not available for rent. Li Xian nodded, producing 800 spiritual stones, stating, I will rent the 1st level. The Black Dragon flying vessel of the Great Qin was exceptionally secure. Unlike the Linglong Merchant Association, requiring only a single level for rental. The leading foundation cultivator nodded. You have arrived just in time. Only 2 rooms remain on the first level. Follow me. Elishin's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly followed. Before long, he paid the spiritual stones and received his room number. Being shown to a room of approximately 10 square meters on the first level, Elishin bore no complaints. As long as he could safely reach Zhao country, that was all that mattered. Once aboard the Black Dragon flying vessel, Li Xin finally relaxed, having been relieved of his earlier anxieties. Little did he know that chaos erupted in the inn after his departure. First, the mid-stage Foundation cultivator returned to the inn with the Jindan cultivator and quickly began searching for the jade vial. Unfortunately, upon discovering the empty pillow, his expression darkened. The Jindan cultivator's face turned icy as he inquired, "What happened?" The Foundation cultivator hastily knelt, bowing his head. "My lord, I do not know. I placed the jade vial here when I went to greet you." The Golden Core cultivator coldly inquired, "Impudence! Who permitted you to leave such treasures here? Are you not aware of the multitude of eyes fixed upon you?" The Foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly replied, "My lord, it is precisely because they are watching me that I dared not carry such treasures on my person." The Golden Core cultivator icily retorted, "Upon your return, you shall accept your punishment." The Foundation establishment cultivator quickly nodded. "Yes, my lord." At that moment, he was filled with deep regret, wishing he had never accepted this task. What he regretted even more was not carrying the valuable treasures with him. In truth, even if he had carried them, Li Xuanjin would not have spared him. Now that the dragon blood had been lost, he had also forfeited a supplementary magical artifact. Although the supplementary artifact was not particularly precious compared to others, it still held a value of several tens of thousands of spirit stones, far beyond what a mere Foundation establishment cultivator could possess. The combination of the dragon blood and the jade vial significantly increased its worth, and the Loose Cultivators Alliance had invested heavily to acquire it. Unexpectedly, it had now been lost. Not only the dragon blood, but also the magical artifact. The Golden Core cultivator's expression darkened as he produced a sound transmission talisman to convey a message. "Elder, the magical artifact is lost, and the dragon blood is also gone. I request the Elder to intervene and seal off the dragon-seeking market for a thorough search." Before long, a response was received. "Seal off the dragon-seeking market. If you have the capability, do it yourself. The Black Dragon airship of the Great Sheen is presently in the market. Go ahead and see if they dare to eliminate you. If it is lost, then let it be. Bring back the other drop as soon as possible." The Elder of the Loose Cultivators Alliance was also filled with helplessness, never expecting to lose a drop so quickly. Along with a magical artifact, truly a painful loss. As for sealing off the dragon-seeking market, that was mere folly. Despite the strength of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, it remained a loosely organized entity. If they dared to seal off such a large commercial establishment, they would undoubtedly face opposition from the various merchant guilds. Furthermore, with the dragon blood already lost, it was highly unlikely to be retrieved, as those capable of seizing the dragon blood from so many powerful individuals were not to be underestimated. The Golden Core cultivator sighed in relief and quickly replied, "Understood, Elder." His immediate task was to ensure that the other drop of dragon blood was delivered back safely. Should any further errors occur, he feared that the Elder would obliterate him. Casting a glance at the subordinates kneeling at his feet, he coldly huffed, "Enough. Let this be a lesson." Li Xuanjin sat within a modest 10-square-foot room, having not ventured outside. With his cultivation having broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, he was now capable of abstaining from food entirely, rendering both the abstinence pills and food unnecessary. He was not idle, however, as he retrieved several jade slips to examine. These jade slips had been acquired from the individual who had plotted to ambush him, and their contents remained a mystery. Delving into 3 of the jade slips with his consciousness, he discovered that 2 contained insights on formations and the methods for drawing spirit talismans, while the remaining one was impervious to his probing. Intrigued, Li Xuanjin realized that this jade slip had been sealed with a restriction, one that could not be broken without a significant amount of spiritual energy. This indicated that the contents of the jade slip were of a high level, far beyond what Li Xuanjin could currently comprehend. Stowing the slip away for later, he turned his attention to studying the insights on formations, a delighted smile gracing his face. The insights were quite valuable, containing not only the experiences of a third-tier low-grade formation master, but also several additional formations. The weakest among these formations were of the second-tier high-grade, while the strongest included one offensive and one defensive third-tier low-grade formation. Among them were numerous techniques for refining formation flags and discs, summarizing methods for rapid formation deployment by previous practitioners, utilizing a formation disc as a foundation and employing formation flags for arrangement proved to be simple and convenient. Li Xuanzhen had dedicated considerable time to the study of formations, yet had never crafted a formation disc or flags. Gazing at the jade slip, his desire to create formation discs and flags stirred within him. Chapter 39. Sale of Spirit Talismans. Li Xuanzhen quickly suppressed this thought. He was currently aboard the Black Dragon airship and lacked the materials for crafting discs and flags. Reluctantly, he could only continue studying the jade slips. 3 days later, the Black Dragon airship finally took off, heading in the direction of the Zhao Kingdom. As expected, the Black Dragon airship, being a commercial vessel of the Great Qin Merchant Guild, would make stops at each market. For Li Xuanzhen, this was of little consequence, as he had never left his room. During the journey, Li Xuanzhen either studied formations or refined soul pills. The process of refining 5 soul pills was no easy task. These pills were inherently designed to enhance one's soul, and it took Li Xuanzhen half a year to refine just one. Even a single pill increased the radius of his consciousness by 50 meters. Originally, his radius had been 400 meters, and now it expanded to 450, not far from the 500 meters typical of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he also studied the insights on drawing spirit talismans whenever he had time. The crafting of talismans posed a challenge for Li Xuanzhen, as he lacked talisman brushes and talisman paper. Thus, he could only observe. 8 months later, Li Xuanzhen finally arrived at the Zhao Kingdom. The Black Dragon airship made a stop at the Tianyou market, the safest market in the Zhao Kingdom, where it would remain for half a month. Having reached Zhao, Li Xuanzhen quickly settled into his room and disembarked from the airship. The Tianyou market was vast beyond measure, and he made his way directly to the Tianbao building. Before he even reached the building, he activated a sound transmission talisman to contact Yang Tianjiao. "Are you available, friend?" Yang Tianjiao quickly responded. "Friend, you have returned?" Li Xuanzhen hastily replied. "Not yet. I am currently in Zhao, having brought back a batch of spirit talismans from the Beiyuan Kingdom. I wonder if your Tianbao building has any interest?" Yang Tianjiao asked excitedly. "Yes, of course. How many spirit stones do you intend to sell them for?" He understood that since Li Xuanzhen had traveled to Zhao, he would undoubtedly sell at the local prices. Otherwise, he would have brought them back to Yunyang Kingdom long ago. Li Xuanzhen inquired. "What is the price of spirit talismans in Zhao? I can offer you a 10% discount. How does that sound? I am not far from the Tianbao building in Tianyou market. Should I sell them here or take them back?" Yang Tianjiao replied. "Friend, the value of spirit talismans in Zhao is 2.5 times that of Yunyang. You can sell them directly in Tianyou market. I will inform them, and the profits will be counted as half mine." The value of spirit talismans in Zhao being 2.5 times that of Yunyang was indeed profitable. After all, the prices in Yunyang were approximately 0.3 times higher than those in Beiyuan. Li Xuanzhen had roughly 55,000 spirit stones worth of talismans. With a 0.3 increase, that amounted to 71,500 spirit stones. If sold in Yunyang, he could still profit over 10,000 spirit stones, which was significant. Although he offered a 10% discount, it would not greatly affect the overall profit. "Very well, in that case, you may proceed with the arrangements." Yang Tianjiao quickly asked, "How many spirit talismans do you have?" Li Xuanzhen smiled. "Talismans worth 55,000 spirit stones. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Yang Tianjiao was taken aback, incredulous as he asked, "Friend, why not return to Yunyang? I will purchase them at the same 2.5 times the price." Li Xuanzhen. Yang Tianjiao had never anticipated that Li Xuanzhen possessed such a large quantity of talismans. Yet, ultimately, he prevailed over his rationality. Just joking. Hurry and go. I have already notified the Tianbao building in Tianyou market." Li Xuanzhen chuckled. "Have you prepared the as I requested? I will return in no more than 6 months." Yang Tianjiao replied with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, 10 drops of will definitely not be lacking." He was exceedingly excited, for those were 10 drops of, each worth 15,000 spirit stones, totaling a value of 150,000 spirit stones. Even if he only received half the profits from the talismans, the addition of the would yield even more, at the very least. He would not remain in the was market, but would absolutely head towards a more prosperous market to take charge. Most importantly, this achievement would undoubtedly earn him a foundation establishment pill, bringing the prospect of foundation establishment within reach. Li Xuanzhen smiled as he entered the Tian Bao building. Upon his entry, the manager of the Tian Bao building promptly approached him. "Greetings, friend. You must be the one introduced by that rascal young Tianjiao?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed. Shall we find a more private place to converse?" The manager quickly responded, "Of course, let us proceed." Li Xuanzhen was soon led into a VIP room, where the manager activated the formation. "Rest assured, no one will enter here." Heard from young Tianjiao that you possess over 50,000 spirit stones worth of talismans. Is that true? Li Xuanzhen affirmed with a nod. The manager hastily said, "As per your agreement, I will purchase them at 2.5 times the price in Yunyang, and then apply a 10% discount. Is that correct?" Li Xuanzhen nodded again. "Indeed, however, I request that my identity remains confidential." The manager assured him, "You need not worry. I will keep your information strictly confidential." "Shall we proceed with the transaction now?" Li Xuanzhen replied, "Certainly, here are my spirit talismans." With that, he presented all the talismans he had on him. Upon seeing the talismans, the manager's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is this all?" "Let me count." Li Xuanzhen had no objections, as he was selling them to the manager, and it was only right for him to verify. After a brief moment, the manager finished counting. "Friend, these talismans, if calculated at the price of Yunyang, are worth approximately 71,890 spirit stones. At 2.5 times that, it amounts to 179,725 spirit stones. With the 10% discount you mentioned, that totals to 161,752.5 spirit stones." Li Xuanzhen nodded in agreement. The manager's calculations are sufficiently precise. Round off the zero, and it comes to 161,750 spirit stones. The shopkeeper hastily remarked, "Very well. I shall prepare it for you right away." That moment, his heart was filled with immense joy. These spirit talismans could undoubtedly be sold for over 190,000 spirit stones, yielding a substantial profit. However, he was unaware that Li Xuanzhen had come from the northern Yuan kingdom, or else he would have been consumed by envy. After all, the prices of spirit talismans in the northern Yuan kingdom have always been remarkably low. And the reason for this is their proximity to the grasslands, which provides abundant resources for crafting talismans. Yet, the profits from this trade have already been divided, with numerous merchant associations monopolizing the spirit talisman market, leaving little room for others to compete. The fact that Li Xuanzhen was able to bring so many talismans was already quite remarkable. When the spirit stones were finally in his possession, Li Xuanzhen was eager to break through his cultivation, but ultimately restrained himself. He intended to use these spirit stones to purchase the nurturing essence liquid, and it was simply not enough for his personal cultivation, especially since the family head had yet to return, leaving his spirit stones insufficient. After the two concluded their transaction, the shopkeeper expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you, my friend. These spirit talismans have been of tremendous help to us." Li Xuanzhen responded with a smile, "I must also extend my thanks to you for allowing me to earn such a considerable sum of spirit stones." They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with delight. Chapter 40. Refining Spirit Artifacts. Li Xuanzhen did not leave. Instead, he took out all the resources he had no use for and traded them for spirit stones. This made the shopkeeper even happier, as Li Xuanzhen now possessed an even greater quantity of spirit stones. Outside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Li Xuanzhen felt a surge of excitement. Who would not be thrilled to possess 180,000 spirit stones? However, he became somewhat anxious upon recalling the envious and jealous gaze of the shopkeeper as he exited. If he were to be targeted, given his current level of cultivation, it might be difficult to escape. At this moment, it was best to leave the Tianyou market as swiftly as possible. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanzhen quickly made his way towards the outskirts of the market. Fortunately, the staff of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were quite fortunate, and no one followed him. As for how Li Xuanzhen knew this, it was undoubtedly due to his 9 nether shadow. The shadow lagged behind by 450 meters. If anyone were to pursue him, he would sense it immediately. Although Li Xuanzhen's spiritual awareness had a radius of 450 meters, one must not forget that the shadow was also a part of him. When he focused his mind on the shadow, his awareness would center around it, maintaining the same radius of 450 meters. Thus, in the direction of the shadow, Li Xuanzhen's awareness could reach 900 meters. After confirming that no one was following him, he boldly set off towards the direction of the Yunyang Kingdom. However, to return from the Tianyou market to Yunyang Kingdom, he would have to pass through the war-torn areas. The demonic cultivators from the Yu Kingdom were attacking the Zhao Kingdom, having already seized a significant amount of territory. In order to return to Yunyang Kingdom, Li Xuanzhen had two choices. Either take a longer route through the Chu Kingdom or traverse the areas occupied by the demonic cultivators. Even if he chose to go through the Chu Kingdom, he would still have to pass through the battle zones. The demonic cultivators were relentlessly assaulting the Zhao Kingdom. Despite having captured considerable territory, they showed no signs of halting their advance. To pass through the battle zones en route to the Chu Kingdom would take a year and a half, while a direct route from Zhao Kingdom to Yunyang Kingdom would only take 6 months, albeit through the areas occupied by demonic cultivators. Although the occupied areas may appear stable, any cultivator entering would likely be pursued and besieged by numerous demonic cultivators. Unless Li Xuanzhen could board a flying vessel directly to Yunyang Kingdom, traversing the occupied regions was out of the question. He was well aware of his own capabilities, and thus had no choice but to take the route through Chu Kingdom. In fact, there was another route available, which involved returning to Lianshan Kingdom and entering Chu Kingdom from there, but it would take significantly longer, and there was no guarantee of encountering demonic cultivators. Given these circumstances, it would be more prudent to head directly to Chu Kingdom and then enter Yunyang Kingdom from there. With this decision made, a smile graced Li Xuanzhen's face. He found a secluded spot to stop, opened a cave dwelling, and began refining 3 spirit artifacts. Li Xuanzhen possessed 3 spirit artifacts. 2 were for escape, while the remaining 1 was for protection. Although refining 3 spirit artifacts was not particularly challenging for him, it did require time. To his surprise, the refining process took a full 6 months, with each artifact taking approximately 2 months to complete. The complete refinement of the 3 spirit artifacts consumed half a year. As 6 months passed without Li Xuanzhen's return, Yang Tianjiao grew somewhat anxious. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Li Xuanzhen noticed a message from Yang Tianjiao. "My friend, did you not say you would return in 6 months? Why are you still absent?" Li Xuanzhen could only smile wryly. If the Zhao Kingdom had been peaceful, he could indeed have returned in 6 months, but many areas were now occupied by demonic cultivators. "Please remain patient. I definitely intend to purchase the nurturing essence liquid, but returning at the moment poses some difficulties." With many territories occupied by demonic cultivators, he would have to detour through Chu Kingdom, which would undoubtedly take some time. Upon receiving Li Xuanzhen's response, Yang Tianjiao expressed concern and urged him to stay safe, as it directly impacted his own performance. After that, Li Xuanzhen began sending messages to Li Xintian and Li Xinying, inquiring about their circumstances. However, Li Xintian was still in seclusion, while the communication talismans in Li Xinying's possession were of too low a grade to receive his messages. Not having received any replies left Li Xuanzhen feeling somewhat helpless. So he set off on his journey. Now that his cultivation had stabilized, he could employ the breath-holding technique. Thus, Li Xuanzhen concealed his cultivation level, leaving only his qi refining 10th layer visible. This way, he could both fly with his sword and feign weakness and truth. There was no need for him to go to such lengths. His cultivation was not particularly high, and pretending to be weak while traveling alone could easily signal to others that he was an easy target. As expected, Li Xuanzhen had not traveled far before he was targeted. However, the pursuers were not powerful figures, but rather a group of over 10 qi refining 10th layer loose cultivators. The Zhao Kingdom was in chaos. The turmoil did not only involve demonic cultivators, but also many loose cultivators seizing the opportunity to pillage and kill. Given that the order of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world had already collapsed, few paid attention to their actions. Once the Zhao Kingdom stabilizes, they would revert to being ordinary loose cultivators. If they could seize any opportunities during this period, they could easily elevate their cultivation levels and establish families or sects once the Zhao Kingdom regained stability. Such cultivators were abundant. After all, cultivators defy the heavens and contend for survival. As long as they could enhance their own cultivation, what was wrong with engaging in self-serving acts? Li Xuanzhen's vast spiritual awareness quickly detected the group of over 10 loose cultivators, and his eyes gleamed. Since they were so willingly offering resources, he would graciously accept. He wondered just how much valuable treasure they possessed, and if any of it might be useful to him. Without waiting for them to make a move, Li Xuanzhen commanded his shadow to swiftly strike at them. The shadow appeared and vanished without a trace. By the time it reached their feet, they had not even registered its presence before being obliterated by a barrage of fireballs. Li Xuanjin's magical prowess had reached a high level. With fireballs, he no longer needed to form hand seals and could cast them in quick succession. The shadow, being an extension of himself, could perform the same feats. However, all the magical energy within the shadow was drawn from Li Xuanjin himself. Once expended, it would be depleted. Therefore, Li Xuanjin had to carefully manage how much energy he supplied to the shadow, ensuring it remained in peak condition at all times. Once those cultivators were reduced to ashes, the shadow returned quickly to Li Xuanjin's feet, carrying their storage bags. Looking at the 10 or so storage bags, Li Xuanjin felt immense satisfaction. He surveyed his surroundings, collected the storage bags, and swiftly flew towards the distance. Chapter 41. Crossing the battlefield of justice and evil within a hastily established cave dwelling. Li Xuanjin quickly examined the contents of the 10 or so storage bags, revealing a look of delight on his face. The resources within were plentiful. First and foremost, there were spirit stones, totaling over 30,000. Next, there were elixirs, which these individuals had in their possession, valued at 200,000 spirit stones. In addition, there were other resources, collectively valued at 30,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjin understood that these resources were likely obtained through their plundering. A ledger within one of the bags also revealed that these individuals had raided several small markets. Had it not been for the time constraints faced by these cultivators, they might have acquired even more resources. Li Xuanjin couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, killing and looting is the fastest way to amass resources. I hope this journey does not disappoint." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since these cultivators could pillage markets, could he not do the same? However, that thought was quickly dismissed. Although such actions might yield substantial resources, he could not overcome the moral hurdle in his heart. Ultimately, he chose to abandon this idea. If he were to raid markets occupied by demonic cultivators, that would be a different matter. Yes, that was the course of action he would take. With this resolution, he swiftly departed from the cave, further increasing the number of spirit stones in his possession. His total had risen from 180,000 to 210,000, along with resources valued at 50,000 spirit stones. What a significant profit! Li Xuanjin exited the temporary cave and set off towards the Chu kingdom. However, he had not traveled far before he was compelled to land, as a large-scale battle unfolded ahead. If he did not avoid it, he could easily become ensnared in the conflict. Li Xuanjin concealed his presence and cautiously dispatched his shadow to assess the situation ahead. With a radius of divine perception extending 900 meters, Li Xuanjin swiftly ascertained the circumstances ahead. However, upon grasping the situation, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Had it merely been a battle among ordinary loose cultivators, he might have intervened. Yet, it was evident that demonic cultivators were clashing with righteous ones. Reluctantly, Li Xuanjin had to retreat, for among the combatants were numerous foundation-building practitioners. While his 9 nether shadows were formidable, capable of slaying opponents of the same tier through stealthy strikes, the sheer number of adversaries rendered it unnecessary for him to become entangled in the fray. The ongoing battle obstructed his path. To reach the state of Chu, he could either proceed directly along this route or detour around it. When Li Xuanjin departed from Tianyo Fengshe, he had already discerned the route to Chu. A detour would likely extend his journey by at least half a month. Although half a month was not particularly significant, who could ascertain whether demonic cultivators lurked along the alternative path? In that case, he would be akin to a headless fly, flitting about aimlessly, potentially unable to escape the confines of the state of Zhao. Contemplating this, Li Xuanjin cast his gaze in all directions, seeking a way to circumvent the battlefield. If he could navigate around it, the subsequent journey would likely be more manageable. Before long, Li Xuanjin found himself drawing closer to the battlefield, aided by his shadow, which relayed information, soon bringing him to the periphery of the conflict. Thanks to the shadow, his presence went unnoticed by the warring factions, allowing him to truly observe the situation on the field. Both sides boasted hundreds of combatants, led by peak foundation-building practitioners, whose strength was formidable. Li Xuanjin was certainly no match for them. However, given the duration of their battle, and equipped with his gale sword and cloud-treading boots, he surmised that should he choose to flee, it was unlikely they could pursue him effectively. In an instant, he blended into the battlefield, though he engaged little in combat, merely using the Gale Sword to occasionally deflect incoming attacks. Noticing his apparent reluctance to fight, the demonic cultivators, perceiving him as easy prey, began to converge upon him. Li Xuanzhen's heart brimmed with indignation. He merely wished to traverse the battlefield but found himself mistaken for soft fruit. This was intolerable. Summoning his spiritual artifact, a small bell, he enlarged it and forcefully sent it crashing towards the encroaching demonic cultivators. Simultaneously, he directed the 9 nether shadows to relentlessly hunt down those same foes. With a resounding crash, 2 demonic cultivators were sent flying by the sudden appearance of the bell, only to be swiftly dealt with by the shadows. One witnessed the shadows in action. They only saw 2 demonic cultivators struck down, lifeless on the ground. The shadows hastily collected their storage bags, concealing them underground. Carrying storage bags openly was too conspicuous. It was wiser to bury them and retrieve them once the battle concluded. Seeing Li Xuanzhen as a formidable opponent, the demonic cultivators retreated, yet continued to eye him warily. The small bell above his head fluctuated in size, relentlessly striking at the demonic cultivators encroaching upon him. Even those attacking from a distance found their projectiles thwarted by the bell's expanded form. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen noticed a late-stage foundation-building expert charging towards him. His brow furrowed slightly. He could not afford to confront such a powerful foe directly. However, he was not without means. Observing the fully demonic-infused cultivator, the shadow appeared beneath a righteous cultivator, who unleashed fireball spells towards the late-stage demonic practitioner. Sensing the attacks from behind, the late-stage demonic cultivator swiftly evaded. Enraged, and without hesitation, charged at the righteous practitioner. With the immediate threat neutralized, Li Xuanzhen wasted no time and dashed towards the opposite side of the battlefield. When a demonic cultivator pursued him, he commanded the shadows to divert the attacker. At last, Li Xuanzhen safely reached the other side of the battlefield. His heart soared with joy as he donned his cloud-treading boots, and the Gale Sword appeared before him. Just as he seemed poised to continue fighting, he unhesitatingly soared towards the direction of the state of Chu. "You continue. I shall take my leave." With those words, his figure vanished from sight. The sudden turn of events left all cultivators dumbfounded. Both demonic and righteous practitioners paused, astonished by Li Xuanzhen's unexpected flight. The righteous cultivators wore grim expressions, unable to fathom that someone would abandon the battle, becoming a coward. The peak foundation-building leader seethed with anger. This defection shattered their morale. Indeed, many righteous cultivators exchanged furtive glances, as if searching for a route of escape. The leader comprehended that with the first cowardice displayed, a second and third would surely follow. In that moment, he could only bellow, "Form ranks, retreat." Other righteous cultivators sighed in relief, promptly responding, "Understood." A smirk of mockery crept upon the faces of the demonic cultivators, who regarded the righteous practitioners with a mix of derision and amusement. The leading demonic cultivator, elated at the sight of a fleeing opponent, felt their morale surge. Tipping the scales of battle, he commanded, "Kill them all, leave none behind. Pursue that fleeing one. Not a single righteous cultivator shall escape." Thus, the righteous cultivators hastily retreated, originally tasked with guarding a nearby mine, only to have their mission thwarted by Li Xuanzhen's appearance. Helpless, they could only flee for their lives. However, the demonic cultivators commenced their pursuit, intent on annihilating them. Consequently, both factions swiftly vacated the battlefield, while a mid-stage demonic cultivator pursued the direction of Li Xuanzhen, swift in his flight, now possessed the advantages of the cloud-treading boots and Gale Sword, rivaling even late-stage foundation-building practitioners. The pursuers were not late-stage experts, and given that they began their chase long after he had escaped, they failed to catch even a glimpse of his whereabouts. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xuanzhen had not ventured far before altering his course and stealthily returning to the battlefield. After a prolonged wait, satisfied that the area was devoid of opponents, he retrieved the 2 buried storage bags. Thereafter, he continued soaring towards the state of Chu. The demonic cultivators, unable to locate Li Xuanzhen, eventually returned, only to come face to face with him. One demonic cultivator laughed heartily, "Finding you was easier than expected. You presented yourself right to me, young one." At that moment, The demonic cultivator fixated intently upon Li Xuanjun, intent on extinguishing his life. Prepare to die. A bloodied blade materialized in the hands of the demonic cultivator, who charged at Li Xuanjun with fervor. However, upon noticing the bell hovering above Li Xuanjun's head, he recalled the two cultivators he had seen defeated by it, causing him to hesitate. The demonic cultivator failed to perceive that a foreign shadow had merged with his own. The 9 nether shadows were the pinnacle of the 9 nether demon sex techniques, not easily mastered. Many had never even heard of such an ability. The 9 nether demon sect had once been a formidable demonic faction, but it was ultimately besieged and obliterated by righteous forces, leading to the disappearance of the records detailing the 9 nether shadows. Legend spoke of 9 golden leaves containing this knowledge, but only one remained by the time Li Xuanjun acquired it. As the 9 nether shadows intertwined with the demonic cultivator's shadow, Li Xuanjun let out a sigh of relief. You should retreat. I am not a cultivator of Zhao, and there is no need for us to engage. The demonic cultivator's eyes gleamed with realization, laughing heartily. Ah, I see. You must be a wandering cultivator here to seek fortune from other realms. In that case, you surely possess ample resources. Hand them over willingly. Li Xuanjun, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, felt helpless as the demonic cultivator became increasingly intent on robbing him. "Do I truly appear so easy to bully?" he retorted, as the bell above his head transformed into a streak of light, crashing down upon the foe's head. Seeing the attack from Li Xuanjun, the demonic cultivator swung his blood blade fiercely, managing to block the bell's strike. Yet, before he could revel in his defense, pain surged through his legs. Lowering his gaze in disbelief, he beheld his severed limbs, letting out a harrowing scream. With both legs lost, the demonic cultivator could no longer maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground as he cried out. Li Xuanjun denied him any respite as the bell struck him forcefully, while fireballs from the shadows rained down upon him. The loss of his legs, coupled with the excruciating pain, dulled his reactions, leaving him unable to evade Li Xuanjun's onslaught. "No! The heart demon sect will not spare you." With a resounding thud, the bell crashed against his skull, while flames engulfed his form. Before long, he was reduced to ashes. Li Xuanjun exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. The 9 nether shadows were indeed a remarkable asset. He must hasten to enhance his divine perception and utilize the shadows for stealthy strikes, avoiding further risks. After several battles, Li Xuanjun grew increasingly fond of the 9 nether shadows. Despite the substantial mana expenditure required for each use, mana could be replenished. This cost was negligible. Swiftly, he collected the blood blade and storage bags from the fallen foe, his expression brightening further. The blood blade was an impressive spiritual artifact, or rather, a demonic artifact, and Li Xuanjun found its appearance captivating. While others might struggle to wield demonic artifacts, he was an exception. The arcane powers of the withering and flourishing techniques differ significantly from ordinary magical energies. Lacking a precise classification point, one might assert that the power of withering can be regarded as demonic energy, while the power of flourishing can be termed righteous energy. The power of flourishing can be cultivated independently, yet the power of withering cannot. If one were to attempt to cultivate this power alone, it would likely lead to the practitioner's inevitable decay and demise. Consequently, the powers of withering and flourishing cannot be simplistically categorized as either righteous or demonic. After collecting his spoils, Li Xuanjun hastened away without pausing to examine them, soaring swiftly into the distance. Uncertain whether pursuers lurked behind, he deemed it prudent to vacate the area as expeditiously as possible. For a considerable duration thereafter, Li Xuanjun encountered no peril, taking the opportunity to inspect the 3 storage pouches he had acquired. Among them, 2 belonged to early-stage demonic cultivators, while 1 was from a mid-stage demonic cultivator. The resources contained within were plentiful. It seemed they had pillaged from other cultivators upon entering the Zhao kingdom. First among the resources were spirit stones, which, perplexingly, turned out to be the most abundant. Indeed, spirit stones are invaluable to both demonic cultivators and immortal practitioners alike, as both can utilize them for their cultivation. Ultimately, both paths draw upon the same celestial essence, albeit yielding different forms of magical energy. The total number of spirit stones across the 3 pouches amounted to over 80,000, alongside various demonic potions that Li Xuanjun found of little use, though he remained uncertain of their worth. However, he did discover a vial of soul elixir containing a full 10 doses. Regrettably, the magical artifacts belonging to the two early-stage demonic cultivators eluded his grasp. Otherwise, his haul would have been even more substantial. Among the resources, the most delightful find for Li Xuanjin was a single drop of concentration liquid. Unlike the concentration pill, the concentration liquid is of a superior grade, being a naturally formed treasure, significantly enhancing one's spiritual essence. Just a single drop is valued at 30,000 spirit stones. Calculating the total, his discoveries amounted to a staggering 130,000 spirit stones, elevating his spirits considerably. With the spirit stones he possessed, not only could he procure the concentration liquid, but he could also advance his cultivation to mid-stage foundation establishment. At this moment, Li Xuanjin's sole desire was to hasten his departure from Zhao Kingdom and journey to Chu Kingdom, subsequently returning to the Yunwu Li family. Although he had accumulated numerous resources within Zhao, he felt that it was wiser to gradually amass spirit stones, for the preservation of his own life held paramount importance. The Zhao Kingdom was engulfed in warfare, not only within the realm of cultivation but also besieged by the armies of the mundane realm of Yu, which relentlessly invaded and occupied vast territories. Comparatively, the battles among cultivators were far more brutal. Chapter 43. 3 sets of flying needles unimpeded. Li Xuanjin traveled with remarkable speed, reaching the borders of Chu Kingdom in just 3 months. However, he soon discovered that the border was heavily fortified, compounded by the fact that Zhao Kingdom and demonic cultivators had sealed off the frontier, making passage exceedingly challenging. The border market, the largest of its kind, remained under the control of Zhao Kingdom, with another market nearby occupied by demonic cultivators. Given that Li Xuanjin was an immortal practitioner, he made his way to the border market. Upon entering, he began to inquire about methods to reach Chu Kingdom. There was but one canyon through which one could traverse between Zhao and Chu Kingdoms. Any other route would necessitate a considerable detour. This canyon was guarded not only by Zhao cultivators, but also by demonic practitioners. While Chu cultivators had similarly barred access between the two nations, in fact, it was not only Chu Kingdom. All neighboring nations bordering Zhao Kingdom had implemented similar measures to prevent demonic cultivators from breaching their territories and inciting chaos. At this juncture, the only means of passage to various nations was through large merchant caravans. After just a few days of inquiries, facilitated by spirit stones, Li Xuanjin quickly uncovered a method to leave Zhao Kingdom. Although the border market was heavily guarded, finding a way through was not insurmountable. After extensive investigation, he concluded there were 3 potential methods. The first was to take the risk of approaching the border and offering sufficient spirit stones to corrupt Chu cultivators. While this method was straightforward, it was fraught with danger, as neither Zhao cultivators nor demonic practitioners would permit safe passage to the canyon. After all, those who could bribe Chu cultivators would undoubtedly possess ample resources, which they would be loath to let escape Zhao Kingdom, as they coveted those resources for themselves. The second option was to traverse the Beast Mountains flanking the canyon, which led directly to Chu Kingdom. However, the Beast Mountains were perilous, home to numerous formidable beasts. Only those in the nascent soul stage could hope to navigate safely through. The third option involved powerful merchant guilds, yet the cost in spirit stones required to leave Zhao Kingdom was substantial, necessitating a quota as well. According to Li Xuanjin's inquiries, one would need 50,000 spirit stones, along with a quota, to exit Zhao Kingdom. Li Xuanjin furrowed his brow. Despite possessing a considerable number of spirit stones, he lacked the necessary quota. It was said that these quotas had reached prices equivalent to foundation establishment pills in the black market, and even at that, they were scarce. While he had spirit stones, soon to amount to 300,000, and with other resources, selling them could easily yield 350,000 spirit stones. In such circumstances, he was confident he could acquire a quota, though he was uncertain where such resources could be found. Entering the Wanbao Pavilion, Li Xuanjin was promptly approached by a servant. Those who could establish shops here were all major powers, unafraid of demonic cultivators. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The servant caught Li Xuanjin's attention. He was surprised to find that the servant possessed cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Not only that, but all servants here appeared to be cultivators of the same level. Smiling, Li Xuanjin replied, "It is said that Wanbao Pavilion has everything. I have come to inquire if you possess flying needle spirit artifacts." The servant pondered briefly and responded, "Indeed, We do have flying needle spirit artifacts. Though their prices are somewhat steep, Li Xuanzhen's eyes brightened, eager to know more. Oh, you truly have them? Might I see them? The servant nodded. Please, follow me. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen accompanied him into a private chamber. Esteemed guest, please wait here. I shall return shortly. Li Xuanzhen nodded slightly and took a seat. In a mere moment, the servant returned. Esteemed guest, we have 3 sets of flying needle spirit artifacts, the Shadowless Needle, the Soul-Slaying Needle, and the Essence-Returning Needle. As he spoke, he placed 3 jade boxes upon the table. The servant opened the first jade box, revealing a needle 1 inch long, as fine as a cow's hair. This is the Shadowless Needle, known for its incredible speed, appearing and vanishing without a trace. It is an exceptional artifact for ambushes. When infused with magical energy, it becomes invisible and costs 9,800 spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen furrowed his brow upon hearing the price. Though he was quite fond of the Shadowless Needle, as it complemented his 9 nether shadows perfectly, the issue arose that spirit artifacts typically did not exceed 6,500 spirit stones. This Shadowless Needle was exorbitantly priced, and my friend, the price of this Shadowless Needle is rather steep. The servant shook his head. Esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but the current market prices in Zhao Kingdom are exceedingly high. Especially for such life-saving treasures. Li Xuanzhen nodded slightly. It was likely that the price of the Shadowless Needle had doubled, yet he was determined to acquire it. May I give it a try? The servant nodded. Of course, esteemed guest. He held no fear of Li Xuanzhen attempting to seize it, for this was the Wanbao Pavilion, where no one dared to act recklessly. Li Xuanzhen summoned the Shadowless Needle with his spiritual sense, infusing it with magical energy, and it instantly became concealed. He could sense the Shadowless Needle before him, yet his eyes could not perceive its presence. I shall take this Shadowless Needle. He recognized its suitability for his style. When paired with his 9 nether shadows for ambushes, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable asset. The servant beamed with delight and promptly inquired, Esteemed guest, what of the remaining 2 sets of flying needles? Do you wish to purchase them as well? Securing 1 item was already quite fortunate, and the servant did not wish to be overly ambitious. Li Xuanzhen smiled. Let us discuss the Soul-Slaying Needle and the Essence-Returning Needle. The servant hastily opened the remaining 2 jade boxes and began to provide swift introductions. The Soul-Slaying Needle, of which there are 2, is a spirit artifact targeting the soul, possessing considerable power, priced at 12,000 spirit stones. The Essence-Returning Needle consists of 9 needles combined. It is said that when united, it can rival low-grade magical treasures, and it too is expensive, requiring 13,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen felt a strong desire for these 3 spirit artifacts, each of high quality and exceptionally suited to his needs. I shall take them all. Might you offer a discount? The servant's eyes lit up, quickly replying, Esteemed guest, I lack the authority to grant you a discount. I must consult with the manager. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Please inform your manager. Any discount would be appreciated. The servant promptly responded, Of course, esteemed guest. In truth, Li Xuanzhen's visit was not solely for the purpose of acquiring spirit artifacts. The 3 sets of flying needles were a delightful surprise. The servant produced a communication jade symbol and uttered a few words, then stood by awaiting a response. Before long, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator entered the room. Are you interested in purchasing these 3 sets of spirit artifacts? The servant respectfully bowed. Greetings, manager. It was evident that the hierarchy within Wanbao Pavilion was quite strict, with subordinates bowing to their superiors. Li Xuanzhen paid little heed to such formalities, instead focusing on the newly arrived cultivator, a tall and slender man sporting a goatee, his cultivation at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Indeed, might you offer a discount? The manager inquired. Let us first calculate the total cost in spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen nodded, awaiting the servant to tally the price for the 3 sets of flying needles. Chapter 44, 80,000 spirit stones. A gift to depart Zhao Kingdom. The servant swiftly announced, Manager, the total for all 3 spirit artifacts amounts to 34,800 spirit stones. The manager smiled. Esteemed guest, I shall offer you a discount of 300 spirit stones. The total will be 34,500 spirit stones. What say you? Li Xuanzhen pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Very well, but might I inquire about a piece of information? The steward nodded in response. Please, ask away. This time, Being able to earn such a substantial amount of spirit stones in one go greatly pleased the steward. As his commission was considerable, Li Xinjin inquired, "I wish to leave the Zhao kingdom. Do you have any means to assist me?" He was aware that these grand merchant guilds surely possess their own methods, albeit at a higher cost. The steward fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, he smiled and said, "You may purchase an exit quota. As long as you have an exit quota, you can board the flying vessels of the various merchant guilds to leave the Zhao kingdom." Li Xianjun smiled wryly. "If I could acquire a quota, I would not have sought your counsel." The steward's eyes brightened as he chuckled. "I can procure a quota for you, but the price?" Li Xianjun asked. "What would that price be?" The steward replied with a grin. "You need only provide me with 80,000 spirit stones, and I assure you that your arrangements will be flawless. This is not merely the cost of the quota, but also the fee for facilitating your departure from Zhao Kingdom. It is quite reasonable." Li Xianjun could not help but widen his eyes. The quota was indeed expensive, however, when considering the cost of boarding the flying vessel. It did not seem excessively steep. Yet, he had not contemplated whether the steward's assurance of leaving Zhao Kingdom implied traveling by flying vessel. With that thought, Li Xianjun nodded and said, "Very well. May I ask when you can finalize the arrangements?" The steward laughed heartily. "You are quite agreeable. In that case, I shall not keep it a secret. As soon as you provide the 80,000 spirit stones, I can arrange for your departure tonight. The Wanbao Merchant Guild conveniently has several quotas available. I can manage all the details for you." Li Xianjun nodded in agreement. "Then I shall take it." The steward nodded and instructed, "First, settle the payment, and then follow me." Li Xianjun swiftly stowed away the flying needle and handed over 34,500 spirit stones to the steward. The steward received the stones into his storage bag. Smiling, "Follow me." Li Xianjun hurriedly kept pace, and just as they stepped outside, a shadow instantly merged with the stewards. After completing this, Li Xianjun felt a sense of relief. Although the other party was indeed a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, if the shadow were to launch a surprise attack, it could yield unexpected results. The steward led Li Xianjun towards the outskirts of the marketplace, prompting Li Xianjun to become cautious. "Friend, is this not the path leading out of the marketplace?" The steward nodded. "Indeed, this is the route to the black market." "You did not expect to leave the marketplace in broad daylight, did you?" Li Xianjun was taken aback and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Please do not take offense. I was merely being overly suspicious." The two exited the marketplace, flying towards a mountain in the distance. The black market lay within the mountain, a result of the entire mountain being hollowed out. Upon reaching the entrance of the black market, the steward cautioned, "There are formidable beings guarding the black market. Do not speak recklessly." Li Xianjun nodded and closely followed. Before long, the two entered the black market, which was vast, covering approximately 1,000 acres. Li Xianjun looked around and noticed that most individuals wore masks or wide-brimmed hats, giving the place an air of mystery. The vendors at the stalls remained silent, merely displaying their wares, awaiting inquiries from others. The black market appeared eerily quiet, with only the occasional sounds of haggling breaking the silence. Li Xianjun asked, "Friend, do we not need to be discreet?" The steward shook his head. "At the Wanbao Merchant Guild, we do not conduct our business in such a furtive manner." Li Xianjun nodded slightly. The Wanbao Merchant Guild, along with the Tianbao Tower, Linglong Guild, Daqin Guild, and Feitian Guild, form the 5 major guilds, all purportedly overseen by powerful cultivators, rendering them impervious to threats. The steward continued, "The black market offers everything imaginable. Even Foundation establishment pills may be found here." Li Xianjun could not help but inquire, "Are there truly Foundation establishment pills?" The steward nodded. "The market price for Foundation establishment pills is roughly 35,000 spirit stones, but in the black market, it is nearly doubled, close to auction prices." Li Xianjun acknowledged, "Understood." The steward added, "If you have anything to sell, you may also visit the black market. There are specialized places for disposing of stolen goods, albeit at lower prices. Though cheaper, it is exceedingly safe. Once sold, the original owners cannot trace the items." Li Xianjun surveyed the black market, his eyes revealing a sense of realization. As they conversed, the two arrived at a stall marked with the characters for Wanbao. "Lu Steward, what brings you here?" the vendor asked with a smile upon seeing the steward. The steward promptly replied, "Greetings, Elder Huang. Someone seeks a way to leave Zhao Kingdom. What do you think?" Elder Huang's eyes lit up as he inquired. Have you settled on a price? The steward nodded. 80,000. Elder Huang chuckled. Ha ha, my friend. You are indeed young and capable. Come with me. Without further ado, he abandoned his stall and led the two in a specific direction. As they departed, another individual took his place at the stall. Li Xinjian's heart sank. It seemed the price to exit Zhao Kingdom was far less than 80,000 spirit stones, and he had been duped. However, at that moment, it was too late to voice his concerns. Should he dare to backtrack, he would likely face dire consequences. Elder Huang quickly guided them towards the center of the black market, and before long, they entered a spacious building. Upon their arrival, there were already 9 individuals present. Elder Huang smiled and remarked, "You are fortunate. There are now 8 people here. We just need 1 more to proceed." Li Xinjian was taken aback. Did that not mean there were already 9 individuals? Before he could ask, one of the Peak Foundation establishment cultivators approached. Elder Huang, is there more business to be had? Elder Huang nodded. Indeed. We are still short 1 person. The cultivator quickly affirmed, correct, it's 2,000 spirit stones per person. Please submit your payment. The steward smiled. Please wait a moment. He then approached Li Xinjian, saying, friend, we had an agreement. Li Xinjian opened his mouth, realizing that this fellow was indeed a shrewd merchant. The original requirement of merely 2,000 spirit stones had been inflated to 80,000, an outrageous markup. Yet, he dared not retract his agreement, especially with Elder Huang glaring at him nearby. Well, this is what I promised you, Li Xinjian said without hesitation, retrieving a storage bag and handing it to the steward. Observing Li Xinjian's compliance, a smile spread across Elder Huang's face. The steward examined the storage bag and nodded. You truly are a trustworthy individual. Chapter 45. The Teleportation Array, departing Zhao Kingdom. Noticing the pained expression in Li Xinjian's eyes, the steward remarked, do not feel as if you have suffered a loss. Our Wanbao Guild's quotas are indeed quite valuable, especially since leaving from here is far more convenient than departing via flying vessels. Li Xinjian could only smile bitterly. He had once possessed nearly 300,000 spirit stones, but now only had a little over 180,000 left. This was undoubtedly a significant financial strain, and he needed to devise a plan to recuperate his losses. The steward took the spirit stones and approached the other individual, stating, here are 2,000 spirit stones. Allow him to depart from Zhao Kingdom. The individual produced a talisman and casually handed it to the steward, saying, this is a protective charm. Without it, he would not endure the pressure of the teleportation. The steward accepted the charm and quickly returned to Li Xinjian, presenting it to him. This is a protective charm. You will use it while departing via the teleportation array. The pressure during the teleportation is immense, so employ this charm for your protection. We at Wanbao Guild pride ourselves on our credibility and would never engage in deceitful practices that would harm our clients. Li Xinjian nodded slightly, accepting the charm with gratitude. Thank you, my friend. He had not anticipated spending so many spirit stones and still needing to express his thanks. Such was the advantage of having powerful backing. However, for him, leaving Zhao Kingdom was of utmost importance. If he could return home with over 100,000 spirit stones, along with 3 sets of flying needle spirit artifacts, it would be an immense gain. These spirit stones were intended for purchasing, yet Li Xinjian was determined that his expenditure would not be in vain. Once Li Xintian returned, he would undoubtedly repay the sum, as it was not for his personal use, but rather for his family. He had made considerable contributions to his clan, and he was certain that the clan leader would ensure he did not suffer losses. After the steward handed the protective charm to Li Xinjian, he promptly followed Elder Huang. Leaving in haste, it was evident that the two were in a rush to divide the spirit stones. Upon reflecting on this, Li Xinjian felt a pang of regret. Those spirit stones had all belonged to him and were now in the hands of others. Yet, Li Xinjian soon found himself intrigued. This would be his first encounter with a teleportation array, and he was eager to discover what it would feel like. He had initially believed he would be departing by flying vessel, only to learn he would be utilizing a teleportation array instead. In truth, the cost of using the teleportation array was not exorbitant. However, due to the Zhao Kingdom's regulations surrounding teleportation, the price had skyrocketed, and a quota was required. In reality, these teleportation arrays had been set up by a major force to reap spirit stones from various powers. After all, teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare, and each use required a significant amount of spirit stones. However, they could accommodate 10 individuals at once, allowing them to earn tenfold profits, especially in the Zhao Kingdom. A battlefield with borders sealed between two nations, the teleportation array had become a vital means of survival, thus amplifying its profitability. Before long, two individuals entered the room, and one of them initiated a conversation. Shortly thereafter, one cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment decided to remain while the other departed. The cultivator responsible for collecting spirit stones, upon noticing that all were present, respectfully bowed towards a stone door not far away. "Elder Nyo, everyone has arrived," a voice emanated from the stone door. "Bring them in." The cultivator quickly replied, "Yes, Elder," and beckoned, "Please follow me." After speaking, he proceeded towards the stone door, with Li Xuanjin and the others hastily following behind. Upon entering the stone door, they beheld a platform resembling an altar. Elder Nyo cast a casual glance at Li Xuanjin and the others, instructing, "All right, you may ascend the platform." Uncertain of what to do, Li Xuanjin observed that some among them had previously utilized a teleportation array and promptly stepped onto it. Realizing the array could accommodate precisely 10 individuals, Li Xuanjin hurriedly joined them. With a wave of Elder Nyo's hand, 10 spirit stones appeared in the slots surrounding the teleportation array, which then shimmered with a mystical light. Enveloped in this luminescence, Li Xuanjin and the others vanished in an instant, as the teleportation array activated. Li Xuanjin unhesitatingly pressed his protective talisman against himself. Indeed, during the teleportation, he experienced a violent tug, yet this sensation was fleeting. Following this was a wave of dizziness, and when they regained consciousness, they found themselves in another stone chamber. Standing upon a different teleportation array. Quickly, step away from the teleportation array. As they surveyed their surroundings, a soft voice reached their ears. It dawned on Li Xuanjin and the others, prompting them to swiftly disembark. Just as they stepped off the array, the stone chamber's door swung open, and a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator entered. "Follow me," Li Xuanjin and the others promptly complied, swiftly exiting the stone chamber and entering a larger one outside. The individual produced 10 ghostly masks and remarked, "Beyond this point lies the black market. If you wish to conceal your identities, you may rent these masks. Even golden core cultivators will be unable to discern who you are. Upon exiting, simply return these masks to the attendant at the black market entrance. The rental fee is 100 spirit stones each." Without hesitation, Li Xuanjin stepped forward, producing 100 spirit stones to acquire a mask. "Fellow cultivator, may I inquire if we can explore the black market?" The Foundation cultivator nodded, stating, "That is permissible, but next time you come, a travel permit is required." Li Xuanjin asked, "Fellow cultivator, where can we obtain such a permit?" The cultivator glanced at Li Xuanjin and replied coolly, 500 spirit stones, and I shall provide you with the travel permit." Having already expended considerable spirit stones, Li Xuanjin was unconcerned about the additional 500, which he quickly retrieved. "Here is your travel permit. With it, you may access most black markets in the state of Chu." The cultivator produced a jade talisman and casually tossed it to Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly caught the talisman. Being able to access most black markets in the state of Chu was simply perfect, while it would be a while before he could venture into the state of Zhao. The state of Chu was a viable option. Gaining entry into these black markets often meant avoiding unnecessary troubles. "Thank you, fellow cultivator," Li Xuanjin expressed gratefully. "Very well, let us proceed." Upon exiting the stone chamber, Li Xuanjin encountered a vast marketplace, where various vendors sat quietly at their stalls. Each vendor wore identical masks, rendering it impossible to discern one from another. Li Xuanjin quickly began to peruse the offerings of the black market, searching for resources he might require. There were vendors selling materials derived from demon beasts, others offering elixirs, talismans, and even spirit artifacts. The resources available were of a high grade. Ordinary items would not be found here. Arriving at a stall dedicated to elixirs, Li Xuanjin examined several vials on display. "Fellow cultivator, do you carry Foundation establishment pills?" The vendor shook his head, stating, "These are not Foundation establishment pills, but rather minor Foundation establishment pills. Due to the unavailability of some rare primary ingredients, we must substitute with other materials. Consequently, the efficacy of these pills is somewhat diminished, hence they are referred to as minor Foundation establishment pills." After a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanjin inquired, "Could you elaborate on the effects and price of the minor Foundation establishment pills?" Recognizing the opportunity before him, Li Xuanjun was determined not to let it slip away. Whether minor foundation establishment pills or essence condensing liquid, both were valuable resources for any sect. Chapter 46. The resource-rich black market. Minor foundation establishment pills, what are their effects and cost? The vendor replied nonchalantly. Their effectiveness is about 30 to 40% of that of a regular foundation establishment pill, and they are priced at 20,000 spirit stones, non-negotiable. Li Xuanjun nodded slightly, asking, might you have any elixirs capable of restoring individuals over 60 years of age to their peak condition? The vendor affirmed, indeed. We have the essence restoration pill, which can only maintain peak condition for 6 months. If one does not break through within that time, the opportunity will be lost. Li Xuanjun's eyes brightened as he hastily inquired. What is the price? The vendor replied, not much, 20,000 spirit stones each. However, I must caution you that the essence restoration pill is a demonic elixir. Even if you succeed in foundation establishment, the resources needed afterward will be considerably greater. Li Xuanjun smiled, thank you. I shall take 3 of these. Can I substitute other resources for the spirit stones? The vendor shook his head. No, unless you wish to sell resources, in which case you may approach that stall. Their prices are more reasonable. Li Xuanjun's eyes gleamed as he nodded. Thank you, fellow cultivator. I will take 3 essence restoration pills for now, and the minor foundation establishment pills can wait. The vendor smiled. Here are your 3 essence restoration pills. Their effects can be stacked, allowing for a total duration of 1 year with 3. Li Xuanjun nodded, producing a storage bag, albeit reluctantly, as he handed it to the vendor. The vendor joyfully accepted the storage bag, confirming its contents before transferring the elixirs to Li Xuanjun. Upon inspecting the vials, he sensed a faint vitality emanating and quickly sealed the jade bottles. Have you always been in this black market? At that moment, Li Xuanjun aimed to forge a connection, realizing that acquiring a substantial quantity of essence restoration pills and minor foundation establishment pills would significantly increase the likelihood of his family achieving foundation establishment. However, the prices of these 2 resources were exceedingly steep, at 20,000 spirit stones each. Affordability was not within reach for the average person. The vendor nodded. This is the border of the state of Chu. Outside lies the expansive Fengshan marketplace, frequented by many cultivators. Thus, unless I am in seclusion, I am typically here selling. To Li Xuanjun acknowledged, thank you for the information. After concluding the transaction, he quickly approached the resource buying stall. Asking the vendor, do you accept all types of resources? The vendor glanced at Li Xuanjun, stating, yes, at 95% of market value. Li Xuanjun felt a surge of excitement. This price exceeded his expectations. With a grand gesture, he retrieved the prepared storage bag and presented it to the vendor. Fellow cultivator, please assess the value of these resources. The vendor accepted the storage bag, scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, his expression betraying surprise. Fellow cultivator, I can offer you 40,000 spirit stones for these resources. What do you think? Li Xuanjun had already calculated the value, recognizing that 40,000 spirit stones was a generous offer. Especially considering the presence of several demonic resources within. Agreed. By the way, do you happen to know where one can find techniques for altering appearances? He sought something of decent quality. The vendor produced a human skin mask, stating, this will suffice. It can transform your appearance into that of 3 different individuals and alter your aura. Given that you have sold me such valuable resources, I shall offer it to you for 3,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanjun nodded, very well, I will take it. Although it was not a mask of infinite transformations, the ability to assume 3 different identities was satisfactory. This would significantly enhance his safety as he navigated various black markets. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Li Xuanjun received 37,000 spirit stones in return. At this point, he possessed a total of 160,000 spirit stones, with 15,000 required for the essence condensing liquid, leaving him with a little over 10,000 for additional expenses. Under these circumstances, purchasing minor foundation establishment pills was out of the question. Nonetheless, 10 drops of essence condensing liquid would suffice for the time being. Even if Li Yuanling required 3 drops, 7 would remain as a reserve. Furthermore, Li Yuanling still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, so there was no immediate rush. Patting the storage bag at his waist, Li Xuanjun shook his head and swiftly exited the black market. The treasures within the black market far surpassed those found in regular marketplaces, although prices were somewhat elevated. The variety was extensive, and with sufficient spirit stones, one could acquire nearly anything. At the entrance of the black market, Li Xuanjun removed his mask and handed it to the two formidable cultivators stationed at the gate. To his astonishment, both were at the false core stage. After returning the masks, he offered them a slight bow before hastily departing from the black market entrance. His speed was remarkable, for with the enhancements of the swift wind sword and cloud-soaring boots, Li Xuanjun's pace was doubled. Li Xuanjun chose not to visit the Fengshan marketplace, as it was situated near the border of the state of Chu, close to the Beast Mountain range, where beast tides could potentially arise, and he wished to avoid entanglement in such matters. The Fengshan marketplace was some distance from the border of Yunyang Nation, and Li Xuanjun refrained from boarding any flying vessels in those marketplaces. Now that he had attained foundation establishment, he found it unnecessary. Upon entering the realm of cultivation in the state of Chu, Li Xuanjun sensed a tranquility that contrasted sharply with his previous experiences. He flew for 3 months without encountering any conflict. It had been over 4 years since Li Xuanjun had departed from Namping Island, and during this time, the Li family had welcomed 3 new members. At last, the total number of Li family members reached 20. In the state of Chu, at the Hongqian marketplace, within a third-tier rented cave dwelling, Li Xuanjun had arrived at a pivotal moment for his breakthrough. He had not anticipated that he would use 2 drops of Xinjin liquid, a precious elixir renowned for its capacity to facilitate breakthroughs into the golden core stage, and quite valuable at that. Initially, Li Xintian believed that, with his 5 spirits bone constitution, he would only require a single drop of Xinjin liquid to achieve his breakthrough into the golden core stage. Who could have foreseen that 1 drop would merely elevate his cultivation to the peak of the false core stage, leaving him tantalizingly close to the coveted golden core? With a heavy heart, Li Xintian had no choice but to summon the 2nd drop of Xinjin liquid. Consequently, his breakthrough became a foregone conclusion. After 3 years of arduous endeavor, Li Xintian finally stood on the precipice of his breakthrough, just a step away from success. Above the borrowed cave dwelling, a tumultuous wave appeared, stretching approximately 100 miles. With undulating crests that seemed strikingly real, the denizens of the market below gazed up at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, gasping in astonishment. Had someone reached the golden core stage? 100-mile spectacle. Who was this prodigy? Sequestered in their secluded cultivation? Alas, when would I ever reach the golden core stage myself? This individual's impending breakthrough seemed promising. Perhaps it would be advantageous to form a connection. This was indeed the manifestation accompanying a breakthrough to the golden core stage. Li Xintian practiced the 9 layers of azure water, a formidable water attribute technique, and to his surprise, it had conjured a 100-mile spectacle. The quality of a golden core is often judged by the grandeur of the phenomena that accompany its formation. A typical golden core manifests a mere 10-mile spectacle, while a 100-mile phenomenon signifies a core of above-average quality. A 1,000-mile spectacle is indicative of a top-tier golden core, and a 10,000-mile phenomenon is almost unheard of. As time elapsed, the spectacle in the sky gradually compressed, soon condensing into a small orb before vanishing into the cave dwelling. Li Xintian was on the verge of a breakthrough. The phenomenon seamlessly integrated into his being, infiltrating his dantian. Almost instantaneously, the golden core took shape within his dantian, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg. Chapter 47. Reunion in the mortal realm within the cave dwelling. As Li Xintian emerged from his meditative state, he surveyed his surroundings with his consciousness and discovered that his radius of perception had reached an impressive 13,000 meters. Upon introspection, he noted that his golden core, now the size of a pigeon's egg, elicited a joyful smile upon his face. For an ordinary cultivator, the golden core at the onset of the golden core stage would typically only be the size of a grain of rice. However, Li Xintian's newly formed golden core was already of substantial size, filling him with exhilaration. Is this the 9 layers of divine waves? At the golden core stage, one can cultivate divine abilities. And the first of these abilities is formed from the condensation of phenomena. To his astonishment, Li Xintian's divine ability was indeed the 9 layers of waves, a prestigious technique among water attribute practices. The 9 layers of waves possesses 9 levels, and when unleashed, it can multiply one's combat prowess by 9-fold. Li Xintian remained seated. Although he had achieved a breakthrough, he required time to solidify his cultivation. Having rented the cave for 5 years, only 3 years had elapsed, leaving him with 2 more years to stabilize his foundation and refine his magical artifacts. He had acquired a magical artifact refining furnace. Though merely a tool for crafting, it sufficed for Li Xintian. Being a magical artifact, it was certainly more potent than a spiritual tool. Even a refining furnace could serve as a formidable weapon. Everyone understood that a golden core ancestor wielding a magical artifact was far more formidable than one without. Taking out a voice transmission talisman, Li Xintian began to contact Li Xuanjun. "Xuanjun, have you returned to the family?" A brief moment later, Li Xuanjun responded, "Elder brother, I just exited the Zhao Kingdom and am preparing to return to Yunyang from the Chu Kingdom." Upon receiving Li Xuanjun's message, Li Xintian quickly replied, "Are you in the Chu Kingdom? Then come to the Hongshan market. I have something to hand over to you." Before long, Li Xuanjun asked in astonishment, "Elder brother, you're also in the Chu Kingdom?" "The Hongshan market? I'm not far from there. I'll arrive shortly." "All right, be cautious." After the transmission was complete, Li Xintian closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. Tio think that his elder brother was also in the Chu Kingdom. It seemed a visit was in order as Li Xuanjun hastened his journey. He abruptly halted and altered his course, swiftly making his way to the Hongshan market. The Hongshan market was not too distant from the Heishan market, and given Li Xuanjun's flying speed, he would arrive in no time. After all, Li Xintian had only just arrived in the Chu Kingdom, sold the Lingyun egg, and then began his seclusion for a breakthrough. 2 months later, Li Xuanjun entered the Hongshan market and secured a room at an inn. After resting for a night, he retrieved the voice transmission talisman to send a message. "Elder brother, I have arrived at the Hongshan market. How do I find you?" Soon, Li Xintian's voice came through. "Come to the cave-dwelling rental area. I am in the level 3 cave number 16, in seclusion. You may come over." Li Xuanjun had no suspicions, for in this world, there was no such thing as telecommunication fraud. The voice transmission talisman could only be linked to one person. Thus, the sender had to be Li Xintian. However, he was curious as to why Li Xintian was in seclusion here. Suddenly, Li Xuanjun's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that elder brother has reached the golden core stage? The thought filled him with excitement. If Li Xintian could indeed break through to the golden core stage, with his longevity, the Li family could thrive for nearly 400 years. Exiting the inn, Li Xuanjun made his way toward Li Xintian's cave dwelling, arriving swiftly at the rental area. Before he could even begin his search for Li Xintian's cave, Li Xintian appeared before him. "Ah, Xuanjun, you have actually advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Quite impressive." Li Xuanjun gazed at Li Xintian, eyes wide in astonishment. "Elder brother, have you truly formed your golden core, having only recently broken through to the golden core stage?" Li Xintian's aura emanated uncontrollably, pressing down on Li Xuanjun and causing him to quickly deduce his cultivation level. Li Xintian nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have successfully formed my golden core. Come, let us discuss further inside." Li Xuanjun eagerly nodded, overwhelmed with joy. Now that the Li family had a source of spirit stones, combined with Li Xintian's golden core achievement, his own foundation establishment stage, and the imminent advancement of Li Xinling, the Li family finally possessed the means of self-preservation. However, the family was still too small and needed a significant increase in population. Upon entering the cave, Li Xuanjun was greeted by the rich aura of spiritual energy. And he sighed, "I wonder when the spiritual veins of Yunwu Island will be upgraded to the 3rd tier." Li Xintian smiled. "It won't be long now. The 3rd tier gathering formation is already prepared. As long as we have enough spirit stones, we can elevate the spiritual veins to the 3rd tier. With Lingyun chickens in our possession, we will surely not lack spirit stones. Once we return, we will increase the number of Lingyun chickens to 500. Coupled with other resource sources, we will have enough spirit stones in 10 years to upgrade the spiritual veins to the 3rd tier. To enhance the spiritual veins to the 3rd tier, we will need 1,000,000 spirit stones, along with a high-level gathering formation, and an additional 10 years of time to complete the upgrade." The previously family of Yunwu may never have conceived of such an endeavor, but now it was different. The Yunwu Li family had Lingyun chickens, allowing for the accumulation of substantial resources. Suddenly, Li Xuanjun proposed, "Elder brother, what if we allocate the Lingyun chickens to each family member? Regardless of how they choose to cultivate them, we can offer them 30% of the spirit stones generated from the sale of the Lingyun eggs. We should distribute as many as we can, considering the scarcity of family members skilled in cultivation. Given the current shortage of relatives with the aptitude for cultivation, we should prioritize raising the chickens. Li Xiantian's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. That sounds excellent. As long as we keep the Lingyun chickens contained, even children just entering the qi gathering stage can nurture them. Those with greater cultivation can raise even more. At that point, our family will undoubtedly have ample resources. This is indeed a commendable plan. Implementing this strategy would not only enhance the family's spirit stone income, but also increase the personal spirit stone resources of the family members. If every member of the Li family raised chickens, a qi gathering stage cultivator could rear 10 chickens, yielding over 160 Lingyun eggs annually. This would translate to nearly 250 spirit stones each year. And even after taking 30%, they would still receive over 70 spirit stones, far superior to a monthly stipend. Even if Li Xiantian were to revise the monthly stipend, a qi gathering stage family member would only receive 3 spirit stones monthly, totaling 36 per year. By this calculation, the profits from raising Lingyun chickens would surpass those from the monthly stipends. With such an influx of spirit stones, combined with the presence of golden core ancestor Li Xiantian, the Li family would find it exceedingly difficult not to rise to prominence. Li Xuanjin nodded. Indeed, based on their capabilities, the more they cultivate, the greater their earnings will be, thus increasing their spirit stone acquisition. This was his vision for transforming the family into one centered around chicken husbandry. If the Lingyun eggs prove to be lucrative in the long term, it could very well open new avenues for the family. After all, resources in the cultivation world are finite, and many have been monopolized by the major powers, leaving only new resources to be developed. Lingyun chickens thrive on lingworms, which in turn feed on decaying spiritual wood, allowing for rapid proliferation. Thus, the Li family's investment in raising Lingyun chickens is highly advantageous. Li Xuanjin practiced the withering and flourishing technique, which was perfectly suited to hasten the decay of spiritual wood, facilitating its cultivation. Viewed from this perspective, the Li family's endeavor to raise Lingyun chickens incurs minimal costs, representing a new resource that does not infringe upon the interests of others. Chapter 48. Discussion on the chicken farming family. Lingyun eggs are classified as low-tier resources, operating on a lower-end market, and thus are unlikely to provoke unnecessary troubles. High-tier resources, on the other hand, require sufficient strength to safeguard. After all, many high-tier resources cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones. For many of the major powers, only top-grade spirit stones or high-tier resources hold any allure. With the addition of a golden core ancestor, the Yunwu Li family can adequately protect the Lingyun eggs. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiantian replied, "Yes, this is feasible. You should implement this upon your return." With that, Li Xiantian produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Xuanjin, saying, "This contains the spirit stones and medicinal pills I acquired before entering seclusion. Take it back with you. Within it lies 120,000 spirit stones, along with the foundation establishment pill and 3 drops of the liquid of truth. The elixirs for enhancing one's cultivation during the qi refinement stage are valued at approximately 50,000 spirit stones. Originally, the foundation establishment pill was prepared for you. I never anticipated your breakthrough, so it seems your second sister has benefited instead." Li Xuanjin could not help but inquire, "Elder brother, I know where to procure essence pills and minor foundation establishment pills. You may retain these 120,000 spirit stones, and once you emerge from seclusion, you can purchase them at the black market adjacent to Heishan Fang's hideout. In truth, the minor foundation establishment pills are of lesser concern. What truly matters is the essence pill, which can restore cultivators over the age of 60 to their peak condition. When stacked threefold, its effects can last for a year. Yuan Long and the others will undoubtedly be unable to break through the foundation establishment stage before turning 60. They can only resort to such elixirs. As for which is superior between the minor foundation establishment pill and the liquid of truth, I cannot say for certain, as I have not tried them." Li Xiantian chuckled. "The essence pill is indeed remarkable. I have heard of it before. However, it is a demonic cultivator's elixir, and I had thought it unavailable in the state of Chu. I never imagined you would find it. Furthermore, regarding the minor foundation establishment pill, do not harbor hopes. Though it has some foundation establishment effects, it pales in comparison to the liquid of truth and the foundation establishment pill. While the efficacy of the liquid of truth may not match that of the minor foundation establishment pill, it is stable. The minor foundation establishment pill is designed to unleash potential for breaking through the foundation establishment stage, which can easily damage one's foundation. It's simply not worth the risk, Li Xuanzhen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Fortunately, you are aware of the minor foundation establishment pill's effects. Otherwise, I would have indeed purchased it, Li Xintian continued. There are indeed treasures that can restore one to their peak condition, but such items are exceedingly rare, far less common than the essence pill. Although the essence pill carries some side effects, for talents like Yuan Long and the others, breaking through to foundation establishment is inherently challenging. Especially with the golden core stage being a distant hope. It is far more prudent to utilize the essence pill for a breakthrough and extend one's lifespan by over a century. Li Xuanzhen nodded in agreement. Indeed, elder brother. Li Xintian proceeded. Once you return, the family should have accumulated 5 years' worth of spirit cloud eggs. Since you have successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, the task of selling the spirit cloud eggs will fall upon you. Li Xuanzhen nodded. After 5 years, there would be a total of 450,000 eggs. Selling them would yield substantial profits. Rest assured, elder brother, I will handle this matter. You focus on consolidating your cultivation. By the way, I acquired something valuable during my outing. Take a look with that. Li Xuanzhen presented a jade vial to Li Xintian. Li Xintian was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is actually a magical artifact, a spatial treasure. And it bears no other soul imprints. It has not been refined." Li Xuanzhen let out a sigh of relief. Since it had not been refined, he need not worry about detection. Li Xintian opened the jade vial. Astonished, beast blood? This is actually the blood of a dragon. How did you come by this, third brother? Li Xintian had never encountered a dragon, and thus did not recognize its aura, so it was reasonable that he did not identify the dragon's blood. Li Xuanzhen smiled. Elder brother, this is the 4th-tier dragon's blood, intended for our elder. The serpent. It could even enhance his bloodline, transforming him into a dragon. I stumbled upon it by chance, so please refrain from inquiring further. Li Xintian laughed heartily. Heaven bless the Li family. Originally, after breaking through to the golden core stage, I intended to guard the family for its safety, but unexpectedly, I have come into possession of such a treasure. Once the serpent transforms into a dragon, he can help safeguard the family, and the Li family shall experience significant advancement. Li Xuanzhen interjected, Elder brother, we must no longer suppress the development of ordinary clan members. We need more people. Otherwise, the family may possess resources but lack individuals. Li Xintian sighed. Shaking his head, third brother, do you think I am unwilling? It is just that the probability of ordinary clan members manifesting spiritual roots is exceedingly low. Li Xuanzhen replied with a smile. Now that the family is not lacking in resources, we could let ordinary clan members consume spirit rice, perhaps 1 or 2 meals a month, to cleanse their bodies. This may increase the chances of producing offspring with spiritual bones. After all, we are not short on spirit stones. Li Xintian nodded. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Here is the family lord's order. You may freely access the resources in the family treasury, as long as they contribute to enhancing the family's strength. As he spoke, he produced a jade tablet inscribed with the characters Cloud Mist. On the opposite side were the words Family Lord. Besides these inscriptions, one side depicted Cloud Mist Island, while the other featured the image of the dragon serpent. This was the Li family's family lord's order. A spiritual artifact. Li Xuanzhen accepted the family lord's order, smiling as he asked, Elder brother, you are quite generous. Are you not concerned that I might embezzle family resources? Li Xintian waved his hand dismissively. Those resources should hold little value for you. They are merely spirit stones. If you wish for them, take them for your enjoyment. The current Li family was affluent, and if not for the scarcity of clan members, they could cultivate more spirit cloud chickens. Otherwise, they would have even more spirit stones. During this outing, Li Xuanzhen also witnessed the vastness of the Eastern origin cultivation realm, realizing that only with sufficient strength could resources be sold without issue. If the Li family were strong enough, they could collaborate with certain merchant associations to sell spirit cloud eggs. However, the Li family was still too weak. Li Xuanzhen suddenly asked, Elder brother, could you estimate how many spirit stones you would require to reach the peak of the golden core stage? Li Xintian shook his head. I cannot ascertain, as the pills for the golden core stage are exceedingly rare and historically have been more valuable than available. Thus, it is difficult to calculate. Nevertheless, once one attains the golden core stage, many matters become considerably easier. At least the foundation establishment pill would no longer pose an issue. Li Xintian could not provide a calculation, as progressing through the golden core stage was profoundly challenging. If one could reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage for under 10,000 spirit stones, the foundation establishment stage would require far more. Upon reaching the golden core stage, attaining the peak would be impossible without over 100,000 spirit stones, let alone the even more precious resources needed to break through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, low and mid-grade spirit stones become ineffective at certain cultivation levels, necessitating the purchase of high-grade spirit stones or bartering with higher-tier resources. In the Eastern Origin cultivation realm, mid- and low-grade spirit stones are abundant, but high-grade spirit stones are scarce, as they contain higher-grade spiritual energy, which can directly enhance cultivation above the golden core stage. Thus, high-grade spirit stones are similarly in high demand but low supply. Chapter 49. Spirit Cloud Pill. Li Xuanjun suddenly asked, "Elder brother, I have set aside 10 drops of liquid of truth, requiring 150,000 spirit stones. I initially thought to have you accompany me for the purchase, taking the opportunity to travel the path to Tianbao Tower. However, since you are currently in seclusion, we shall discuss this later. For now, I will proceed with the purchase." Li Xintian nodded. "Very well. The family has enough spirit stones. If there are any liquid of truth or pills that enhance spiritual consciousness, I want them all." Li Xuanjun affirmed. "Understood. Upon my return, I will implement reforms within the family and initiate a poultry-raising plan. The spirit stones earned in the past decade will be reserved for enhancing the family's spiritual veins." Li Xintian nodded in agreement. "Agreed. We must expedite the enhancement of the family's spiritual veins. Only then can our clan members elevate their cultivation swiftly. The third-tier spiritual veins differ from others. Cultivating within such veins is most suitable for Qi refinement cultivators. Some cultivators with exceptional spiritual bone talents may even cultivate without the need for pills. In fact, most formidable factions typically nurture promising disciples within high-tier spiritual veins, allowing them to establish a foundation without the need for foundation establishment pills. For instance, Li Xintian, possessing 5 spiritual bones, broke through to foundation establishment by renting a 4th-tier spiritual spring cave. Although such caves are expensive, they facilitate breakthroughs for cultivators with 5 or more spiritual bones, making it a worthwhile investment, surpassing the cost-effectiveness of foundation establishment pills. After all, without substantial strength, even acquiring foundation establishment pills does not guarantee success. While the liquid of truth can also facilitate breakthroughs, it pales in comparison to breaking through with pure spiritual energy within a cave. Li Xintian suddenly remarked, "When you pass by Lingyun Mountain, remember to give Yuanqing 2,000 spirit stones." Over 4 years have passed, and he has grown. With his spiritual bone talent, his cultivation must be at least at the 5th level of Qi refinement. We cannot allow him to develop any biases against the family. Li Xuanjun nodded in agreement. "Understood. Upon reaching Lingyun Mountain, I will seek out Yuanqing. I just wonder how to contact him." Li Xintian produced a conch shell, stating, "When you arrive at Lingyun Mountain, use this to convey your voice. Yuanqing will receive it." Li Xuanjun examined the conch shell and inquired, "Elder brother, what is this?" "This is a communication conch. In the past, when Yuanqing lacked cultivation, he could only use it to transmit his voice. Once you arrive, inscribe your communication talisman with his mark for easier contact in the future." Li Xuanjun nodded. "No problem, elder brother." The two continued their conversation within the cave, primarily discussing matters concerning the state of Zhao. Li Xuanjun did not linger long in the cave, departing with his storage bag, still filled with excitement. He only took 70,000 spirit stones, leaving the remaining 50,000 for potential future use. Besides visiting Hongqian Fengshe, Li Xuanjun flew swiftly toward his family's direction. He left the jade vial and dragon's blood with Li Xintian, as he deemed it necessary for Li Xintian to oversee the serpent's consumption. With this thought, Li Xuanjun quickened his pace, hoping to return to Yunwu Island within 6 months. On Namping Island, as time passed, Li Xuanjun's cultivation grew even more formidable, nearing a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Ultimately, Li Xinling possesses an exceptional talent for cultivation. However, due to the scarcity of training resources in the past within the Li family, coupled with her penchant for tending to the spiritual bamboo, her progress has been rather sluggish. Now that the family boasts abundant resources and she no longer needs to care for the spiritual bamboo, Li Xinling finds herself on Namping Island, where her only responsibility is to oversee the spirit fruit forest, which is already well managed by Li Xinchen, requiring merely to follow his established methods. Consequently, Li Xinling has more time to devote to her cultivation. Given her innate talent, reaching the limit of the 10th layer of qi refinement is not a daunting challenge. With the aid of foundation establishment pills, she is bound to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As for Li Yuanyue, the girl has been engrossed in alchemy for many years and has successfully developed the Lingyun Dan. Yet her cultivation has barely reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Upon her emergence from seclusion on Namping Island, Li Xinling inquired, Yuanyue, although you have successfully formulated the Lingyun Dan, you cannot neglect your own cultivation. It would be wise to pause and enhance your skills before proceeding further. After all, you have already concocted a considerable quantity of Lingyun Dan. Perhaps it is time for a brief respite. Li Yuanyue shook her head, responding, Second aunt, please do not dissuade me. I must finish refining these 2,000 Lingyun eggs first. Li Xinling could only manage a wry smile, saying, You truly are remarkable. Aside from the initial 6,000 Lingyun eggs you wasted, you have consumed all that you accumulated over the past 4 years. However, you cannot undertake this endeavor alone. The family should cultivate alchemists, and as long as one achieves the first rank of the 2nd grade, it would suffice. At that point, the family could specialize in the sale of Lingyun Dan. Li Xinling also recognized the significant disparity between Lingyun eggs and Lingyun Dan. Once refined into pill form, the spiritual energy contained within the eggs could be utilized far more effectively. Moreover, a single Lingyun egg could yield 5 Lingyun Dan, and their market prices are equivalent. Although the formulation of Lingyun Dan requires supplementary medicinal ingredients, achieving a success rate of just 30% would ensure profitability. Given that Li Yuanyue has honed her skills to a success rate of 50% over these years, she has utilized over 20,000 Lingyun eggs, yielding nearly 60,000 Lingyun Dan. The 2,000 Lingyun eggs she mentioned are merely the remainder needed to complete the total of 30,000. The potential profit here is substantial, making the training of alchemists a necessity for the Li family. Li Xinling then asked, Are there any remaining supplementary materials? Li Yuanyue shook her head. There are very few left, and we have nearly exhausted the entire market of Wuz Lake. Even the Wuz market should be running low. A frown creased Li Xuanling's brow. Selling 60,000 Lingyun Dan would bring significant rewards, yet with the scarcity of supplementary materials, acquiring more Ling stones for purchases becomes imperative. Alas, where are the family head and 3rd brother? Li Yuanyue chuckled. They are likely preoccupied with some matters. There is no need for haste. We can continue refining these medicinal materials, and I should also enter seclusion to enhance my cultivation. Li Xinling laughed. Are you afraid that 3rd brother will scold you? Li Yuanyue shook her head. Not at all. I believe 3rd uncle will be grateful to me, especially since I have helped him amass so many Ling stones. Li Xinling nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, the jade talisman hanging at her waist began to glow. Li Xinling quickly picked it up, infusing it with spiritual energy, and Li Xuanqin's voice echoed forth. Second sister, can you hear me? Li Xinling promptly replied. I can hear you, 3rd brother. When will you return? Shortly thereafter, Li Xuanqin began to transmit again. I have already entered the borders of Yinyang country. I should be able to return to the family within 3 months at most. How is the family faring? How many clan members are there? And what is their cultivation level? Li Xinling beamed. The family is doing quite well. Due to the abundance of resources, the members' cultivation levels have been advancing rapidly. Yuanlong has reached the 8th layer of qi refinement and is close to the 9th layer, while Yuanhua and Yuanfei have both attained the 7th layer. Others are also progressing admirably. With the foundation establishment pills, there is hope for the clan members to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 50, Lingyun Immortal City meets Yuanqing. Li Xinqin chuckled. Second sister, upon my return, I have a surprise for you. Li Xinling responded, Very well, 3rd brother. I shall also have a surprise for you upon your return. Li Xinqin laughed heartily. Excellent. That is splendid news. Li Xinling smiled and said, This year, several more clan members have gained spiritual bones. You might find it hard to believe, but we have welcomed a little brother into the Xin generation. Li Xuanqin's eyes widened in disbelief as he transmitted back. What? Second sister, you cannot be jesting. Li Xinling, hearing his astonishment, laughed. It is a descendant left behind by Uncle Song, and he is the last member of the Xin generation. Alas, he possesses only half a spiritual bone. Li Xinqin was somewhat at a loss for words. Possessing merely half a spiritual bone means that while he can cultivate, his progress will be slow. Without fortuitous opportunities, he may never achieve foundation establishment in his lifetime. This reality is exceedingly harsh for a cultivator. As even a complete spiritual bone is required for advancement, we must nurture him diligently. The family is too few in number, and we should not abandon any member if it can be helped. At worst, we can provide him with more ling stones and elixirs. The Li family has no shortage of resources. By the way, what is the little one's name? Li Xinling replied. He is called Li Xinyang. She continued, other clan members are also quite promising, with talents of 2 or more spiritual bones. The Yuan generation has gained a new member named Li Yuanji, and the Qing generation has welcomed 2 new members, Li Qingshan and Li Qingyun. Additionally, there is a member of the Zhan generation named Li Zhenxian, bringing the total number of family members to 20-5. Li Xinshan chuckled. It seems the clan has grown rapidly over the past few years. That is splendid news. Let us discuss this further upon my return. I am approaching Lingyun Mountain to visit Yuanqing. Li Xinling replied, very well, do take care. With that, the two concluded their communication. Li Yuanyue quickly inquired, is third uncle returning? Li Xinling smiled, indeed, third brother will be back in 3 months. Why are you anxious? Although her alchemical pursuits were aimed at expanding profits, she felt somewhat guilty for having used Lingyun eggs to concoct elixirs without consulting Li Xinshan. Second aunt, when third uncle returns, please do advocate for me. Li Xinling assured her, do not worry. Given your assistance in increasing his income, he may even share some ling stones with you. Li Yuanyue shook her head. I dare not hope for such a luxury. As long as third uncle does not blame me, I shall be content. I will return to my cultivation now. With that, she retreated into her cave abode to practice. Li Xinling shook her head and busied herself with feeding the chickens. Li Xinshan's journey was swift. The Chu country remained relatively peaceful, and with careful navigation, he soon entered the Yunyang country. Yunyang country is divided into 18 prefectures, with Lingyun Mountain spanning 5 of them, each rich in resources. Lingyun Mountain is situated in the Tianling prefecture, which is home to numerous spiritual veins. As Li Xinshan crossed the border of Chu country, he entered the Tianling prefecture. The proximity of Tianling prefecture to Chu country and Zhao country has shielded Yunyang country from the incursions of demonic cultivators from Zhao country. The border of Yunyang country is safeguarded by Lingyun Mountain, ensuring that any attacks from those demonic cultivators would first encounter this formidable stronghold. Consequently, Lingyun Mountain staunchly defends against any potential threats. Though Yunyang country may not be vast compared to Zhao country, it is supported by 2 major sects, and Yu country is reluctant to invite unnecessary enmity. Whether or not they will seize Yunyang country will depend on their success in subduing Zhao country first. Otherwise, they risk incurring too many adversaries and facing significant troubles. Lingyun Mountain is centrally located within Tianling Prefecture, a vast mountain range rich in spiritual veins, making it the headquarters of the Lingyun sect. As a large sect, Lingyun Mountain boasts 5 supreme elders at the nascent soul stage, along with dozens of golden core ancestors, nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators, and tens of thousands of Qi refinement disciples. The entire mountain range is fully utilized, providing ample space for countless individuals to live and cultivate. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Lingyun Mountain, Li Xinshan entered Lingyun Immortal City. Although smaller than Beiyuan Immortal City, it is equally vibrant. After all, the 2 major powers of Yunyang country are distinctly different. The Lingyun sect dominates, while the Tai Su sect primarily governs its own territory and seldom ventures far. After arriving at Lingyun Immortal City, Li Xinshan unhesitatingly retrieved the sound-transmitting conch and began to contact Li Yuanqing. When Li Yuanqing departed from the Li family of Misty Cloud, he was just over 7 years old. Now, with 4 years having passed, he is nearly 12, and Li Xinshan wonders if he recognizes his third uncle. Yuanqing, this is your third uncle Li Xinshan, currently in Lingyun Immortal City. If you have the time, I would be delighted to meet with you. After sending the message, Li Xinshan awaited a response. Half a day later, the sound-transmitting conch resonated. Li Xinshan hurriedly picked it up and held it to his ear. Third uncle? Is that really you? Where in Lingyun Immortal City are you? I am on my way to find you. Li Xinshan understood that gaining entry into the Lingyun mountain range would be impossible for him, as it serves as the sect's headquarters. Being merely a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, it was but a dream to enter Lingyun Mountain. He could only wait in Lingyun Immortal City for Li Yuanqing to emerge. After more than 4 years, he was curious to know what level of cultivation Li Yuanqing had achieved. Before long, a young man arrived at Lingyun Immortal City aboard a flying vessel. Traveling from Lingyun Mountain to Lingyun Immortal City necessitates the use of a flying vessel, as those who cannot fly would find it impossible to reach. Furthermore, as a disciple of a Golden Core Elder, Li Yuanqing would undoubtedly receive special treatment. When Li Yuanqing arrived, Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in amazement. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Li Yuanqing, after less than 5 years of cultivation, has already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, far surpassing his own expectations. At such a pace, it is certain that he will successfully establish his foundation before the age of 20. Looking at the young man before him, Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile and say, Yuanqing, I did not anticipate your rapid advancement in cultivation. Well done. Li Yuanqing, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, I have seen my third uncle. Since I have been training under my master, residing on a third-grade top-tier spiritual vein, my cultivation speed has naturally accelerated. However, once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, my progress will inevitably slow down. By the way, third uncle, judging by your aura, you must have already established your foundation, right? Li Xuanzhen chuckled. Indeed, I have just recently established my foundation. With your talent, it won't be long before you catch up. As he spoke, a storage bag appeared in his hand, and he said with a smile, Inside are 20,000 spirit stones for you to use. When I visit next time, I shall bring you more. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Li Yuanqing's face. This was the stark contrast between having a family and being without one. When he first entered Lingyun Mountain, the family head, Li Xintian, had bestowed upon him a considerable number of spirit stones. Allowing his cultivation to soar, it is not merely enough to cultivate on a third-grade spiritual vein. It is not that simple, as one also requires the aid of elixirs. His fellow disciples, who had similar talents and entered the sect alongside him, lacked such abundant resources, resulting in slower cultivation speeds. Now that his third uncle had gifted him spirit stones, although it was only 20,000, it was sufficient for him to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement or beyond. Chapter 51. A conversation between uncle and nephew. An unexpected discovery. Li Yuanqing quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, third uncle. Li Xuanzhen patted his shoulder and said, Yuanqing, as a cultivator, you must tread against the heavens. Take good care of yourself. Remember, do not trust anyone outside. If you can defeat them, eliminate them without mercy. If you cannot, flee. Do you understand? Li Yuanqing nodded and replied, Yes, third uncle, I understand. Li Xuanzhen nodded in satisfaction and inquired, Your cultivation matters are in the hands of your master, so I shall not pry. If you ever find yourself in need of spirit stones, feel free to reach out to the family. They will assist you. Focus on your cultivation and establish your foundation as soon as possible. Li Yuanqing then hastily asked, Third uncle, may I purchase a top-tier magical artifact? It won't be long before the new disciples competition begins. And if I can place in the top 3, it would greatly benefit me. Perhaps I can even assist the family in some way. Li Xuanzhen smiled upon hearing this. What type of top-tier magical artifact do you desire? Never mind, I shall simply give you some. Initially, he intended to inquire about Li Yuanqing's preferences, but considering the upcoming competition, he decided not to allow him to fall behind. Thus, Li Xuanzhen produced 5 top-tier magical artifacts, a flying sword, a piece of fine silk, a rope, a set of battle armor, and a shield. Li Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the 5 magical artifacts. Third uncle, are all of these for me? Li Xuanzhen nodded. Indeed, they are all for you. They offer both offense and defense, greatly enhancing your combat capabilities. Li Yuanqing blinked in astonishment. The combined value of these top-tier magical artifacts must surely exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Third uncle is truly generous. Thank you, third uncle. Rest assured, I will never forget the kindness the family has shown me. Li Xuanzhen chuckled. Haha, by the way, you should possess a communication jade talisman, correct? We are not accustomed to using the communication conch, so let us leave your communication jade talisman imprint instead. Li Yuanqing promptly produced the communication jade talisman, leaving his own imprint upon it. Third uncle, all done. Li Xuanzhen smiled. You focus on your cultivation. If you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Li Yuanqing nodded, his gaze tinged with reluctance. Third uncle, please rest assured I shall strive to reach the foundation establishment stage as quickly as possible, so I can return. When you go back, please extend my regards to the family and take care of my parents. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Do not worry. I will do so. Moreover, with your aunt around, your parents will surely be safe. Li Xinling is Li Yuanqing's biological aunt, but his parents lack the determination for cultivation. Their lineage possesses remarkable talent. Li Xinling has 4 spiritual bones, while Li Yuanqing possesses 5. Sometimes, Li Xuanjin wishes that Li Yuanqing's parents would have more children, to see if they might produce more talented offspring. Suddenly, Li Yuanqing said, "Third uncle, in a few years, Lingyun Mountain will be selling a batch of foundation establishment pills. The price may be steep, but the quality is exceptional. If possible, it would be wise to accumulate more spirit stones in the meantime. As for the specific timing, I am unsure. This is what I heard from my senior brothers. Once the exact date is confirmed, I will inform you." Li Xuanjin replied, "Very well. I will accumulate more spirit stones to purchase as many foundation establishment pills as possible. There is one more thing to tell you. Your family head has already broken through to the golden core stage and is currently in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. Therefore, should any issues arise, feel free to communicate with me. However, it is best not to disclose this information. The Zhao Kingdom has already been infiltrated by demonic cultivators from the Yu Kingdom, and it is uncertain when they will launch an attack on Yunyang Kingdom. For the safety of the family, it is advisable that the family head's golden core stage remain undisclosed. Currently, only you, I, and the family head are aware of this. Remember, do not let this information slip." Li Yuanqing felt deeply moved. Typically, such matters could remain unspoken, but Li Xuanjin had chosen to share this with him, indicating that he considered him trustworthy. "Third uncle, rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential." Li Yuanqing said earnestly. Li Xuanjin smiled. "All right, you should return now. I must head back to the family as well. It has been nearly 5 years since I left." Li Yuanqing felt a pang of reluctance, but nodded in agreement. "Then please take care on your journey, third uncle." Li Xuanjin smiled and watched as Li Yuanqing departed, nodding in approval. This young man has a good disposition. Only time will tell if he is suited for the world of cultivation. After Li Yuanqing left, Li Xuanjin swiftly departed Lingyun Immortal City, heading towards the direction of the Wuz Market. Lingyun Immortal City is situated outside Lingyun Mountain, and Li Xuanjin had not encountered anyone tailing him. The closer he got to his lake, the faster he flew. After nearly 5 years of absence, he was finally returning home. He wondered how the family was faring and hoped that this return would bring about significant changes. Tianyu County, located merely 1 county away from Tianyang County, would only take about a month for Li Xuanjin to return. While flying, Li Xuanjin spotted a small market and decided to stop and rest. Instinctively, he sent out his shadow to scout ahead. However, when the shadow entered the market, Li Xuanjin's expression changed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Although the market was small, it was strange that not a single person could be found. The spiritual veins within the market remained intact, yet everyone inside had vanished without a trace. Even the shop doors were open, with some scattered resources left behind. Li Xuanjin concealed himself outside the market. Cautiously observing the various shops through his shadow, he discovered that each shop bore signs of a struggle, yet no physical entities were present. While Li Xuanjin felt puzzled, he continued to command the shadow to gather all the remaining resources. Others might dismiss these resources, but he did not. After all, when accumulated, they could amount to several thousand spirit stones. As he examined each shop, he found no living beings at all. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the residence of the market's owner. The only place he had yet to investigate. The shadow swiftly entered, and upon entry, he sensed something was amiss. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Li Xuanjin felt an unusual heaviness in the air. As the shadow cautiously ventured further, he indeed discovered the source of the disturbance. It turned out that there were numerous coffins arranged within, forming a corpse refining formation. It was evident that the cultivators from this market had all been slain and placed inside the coffins to set up the formation. However, the number was not right. There were only 50 coffins, which was far too few for an entire market. Below ground, good heavens, which faction is responsible for this? Just how many cultivators have been slaughtered? The shadow delved into the earth and found an abundance of corpses beneath. The number of bodies here certainly exceeded 1,000, and the wounds on these corpses indicated that they had not fallen to a single assailant. Chapter 52. The Corpse Refining Sect, Poison King Valley. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xuanjin sought to leave, but before his shadow could act, more than a dozen figures clad in black appeared in the room. The leader among them was at the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Li Xuanjin exhaled in relief. While their strength was commendable, it posed no threat to him. After all, in such a small market, it would not require many people to carry out a massacre. Yet, the origins of these black-clad individuals and their motives for such actions within the borders of Yunyang Kingdom remained a mystery. Before Li Xuanjin could ponder further, the leader of the black-clad figures furrowed his brow and said, "I sensed a fluctuation of magical energy earlier. Search the area thoroughly." The other black-clad individuals quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord." However, no matter how diligently they searched, they could not locate Li Xuanjin, for he remained concealed outside the market. More than a dozen subordinates scoured the area thoroughly, and after confirming that no one was present, the leader clad in black finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If we guard this place well, once this copper-armored corpse is refined, we may very well achieve our goals and retire in success." A cautious black-clad subordinate timidly inquired, "My lord, this copper-armored corpse shouldn't hold any significant power, should it?" The leader of the black-clad figures scoffed, "When has my corpse refining sect ever settled for merely a single armored corpse? In Tianyu County, there exists a vast convergence of dark energy. If we can refine a total of 81 copper-armored corpses, we can utilize them to form a formation and refine silver-armored corpses. Even without transforming them into silver-armored corpses, just by arranging the 81 copper-armored corpses into a corpse formation, we could ensnare golden core cultivators." The eyes of the nearby black-clad man lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, "Congratulations, my lord, with the ability to counter golden core foes through an armored corpse formation." The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not speak so carelessly. Many are far stronger than I." The black-clad man hastily replied, "My lord possesses the corpse refining formation, and with your unique status, you must be the master of these armored corpses." The leader of the black-clad figures couldn't help but chuckle. "I shall take your words as a good omen, but you know too much." As his words fell, the leader of the black-clad figures slapped a pouch at his waist, and 3 copper-armored corpses immediately flew out, unhesitatingly charging toward the black-clad men. Upon witnessing this scene, the first instinct of the more than 10 black-clad figures was not to flee, but to plead for mercy. "My lord, spare my life. It was my foolish tongue that questioned you. We know nothing of what you just said. Please, my lord, show mercy. My lord, considering all I have done for you, please spare me." The majority of the black-clad figures knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, save for the one who had just asked the question. The 3 copper-armored corpses encircled him, showing no harm to those begging for clemency. The leader of the black-clad figures regarded him and asked, "Speak, how do you wish to die?" The man smiled and inquired, "How did you discover me?" The leader of the black-clad figures snorted, "Humph, none of my subordinates dare to question me." The man's eyes revealed a look of realization, and then the black garb on his body suddenly ripped apart, revealing a white attire underneath. Li Xuanjin, controlling his shadow, observed that the figure in white was actually a woman. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed a cultivation level at the mid-foundation stage, slightly stronger than Li Xuanjin. Earlier, she had concealed her aura through some method, but now, her powerful presence was unmistakable. The leader of the black-clad figures coldly remarked, "What of being at the mid-foundation stage? Kill." With his words, the 3 copper-armored corpses charged directly towards the woman. The refinement of corpses is tiered. Those equivalent to the Qi refinement stage are known as iron-armored corpses. Those equivalent to the foundation stage are copper-armored corpses. Those equivalent to the golden core stage are silver-armored corpses, and those equivalent to the nascent soul stage are golden-armored corpses. 3 copper-armored corpses were already formidable adversaries, especially with the black-clad leader by their side. The leader produced a bell and gently shook it. The 3 copper-armored corpses swiftly arranged themselves into a formation, surrounding the woman in white. The bell chimed again, and remarkably, the 3 copper-armored corpses began to move in perfect unison. Li Xuanjin was taken aback. If he could control copper-armored corpses, his battle prowess would see a significant enhancement, as would his safety. Thus, he abandoned thoughts of fleeing. Since there were several armored corpses here, he must seize a few for himself. As for returning to his family, that could wait. The woman was not to be trifled with. A white ribbon appeared in her hands, a rather impressive spirit artifact that served both offensive and defensive purposes. When attacking, the ribbon acted like a long whip or a spear, showcasing tremendous power. When defending, It functioned like a shield, preventing the 3 copper-armored corpses from approaching. Li Xuanzhen suddenly felt that this spirit artifact surpassed his small bell. Though it was more suited for female cultivators, the woman fought as if she were dancing, a truly captivating sight. Yet, Li Xuanzhen did not admire her. Instead, he focused on the leader of the black-clad figures. Although they appeared evenly matched, in reality, the female cultivator was at a disadvantage. The aura of the black-clad leader remained robust, showing little expenditure of his magical energy, while the female's energy steadily waned. Though he was unaware of her hidden trump cards, it was evident the black-clad figure was in no peril. Li Xuanzhen sought the leader's corpses and the techniques within his storage pouch. Everything else was of no consequence. As time passed, the woman's aura grew weaker, nearing collapse. Yet, the leader of the black-clad figures did not approach. Rather, he distanced himself, tightening his control over the 3 copper-armored corpses. By Feyre, do not think I am unaware of your identity. You shall not seize the copper-armored corpses from my grasp. You lot, attack. Li Xuanzhen found himself puzzled. The leader of the black-clad figures obviously held the upper hand. Yet he appeared increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the woman's previously diminished aura transformed. Her white attire took on a pink huit was not merely a change in color, but rather, a pink gas began to emanate. Upon its emergence, the black-clad figures who had not reached the foundation stage collapsed to the ground, scratching at their bodies and wailing in agony. It itches terribly. Help! I don't want to die. It itches so much. Quickly, give me the antidote. No, kill me. Just end my suffering. Save for the leader of the black-clad figures holding the bell, the others writhed on the ground, frantically clawing at their bodies and crying out in distress. The leader's expression turned grim as he exclaimed, "Demonic woman, you dare poison us? My corpse refining sect will not let you off easily." Feyre replied with a smile, "It is merely a stronger version of an itching powder. If they cannot endure such minor discomfort, how can they aspire to cultivate immortality? Threatening me with your corpse refining sect. My poison King Valley is not to be trifled with." Chapter 53. Li Xuanzhen's covetous gaze upon hearing this. Li Xuanzhen's expression darkened. Initially, he had presumed the woman to be virtuous, only to discover she was entangled with the nefarious arts. In the cultivation world, beyond the righteous and demonic paths, there existed various unorthodox and malevolent sections. Their cultivation methods diverged from orthodox practices. They either refined corpses, concocted poisons, or even practiced cannibalism. Their initial speed of cultivation surpassed that of orthodox practitioners, yet they faced significant challenges in later stages. Particularly when attempting to break through major realms, their rapid advancement led to unstable foundations, necessitating vast resources. For instance, the corpse refining sect required the refinement of corpse stand from a higher realm when breaking through. A chi refinement cultivator breaking into foundation stage needed to refine a copper-armored corpse's corpse stand, while a foundation stage cultivator aspiring to reach golden core must refine a silver-armored corpse's corpse stand. The Poison King Valley operated similarly, relying primarily on consuming spiritual poisons to balance the toxins within their bodies, making breakthroughs perilous. Though the orthodox path was slower, it was comparatively safer. Yet, these unorthodox sects should not have surfaced in Yunyang country. Why then were disciples of the Corpse Refining Sect and Poison King Valley present in Tianyu County? Both the Corpse Refining Sect and Poison King Valley were significant powers, residing within the Eastern Wilderness's cultivation world. Not within the Eastern Plains. What brought them to Yunyang country? The Eastern Wilderness lies between the Eastern Plains and the Prairie cultivation world, as well as overseas cultivation realms, characterized by its rugged terrain teeming with venomous creatures and miasma, often disregarded by the righteous and demonic paths. However, this does not imply a lack of resources. In fact, the Eastern Wilderness possesses ample resources, albeit fraught with peril, dissuading both paths from venturing there in such a context. The area has become a haven for malevolent and unorthodox sects. Li Xuanzhen pondered why these unorthodox sects would abandon their strongholds in the Eastern Wilderness to venture into Yunyang country. Before he could dwell further on this, the ongoing battle between the two provided clarity. Feyre, isn't your Poison King Valley located in Tianshan County? Why come to Tianyu County to vie for my corpse refining? What benefit could it possibly bring you? Oh, but who says there is none? A single copper-armored corpse is worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Do you think I am unmoved? You dare defy the agreement between our two sects? Humph, Zhang, with the righteous and demonic paths embroiled in conflict, it is those with strength who dictate the rules in these small nations like Yunyang. You, a mere initial foundation cultivator, dare to contest with me? You seek death. Though I may be at the initial foundation stage, I command 3 copper-armored corpses. They are not afraid of your potent poison. Since you have spoken thusly, I shall slay you, and your resources shall belong to me. Copper-armored corpses arise. With a swift motion, he struck the pouch at his waist, summoning 2 more copper-armored corpses, one of which was in the form of a tiger. Another copper-armored corpse? How could you possibly have so many? Bai Fei exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes glimmering with excitement. In her view, these copper-armored corpses, along with Zhang Lu's storage pouch, were all her potential gains. Once Li Xuanjun grasped the unfolding situation, he no longer rushed into action. Instead, he concealed himself outside the marketplace, waiting for the two to conclude their battle. The minions had been dealt with. Once the outcome of this duel was determined, it would be his time to strike. He yearned for those copper-armored corpses. With them, he could command them via his shadow without needing to engage directly, making his task far more convenient. With this thought, Li Xuanjun eagerly anticipated the swift conclusion of their battle. Eager to reap the rewards, such aspirations, however, were inevitably met with unforeseen developments. At that moment, several beams of sword light flashed by, and a number of foundation-building righteous cultivators appeared in the air above the market. Zhang Lu's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Bai Fei, cease your actions. The righteous cultivators have arrived." The pink aura surrounding Bai Fei dissipated, and she seemed to transform into a righteous cultivator herself. "I am a righteous cultivator, Demoness. Surrender at once." Zhang Lu, rendered speechless, snorted coldly, "Do you believe that this charade will convince them you are one of them? They are not blind. You should find a way to escape." As his words fell, he waved his hand, summoning the copper-armored corpses back to him. He then formed a hand seal, disappearing into the ground and heading off into the distance. "Damn, Zhang Lu, you actually know the earth escape technique." Bai Fei was momentarily stunned, before transforming into a streak of light and charging outward. As Li Xuanjun was about to lose sight of Zhang Lu, he directly attached his shadow to him, closely following so as not to fall behind. Just as Bai Fei dashed outside, she was spotted by those righteous cultivators. "Bold Demoness, how dare you act recklessly in Tianyu County? Prepare to die." The foundation-building cultivators wasted no time, hurling their spiritual artifacts at Bai Fei. Unfazed, she shielded herself with a white silk and surged forth into the distance, allowing the spiritual artifacts to strike her. None of this was visible to Li Xuanjun, who was still tailing Zhang Lu. Li Xuanjun was quite intrigued by Zhang Lu's earth escape technique, as it was exceptionally suited for fleeing, providing significant advantages for survival. He noted that the techniques possessed by these evil and demonic cultivators were rather impressive, such as the 9 Nether Shadow and the earth escape technique. Not to mention the copper-armored corpses, he found himself quite envious. 30 miles away, Zhang Lu could no longer contain himself and emerged from underground, his shadow appearing alongside him. Fortunately, Li Xuanjun moved swiftly. Otherwise, he might have struggled to keep pace. The speed of the earth escape technique was remarkable, allowing one to ignore any obstacles and flee in a straight line. Witnessing this, Li Xuanjun couldn't help but think of the Zhao kingdom. If he could master the earth escape technique, he could come and go freely in Zhao. With the turmoil in Zhao, he could seize this opportunity to amass more wealth and acquire greater resources to enhance his cultivation. As Zhang Lu emerged, he was suddenly confronted by a massive bell hurtling towards him, startling him. Just as he attempted to evade the bell, the 9 Nether Shadow instantly ensnared his legs, rendering him immobile. Boom! The bell crashed onto him, sending him flying. Spitting blood, he barely had time to react before a fireball struck him. Simultaneously, a shadowless needle pierced his mind. Li Xuanjun acted swiftly. As soon as Zhang Lu appeared, he dispatched him without hesitation. Ignoring the flames engulfing Zhang Lu, Li Xuanjun retrieved 2 bags from his body and removed his shoes, then vanished in a flash of sword light. Before long, several foundation-building cultivators arrived, their brows furrowing as they gazed upon Zhang Lu's still-burning corpse. This is Zhang Lu's aura. I can't believe he met his end here. Good riddance. How dare he act so brazenly on my Xianyu sect's territory? He truly deserved death. What a pity about the contribution points for slaying him, which could have been exchanged for many resources, now claimed by someone else. The perpetrator may not even be a disciple of the Xianyu sect. Look, Zhang Lu's head has not been taken. It could have been a passing cultivator. Indeed, and a powerful one at that. Zhang Lu died too swiftly. Well then, let's take his head and continue pursuing that demoness. Yes, senior brother. Chapter 52. Return to was Fengshe Li Xuanjin sped along, soon exiting the confines of Tianyu County and entering the territory of Tianhua County. In contrast, Tianhua County was far more tranquil, as it was the domain of the Taishu Temple. Those evil cultivators were unlikely to act recklessly here. Although the Taishu Temple seldom ventured into the world, its strength was undeniably formidable. They would remain inactive unless provoked. And should the corpse refining sect and the Poison King Valley dare to cause trouble within the Taishu Temple's domain, the temple would not hold back, likely annihilating the two sects of Yunyang Kingdom and potentially advancing into the eastern wastes to eradicate them. Such events were not unprecedented. The Taishu Temple had done so 3 times before, once with a demonic sect from overseas, once with a righteous sect from Zhao, and once with an evil sect from the eastern wastes. All of these were large sects, home to Yuanying elders. However, when they caused disturbances in the Taishu Temple's territory and even killed several of its disciples, they were swiftly obliterated. Since then, few dared to act recklessly within the Taishu Temple's domain, which is why surrounding demonic cultivators refrained from attacking Yunyang Kingdom. Upon entering Tianhua County, Li Xuanjin was nearing Tianyang County. Once he reached Tianhua County, the path ahead would be significantly safer. Although there were some small to medium-sized cultivation forces in Tianhua County that were affiliated with the Taishu Temple, they generally coexisted peacefully. After all, as cultivators, they often fought over resources, but in the Taishu Temple's territory, outright killings for resources were rare. Even if such actions occurred, they would be carried out covertly, not openly. As he approached Tianyang County, Li Xuanjin's anticipation grew. His speed increased, reaching a pace comparable to that of a late-stage foundation cultivator. He was astonished to find that the more he practiced flying with his sword, the faster he became, and his control over flying improved significantly. This discovery thrilled him. Being able to fly at the speed of a late-stage foundation cultivator while still in the early stage would make escaping perilous situations far less daunting. Half a month later, Li Xuanjin returned to the outskirts of Fengshe. Upon arriving in Tianyang County, he began to fly without restraint. As the strongest cultivator there was merely at the peak of foundation building. While he might not be able to defeat them, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, the ostensible strongest individual was Li Xuanjin himself, a late-stage foundation cultivator. Little did anyone know that Li Xuanjin had already broken through to the Jindan stage. As he had not done so within Yunyang Kingdom, Li Xuanjin barreled through at breakneck speed, flying in a manner that would be nearly undetectable unless one were a foundation cultivator. Upon landing outside Fengshe, he was mindful that flying with a sword was not permitted within the market. Entering the market, a smile of joy lit up his face. Just as he arrived outside Tianbao Tower, Yang Tianjiao was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Li Xuanjin, Yang Tianjiao erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, my friend, you have finally returned. If you had taken any longer, I would have had to leave and break through my cultivation at the branch office. His cultivation had already reached the 10th level of qi refining, having reached its pinnacle 2 years ago, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, he chose to remain as the shopkeeper to wait for Li Xuanjin. As this was a lucrative business worth 15,000 spiritual stones, if he successfully completed this transaction, he could not only break through to the foundation building stage, but also be transferred to a branch office or even a larger market. Li Xuanjin chuckled. I have finally returned. I initially thought I would be back shortly, but unexpectedly, this trip took much longer than anticipated, my friend. I apologize for making you wait. Yang Tianjiao laughed heartily. No worries. I, too, am here for the spiritual stones and the profits. Come, let us discuss inside. Li Xuanjin nodded and followed him into Tianbao Tower. Inside, Yang Tianjiao's eyes flashed with surprise as he sighed. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. This is indeed worthy of celebration. Li Xuanjin squinted slightly, inquiring, how did you discern that? Yang Tianjiao replied with a smile, that is a secret of Tianbao Tower. For anyone entering here, Their cultivation level is generally not concealed. Li Xuanjin nodded. I see that. I wonder if such treasures are available for purchase. This item, if carried with him, could reveal the true forms of those scheming individuals. In that case, he could sense impending danger and escape in advance. Yang Tianjiao shook his head. Such treasures are not for sale. However, if my cultivation improves, I might be able to obtain one. If you desire it, you may wait until I return from the branch office to discuss it further. Li Xuanjin nodded. Then I am grateful to you, my friend. Let us proceed with the transaction. I believe you must be eager. Yang Tianjiao agreed. You are correct, my friend. Ha ha ha. With that, he produced a jade vial containing 10 drops of condensing essence liquid. My friend, take a look. Is it satisfactory? Li Xuanjin accepted the vial, his consciousness sweeping over it, a look of delight crossing his face. Yes, this is indeed condensing essence liquid, worth 15,000 spiritual stones. With that, he produced a storage bag and handed it to Yang Tianjiao. Yang Tianjiao received the storage bag, inspecting it carefully before nodding in approval. The quantity is satisfactory. May our collaboration be fruitful. He felt quite pleased. Knowing that when he left for the branch office with this 15,000 spiritual stones, he would be held in high regard, Li Xuanjin felt a pang of regret. He had originally possessed 16,000 spiritual stones, plus the 7,000 given by Li Xuanjin, totaling 23,000. After giving 2,000 to Li Yuanqing, he now had to part with 15,000, leaving him with only 6,000 spiritual stones. Yang Tianjiao promptly asked, Do you need anything else? Li Xuanjin hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Do you have any hairpin spiritual artifacts? Or flying needle spiritual artifacts? Yang Tianjiao pondered briefly before nodding. I do have a hairpin spiritual artifact, but I do not have any flying needle spiritual artifacts, Li Xuanjin further asked. What about large flying spiritual artifacts? Yang Tianjiao couldn't help but chuckle and said, You might not believe it, but I happen to possess a large flying spiritual vessel, a ship divided into 3 tiers. The bottom level serves as a cargo hold, while the upper 3 tiers are designed for habitation. Such a type of flying spiritual vessel is quite costly. Do you require it, my friend? Li Xuanjin nodded and inquired, May I see it? Yang Tianjiao nodded and retrieved a jade box and a storage bag. Inside this jade box lies a hairpin spiritual artifact, renowned for its formidable attack power. Please take a look. As he spoke, he opened the jade box, allowing Li Xuanjin to examine the hairpin. Li Xuanjin nodded in approval and asked, It truly is impressive. What is its value? Yang Tianjiao replied with a smile, Since you desire it, I can offer it for 4,500 spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Xuanjin understood that this price was already quite low. In the Zhao Kingdom, it would easily fetch double the amount. Thus, he nodded and said, Thank you, my friend. I shall take it. The hairpin was intended as a gift for Li Xinling, as he had promised her a share of the spiritual cloud eggs he intended to sell upon his departure. While one hairpin might not be significant, it was indeed suitable for Li Xinling. Chapter 53. The market for spiritual cloud eggs. Li Xuanjin's gaze shifted towards the storage bag, and he queried, What is this, my friend? Yang Tianjiao replied with a smile, The ship is quite large, and the spiritual artifact cannot change size, so it must be contained in a large storage bag. This is the ship I spoke of. You may take a look. Li Xuanjin's spiritual sense swept over it, and he nodded in approval. The ship appeared sizable, although it could not compare to the grand flying vessels of large merchant guilds. It was not significantly smaller. Apart from the cargo hold below, the upper 3 tiers housed 66 rooms. The bottom tier contained 36 smaller rooms, the middle tier had 25 larger ones, and the top tier had only 5. Li Xuanjin was quite satisfied with this arrangement and asked, My friend, how much for this ship? Yang Tianjiao chuckled. This large flying vessel would typically cost 30,000 spirit stones, but since it has remained unsold here for quite some time, I can offer it to you for a total of 30,000 spirit stones, including the hairpin. He had already profited 150,000 spirit stones from Li Xuanjin and was pleased to earn an additional 30,000. Although the external price of such a large flying vessel was high, internally it would only cost a few thousand spirit stones. However, the methods of crafting such vessels were monopolized by major merchant guilds, leading to inflated prices and external sales, comparable to some lesser magical artifacts. A bitter smile appeared on Li Xuanjin's face, yet he said, My friend, I will take it. May I have the storage bag as well? Yang Tianjiao hesitated. The large storage bag was quite valuable, but seeing the pained expression on Li Xuanjin's face, he suggested, "How about this? If you add an additional 2,000 spirit stones, I will include the storage bag." This was not something he could simply give away. The storage bag had a capacity of 150 cubic units and was valued at 3,000 spirit stones, making this already a good deal. On the market, even smaller storage bags cost over 100 spirit stones, let alone such a large one. Li Xuanjin's largest storage bag was only about 30 cubic units. Acquiring this one would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. "All right, my friend, that totals 32,000 spirit stones. Here you are." He then produced another storage bag containing 32,000 spirit stones and handed it to Yang Tianjiao. Yang Tianjiao's face radiated joy, and he regarded Li Xuanjin with newfound warmth. "Ha, splendid, my friend. May our collaboration be fruitful." Li Xuanjin gritted his teeth and inquired, "Do you have any resources to enhance spiritual awareness, preferably the concentration liquid?" Yang Tianjiao shook his head and replied, "Unfortunately, I do not have that. But I do possess spirit refining pills. You are aware of their effects, I presume?" Li Xuanjin's eyes widened in surprise, and he hurriedly asked, "Is what you say true? That is a superior pill for cultivating the spirit. Beneficial even for those transitioning from the alchemy stage to the golden core stage." Yang Tianjiao smiled and said, "I happen to have one spirit refining pill. If you consume it, it will certainly elevate your spiritual awareness to the late foundation establishment stage, while also compressing and refining your spirit." Li Xuanjin inquired, "How much for it?" Yang Tianjiao replied, "Not much, just 50,000 spirit stones." Li Xuanjin could only smile wryly. After all, this pill could directly elevate him to the late foundation establishment stage, making it exorbitantly priced. For the same amount, he could purchase 25 spirit pills. While the price of 25 spirit pills was comparable to that of the spirit refining pill, their effects were certainly not on par. Li Xuanjin shook his head and said, "Alas, my friend, let us leave it for now. I do not have that many spirit stones on hand. Perhaps I shall buy it another time." Yang Tianjiao nodded. "Very well. The spirit refining pill originates from the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Should you require it, feel free to contact me." Li Xuanjin suddenly asked, "By the way, does the Heavenly Treasure Tower have any interest in the low-grade resource spiritual cloud eggs?" Yang Tianjiao hesitated for a moment and replied, "Although spiritual cloud eggs are a low-grade resource, they have a decent market in certain areas. If you have some, I would be willing to accept them." Li Xuanjin pondered for a moment and asked, "What if there is a large quantity?" Yang Tianjiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, "How many spiritual cloud eggs can you provide? What would the price be?" Li Xuanjin replied, 100,000 spiritual cloud eggs. Can you handle that?" Yang Tianjiao laughed and said, "You could say 100,000 is a small number. Even if it were 3 to 500,000, the Heavenly Treasure Tower would be able to manage." The Heavenly Treasure Tower's enterprises span the Eastern Origin Cultivation World, the Eastern Sea Cultivation World, the Prairie Cultivation World, and even the Eastern Wilderness Cultivation World. As long as the price is right, we would accept any quantity of spiritual cloud eggs. Li Xuanjin hesitated for a moment and nodded, "My friend, I am unaware of how many my family possesses. As I have been away for quite some time, if you are willing to wait, I shall return home to check and then inform you." Yang Tianjiao asked, "Are you affiliated with a certain faction in the Five-Color Lake?" Li Xuanjin nodded indeed. Yang Tianjiao smiled and said, "Very well, I shall await your return. Since you belong to a family in the Five-Color Lake, it is worth the wait. May I inquire at what price you plan to sell them?" "If it is at market price, the Heavenly Treasure Tower would not be interested." Li Xuanjin nodded. "Of course, I would not sell them to you at market price. The market price is 1 spirit stone for 1 spiritual cloud egg. So I shall offer you 4 spiritual cloud eggs for 5 spirit stones. How does that sound?" Yang Tianjiao calculated in his mind and happily replied, "That is acceptable. It amounts to a discount of 1 spirit stone for every 4 spiritual cloud eggs. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it will yield substantial profit. After all, raising spiritual cloud chickens requires resources, and this price is quite reasonable." A hint of joy appeared on Li Xuanjin's face. The market for spiritual cloud eggs had been opened. Initially, he had been hesitant to do so, but with the Li family now possessing a golden core cultivator, they could safeguard the interests surrounding the spiritual cloud eggs. Moreover, by selling at such a low price, he had left ample profit for the Heavenly Treasure Tower. With 100,000 spiritual cloud eggs, the Heavenly Treasure Tower could earn 25,000 spirit stones. If they were to acquire 1 million, the profit would surely reach 250,000, which is not insignificant. After finalizing their discussion, Li Xuanzhen took his leave. Yang Tianjiao gazed at Li Xuanzhen's departing figure, murmuring, "It seems the five-color lake will soon be stirred. If it involves families, it must pertain to the Li and Yang families. A rather intriguing situation." Over the five-color lake, Li Xuanzhen concealed his cultivation and swiftly sped towards the direction of Namping Island aboard a bamboo leaf boat. The bamboo leaf boat was the emblem of the Li family, and no ill-fated cultivator would dare to obstruct his path. As he drew closer to the Yunwu Li family, Li Xuanzhen felt a surge of unease. Had it not been for the need to conceal his strength, he would have returned much sooner. 18 Namping Island. Li Xinling had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, yearning to break through but lacking the necessary foundational resources. "Sigh, I wonder when the family head and the third brother will return," she lamented. Beside her, Li Yuanyue stood, having broken through to the fifth layer of qi refinement. "Do not worry, second aunt. Uncle will definitely help you obtain the foundation establishment pill." Li Xinling shook her head. "No, even if there is a foundation establishment pill, it will be your third uncle who uses it first. He broke through to the qi refinement 10th layer before me." Just as her words fell, a voice resonated in their ears. "Second sister, do you have so little faith in me? Why can't I break through to the foundation establishment stage and return?" Chapter 56. Returning to Namping Island as the voice faded. Li Xuanzhen's figure appeared on Namping Island, walking cheerfully towards Li Xinling while releasing his aura. "Second sister, it has been a while. Do you really have so little faith in me, believing I couldn't break through to the foundation establishment stage after my journey?" Surprise flickered in Li Xuanling's eyes as she hurried forward to examine him curiously. "Third brother, have you successfully established your foundation? That is wonderful news. It will relieve some pressure off Big Brother." Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile. Big Brother has already broken through and is currently solidifying his cultivation. Hearing this, both Li Xinling and Li Yuanyue widened their eyes in astonishment. "Third brother, are you telling the truth?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed, in 2 years, the family head will return, and you will see for yourself." Li Xinling confirmed that Li Xuanzhen spoke no falsehood. If that were the case, the Li family now possessed a golden core cultivator. "Third brother, congratulations." Li Xuanzhen was taken aback and responded with a smile. "Second sister, congratulations to you as well. Your breakthrough is not far off, by the way. These are the resources the family head entrusted me with to bring back. 5,000 spirit stones worth of cultivation elixirs and 1 foundation establishment pill. Additionally, there are 13 drops of concentration liquid. More than enough for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage." Li Xuanling's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she inquired, "Third brother, are you saying you have procured the foundation establishment pill? And the condensation liquid as well?" Li Xuanzhen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. While the condensation liquid may not compare to the foundation establishment pill, its ample quantity should suffice to enable 2 individuals to break through to the foundation establishment stage." With a confident smile, Li Xinling replied, "Just grant me the condensation liquid, and with a maximum of 3 drops, I shall undoubtedly break through to the foundation establishment stage." Her face radiated confidence as she spoke. With her innate talent for spiritual bones being quite remarkable, possessing 4 spiritual bones, her cultivation progress was notably efficient. For her, even 3 drops of condensation liquid might be excessive. Nearby, Li Yuanyue eagerly inquired, "Third uncle, did you bring me anything delightful?" Li Xuanzhen chuckled. "Oh, this is little you, and here. I present you with a superior grade magical tool. As he spoke, a pair of scissors, classified as a superior grade magical tool, materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the scissors, Li Yuanyue couldn't help but ask, "Third uncle, is this the golden serpent scissors you mentioned while telling us stories?" Li Xuanzhen smirked. "Where is there such a feeble golden serpent scissors? If you desire one, you merely need to slay a couple of serpentine dragons to refine it. However, given your current cultivation level, I suspect that achieving foundation establishment in this lifetime will be a challenge, let alone refining the golden serpent scissors. As an elder, Li Xuanzhen often regaled them with tales during their childhood. With the investiture of the gods being particularly popular. It is safe to say that the weapons within the investiture of the gods were greatly admired by Li Yuanyue and her peers. Li Yuanyue pouted. "I simply have no desire to cultivate. If I did, I would have long since broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement." Li Xuanzhen replied with a smile, "By your reasoning, it seems you shall never achieve foundation establishment. For how can one who lacks enthusiasm for cultivation possibly succeed in such a feat? Unless you prove yourself by breaking through to the 10th layer of chi refinement before turning 50. Such a provocation was easily seen through, yet Li Yuanyue refrained from voicing this, instead stating earnestly, "Rest assured, third uncle, I will reach that milestone before the age of 48. The Li family currently lacked resources, and given her ability to refine spiritual cloud pills, she could acquire even more resources, ensuring her rapid cultivation." Suddenly, Li Xinling chimed in, "I mentioned I had a surprise for you, and indeed, this surprise comes from Yuanyue. Do you know? She actually refined spiritual cloud pills from spiritual cloud eggs, a pinnacle among first-tier mid-grade pills. If the pill success rate is 100%, a single spiritual cloud egg can yield 5 pills. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Li Yuanyue. "Did you truly manage to refine them? Quickly, show me." Li Yuanyue produced a vial containing the spiritual cloud pills and proudly presented it to Li Xuanzhen, saying, "Third uncle, what do you think?" Upon opening the vial, he found 10 pale white pills exuding a delightful fragrance. He took one, and it melted instantly upon contact with his mouth, transforming into a surge of energy that coursed through his body. While this energy held little significance for Li Xuanzhen, it was nonetheless significantly superior to other first-tier mid-grade pills. "A commendable pill, Yuanyue. What is your current success rate for refining pills?" he inquired, smiling. Li Yuanyue beamed with pride. "Third uncle, the success rate is 50%. That's quite good," Li Xuanzhen replied hastily. "The price for these pills will be set at 2 spirit stones each. No, 1.5 spirit stones will suffice. Thus, Yuanyue, you may proceed to refine more spiritual cloud pills, and upon their sale, I will allocate you 30% of the profits." Li Yuanyue quickly shook her head. "Third uncle, that is too generous." "Not at all." Li Xuanzhen laughed. "The family will soon distribute spiritual cloud chickens among everyone, allowing each person to rear them. The profits from selling the resulting spiritual cloud eggs will yield a 30% return for the clan members. As for the quantity you can raise, that will depend on your own efforts," Li Yuanyue asked in surprise. "Third uncle, can I also raise them?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed, I have already secured a market for the spiritual cloud eggs. Though the price may be slightly lower than market rate, it will still be exceedingly profitable," Li Xinling inquired. "Third brother, is this your decision, or the head of the family's?" Li Xuanzhen smiled. "I have already discussed this matter with the head of the family. We merely need to implement it now. Should the supply of spiritual cloud chickens prove insufficient, we can continue to breed more. By the way, second sister, keep a lookout in the surrounding markets for any other spirit beasts that can be raised. Preferably those that consume spiritual earthworms." Li Xinling nodded. "All right, once I emerge from seclusion, I will certainly pay attention to the markets nearby." Thanks to Li Xuanzhen's dry and wither technique, they would not lack for rotting spiritual wood, and consequently, spiritual earthworms would be in abundance. By using spiritual earthworms as feed, they could nurture more demonic beasts and spirit beasts, thereby generating new sources of spirit stones for the family. For now, the profits from spiritual cloud chickens were more than sufficient for the Li family's rise. However, what would happen when the Li family grew stronger? When the spiritual cloud chickens could no longer sustain their cultivation? What then? Even if the Li family dominated Tianyang County, the area itself was quite barren, and the resources within the entire Tianyang County might not exceed the profits from selling spiritual cloud eggs. Li Xuanzhen chuckled. "Second sister, there is no need to overthink. First, let us concentrate on gathering all the spiritual cloud eggs. I have promised to sell them to Tianbao Tower." Li Xinling asked in astonishment. "Third brother, the market you mentioned is Tianbao Tower, right?" Tianbao Tower in the Five Colors market has a solid reputation, making collaboration with them a wise choice. Over the past 5 years, the family has accumulated a total of 340,000 spiritual cloud eggs. And you have over 70,000 here. How many do you intend to sell? After a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanzhen replied, "Let us sell 20,000 spiritual cloud eggs, 15,000 for the family and 5,000 for myself." This decision was made with careful consideration. If they sold too many at once, it might attract unwanted attention. Although he felt that Yang Tianjiao was a decent person, this was the cultivation world, where one could know a person's face but not their heart, and thus caution was warranted. Chapter 57. Gift of Spiritual Tools. Li Xinyang 20,000 spiritual cloud eggs, priced at 5 spirit stones for every 4, would amount to a maximum of 250,000 spirit stones. which is not significant for Tianbao Tower. If they can secure a steady supply, it would truly be a lucrative deal for them. Such merchant associations tend not to engage in theft unless dealing with exceptionally high-grade materials. Li Xuanzhen was confident that if he could provide a substantial quantity of spiritual cloud eggs, he could win Yang Tianjiao's favor. As long as Yang Tianjiao remained in the five colors market, Li Xuanzhen could open up a market for spiritual cloud eggs while also acquiring high-grade resources, such as the condensation liquid and spirit refining pills, which he desperately needed. After selling the spiritual cloud eggs, he planned to purchase spirit refining pills first, to enhance his spiritual cultivation, and then earn spirit stones to elevate his own cultivation. As long as his spiritual perception grew stronger, he could manipulate the 9 nether shadows with greater efficacy. Li Xinling nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to Cloud Mist Island to collect the spiritual cloud eggs. Once you return, I will then enter seclusion. Li Xuanzhen acknowledged her, noting that the distance to the five colors market was not far. A round trip would not take long. He collected 50,000 spiritual cloud eggs, leaving the refined spiritual cloud pills untouched, as he intended to sell those in Zhao country or other markets. Provided the price was right, he believed those pills would sell quickly, as their efficacy far surpassed that of other first-tier mid-grade pills. Once the market was opened, he would not worry about selling such pills. Li Xuanzhen produced a white jade hairpin and said, "Second sister, this is for you. You can use it once you break through to the foundation establishment stage." Li Xinling gazed at the white jade hairpin with astonishment, asking, "Is this a spiritual tool?" Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed, it is a spiritual tool. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage and refine it, you will be able to unleash your utmost potential." In truth, he also possessed 3 sets of flying needle spiritual tools, which he had prepared for himself. The returning yuan needles were immensely powerful. With 9 needles merging as one, rivaling even magical talismans, he had already refined the shadowless needles, using them as a spiritual tool that could appear and disappear without a trace, wielding boundless power. As for the god-slaying needles, they were far more perilous, inflicting harm solely on the soul. A moment's carelessness could result in the enemy's soul scattering. These 3 sets of flying needle spiritual tools were exceedingly useful to him, and he naturally would not part with them. As for the members of the Li family, they would no longer lack spirit stones, and as long as they had spirit stones, acquiring their desired spiritual tools would be quite feasible. Having given the hairpin to Li Xinling, Li Xuanzhen swiftly soared towards Cloud Mist Island. Within the Li family's territory, he was no longer concerned about being discovered. Should anyone happen upon him, silencing them would be trivial. Even if he could not overpower them, he had the Serpentine Dragon to rely on. He had provided it with the blood of the Serpentine Dragon, enhancing its potential for further evolution. How could it not protect him? Although the Serpentine Dragon's blood resided with Li Xuanzhen, it was still his acquisition. Li Xuanzhen moved swiftly, and in no time at all, he entered Cloud Mist Island. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, his flying speed had already been impressive, especially with the assistance of the swift wind sword and cloud riding boots, which combined made him even swifter. Furthermore, he had honed his sword flight skills, and now he dared to assert that he was not weaker than late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Upon entering Cloud Mist Island, he was greeted by the cacophony of the spiritual cloud chickens. Fortunately, as cultivators, they could employ formations to muffle the sounds, or else it would be impossible to cultivate in peace. Just as he stepped into Cloud Mist Island, he spotted a child sitting beside a spiritual cloud chicken. Speaking to it.as he approached, Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile. The child gently stroked the chicken's head and murmured, "Little cloud, I have come to see you again. You do not know, my cultivation talent is quite poor. It seems I shall never reach the later stages of qi refinement in this lifetime." Cluck, cluck, cluck. The only response he received was the call of the Lingyun chicken, yet the child seemed to comprehend it. Continuing, "Xiaoyun, there's no need to comfort me. I am well aware that my spirit bone is utterly useless. Once my cultivation improves, I shall take on the task of raising chickens for the family, contributing to our lineage. After all, I am of the Xin generation of the Li family, which commands a higher standing." Cluck, cluck, cluck. What I say is true. I truly am of the Xin generation of the Li family. However, I yearn for cultivation. I've heard that during the foundation establishment stage, one can fly with a sword, and during the golden core stage, one can move mountains and drain seas. Xiaoyun, I genuinely wish to cultivate. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, Li Xuanzhen's expression changed, his gaze fixed on the Lingyun chicken, astonishment etched across his face. The Lingyun chicken itself was a first-tier mid-grade monster, yet due to its lack of formidable offensive capabilities, it was deemed gentle and thus classified as a spirit beast in the realm of cultivation. Such docile monsters were collectively referred to as spirit beasts. First-tier monsters inherently possessed little intelligence, only attaining some awareness upon reaching the second tier. The intelligence of a second-tier top-grade monster equated to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, while those with higher bloodlines, such as the Jaya snake, could exhibit intelligence akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old. Yet, this Lingyun chicken exhibited a faint ripple of spiritual awareness, as if it were conversing with the child. Intrigued, Li Xuanzhen reached out to pat the child's head, inquiring, "Little one, what are you muttering about?" Startled, the child relaxed upon remembering they were on Yunwu Island. "Who are you? I don't believe I've seen you before." Li Xuanzhen shook his head, replying, "It seems I should be the one asking you. You ought to answer me first." After a moment's hesitation, the child replied, "I am not muttering to myself. I am speaking with Xiaoyun." Li Xuanzhen smiled and asked, "Xiaoyun, are you referring to this Lingyun chicken?" "But first-tier monsters lack intelligence." The child quickly responded, "I've answered your question. Now it is your turn to answer mine." Li Xuanzhen regarded the child thoughtfully before nodding. "You speak correctly. I am Li Xuanzhen. And if you are of the Xin generation, you should call me third brother." The child's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Are you truly my third brother? I thought third brother was not present in the family." Li Xuanzhen chuckled, "Of course, I must return to the family. Since you are of the Xin generation, you must be Li Xianyang. Come, let me take you to find that Yuanlong fellow at your age. Why are you playing around with a Lingyun chicken instead of diligently cultivating?" The child hastily replied, "Third brother, I came to play with Xiaoyun only after finishing my cultivation. I have not been lazy." Li Xuanzhen shook his head. "Then can you tell me what you were discussing?" Li Xianyang lowered his head, a sorrowful expression on his face as he lamented, "Third brother, I wish to cultivate, to establish my foundation, but my aptitude is poor. They all say I possess only half a spirit bone, and my achievements in cultivation will be limited." Li Xuanzhen couldn't help but laugh. "How can that be? A cultivator's talent, temperament, and resources are all crucial, as long as you possess a steadfast belief and sufficient resources. Even with poor talent, you can still achieve success in cultivation. Do you understand?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Xuanyang's eyes as he replied earnestly, "Third brother, I understand. I will strive diligently in my cultivation, acquire more resources, and become a foundation establishment cultivator to protect our family." Chapter 58. The peculiar Li Xianyang and the mutated Lingyun chicken. Li Xuanzhen inquired, "Xianyang, how is it that you can understand the words of this Lingyun chicken?" Li Xianyang shook his head, "Third brother, I do not know. I just feel he is special, and I wanted to befriend him. I didn't expect we could communicate." Li Xuanzhen furrowed his brow in contemplation, then took out a gathering chi pill and tossed it to the Lingyun chicken. The Lingyun chicken promptly rushed over, swallowing the pill in one gulp, then happily shook its head. "Cluck, cluck, cluck," Li Xuanzhen asked. "What is it saying?" Li Xianyang quickly replied, "Third brother, Xiaoyun says he wants more. If he has a few more of those pills, he can break through. Also, third brother, I can feel it too. I feel a warmth in my abdomen." Exactly like the mana Yuanlong and the others spoke of. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly asked, "Are you saying you have cultivated mana?" Just moments ago, he had checked, and Li Xianyang had shown no cultivation at all. Yet, according to Li Xuanyang's words, mana had manifested in his dantian, which was utterly astonishing. Focusing his spiritual sense into Li Xuanyang's dantian, he indeed discovered a strand of mana swirling within. "Xianyang, what cultivation method are you practicing?" Li Xianyang quickly responded, "Third brother, it is the Qingmu Jue." Li Xuanzhen asked, "Can you operate it? Try to circulate it and see if you can manipulate that strand of mana." Li Xianyang nodded eagerly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, attempting to cultivate. Within his dantian, the strand of mana began to circulate, and the surrounding spiritual energy started to converge towards Li Xianyang. Meanwhile, the Lingyun chicken lay contentedly on the ground, its aura subtly shifting. Li Xuanzhen observed this scene clearly, noting the mana circulating within Li Xuanyang's body, astonished. Before long, Li Xianyang opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Third brother, Xiaoyun is stealing my spiritual energy. Li Xuanjun understood that it wasn't the Lingyun chicken stealing Li Xuanyang's spiritual energy. Rather, his spirit bone was only half formed, leaving the remainder unrefined, which was being absorbed by the nearby Lingyun chicken. With a sigh, Li Xuanjun said, Xianyang, stop your cultivation for now and allow the Lingyun chicken to cultivate instead. Here, give him this pill. With that, Li Xuanjun produced a gathering qi pill and handed it to Li Xianyang. Regrettably, Li Xuanjun did not possess the cultivation method for monsters. Otherwise, he could have had Li Xianyang teach it to the Lingyun chicken. Li Xianyang held the pill and fed it to the Lingyun chicken, saying, Xiaoyun, hurry and cultivate, refine this pill. The Lingyun chicken consumed the gathering qi pill but did not begin cultivating. Instead, it clucked incessantly. Li Xianyang said, Third brother, Xiaoyun says this isn't enough for him to break through. He needs 3 more. Without hesitation, Li Xuanjun produced 3 more and had the Lingyun chicken consume them, carefully watching them. It wasn't fear of what the Lingyun chicken might do. He was primarily concerned for Li Xuanyang's safety. After consuming the 3 pills, the Lingyun chicken moved aside and lay down to refine the pills. As the Lingyun chicken refined the pills, its aura rapidly increased. Simultaneously, the mana within Li Xuanyang's dantian also surged, and before long, a vortex of mana formed at this moment. The Lingyun chicken's aura suddenly intensified, achieving a breakthrough to a first-tier upper-grade monster. After the breakthrough, the Lingyun chicken did not awaken, while Li Xuanyang's aura surged dramatically, directly reaching the second layer of qi training. Li Xuanjun's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed that the two were sharing their cultivation. Yet he was unclear as to why this was occurring. Li Xianyang, with his ordinary half-spirit bone talent, could it be that he possessed some unique constitution? Xianyang, can you communicate with other Lingyun chickens? Li Xianyang shook his head, replying, Third brother, no, Xiaoyun is special. He can understand my intentions and respond to me. Li Xuanjun gazed at the Lingyun chicken, a complex expression crossing his face. Logically, this was a fortuitous occurrence. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Wasn't that there was any danger. A first-tier upper-grade Lingyun chicken was hardly a threat, yet the uncertainty of the situation was disconcerting, as this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Having never even heard of it before. Seeing that Li Xianyang was unharmed, Li Xuanjun smiled and said, Xianyang, while this accelerates your cultivation, you must not rely too heavily on Xiaoyun. You need to solidify your foundation. Otherwise, your base will be unstable, and you won't be able to reach higher realms. Until your realm is thoroughly stabilized, do not allow Xiaoyun to cultivate, understand? Li Xuanjun himself adhered to this principle, having utilized the spirit transformation bowl to convert spiritual liquid for cultivation. Yet he refrained from making excessive leaps in his cultivation. Only after his realm was completely solidified would he continue. Li Xianyang replied earnestly, Yes, third brother. Li Xuanjun's gaze fell upon the Lingyun chicken, noting, it is a male chicken, which does not affect egg-laying. Moreover, this Lingyun chicken is slightly smaller than the others. Even after becoming a first-tier upper-grade monster, it remains notably petite. Furthermore, this Lingyun chicken possesses a bronze-colored comb, while the other Lingyun chickens all have red combs. Xianyang, how did you discover that Xiaoyun was different? Li Xianyang recounted, Third brother, I was unable to cultivate mana and was feeling down. When I came out, I saw Xiaoyun bullying the other Lingyun chickens, which is how I got to know him. Li Xuanjun became intrigued. This small Lingyun chicken was quite the troublemaker. Tell, how did he bully the other Lingyun chickens? Li Xianyang replied earnestly, he snatched food from the other Lingyun chickens, and when I saw it, he wasn't even afraid. The other Lingyun chickens cowered in fear, too terrified to approach him. Li Xuanjun was taken aback, suddenly realizing something. When other monsters encountered the Jaya snake, they reacted similarly. This was not merely a suppression of cultivation level. Could it be related to bloodlines? With this thought, Li Xuanjun swiftly grabbed the Lingyun chicken and hoisted Li Xianyang. Soaring towards the location where the Jaya snake cultivated, Li Xuanyang's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Oh, we're flying, we're flying. The Lingyun chicken clucked incessantly, as if startled by the sudden movement. Before long, Li Xuanjun landed on a rocky outcrop. Predecessor Jaya snake, I kindly request a meeting. As he spoke, an aura emanated from him, the breath of the Foundation establishment stage reaching toward the water. With a splash, the surface of the water parted, and a serpentine creature emerged. Curiously observing Li Xianyang. It has been quite some time, has it not? You have actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Li Xuanjun smiled and replied, Senior Jiao Shi, I have brought you a precious item. Here it is. A jade vial materialized before Li Xuanjun, which he casually tossed to Jiao Shi. The creature, somewhat perplexed, swallowed the vial whole, only to have its expression change dramatically. Is this the blood of a fourth-tier dragon? Thank you, it exclaimed. Li Xuanjun quickly responded, It is nothing. You are also a part of the Li family. By the way, I came to inquire whether you know about the bloodline of this little one. As he spoke, he gestured toward the mutated Lingyun chicken in his hand. Chapter 59. The Golden-Crested Chicken. Li Xuanyang's fortunes. Jiao, she gazed at the Lingyun chicken in Li Xuanjun's grasp, narrowing its eyes slightly before communicating telepathically. This Lingyun chicken possesses the bloodline of the Golden-Crested Chicken, and its flavor is quite exceptional. Li Xuanjun could not help but curl his lips in response. So the outcome is merely that it tastes good? Senior, could you elaborate on the Golden-Crested Chicken? Jiaoshi pondered for a moment before transmitting. Considering the value of these few drops of dragon blood, I shall share some information with you. The Golden-Crested Chicken is a descendant of the vermilion bird bloodline, possessing boundless potential. However, this little one has a rather thin bloodline. The copper crest indicates its aspiration to become a golden-crested chicken, but it must first undergo the silver crest stage. Even with just a copper crest bloodline, this little one can still cultivate to become a third-tier demon beast. The golden-crested chicken has a unique trait. It recognizes its chosen master, sharing the results of its cultivation. It seems this little creature has accepted this child as its master. So you can nurture it well. Even if this child's spiritual bone is lacking, achieving the golden elixir stage in the future should not pose a problem. Li Xuanjun then inquired, Will the golden-crested chicken pose any danger to this child? Jiao Shi shook its head, replying, The golden-crested chicken recognizes only one master throughout its life. Once it breaks through to the second tier, it can fly and wields its innate divine abilities, boasting formidable combat power. So it will not endanger its master. Li Xuanjun hastily remarked, Thank you, Senior, for clarifying. However, will these few drops of dragon blood suffice for your breakthrough? Jiaoshi shook its head, stating, Though this dragon blood is of high quality, it is insufficient for my breakthrough, but it can enhance my bloodline. Li Xuanjun produced a huolong grass and asked, Senior, what if we add this? Jiaoshi widened its eyes in disbelief and asked, Is this huolong grass? Li Xuanjun nodded. Indeed, it is huolong grass, though it is only a century old. Jiaoshi shook its head. If combined with the dragon blood, I have a 60% chance of becoming a third-tier demon beast and upgrading my bloodline. Li Xuanjun quickly interjected, Senior, could you hold off on the breakthrough for now? I have a drop of dragon essence blood at home, currently in the possession of my elder brother, the family head. He will return in 2 years, and by then, your chances of success will increase significantly. Upon hearing about the dragon essence blood, Jiao Shi's serpentine eyes widened, and it communicated, Kid, do not deceive me. Although a 60% breakthrough rate is considerable, achieving a bloodline upgrade while breaking through to the third tier is somewhat challenging. If you add a drop of dragon essence blood, the success rate for breaking through to a third-tier demon beast and upgrading to dragon bloodline will reach 90%. Li Xuanjun quickly assured, I would not dare to deceive you, Senior, and my elder brother has already broken through to the golden elixir stage, so he can also provide protection for you. Jiao Shi, astonished, asked, The master has broken through to the golden elixir realm? Excellent. I shall wait for the master to return before I attempt my breakthrough. Li Xuanjun let out a sigh of relief. Had he not intended to inquire about the bloodline of the Lingyun chicken, he would not have dared to present the dragon blood. If Jiao Shi had chosen to break through at that moment, it would have caused complications. Should the other two Foundation establishment forces in the Tianyang Prefecture learn of Jiao Shi's breakthrough, it would likely incite unnecessary panic. Currently, the Li family has too few members, rendering any attempt to unify the Tianyang Prefecture impossible. After all, with so few clan members, many resource points remain unguarded. Moreover, the Li family members must tend to the Lingyun chickens, leaving them little time to protect those resource points, especially considering that the profits from Lingyun eggs far exceed those from the resource points. Li Xuanjun said, Senior Jiao Shi, you should return for now. Remember, do not rush into your breakthrough. If you do, and fail to upgrade your bloodline, it will become exceedingly troublesome later on. Conversely, if you upgrade your bloodline but do not break through in cultivation, a drop of dragon essence blood may not suffice for your advancement. Jiao Shi, understanding Li Xuanzhen's good intentions, hesitated for a moment before decisively regurgitating the dragon blood along with the jade vial. You are right, kid. In that case, please keep it safe for me until the master returns. Li Xuanzhen caught the jade vial and assured, rest assured, senior, I will safeguard it diligently until my elder brother returns. Without looking back, Jiao Shi submerged itself into the water. Li Xuanzhen smiled and said, Xianyang, this little Ling Yun will be your companion from now on. You must take good care of it, understand? Be mindful not to allow its cultivation to advance too rapidly. Otherwise, it could impact your foundation. Li Xianyang nodded earnestly. Yes, third brother. Does this mean I can start cultivating? Can I establish my foundation? A smile spread across Li Xuanzhen's face as he nodded. Correct. But since the little Ling Yun is a mutated variant, it will henceforth be known as a copper-crested chicken. Its bloodline is quite advanced. Once its comb turns golden, it will be a high-tier golden-crested chicken. At that point, your achievements will be boundless. Presently, it is highly likely that Li Xianyang may attain the golden elixir stage. Li Xianyang responded eagerly, yes, third brother. Li Xuanzhen embraced Li Xianyang, holding the little Ling Yun, and swiftly flew toward the direction of Misty Island. Upon reaching the island, Li Xuanzhen set down Li Xianyang and presented him with a secret breathing technique, stating, this cultivation method is for you. Once you master it, no one will be able to detect your cultivation level. From now on, conceal your abilities as much as possible, and do not let others discover your true strength. Li Xianyang, though somewhat confused, nodded earnestly. He held great affection for his third brother. Upon his return, he had promptly addressed his cultivation concerns, so naturally, he would heed his brother's every word. Li Xuanzhen patted his head and asked, Now, do you wish to follow me, or shall you play with the little Ling Yun here? After a moment of hesitation, Li Xianyang asked, Third brother, can I bring the little Ling Yun with me? Li Xuanzhen nodded. Of course, let us go with that. He walked toward the center of Misty Island. Little Ling Yun, come quickly, Li Xianyang called out. Hurrying to catch up on Misty Island, Li Yuanlong, who was feeding the Ling Yun chickens, was taken aback upon seeing Li Xuanzhen. Third uncle, you have returned? Li Xuanzhen nodded. Indeed, very soon I will be at the 9th level of Qi refinement. While I may not catch up to the breakthrough before 60, do not lose hope. I have found a method for you to establish your foundation. Li Yuanlong asked eagerly, Third uncle, is that true? Have you genuinely found a way for me to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Li Xuanzhen confirmed, yes, let me explain. The elixir is called the essence pill. 3 of them stacked together can restore a person over 60 years old to their peak condition for 1 year. This year will be the time for your foundational breakthrough. If you fail to succeed, there will be no hope for establishing your foundation for the rest of your life, at least in my knowledge. I am unaware of other treasures that can restore one to their peak, he continued. However, there is a drawback to the essence pill. Consuming it to reach one's peak will deplete a person's potential, resulting in slow cultivation post-foundation establishment, necessitating a vast amount of resources. It is entirely up to you whether to use it. Li Yuanlong quickly inquired, Third uncle, are you saying that even though my cultivation will advance slowly after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, as long as I have ample resources, I will still have opportunities to continue cultivating, correct? Li Xuanzhen nodded. Indeed. As long as you possess resources, you will naturally have opportunities to progress in your cultivation. Chapter 60. Selling Ling Yun eggs. Li Yuanlong could not help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. As long as there is a chance, that is good enough, Li Xuanzhen chuckled. You need not be so overly excited. The family does not currently lack spirit stones, and you will not be short on spirit stones in the future either. There will be plenty of cultivation resources, and perhaps even the possibility of breaking through to the golden elixir stage. Li Yuanlong ceased his laughter and nodded earnestly. Yes, third uncle, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and earn more spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen replied. Good. It is reassuring to hear you say that. How many Ling Yun eggs does the family currently have? Li Yuanlong quickly stated. Aside from the losses, there are still 340,000 eggs. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Excellent. Give me 15,000 eggs. Without hesitation, Li Yuanlong produced a storage bag filled with Ling Yun eggs and handed it to Li Xuanzhen. Third uncle, they are all here. Li Xuanzhen smiled. Are you not afraid that all of them will end up in my possession? Li Yuanlong shook his head. I trust third uncle. Li Xuanzhen took out the family head's token and said, I need to sell 15,000 Ling Yun eggs immediately. The rest can wait until I return. Upon seeing the family head's token, Li Yuanlong quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood. I will comply with the family head's orders." Li Xuanzhen retrieved 15 Lingyun eggs, placing them into his storage bag before returning the bag to Li Yuanlong. "You keep this for now, and gather the family members together. I will be back soon." Li Yuanlong responded earnestly, "Yes." Third uncle Li Xuanzhen gently patted Li Xuanyang's head and said, "Xianyang, you should continue your cultivation at home. I will be back shortly." Li Xianyang nodded and replied, "All right, third brother, I will play with Xiaoyun." Li Xuanzhen affectionately ruffled his hair and nodded, saying, "Yes, good, I shall return soon." As his words fell, the swift wind sword appeared, and Li Xuanzhen leaped onto it, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight. "Such rapid sword flight!" Li Yuanlong exclaimed in delight. With Li Xuanzhen's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the safety of the Li family was assured. "Xianyang, how is it that you are with third uncle?" Li Yuanlong inquired. Li Xianyang explained, "Yuanlong, while I was playing on the island, I encountered third brother who had just returned, so I came along." He did not mention the golden crown chicken, as Li Xuanzhen had instructed him not to speak of it. Li Yuanlong nodded and smiled, saying, "Let us gather the other clan members together. Third uncle's return surely heralds significant news." Li Xianyang hurriedly led Xiaoyun to follow him. Li Yuanlong, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Fourth uncle, what is this?" Li Xianyang replied with a smile, "This is Xiaoyun. Third brother said she will be my pet from now on." Though Li Yuanlong was curious, he did not press the matter further, simply considering it a unique spirit cloud chicken. The two quickly set off to assemble the members of the Li clan. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzhen hastened toward the Wuzfangshi. Outside the Li family's sphere of influence, he naturally took the bamboo leaf boat. Upon arriving at Wuzfangshi, specifically at Tianbao Tower, he found that he had not waited long before Li Xuanzhen returned. Yang Tianjiao was taken aback by his swift return and laughed heartily. "Haha, my friend, I thought you would take much longer." Li Xuanzhen chuckled. "I would not keep my friend waiting. I have brought the spirit cloud eggs. Please take a look." As he spoke, he produced a storage bag filled with spirit cloud eggs. Yang Tianjiao quickly inspected them and smiled. 200,000 spirit cloud eggs, correct? Li Xuanzhen nodded. "Indeed, 200,000 spirit cloud eggs. According to the price we previously agreed upon, that amounts to 250,000 spirit stones. Am I right?" Yang Tianjiao confirmed, "Yes, 250,000 spirit stones. I wonder if you also require the spirit refining pills." Li Xuanzhen affirmed, "Naturally." He possessed the ocean viewing chart for cultivating divine consciousness, along with several spirit concentration liquids and spirit pills. With the addition of this spirit refining pill, if he were to refine them all, it might elevate his divine awareness directly to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The radius of divine awareness at the peak of foundation establishment is 3,000 meters. Combined with the 9 nether shadow, it would reach 6,000 meters, far surpassing that of an illusory Dan stage cultivator. Thus, acquiring this spirit refining pill was essential for Li Xuanzhen. Although 50,000 spirit stones was somewhat steep, the extraordinary efficacy of the spirit refining pill justified the expense. Yang Tianjiao inquired with a smile. "Are there any other resources you might need?" Li Xuanzhen replied with a wry smile. "Are you planning to recoup all the spirit stones I just acquired?" He continued, "Do you have any defensive spiritual artifacts or flight techniques to enhance speed? If so, please show them to me." Yang Tianjiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, "Ah, my friend, you have asked the right question. Tianbao Tower just happens to have the treasures you seek. Please wait a moment." He swiftly left the VIP room and returned shortly thereafter. Yang Tianjiao presented a set of robes, saying, "This is a defensive spiritual robe, consisting of pants and a top, crafted from the silk of celestial silkworms collected by Tianbao Tower. Its defensive capabilities are exceptionally robust. The robe can change colors at will and costs 7,000 spirit stones." He then produced a hairpin, stating, "This is the spirit focusing pin, which helps one concentrate and calm their mind. Most importantly, this spiritual artifact can defend against attacks on the divine consciousness." Li Xuanzhen's interest was piqued. He desired both the robe and the spirit-focusing pin. "How much for the spirit-focusing pin?" he inquired. Yang Tianjiao quickly replied, 6,000 spirit stones. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuanzhen declared, "Very well, I shall take it." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianjiao was filled with joy and produced a jade box, which he opened to reveal an arm shield. "My friend, this is a spiritual arm shield. When fully deployed, it rivals many shields in effectiveness. It is quite affordable at 5,000 spirit stones." Li Xuanzhen felt a pang of envy. Tianbao Tower truly had an abundance of treasures. The three items Yang Tianjiao presented were perfectly suited to his needs. With the return source needle, the extermination needle, and the shadowless needle, his offensive capabilities were not lacking. However, Li Xuanzhen's defense had always been a weakness. And until now, he had not possessed any defensive spiritual artifacts. Now, with the arm shield to protect his body, the spirit-focusing pin for his divine consciousness, and the robe for personal defense, the array of defensive artifacts before him was undeniably tempting. My friend, I must have them all. Now, let us discuss the techniques for enhancing speed. A look of excitement crossed Yang Tianjiao's face as he replied, certainly. We have the spirit swallow technique, which is remarkably agile and allows for swift flight. Cultivating it to a minor success renders one invincible in speed at the same realm, and achieving great success can rival those of a higher realm, he continued. The flowing light shadow technique is a high-level evasion method. Exceptionally swift, capable of transforming one into a shadow to confuse enemies. And then there is the 8 steps to catch the cicada, which can maximize speed over short distances. Mastering it equates to short-range teleportation. Finally, there is the 9 steps to tread the void. It is said that reaching the 9th step allows one to ignore spatial constraints, though the difficulty of mastering it is akin to the withering and flourishing technique. Chapter 61. Speed Techniques. Yang Tianjiao's hesitation. Yang Tianjiao continued, additionally, there is the floating light and fleeting shadow technique. This technique is extraordinarily fast, significantly surpassing the flowing light shadow technique. Those are all the speed techniques I have on hand. Which would you like? Li Xuanzhen inquired. What are the prices for the 8 steps to catch the cicada, floating light and fleeting shadow, and 9 steps to tread the void? He did not bother asking about the flowing light shadow technique or the spirit swallow technique, as although decent, their names were rather commonplace. Yang Tianjiao expressed surprise. You intend to acquire them all. These speed techniques are not to be trifled with. You have only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and it would be wiser to focus on improving your cultivation. Li Xuanzhen shook his head. I do not plan to cultivate them myself. Once I return, I will place them in the clan scripture repository for the clan members to utilize. Yang Tianjiao regarded Li Xuanzhen thoughtfully before nodding slightly. Since you say so, I shall not impede you. For these 3 techniques, please provide me with 150,000 spirit stones. 150,000 spirit stones was already a fair price. These speed techniques could be considered divine abilities, suitable for even golden core cultivators. Had the 8 steps to catch the cicada and 9 steps to tread the void not been so difficult to master, where few ever reached the 4th step, they would not be so inexpensive. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Thank you, my friend. However, may I first examine these techniques? It was prudent to verify the goods before purchase. Otherwise, he could end up with worthless items instead of the divine techniques valued at 150,000 spirit stones. Yang Tianjiao agreed, smiling. He had not anticipated earning such a considerable sum from Li Xuanzhen, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. After reviewing the 3 techniques, a flicker of excitement crossed Li Xuanzhen's gaze. Although the 8 steps to catch the cicada could achieve near teleportation speed at the 8th step, the first few steps were also impressive. Reaching the 3rd step would ensure that few at the foundation establishment stage could keep pace with him. Furthermore, while the 9 steps to tread the void was a speed technique, it also served as a combat technique, allowing one to tread upon space itself. In contrast, the floating light and fleeting shadow was unique in that it continuously enhances speed as one cultivates. My friend, I will take them. The total comes to 168,000 spirit stones, correct? Yang Tianjiao nodded. You are correct. It is indeed 168,000 spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen hesitated for a moment before stating, that leaves me with 82,000 spirit stones. Would you be able to exchange them for medium-grade spirit stones? Yang Tianjiao nodded. The exchange rate is 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. For your 82,000 low-grade spirit stones, I can offer you 820 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen quickly nodded. Excellent. Thank you, my friend. After completing the transaction, Li Xuanzhen asked, in the future, if I wish to sell spirit cloud eggs, how might I contact you? Yang Tianjiao pondered for a moment before asking, how many spirit cloud eggs can you sell me each year? After a brief hesitation, Li Xuanzhen replied, at least 50,000. Yang Tianjiao contemplated this for a moment, saying that is rather few. I would only profit a little over 10,000 spirit stones each year. Remaining here would not be worthwhile. However, I will arrange for my family members to manage this place. I hope you do not mind. Rest assured, the price we agreed upon will remain unchanged, Yang Tianjiao assured him. Li Xuanzhen then added, what if our clan can provide better resources? Would you still be willing to continue here? Yang Tianjiao's eyes brightened as he asked eagerly, what resources do you have in mind? Li Xuanzhen produced a pill, asking, what do you think this pill is worth? Yang Tianjiao gazed at the pale white pill. A glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Is this a medicinal pill developed by the Taoist Friends family? Li Xuanzhen nodded and replied, indeed. It is a first-tier middle-grade medicinal pill, with effects that surpass those of other similar pills. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianjiao consumed the pill, which melted instantly upon entering his mouth, releasing a powerful medicinal energy. Feeling the potency coursing through his body, Yang Tianjiao nodded in approval, saying, quite remarkable, just as you described. Moreover, there is a hint of the Lingyun egg's essence. Could it possibly be crafted from Lingyun eggs? Li Xuanzhen confirmed, indeed. It is made from Lingyun eggs, and it is called Lingyun pill. I wonder how much value you believe it holds? Yang Tianjiao pondered briefly before responding. This pill is commendable. It could fetch 2 spirit stones in the market. How many spirit stones are you willing to sell it for? Li Xuanzhen explained, due to the scarcity of alchemists. The quantity will be limited for now, but not too little. We can produce 10,000 each year. I can offer you 1.5 spirit stones per pill. What do you think? Yang Tianjiao nodded, that works, but the quantity is rather small. With only 5,000 spirit stones in profit each year, my gains will be modest. Li Xuanzhen understood that the other party was merely a shopkeeper. Even if he had established a foundation, he would not receive a substantial share. However, Li Xuanzhen was prepared, smiling as he said, once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will strive to provide you with 80,000 Lingyun eggs and 30,000 Lingyun pills annually. How does that sound? This is merely the initial quantity, and it will certainly increase over time. Yang Tianjiao chuckled, 80,000 Lingyun eggs could yield 2,000 spirit stones for Tianbao Tower, and 30,000 Lingyun pills could bring in 1,500 spirit stones. That totals 35,000 each year, which is certainly worth considering. However, I will need 5 years to return. I will come back then to see what you can provide. Li Xuanzhen nodded, very well, we shall discuss it again in 5 years. After this return and subsequent reforms, the output of Lingyun eggs and Lingyun pills would increase, but Li Xuanzhen would ensure control. If Yang Tianjiao did not return to his Fengshe after 5 years, he would have to seek new sales channels. During the next 5 years, Li Xuanzhen planned to sell Lingyun eggs to Zhao country, seizing the opportunity to acquire abundant resources. Ever since he obtained the Earth Escape technique, he had not dedicated himself to serious cultivation. With such a wealth of resources and life-preserving treasures, a visit to Zhao country was imperative. Yang Tianjiao remarked, please forgive me, but the resources in Tianyang County are rather meager. If it were just your Lingyun eggs, I wouldn't be able to achieve significant results. Li Xuanzhen smiled. Have you not considered that we could also consume resources here? As long as you have quality goods, we will naturally purchase them, thereby enhancing your performance. It dawned on Yang Tianjiao that this generous individual would buy whatever resources caught his eye. He relished dealings with such a person, but Tianyang County had only this one affluent entity. The other powers were rather stingy. Thus, Yang Tianjiao hesitated, you are right. I should focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage first. Li Xuanzhen nodded, very well. I shall not disturb you further. I hope you achieve your breakthrough soon. Chapter 62. The Family Order. Raising chickens upon leaving was Fengshe. Li Xuanzhen wore a grave expression. He had initially thought he had discovered a sales channel for Lingyun eggs, yet it depended on whether Yang Tianjiao would remain in Fengshe. If Yang Tianjiao chose to depart, could he trust the newcomers? But those were matters for years to come. Li Xuanzhen was unconcerned about future uncertainties. Li Xuanzhen had already broken through to the golden core stage, and it would not be long before Jiaoshe followed suit. With himself and Li Xinling in the foundation establishment stage, the family's power would undoubtedly increase. Under such circumstances, there would be no shortage of channels for Lingyun eggs, and the Li family could safeguard the profits as well. However, Lingyun eggs were merely a low-level resource. They would likely offer little benefit to Li Xuanzhen, who was striving to break into the golden core stage. Thus, it was imperative to elevate the spiritual vein to the lower third tier promptly, allowing for the cultivation of third-tier resources to aid Li Xuanzhen's training. This venture had yielded over 800 middle-grade spirit stones, many of which were used to purchase speed cultivation techniques. He aimed to enhance the speed of his clan members, ensuring that they could flee when weak and dominate when strong. This was the only path to the family's prosperity. Lost in thought, Li Xuanjun returned to Namping Island. Activating the formation, he brought Li Xinling and another back to Yunwu Island, where the Li family had already gathered. Li Yuanqing inquired, "Elder brother, what is the matter? Why have you summoned everyone?" Li Yuanqing, the fourth of the original Li generation, possessed decent talent and was now 36 years old, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi training. If all went well, he had a chance to reach foundation establishment. His talisman-making skills were commendable, able to craft first-tier middle-grade talismans, and he had ample resources at hand. Currently, Li Yuanqing was overseeing the family's shop in Fangshi when he was unexpectedly summoned back by Li Yuanzhong. Li Yuanzhong smiled. "This is not my idea. It was my third uncle who instructed me to gather everyone." Li Yuanqing was merely curious. Since everyone had been summoned, there must be something significant at hand. Just then, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing before the crowd. It was Li Xuanjun and his companions. As they touched down, Li Yuanyue rejoined the group. Li Yuanzhong and the others quickly bowed. "Greetings, second sister, second aunt, second grandmother, and second great-grandmother. Greetings, third brother, third uncle, third grandfather, and third great-grandfather." Li Xuanjun felt an odd expression cross his face upon hearing these titles. It seemed he had already become a figure of the great-grandfather generation. Li Xianling, however, appeared unfazed, perhaps accustomed to it, given that she was already in her 40s. "All right, everyone may rise," Li Xuanjun said nonchalantly. "The reason for gathering you all is to discuss an important matter. The family has been established for nearly 70 years and has developed quite well. However, for the family to rise, we must acquire ample resources. But how do we obtain these resources? Relying on the previous family assets is certainly insufficient. You all know that while the Li family was much stronger than the other 2 major forces in the past, it cannot compare to the present. As for the reason, I trust you are all aware. Today, I want to announce a shift in our family's future planning. From now on, each member can possess their own assets. The Lingyun egg is currently our family's most vital and profitable resource. What if we allowed you to raise Lingyun chickens yourselves? The family order states. Henceforth, each family member can raise Lingyun chickens according to their capabilities. The required spiritual earthworms will be provided by the family, and you will receive 30% of the Lingyun eggs produced, with your annual salary remaining unchanged. At the same time, the family needs to cultivate alchemists. You only need to be able to produce first-tier middle-grade pills. Do not worry if you lack innate talent for alchemy. Even if the family has to invest resources, we will ensure your success. Now, if there are no objections, we shall begin hatching Lingyun chickens based on everyone's needs. Do any of you have questions? Li Yuanzhong quickly asked. "Third uncle, does this mean that 30% of the Lingyun eggs produced by the chickens we raised belong to us?" Li Xuanjun nodded. "Precisely." Li Yuanqing inquired. "Third uncle, how will we sell our Lingyun eggs?" Li Xuanjun replied with a smile. "You may either sell them through the family or independently without any fees charged by the family." Li Yuanfeng hurriedly asked, "Third uncle, what is the purpose of training us as alchemists?" Li Yuanhua nodded. "Indeed. Why expend so many resources to enhance our alchemy skills?" Li Xuanjun explained. "This is thanks to Yuanyu, who has refined Lingyun eggs into Lingyun pills, greatly increasing their value. Currently, the family does not lack spirit stones, and cultivating all of you into first-tier middle-grade alchemists is entirely feasible." Li Yuanbao's eyes widened. "Third uncle, does this mean that if we refine Lingyun eggs into Lingyun pills, the family's annual spirit stone earnings will increase?" He continued eagerly. "Then, third uncle, can we refine Lingyun eggs into Lingyun pills for sale ourselves?" Li Xuanjun nodded. "Of course, the 30% profit will still belong to you." The members of the Li family erupted into joy. This was a true family benefit. The annual income from Lingyun eggs was already substantial. And once refined into Lingyun pills, the profits would soar. Li Xuanjun continued. "There is one more matter. Our family lacks sufficient members. Therefore, we shall recruit children with spiritual bones within Tianyang County to cultivate them as outer disciples of Yunwu Island. The family is not short on spirit stones, and if we wish to establish a merchant association or similar ventures in the future, we will need capable individuals. Yuan Min, Yuan Xiao, I entrust this task to you. Remember to instill in them from a young age that the outer disciples of Yunwu Island exist solely to serve the Li family." Li Yuanmin and his companion responded respectfully, "Yes, third uncle." Li Yuanmin asked, "Shall we accept all levels of talent?" Li Xuanjun nodded. "Indeed, every individual has their own opportunities. Even those with half a spiritual bone should not be overlooked, Li Yuanmin responded. Understood, third uncle. There should be quite a few in Tianyang County, especially since Wasmin only accepts those with 2 spiritual bones or more. Li Xianjin scoffed disdainfully and remarked, their ambitions are far too limited. How could we possibly be compared to them? Every individual possessing a spiritual bone has the opportunity to cultivate, yet who knows whether they will encounter fortuitous circumstances that propel them to great heights. Take Li Xianyang, for instance. This little fellow possesses merely half a spiritual bone, yet he has caught the eye of the Golden Crown bloodline Xiaoyun. This young lad may not even need to cultivate in the future. As long as he nurtures Xiaoyun, he is destined for significant fortune. As Xiaoyun's cultivation continues to ascend, achieving the foundation establishment stage will pose no challenge for Li Xianyang. Should the opportunity arise to enhance Xiaoyun's bloodline, even breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be within reach for Li Xianyang. Therefore, regarding these individuals with inferior spiritual bones, who have experienced matters akin to those of protagonists in their youth, Li Xianjun is determined to bring them under his wing. Chapter 63. External sect discussions and task assignments. Li Xianjun's desire to recruit external disciples stems from a specific rationale. The Li family is too small in number to develop rapidly in the short term. However, apart from the Lingyun eggs, the Li family possesses other assets, including shops in the largest market. Furthermore, once the Li family grows stronger, they will establish a trading association, and these external disciples will serve as ideal members of that association. Li Xianjun opts against recruiting wandering cultivators, as their self-serving nature is less preferable than nurturing external disciples dedicated to the Li family from a young age. Provided that proper indoctrination is conducted, these cultivated external disciples will undoubtedly exhibit unwavering loyalty. Moreover, if they take the oath of the heart demon, vowing never to betray the Li family as long as no grievances are incurred, their fidelity will be assured. Li Yuanmin hastily interjected, third uncle, I will ensure this is completed promptly. What about our Lingyun chickens? Li Xianjun replied with a smile. Do not concern yourself with the Lingyun chickens for now. Should this matter succeed, both you and Yuan Shao will receive a reward of 10,000 spirit stones each. Li Yuanmin could not help but smile. 10,000 spirit stones would suffice for them to break through to the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. Li Yuanshan then inquired, third uncle, if we raise Lingyun chickens and cultivate alchemy, what will become of the shops in the market? Li Xianjun chuckled. The profits from those shops are minimal. Let us close them for the next few years. Once the external disciples have matured, we shall entrust the management to them. Li Yuanshan nodded swiftly. Yes, third uncle. Li Xianling remarked, third brother, if they all raise Lingyun chickens, will it interfere with their cultivation? Li Xianjun nodded thoughtfully. To prevent any disruption to their cultivation, we must limit the number of Lingyun chickens each person can raise. Let's set the standard. For those at the 10th layer of qi refinement, the maximum will be 100, 10 for the first layer, 20 for the second layer, and so forth. This way, even during closed-door cultivation, others can assist in their care, but it must be compensated, Li Xianling agreed. That sounds reasonable, but what about during the foundation establishment stage? Li Xianjun grinned. During the foundation establishment stage, feel free to raise as many as you wish. Otherwise, once second sister breaks through, she can take care of my Lingyun chickens. From that point on, aside from closed-door cultivation, I will likely be bustling about, as I must find ways to market the Lingyun eggs and pills. Li Xianling nodded. Indeed. But if we undertake this, what will happen to your income? Li Xianjun smiled. No need to worry. The family head has stated that I can take 1.5% of the family's 70% share. Li Xianling nodded in agreement, realizing this was fair. The nurturing of Lingyun chickens must rely on Li Xianjun's cultivation of the withering and flourishing technique. If he merely worked without receiving resources, it would be unjust. However, 1.5% should not be underestimated. Had the family followed the previous cultivation methods, Li Xianjun would have been better off raising Lingyun chickens himself. The situation is different now. With over 20 members in the Li family, if each cultivator at the first layer raises 10 Lingyun chickens, and those at the second layer 20, then by the 7th layer, that would amount to 70 chickens. Although many in the family remain below the 3rd layer, there are 2 at the 7th layer, 1 at the 8th, and over 10 cultivators between the 4th and 6th layers. Ensuring the number of Lingyun chickens does not fall below 500. As the family grows, so too will Li Xianjun's profits. The reason for such a significant share is that the breeding of Lingyun chickens commenced with Li Xianjun, The family has a clear rule. Those who discover resources and report them may claim 1% of those resources, with the remaining 0.5% serving as Li Xianzhen's labor fee. The cultivation world is perilous, and a 0.5% return is hardly substantial. However, as the family requires spirit stones, with Li Xianzhen taking 1.5%, the family retains only 55%. All of which are valuable. Li Xinling nodded. Very well, you arrange matters as you see fit. I shall go cultivate. Li Xianzhen smiled. I wish second sister success in her foundation establishment. With that, he produced a storage bag and handed it to Li Xianling's second sister. Inside this bag is a foundation establishment pill, 13 drops of condensing true liquid, and 2 spirit soul pills. Li Xianling nodded and accepted the storage bag. She couldn't guarantee that 3 drops of condensing true liquid would suffice for her breakthrough to foundation establishment. It was wiser to carry these resources with her and return them to the family after her success. Should she consume all the resources, it would be challenging to procure them again after her breakthrough. Li Xianzhen remarked with a smile. Did you all hear what we discussed? Those at the first layer may raise a maximum of 10 Lingyun chickens, while those at the 10th layer may have up to 100. It is imperative to adhere to these limits. Excluding Yuan Min and Yuan Xiao, the others began to collect their Lingyun chickens. Starting with Yuan Long, who possessed the highest cultivation. As for those with weaker cultivation, they should first enhance their abilities. When the subsequent Lingyun chickens hatch, they will belong to them. Suddenly, Li Yuanhua questioned. Third uncle, but we are nearing 60 years old, and there remains a considerable distance to foundation establishment. Even with spirit stones, purchasing foundation establishment pills does not guarantee a breakthrough. Li Yuanlong quickly reassured him. Yuanhua, what you mentioned has already been addressed by third uncle. We need only focus on our cultivation. Li Yuanhua, filled with excitement, asked, Really? Is there truly a solution? Li Yuanhua, Li Yuanfei, and Li Yuanlong were of similar age, and it was clear they could not break through to foundation establishment before turning 60. Therefore, their concern for this matter was paramount, and hearing that Li Xianzhen had resolved their dilemma filled them with anticipation. Li Xianzhen nodded. Indeed, it is true. From now on, cultivate diligently and earn more spirit stones, as foundation establishment pills and condensing true liquid must be purchased with spirit stones. Li Yuanhua and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, third uncle, we understand. Li Xianzhen continued. So, Yuanhua, I am assigning you a task. Each month, take Ling rice to the secular families and ensure ordinary family members receive 2 meals of Ling rice porridge. Using low-grade Ling rice, Li Yuanhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Although low-grade Ling rice was inexpensive, the Li family had numerous ordinary members, and the expenses would require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Third uncle, that seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? 2 meals a month? How many spirit stones will that cost? Li Xianzhen chuckled. We are not short on spirit stones. If the family members absorb a bit of spiritual energy, it may very well increase the likelihood of newborns possessing spiritual bones. Li Yuanhua nodded vigorously. Yes, third uncle, I will get right on it. What about the spirit stones? Li Xianzhen replied with a smile. You may take the necessary spirit stones from the family treasury to purchase the Ling rice. Li Yuanhua nodded affirmatively. Understood. Third uncle, Li Xianzhen turned to Li Yuanfei. Yuanfei, you will be responsible for procuring the spiritual wood needed by the family. Take spirit stones from the family treasury. Is that clear? Li Yuanhua nodded earnestly. Yes, third uncle. Li Xianzhen then looked at Li Yuanchun. Yuanchun, once the shops in the family market close, you will oversee the family treasury and ensure all transactions are accurately recorded. Li Yuanchun responded promptly. Yes, third uncle. Only then did Li Xianzhen express his satisfaction. Very well, if you require additional assistance, feel free to select from the remaining family members. Ultimately, our efforts are all for the family. Chapter 64. Orderly development and 3 years of cultivation. After assigning the tasks, Li Xianzhen allowed them to disperse to their duties. He too did not pause, beginning to organize the family affairs. It was only at this moment that he realized the burdens of being the family head. It was indeed exhausting. Once he completed the numerous tasks, Li Xianzhen finally exhaled in relief. Li Xianling had entered closed-door cultivation, and the others attended to their own matters, while the family's Lingyun chickens had also been allocated, according to each individual's requirements. A total of 650 Lingyun chickens were needed, excluding those for Li Xianling based on Li Xianzhen's calculations. Once Li Xianling emerged from her retreat, raising 150 Lingyun chickens would total 800. With 800 Lingyun chickens, producing a staggering 144,000 Lingyun eggs annually, and with Li Xianzhan receiving 1.5%, that amounted to 21,600 Lingyun eggs. When converted to spirit stones, it equated to 27,000 spirit stones. Although there would undoubtedly be some losses, a net of 25,000 was assured. An annual income of 25,000 spirit stones far surpassed the returns from personally raising Lingyun chickens. His only contribution was utilizing the withering and flourishing technique to cause the spiritual wood to wither and decay, thereby becoming sustenance for the spiritual earthworms. Meanwhile, the family's alchemists also commenced their activities. Lingyun chickens, after all, are classified as mid-grade first-tier demonic beasts. While their offensive capabilities may be limited, they are still significantly stronger than cultivators below the third layer of Qi refinement. In light of this, Li Xianzhan decreed that henceforth, those raising Lingyun chickens would house them within their courtyards, employing arrays to isolate and muffle noise, while providing regular feedings and cleaning waste. This initiative transformed the entire Yunwu Island, restoring tranquility. Aside from the small courtyard, the remaining landscape was adorned with green bamboo. Previously, when the Lingyun chickens were allowed to roam freely, the island was filled with their clucking. Now, it had finally reverted to the serene visage of a spiritual island. Once all matters were resolved, 3 months had passed. Li Xianzhan finally found the time to retreat and cultivate, and no longer needing to tend to the spirit cloud chickens, he could wholeheartedly focus on his training and elevate his cultivation level. As he practiced the ocean observation diagram, he concurrently consumed elixirs, greatly enhancing his spiritual awareness. 3 months later, Li Xianzhan's radius of spiritual awareness broke through to 500 meters, comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. 2 years later, having completely consumed all the spirit soul pills and concentration liquor, his spiritual awareness radius finally advanced to 1,300 meters, still 200 meters shy of the late-stage foundation establishment threshold. After 2 years, Li Xianling emerged from her seclusion, showcasing her remarkable talent with 4 spirit bones, having only utilized 2 drops of concentration liquor. Upon her emergence, she learned that Li Xianzhan was still in retreat and chose not to disturb him, instead storing the remaining foundation establishment pills and concentration liquor in the storeroom. Concurrently, Li Xianling set off for Nanping Island with 200 spirit cloud chickens. After all, Nanping Island harbored the tranquil spirit fruit forest. These resources should not be squandered. Li Xianzhan was taken aback to discover that Li Xianling had directly hatched 200 spirit cloud chickens, but upon reflection, it made sense. Foundation establishment cultivation required an even greater amount of spirit stones. With 200 spirit cloud chickens laying eggs, they would only yield about 10,800 eggs annually, and selling these spirit cloud eggs would net merely 13,000 spirit stones. A meager sum for foundation establishment cultivators. The spirit stones required for forming a golden core were nearly 100 times that of foundation establishment pills. Under such circumstances, one would need over 500,000 spirit stones to secure a golden core pill. Earning 13,000 spirit stones a year would mean it would take over 40 years to accumulate enough for a golden core pill, and even then, procuring one was not guaranteed. Thus, the 200 spirit cloud chickens could only barely provide Li Xianling a chance to break through to the golden core stage within her lifetime. In the 3rd year, Li Xianzhan was compelled to conclude his retreat, as the Li family's accumulated spirit stones had dwindled. Upon exiting, he sensed the extent of his spiritual awareness and a smile graced his face. 2,000 meters. The spiritual awareness radius of a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. If he were to incorporate the 9 nether shadow, his awareness could reach 4,000 meters, far surpassing many peak foundation establishment cultivators. And this was without fully refining the spirit refining pill. Were he to completely refine the spirit refining pill, his awareness radius could increase by several hundred meters. Observing Li Xianling at the entrance, Li Xianzhan remarked, "Congratulations, second sister, on your breakthrough to foundation establishment, truly a cause for celebration." Li Xianling shook her head, replying, "Upon breaking through to foundation establishment, I have realized that the true challenge of cultivation lies ahead. There is little to celebrate." After her breakthrough, Li Xianling discovered that once one's magical power becomes liquid, the resources required to enhance it are immense. The pills necessary for foundation establishment number in the hundreds or even thousands. A substantial increase compared to the Qi refinement stage. It is no wonder that the difference between foundation establishment and Qi refinement is akin to that of heaven and earth. Breaking through to Foundation establishment not only enhances one's strength and lifespan, but also elevates the tier of cultivation resources required. Li Xianjun remarked, then, second sister, you must keep a vigilant eye on the high-tier spirit birds and spirit cloud chickens in the surrounding markets. We should purchase any that can lay eggs or consume spirit earthworms, and gradually test which options are most cost-effective. Li Xianling chuckled. Third brother, are you planning to turn our family into a chicken and bird farm? In the initial years, the spirit cloud chickens ran amok on Cloud Mist Island, making the entire island devoid of any semblance of a spiritual abode. However, after the recent reorganization, Cloud Mist Island finally began to take on a proper appearance. Yet, the Leaf family members were aware that this was merely superficial. Nevertheless, as long as they could earn spirit stones, such matters were trivial. Li Xianjun smiled. Spirit stones are paramount. We can address other matters later. Ultimately, the current strength of the Leaf family was too feeble. Otherwise, they could raise spirit cloud chickens on several surrounding islands. For now, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner, and once the family grew stronger, they could contemplate other issues, Li Xianling inquired. The family's spirit stones are running low. What shall we do next? Li Xianjun sighed. Alas, cultivators have so little time. I am already over 40. Li Xianling rolled her eyes. I see you are intentionally reminding me that I am already over 50. Aren't you? Li Xianjun quickly replied, and no, how could I say that about you, second sister? I am merely lamenting the brevity of time and its insufficiency. Li Xianling rolled her eyes again. All right, enough with the lamentations. I need you to go out and sell the family's resources. Sighing, she added, I wonder why the family head has not yet returned. Li Xianjun asked in surprise. You mean the family head has not returned? That shouldn't be the case. He should have come back by now. Wait a moment, let me find out what is going on. Li Xiantian had previously stated that he would remain in seclusion for 2 more years before returning. Yet now, he had not emerged, leaving everyone in the dark about what had transpired. Li Xianjun took out a communication jade talisman, infused it with magical power, and said, Family head, according to what you said, you should be back by now. Has something happened? Moments later, Li Xiantian replied, Xianjun, there is no rush to return. An ancient relic has been discovered at the border between Yunyang country and Chu country. Within half a month, the formation here will break open, and I plan to explore it. Perhaps I may acquire some valuable treasures. For now, I entrust the family matters to you and Xianling. Just proceed as we discussed, Li Xianjun quickly responded. Please take care, and I will set out soon. If the elder Jiao snake is waiting anxiously, should I bring it to you? Chapter 65. Setting out again. Ancient relics are remnants from antiquity, containing resources not found in the present. Many ancient treasures have been unearthed from these relics. Ancient relics can be categorized into sect ruins, demon sealing lands, ancient battlefields, and ancient cultivator caves or tombs. Among others, regardless of the type, they are fraught with peril and are not places ordinary cultivators can enter. However, since there is a formation, it must be an ancient sect ruin or an ancient cultivator cave or tomb. At the very least, it is a demon sealing land. Only such places are guarded by formations, and aside from demon sealing lands, the other 2 types are likely to contain treasures. Whether one can obtain them depends on strength and luck. Newly discovered ancient relics are often the most resource-rich, yet also the most dangerous, Li Xiantian responded. Has Xianling broken through to Foundation establishment? Li Xianjun quickly replied, Indeed, second sister has successfully broken through. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiantian said, Never mind. Since Xianling has just broken through, the family cannot be without powerful protection. Let the little Jiao wait a while longer. Li Xianjun smiled wryly. You need not mention this. I have already told him you would return in 2 years. If I were to reiterate, he might very well beat me. Li Xiantian chuckled. Very well, I shall convey the message. Take your communication talisman to him. I will discuss it with him. Li Xianjun promptly agreed. All right, it's settled then, I shall go now. He sensed that the elder Jiao snake was nearby, likely eager to learn why Li Xiantian had not yet returned. Approaching the elder Jiao, he placed the communication talisman to its ear. Elder Jiao snake, the family head wishes to speak with you. The elder Jiao snake regarded Li Xianjun with a deep gaze and nodded slightly. Li Xianjun breathed a sigh of relief. If the elder Jiao had truly intended to confront him, he would have no means to resist. He understood the allure of the Jiao dragon's blood to the elder Jiao snake. Had he not been in seclusion, the elder would likely have barged in long ago. After a brief wait, the elder Jiao returned, handing back the communication talisman and casting one last deep look at him before vanishing beneath the water. The elder Jiao snake had learned from Li Xiantian about the arduous effort Li Xianjun had expended to obtain the Jiao dragon's blood and naturally felt gratitude towards him. Li Xianjun exhaled in relief. He felt a certain trepidation towards the immense elder Jiao snake. Li Xianling inquired, "Now that everything has been resolved, when do you plan to set out?" Li Xianjun asked, "How many spirit cloud eggs do we have, and how many spirit cloud pills?" Li Xianling retrieved an account book and replied, "Over the past 3 years, our family has harvested a total of 310,000 spirit cloud eggs. 5,000 were used to refine spirit cloud pills, and with the previous total of 190,000, we have a grand total of 450,000 spirit cloud eggs. After refining 5,000 spirit cloud eggs into spirit cloud pills, we have approximately 100,000 left. There are also some other resources, valued at about 50,000 spirit stones. All of these should be taken for sale." Li Xianjun's eyes brightened. If 450,000 spirit cloud eggs were sold at 1.5 spirit stones each, that would amount to 675,000 spirit stones. The 100,000 spirit cloud pills, sold at 2 spirit stones each, would yield 200,000 spirit stones. Just these combined would total 875,000 spirit stones, and with the additional 50,000 spirit stones from other resources, that would sum up to 925,000 spirit stones. After accounting for various expenditures or losses, even if only 900,000 spirit stones remained, if he were to receive 1.5%, that would equate to 135,000 spirit stones, sufficient for him to break through to mid-stage foundation establishment. Furthermore, he still possessed 70,000 spirit cloud pills and 20,000 spirit cloud eggs, all of which were his own resources. Selling them could potentially yield another 170,000 spirit stones, perhaps even enabling him to break through to late-stage foundation establishment. Li Xianjian felt a surge of joy. If he could sell a bit more in Zhao country, he might acquire even greater spirit stones. "All right, just hand over the resources to me," he stated. With so many resources, if they were devoted solely to his cultivation, he might have already reached peak foundation establishment. Unfortunately, these were communal family resources and not solely his to claim. Li Xianling entrusted all the resources to Li Xianjian, earnestly advising, "Be cautious once you venture out. Resources can be sacrificed, but your life must be returned safely." Li Xianjian smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, second sister. I will certainly return." As his words fell, 3 jade slips and a large storage bag materialized in his hand. Inside were 3 sets of cultivation techniques aimed at enhancing speed: the 8 steps to chase the cicada, the 9 steps to tread the void, and the floating light and fleeting shadow. While the first 2 techniques posed significant challenges for cultivation, the floating light and fleeting shadow was remarkably swift and a valuable asset for survival. Second sister, ensure that every member of the clan practices these techniques. Although I do not expect others to master the 8 steps to chase the cicada or the 9 steps to tread the void, it is imperative that everyone learns the floating light and fleeting shadow. Over the past 3 years, Li Xianjun had not been able to cultivate these speed techniques, yet he had committed all their details to memory. During this time, he had focused solely on enhancing his spiritual essence and refining various spiritual artifacts, never leaving his secluded chamber. Thus, he had no opportunity to practice these techniques. Li Zuanzenling nodded in understanding. "I see. In the realm of cultivation, survival is paramount. With such escape techniques at our disposal, I will certainly ensure that all clan members practice them." Li Xianjun nodded in agreement, stepping onto his swift sword, transforming into a beam of sword light that vanished from sight. Li Zuanzenling marveled. "What incredible speed! This is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that my third brother has achieved a breakthrough?" Resolutely, she thought, "I too must diligently cultivate and hasten my progress." With that, Li Zuanzenling entered the secluded chamber where Li Xianjun had previously closed himself off for cultivation. In the 5 colors market, Li Xianjun re-entered the Tianbao Tower, only to discover that the steward had changed. "Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Li Xianjun smiled. "I have come to inquire about the well-being of my friend, Daoist Yang Tianjiao. Was his breakthrough successful?" The steward glanced at Li Xianjun and replied with a smile. "Manager Yang has successfully reached the foundation establishment stage and is currently stabilizing his cultivation. He will return in 5 years. Li Xuanzhen nodded appreciatively. Thank you, fellow cultivator, I shall take my leave. The steward cupped his hands in acknowledgement, offering no further comments. As Li Xuanzhen exited the Tianbao Tower. He mused to himself, I did not expect that fellow to have already reached the foundation establishment stage and become the steward of Tianbao Tower. That is quite commendable. That it seems I must return within 5 years. In that case, I shall sell all these resources to the Zhao Kingdom. The prices there are quite high. Should I succeed in selling this batch of resources, it may enhance our family's spiritual vein. As for the spiritual stones belonging to himself and his clan members, he could gradually repay them from the family's share later on. A cultivation family must prioritize the interests of the clan, allowing personal interests to be postponed. After all, the current monthly allowance of the Li family is substantial, sufficient for clan members' cultivation. Once the family's spiritual vein is cultivated, there will be ample spiritual stones to repay the clan members in due course. Without a third-tier spiritual vein, Li Shantian would be unable to cultivate upon his return. As a golden core expert, cultivating on a second-tier vein would jeopardize its integrity. Chapter 66. The Earth Escape Technique enters Zhao Kingdom in Tianyang County. While on his journey, Li Xuanzhen suddenly halted. Since he had to travel, why not take the opportunity to practice the Earth Escape Technique? To enter Zhao Kingdom, he must utilize this technique, and it requires a considerable depth of earth to be effective. Currently, he had not practiced this technique, and rather than slowly honing it at the border of the two kingdoms, it would be far more beneficial to train diligently along the way. As for the floating light and fleeting shadow and the other two speed techniques, he would address them later when time permitted. After all, Li Xuanzhen felt quite helpless in this regard. He had initially believed that with the spirit-concealing bowl, his cultivation speed would be accelerated, yet he still felt pressed for time. Escape! As his command resonated, Li Xuanzhen's form sank into the ground, but before he could descend halfway, he found himself stuck in the soil. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings and, confirming that no one was present, he swiftly extricated himself. A bit embarrassed, he brushed the dirt from his legs. This was his first attempt at practicing the Earth Escape technique, and it had ended in failure. Thankfully, there were no onlookers to mock him. Escape! Li Xuanzhen attempted once more, and this time he successfully descended 2 meters underground. However, before he could proceed, he collided headfirst into a massive boulder. Grasping his head, he burst forth from the ground, feeling the spot of impact. Fortunately, he had only sustained a bump and no bleeding. How infuriating! It is merely an Earth Escape technique. Why is it proving so difficult? Li Xuanzhen was thoroughly exasperated. Mastering this technique was no easy feat. Nevertheless, he was not one to give up easily. This Earth Escape technique could save lives and earn spiritual stones. For him, it was indeed a valuable skill. Thus, it was essential that he persevered in his training. Escape! With this command, Li Xuanzhen once again plunged 3 meters underground, swiftly moving forward. This time, he advanced less than 100 meters before being expelled back to the surface. The results were evident, and Li Xuanzhen felt a surge of joy. I did it! Next, I must master my direction and delve deeper while escaping. He pressed on. Escape! Li Xuanzhen once more descended into the earth, advancing rapidly while carefully scanning ahead to evade any stones or tree roots. The Earth Escape technique could only advance through the soil, and obstacles would undoubtedly hinder his progress. After all, the Earth Escape technique was not akin to the Earth Walking technique, which allowed free movement underground. This time, he maintained a depth of 3 meters but managed to cover a distance of 3,000 meters, equivalent to approximately 3 miles. Upon emerging, though his clothing was disheveled, Li Xuanzhen was brimming with excitement. With a flick of his form, a clean azure robe adorned him, restoring his dignified aura. After completing this, Li Xuanzhen nodded in satisfaction, quickening his escape light as he ventured forth. Before long, he appeared 5 miles ahead. Continuing to cultivate the Earth Escape technique, he accelerated and deepened his progress, making significant strides in his training. By the time he exited Tianyang County and reached Tianhua County, Li Xuanzhen could now escape to a depth of 5 meters. Traversing 10 miles, upon entering Tianyu County, his Earth Escape technique had grown even more formidable. He could now completely burrow 10 meters underground and advance 30 miles. While it still could not compare to Zheng Lu's prowess, it was rapidly catching up. Yet, upon entering Tianyu County, Li Xuanzhen once again sensed the chaos that reigned here. The turmoil continued, indicating that the cultivators from the corpse refining sect and Poison King Valley had not yet departed. Recognizing the situation, Li Xuanzhen's expression darkened. He hoped that such unrest would not extend to Tianyang County. As the stronghold of the Yunwu Li family, Tianyang County must not fall into chaos. Otherwise, it would lead to significant complications. Producing a transmission jade talisman, Li Xuanzhen sent messages to Li Xintian and Li Xuanzhen, respectively. There is unrest from the heretical sects in Tianyu County. Elder brother, please ensure your safety. The turmoil in Tianyu County had not yet subsided. Second sister, inform the clansmen to exercise caution when traveling. Unless necessary, do not leave Yunwu Island. Having completed the transmissions, Li Xuanzhen proceeded forward with heightened vigilance. This time, he was particularly cautious. When surfacing, he first sent out his shadow to scout for potential dangers. If any threats were present, he would easily evade them. Only when assured of safety would he emerge. At this juncture, the utility of his shadow was vividly displayed. Safely navigating through Tianyu County, Li Xuanzhen relaxed somewhat upon entering the subsequent counties, which, to varying degrees, also harbored dangers. It was only upon reaching Tianling County that Li Xuanzhen finally felt at ease. Throughout this journey, while practicing the earth escape technique, he had made significant improvements. First, his burrowing depth had increased from 10 meters to 30 meters, and the distance he could travel had expanded to 200 miles, far surpassing Zheng Lu's capabilities. While traversing 30 meters underground and advancing 200 miles might not suffice to cross the Beast Mountain range between the two kingdoms, there was one route that could be taken, the one-line sky under the management of the demonic cultivators. Although both demonic cultivators and Yunyang Kingdom cultivators were stationed there, their distances were not far apart. The station cultivators from both sides were only 50 miles apart, and Li Xuanzhen's escape light could easily penetrate the earth. If one-line sky were not feasible, there was also the Gourd Valley, where the stationed forces were similarly close, and they dared not enter the valley for fear of ambushes. This was precisely where Li Xuanzhen could catch his breath. Alas, if only his magical power were not so weak. Perhaps he could have escaped 500 miles in one go. His magical power was indeed insufficient. Currently, when employing the earth escape technique, he could only advance 300 miles before reaching his limit. After half a year, Li Xuanzhen finally arrived at the border between Yunyang Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom. At this moment, he contemplated the odds of successfully crossing from one-line sky to facilitate the station forces. Both Yunyang Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom maintain markets on either side, and it was naturally impossible to burrow into the market itself. After all, if the earth escape technique triggered the formations within the market, it would undoubtedly result in his demise. Li Xuanzhen furrowed his brow, continuously calculating the safest route. Suddenly, he felt his body sink, directly vanishing into the ground. Following that, his shadow disappeared before him. This time, he intended to use his shadow to scout for any potential caves or resting places to restore his magical power. Unfortunately, one-line sky was unlikely to contain such a location. After advancing 150 miles, Li Xuanzhen was compelled to halt and send his shadow upward. The shadow emerged on the surface, discovering that he was precisely at the center of one-line sky. Before promptly returning underground, Li Xuanzhen continued onward. Upon reaching 200 miles, he released his shadow to investigate. The findings elicited a smile from Li Xuanzhen, for he had already entered Zhao Kingdom, and it was remarkably safe. Subsequently, the shadow did not retreat. It continued to scout on the surface while Li Xuanzhen advanced beneath the earth. Before long, the shadow identified a suitable emergence point for Li Xuanzhen. It was a forest with a beast's cave, which was quite deep and generally unvisited by others. Li Xuanzhen entered and stationed his shadow at the cave entrance while he began to restore his cultivation. He had not anticipated entering Zhao Kingdom so effortlessly, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, he divided his attention, simultaneously recovering his magical power and pondering his next moves. It appears that the defenses between the two nations are not particularly stringent. Otherwise, I would not have been able to traverse the borders so effortlessly. In Chapter 67, the incarnation of the demonic cultivator, it is noted that the defenses maintained by the cultivators in this narrow passage are rather lax. This is primarily because the demonic cultivators seeking entry into Yunyang Nation are easily detected due to their demonic aura. Moreover, the demonic cultivators are ensnared in the quagmire of Zhao Nation and cannot extricate themselves in the near term. Additionally, it is unlikely that the demonic cultivators would enter Yunyang Nation through this route, as they would be aware that they are encroaching upon the domain of Lingyun Mountain, where they would undoubtedly fall into a trap of intricate nets. Likewise, the righteous cultivators of Yunyang Nation cannot venture into Zhao Nation from this side, as that territory has already been seized by demonic cultivators, transforming it into a land under their dominion. For the righteous cultivators of Yunyang Nation to enter this area would be tantamount to courting death. Consequently, the defenses along the border between Yunyang and Zhao nations are the most vulnerable. However, no one dares to cross here. Whether entering Zhao Nation from Yunyang or vice versa, one must traverse a region ruled by demonic cultivators, which spans a vast expanse, making it perilous even for Golden Core cultivators to navigate. Li Xuanjin, upon entering Zhao Nation, finds himself in the territory of the demonic cultivators. Nonetheless, he too can assume the guise of a demonic cultivator. Regarding the techniques of the withering and flourishing art, it is not just a matter of masquerading as a demonic cultivator. He could easily pose as a practitioner of sinister arts. Furthermore, having refined the blood blade, which itself is a demonic spirit artifact, combined with Li Xuanjin's power of withering, he inevitably presents as a demonic cultivator. After 3 days, once his cultivation is restored, Li Xuanjin rises, and an aura of change envelopes him. Simultaneously, a mask crafted from human skin materializes upon his face. Although the mask can only transform into 3 distinct appearances, once altered, the original visage is rendered unrecognizable. With the mask now adorning him, both his appearance and aura have undergone a transformation. Previously, he appeared as a youthful gentleman, exuding an air of elegance and distinction. Now, he has morphed into an unremarkable, dark-skinned youth. Satisfied with his new appearance, Li Xuanjin nods and declares, "From this moment forth, I shall be known as Han Pao Pao." Subsequently, his form shifts into that of an eccentric scholar, a jade slip appearing in his hand, fitting the role quite well. This identity shall be that of Ziri Shushinged, as for the 3rd appearance. Li Xuanjin refrains from manifesting it, despite already having a concept in mind. It is not yet time for its use. He finds no necessity for additional identities. The persona of Han Pao Pao suffices to navigate among the righteous cultivators, while the identity of Ziri Shusheng will enable him to blend seamlessly among the demonic cultivators. With that resolved, he returns to his shadowy guise, his robes transforming into a crimson hue as he steps out of the cave. The distance to the demonic cultivator encampment is not far, and Li Xuanjin is enveloped in a chilling aura of death and decay. Shortly thereafter, he grasps a demonic tome that he had acquired from his previous encounters with demonic cultivators. Having sold off other redundant resources, he retains these techniques and texts, understanding that with the 9 nether shadows preceding him, he cannot afford to overlook any demonic techniques. Little did he expect that they would prove useful now. The station troops at the border pay little heed to the sudden appearance of the eccentric scholar, as such attire is common among demonic cultivators. Initially donned to deceive, this guise has gained popularity among many demonic cultivators as a means to disguise their brutality. Li Xuanjin disregards them and strides directly toward the nearby marketplace. For him, nothing holds greater importance than selling the Lingyun eggs. Upon entering the marketplace, Li Xuanjin finally grasps the true essence of demonic cultivators. Here, they gather in droves, and the marketplace is suffused with a dense demonic aura. Should a righteous cultivator venture into this realm, they would likely succumb to the taint of demonic energy and become possessed. However, Li Xuanjin is different. As a practitioner of the withering and flourishing art, demonic energy merely draws near before being assimilated into his own power. It must be noted that the power of withering cultivated through this technique is extraordinarily potent, far surpassing ordinary demonic energy. This phenomenon draws the attention of the surrounding demonic cultivators. Typically, external demonic energy cannot be absorbed without refinement. Otherwise, even a demonic cultivator risks succumbing to madness due to the chaotic nature of the external energy, which is a conglomeration of diverse demonic energies cultivated by many practitioners. In this context, Li Xuanjin's ability to assimilate all demonic energy earns him the respect of the demonic cultivators within the marketplace. What manner of cultivation could allow one to harmonize with all demonic energies? Only techniques of formidable strength permit such a feat, and it is the potent demonic arts that are firmly under the control of powerful sections. Thus, Li Xuanjin's identity is likely not to be trifled with. Observing the reverent gazes directed his way, a faint smile curls at the corners of Li Xuanzhen's lips as he makes his way toward the largest establishment in the marketplace. The Magic Cloud Pavilion. Upon entering, he feels several formidable spiritual senses sweep over him. Humph! Li Xuanzhen scoffs lightly, unleashing his power of withering, instantly assimilating the spiritual senses that probe him. This is the unique characteristic of the withering power. Li Xuanzhen had previously refrained from using it as no one had ever attempted to probe him before. Now, with someone daring to scrutinize him, it is akin to courting death. Were it a golden core stage elder, Li Xuanzhen would not dare to act so boldly. However, he can easily perceive the spiritual senses of those at the foundation establishment stage. After years of cultivation, his spiritual essence rivals that of cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. As the spiritual senses are assimilated, the observing cultivators involuntarily draw in a sharp breath, no longer daring to release their spiritual senses. Noticing that no one approaches him within the Magic Cloud Pavilion, Li Xuanzhen furrows his brow and inquires in a stern voice, "Is there no one to attend to me?" At this moment, the other demonic cultivators realize the situation, and the steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion hastily approaches. "Young master, may I inquire what you require?" Li Xuanzhen retracts the demonic tome in his hand and replies earnestly, "Do you accept items from the righteous path?" The steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion quickly affirms, "Indeed, we do. Rest assured, our prices are fair, and we shall not deceive you." Nodding, Li Xuanzhen waves his hand, producing a storage pouch before the steward. "I took down a righteous path team. Regrettably, I only have these low-grade resources. Please exchange them for mid-grade spirit stones." The steward's spiritual sense penetrates the pouch, and he gasps in astonishment. "Please wait, this is not the place for discussions. Shall we move to the VIP room?" Li Xuanzhen nods in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." Under the steward's guidance, Li Xuanzhen quickly arrives in a VIP room shielded from spiritual senses. The steward produces tea utensils and pours 2 cups of spirit tea. "Young master, do try this replenishing spirit tea that I have treasured for many years." Li Xuanzhen does not hesitate. With the power of withering at his disposal, he fears no foul play in the tea. After sipping the replenishing spirit tea, he feels his mind sharpen, and the refining spirit pills within him begin to rapidly assimilate. His spiritual sense radius then expands by several meters, leaving him astonished. What an exquisite tea! Is this truly replenishing spirit tea? What is its worth? The steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion smiles and replies, "This tea is internally supplied by our pavilion and has yet to be put on the market. If you enjoy it, I shall gift you a portion." Li Xuanzhen nods. "Thank you, my friend." Chapter 68. Upper-grade spirit stones. To not seize an opportunity is foolishness, he muses, recognizing that the replenishing spirit tea is indeed a treasure. Significantly beneficial for cultivating his spiritual sense. If he could acquire more, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. The steward grins and says, "Now, let us discuss these resources. Although your resources are of low grade, selling them to the Righteous Merchant Association in Zhao Nation will yield a considerable profit. While our Magic Cloud Pavilion cannot offer you the highest price, it will not be insignificant. 15,000 Lingyun eggs. We shall procure for 270,000 spirit stones. For 100,000 first-tier mid-grade pills, which appear superior to ordinary first-tier second-grade pills, we shall offer you 250,000 spirit stones. What do you think?" Li Xuanzhen's heart leaps with joy. He realizes he is making a substantial profit. It seems selling to the demonic cultivators is far more lucrative than to the Righteous Merchant Association. Furthermore, the demonic cultivators will not inquire about the origins of these resources, as their invasion of Zhao Nation has led to the acquisition of many righteous resources. "Yes, please exchange them for mid-grade spirit stones." The steward's eyes glint as he quietly inquires, "Young master, are you a practitioner of the righteous demonic sect? Might you be interested in upper-grade spirit stones?" Li Xuanzhen's eyes brighten, and he nods. "Naturally, I desire them." "How might I procure them?" The steward hastily explains, "I possess a batch of upper-grade spirit stones. The resources you are selling could yield 52,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and I can arrange for you to receive 40 upper-grade spirit stones. How does that sound?" Li Xuanzhen furrows his brow. "This price seems rather low. I could exchange them for 45 upper-grade spirit stones at my sect." The steward quickly responds, "What you say is true. Carrying so many lower-grade spirit stones back is inconvenient. I can offer you 42 upper-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Xuanzhen, somewhat puzzled, queries, upper-grade spirit stones are indeed valuable. Why would you wish to sell them? The steward promptly clarifies, this batch of upper-grade spirit stones was unexpectedly obtained. I wish to exchange them for some lower-grade spirit stones to procure cultivation resources. You understand, no one else possesses such means. Only you can afford them. Li Xuanzhen nods slightly. Very well. 42 it shall be. May I inquire how many upper-grade spirit stones you possess? Unbeknownst to Li Xuanzhen, within their merchant association, this batch of upper-grade spirit stones, if exchanged for mid- or lower-grade spirit stones, would not yield such a quantity. Any attempt to exchange them with other associations would certainly entail risks. If time were to stretch, as the steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion, he would undoubtedly be able to trade these high-grade spirit stones. However, he currently requires spirit stone resources, and the fact that he possesses high-grade spirit stones must remain a secret from others. Thus, the arrival of Li Xuanzhen filled him with hope, and to his astonishment, he suddenly acquired 100,000 spirit stones. The steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion hastily remarked, "Young master, should you require more high-grade spirit stones? Do not hesitate to come to me. I can at least exchange for 100 high-grade spirit stones for you. Even if I exhaust my supply, I can procure more high-grade spirit stones for you." Li Xuanzhen could not help but smile. These were high-grade spirit stones, the universal currency for cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The spiritual energy contained within high-grade spirit stones is relatively potent. Although their size does not differ significantly from that of low and medium-grade spirit stones, the energy they harbor is immensely beneficial for those at the Golden Core stage. Conversely, for those at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, the energy in high-grade spirit stones is somewhat volatile and unsuitable for their cultivation. Very well then, let us proceed with the transaction, my friend. The steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion rejoiced inwardly. The additional 100,000 spirit stones could be utilized to purchase cultivation resources, and a breakthrough to the later stage of foundation establishment was within reach. Thank you, young master Dai. In the future, whenever you visit the Magic Cloud Pavilion, feel free to seek me out. Saying this, he handed Li Xuanzhen a storage bag, which contained precisely 42 high-grade spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen nodded, inspected the spirit stones, and replied with a smile, "The quantity is satisfactory. I appreciate your assistance." With that, he declared, "Since there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." The steward promptly inquired, "May I know how to address you?" "Young master, could you leave a communication token?" Li Xuanzhen nodded and said, "Certainly, I am known as Ziri Shusheng. Here is my communication jade talisman." He produced an unused communication jade talisman, which was also of medium grade, and was now opportune for use. The steward's lips twitched slightly. Such a name was indeed befitting a disciple of the Confucian demon sect. If the Confucian sect were to discover the name Ziri Shusheng, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Without further ado, the steward took out his own communication jade talisman and inscribed a mark on Li Xuanzhen's talisman. "Young master, my name is Chui Su. I am the steward of the Magic Cloud Pavilion. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Li Xuanzhen understood that the other party was attempting to cultivate connections. After all, he had presented such a substantial amount of resources at once, indicating a desire for long-term transactions. These stewards were all evaluated based on their performance. Failing to meet expectations would incur penalties, while performing well would yield numerous rewards. Naturally, they would seize opportunities with potential clients. Li Xuanzhen nodded and suddenly inquired, "Are there any foundation establishment pills or golden core pills needed by the righteous path? I shall require them in due course." As he spoke, a hint of malice flickered in his gaze. This demeanor resembled that of a demonic cultivator plotting against righteous path cultivators, which would not raise suspicion. Chui Su quickly replied, "We do have them, but they are not available in the border markets and come at a steep price. If you wish, I can arrange for them to be sent from headquarters." He refrained from asking Li Xuanzhen the purpose of his request, as he could discern from the malice in Li Xuanzhen's eyes that there were righteous path cultivators in trouble once more. Li Xuanzhen nodded, saying, "Very well, I will be crafting a magical treasure, which will take approximately 10 years. At that time, I shall come to collect the golden core and foundation establishment pills." He then inquired, "By the way, do you have any demon transformation pills?" Chui Su quickly responded, Rest assured, young master, in 10 years, I will certainly procure the foundation establishment and golden core pills you require. However, regarding the demon transformation pills, those are exceedingly precious, and I cannot obtain them at this time. The demon transformation pill is akin to the golden core pill for demonic cultivators, serving as a high-grade resource for breaking through to the golden core stage. Therefore, such strategic resources are seldom sold. However, they may be available for purchase at the Righteous Path Merchant Associations. Li Xuanzhen asked, Cui Dao Yu, how many golden core pills can you procure? What is the price? Cui Su hastily replied, Young master, the Magic Cloud Pavilion has a limited supply of golden core pills. I can procure a maximum of 2 for you. As for the price, it is considerably high, 80,000 spirit stones per pill. Li Xuanzhen furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, Dao Yu, that is too steep. Under normal circumstances, a golden core pill can be obtained for around 45,000 spirit stones. Cui Su chuckled, Young master is aware that those are the normal circumstances. Where in Zhao country are there any normal situations now? However, since you are also a demonic cultivator, I shall offer you the price of 70,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Li Xuanzhen's frown deepened. Purchasing 1 golden core pill in 10 years was feasible, but acquiring 2 was somewhat burdensome, especially considering the foundation establishment pills as well. Dao Yu, 60,000 spirit stones. I cannot offer more. Cui Su shook his head. Dao Yu is jesting. 60,000 spirit stones will not suffice. Chapter 69. Moon Shadow Pavilion, Powerful Enchantment Techniques. Li Xuanzhen took a deep breath and said, Very well. Then let it be 65,000 spirit stones. If you find that acceptable, I shall return in 10 years to collect those 2 golden core pills. Cui Su hesitated. He was unsure if he could secure such a price, but would do his utmost. Li Xuanzhen did not rush. Instead, he leisurely sipped his restorative tea. He noticed a troubling pattern. The more spirit stones he possessed, the less they seemed to suffice, especially in Zhao country, where prices for all goods had nearly doubled. Even the golden core pills, which usually auctioned for just over 60,000 spirit stones, had skyrocketed to 70 or 80,000 now. However, the golden core pill was a reserve resource, and Li Xuanzhen felt compelled to acquire it. Although the auction price of the golden core pill was low, its availability was scarce, making it not commonly found. Now that he had the chance to obtain the golden core pill, he would stop at nothing to secure it. After much deliberation, Cui Su finally nodded. All right, 65,000 spirit stones. I will do my best to procure them for you. But should you come into possession of something valuable, please remember me. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Rest assured, Dao Yu. In 10 years, I shall present you with a significant gift. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen still possessed 300,000 Lingyun eggs, which, at Zhao country's current market price, could be sold for 640,000 spirit stones, nearly enough for 1 golden core pill. Furthermore, he had another 70,000 Lingyun pills. After selling those, his spirit stones would undoubtedly exceed 800,000. Over the next 10 years, gathering 65,000 spirit stones would be more than sufficient. Cui Su was elated and quickly inquired, What kind of significant gift? Li Xuanzhen shook his head and did not elaborate, merely asking, What about the foundation establishment pills? How many can you procure? Cui Su replied, If it is only for 10 years, I can secure 5 foundation establishment pills for you. If the time frame extends, I can acquire even more. For demonic cultivators, foundation establishment and golden core pills held little value. Once obtained, they would trade them with Righteous Path Merchant Associations for demonic resources. Thus, acquiring such resources from demonic cultivators is considerably easier. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Dao Yu. Cui Su smiled. Then I shall await your arrival in 10 years. Li Xuanzhen nodded and turned to leave the Magic Cloud Pavilion. At the entrance, Cui Su watched Li Xuanzhen's departing figure, sighing softly, I wonder how many Righteous Path cultivators will fall into peril this time. After expressing his sentiments, a smile crept onto his face as he coldly remarked, But what does that have to do with me? As long as there are spirit stones to be earned, that is all that matters. With that, he turned and returned to the Magic Cloud Pavilion. Li Xuanzhen left the Magic Cloud Pavilion without seeking other merchant associations to sell the remaining Lingyun eggs. For safety's sake, he decided it was best to find another demonic cultivator market for the sale. In this border market, Li Xuanzhen did not linger. Upon exiting the Magic Cloud Pavilion, he proceeded without hesitation toward the outskirts of the market. Behind him, A few Foundation establishment demonic cultivators exchanged glances, but ultimately chose not to pursue him. Li Xuanzhen's display of overwhelming power was too formidable for the other demonic cultivators, making them perceive him as a force to be reckoned with. Once outside the market, Li Xuanzhen confirmed he was alone, then swiftly burrowed underground, propelling himself rapidly toward the distance. Only after traveling 300 miles did Li Xuanzhen emerge above ground. This moment, a tome appeared in his hand, which he perused as he walked. This was the method for 8 steps to catching a cicada, which he had previously lacked the time to practice, but now he could review it. The jade slip had been left at his family, and this was a handwritten copy. Li Xuanzhen planned to practice while on the move. Once he had cultivated the 4th step of 8 steps to catching a cicada, he would possess the means to protect himself. Let us set forth. Suddenly, Li Xuanzhen closed the book, and with a flick of his form, he shot forward 2 meters. Just as he prepared to advance further, he faltered, failing the initial step of 8 steps to catching a cicada. The first step is relatively easy to grasp, yet achieving mastery is exceedingly challenging. Progressing the first step to minor success allows a distance of 5 meters. Major success extends to 15 meters, and perfection reaches 50 meters. The second step doubles the first, the third doubles the second, and so forth. 8 steps to catching a cicada is not merely 8 steps, but 8 components, each containing distinct techniques and steps integrated together, forming approximately 8 layers, hence its name. Despite failing to cultivate successfully, Li Xuanzhen remained undeterred and continued his practice. Though progress was minimal, the first step remained at 2 meters. Li Xuanzhen could not help but lament, indeed, this technique is a source of frustration. The difficulty of cultivating it is excessive. It is no wonder this technique holds a high rank yet is not exorbitantly priced. The challenge in mastering it has thwarted many. It is clear why Yang Tianjiao mentioned that few could reach the 4th step. There are valid reasons for this. Resigned, Li Xuanzhen could only practice gradually. After half a month, Li Xuanzhen arrived at the large market of Moon Demon Market. Stowing away the tome, he entered the market and made his way directly to Moon Shadow Pavilion. After half a month, Li Xuanzhen had finally cultivated the first step of 8 steps to catching a cicada to minor success, yet he was unable to progress to the second step. The Moon Shadow Pavilion stands as the largest merchant association in the city of Moon Magic, and it also serves as the event organizer for the city. As soon as one steps into the Moon Shadow Pavilion, alluring maidens greet the guests with charm. Greetings, esteemed guest. May I inquire what you require? Li Xuanzhen scrutinized the maiden before him. Beneath her innocent facade lay a hint of seduction. He recognized that this was likely a form of enchantment employed by the demonic sect, as she felt his gaze upon her. The maiden became exceedingly bashful, her allure intensifying. Li Xuanzhen remained unfazed. Although the maiden had cultivated her seductive skills and appeared exceptionally enchanting, she was merely a chi refinement practitioner and could not shake the foundations of his resolve. Enough of your charms. They hold no sway over me. I wish to sell a batch of low-grade cultivation resources belonging to the righteous path. May I ask if your Moonshadow Pavilion is interested? The maiden quickly regained her composure and replied respectfully, Young master, we accept all resources, provided the price is right. Li Xuanzhen tossed a storage pouch to her and said, Here, take a look. How many spirit stones does this amount to? The maiden's eyes widened as she received the pouch. Please wait a moment. The quantity is quite substantial, beyond my authority to decide. I shall consult with our manager immediately. Li Xuanzhen nodded. Go ahead. This time? He was not selling much, only 150,000 spirit cloud eggs and 70,000 spirit cloud pills. To Li Xuanzhen, this was not a significant amount, but for a chi refinement maiden, it was considerable. The maiden quickly took out a communication talisman and spoke a few words before addressing Li Xuanzhen again. Young master, please follow me to the VIP room for a brief wait. Li Xuanzhen nodded and followed her into the room. Shortly thereafter, a captivating woman in palace attire entered. She appeared to be in her 30s, with flawless skin and a graceful figure, her every smile and frown captivating the heart. Her cultivation level was impressively high, having reached the later stage of foundation establishment, and her seductive skills were of an advanced caliber. A mere glance almost caused Li Xuanzhen to lose his focus. Chapter 70. Astonishing. It is indeed the Empress of Smoke. Li Xuanzhen quickly steadied his mind, his gaze becoming clear once more. The enchanting woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a demonic cultivator in the early stage of Foundation establishment could resist her charms. It appeared this young man was no ordinary individual. "I am honored to meet you, young master. I am Lu Ruyan. How may I address you?" Li Xuanjin was astonished. The woman before him, with such exceptional seductive prowess, was none other than the legendary Empress of Smoke. "I dare not presume to trouble you, madam. You may call me Ziri Shusheng." Lu Ruyan cautiously inquired, "May I ask where the righteous resources you are selling originate from?" Li Xuanjin shook his head. "Ziri, that is not something I can disclose." Lu Ruyan sighed. "It seems young Master Ziri fears I might encroach upon your financial interests. How could I ever dare?" As she spoke, her demeanor shifted to one of feigned vulnerability, making it seem as though Li Xuanjin had wronged her. Amused by her antics, Li Xuanjin chuckled inwardly. Her tea skills were indeed commendable. But after witnessing such performances in his past life, they had lost their novelty. "Madam Lu, let us focus on discussing the resources at hand. Other matters can wait." Lu Ruyan eagerly asked, "Young Master Ziri, how many spirit stones do you wish to sell them for?" Li Xuanjin replied, "You wish for me to state a price. Are you certain?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "Indeed. I trust that you would not take advantage of me." Li Xuanjin smiled. "Very well. In that case, I seek 100,000 spirit stones. Would you agree?" Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. 100,000 spirit stones? Surely, you jest." Li Xuanjin feigned curiosity. "Did you not request me to state a price?" "I find it rather reasonable. Do you believe it is too low and intend to offer me more?" Lu Ruyan, feeling vexed, had never encountered such brazen audacity. Yet she maintained her facade, continuing to plead. "Young master, please do not take advantage of me. This is hardly worth 100,000 spirit stones." Li Xuanjin remained non-committal, asking, "In your opinion, what is the value of these resources?" Lu Ruyan replied, 100,000 spirit stones." Li Xuanjin smirked. "Ah, see, even you believe they are worth 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, correct?" Lu Ruyan's irritation grew, and she retorted, "Young master, you jest. I meant 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Li Xuanjin shook his head. "If you lack sincerity, then I shall take my leave." With those words, he stood up, resolutely preparing to depart. The abrupt turn of events left Lu Ruyan stunned. How could he simply overturn the table like that? "Young master, please stay. Let us discuss the price of these resources. Can you provide a definite figure?" Li Xuanjin, with an impassive expression, suggested 60,000 spirit stones. "What do you think? According to the prices at the Magic Cloud Pavilion, these resources could only be sold for 45,000 spirit stones, but he intentionally quoted 60,000 to leave room for negotiation." Lu Ruyan calculated silently before finally gritting her teeth. 50,000 spirit stones. "That is the highest I can offer. If that does not work, then please feel free to depart." Smile broke out on Li Xuanjin's face as he nodded. "Very well, 50,000 spirit stones it is. A deal." This was 5,000 spirit stones more than he had anticipated. If he did not accept, he would be acting foolishly. Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief. This was a significant transaction. If sold to the righteous path, with proper handling, substantial profits could be made. Given that the prices in Zhao Kingdom had already surged to 3 times their original value, the acquisition cost of these spirit cloud eggs and pills was less than double. Leaving ample room for profit, Li Xuanjin was aware of this situation, yet he had no choice. After all, he did not control the merchant association, and his family's power was insufficiently robust, in such circumstances. He could only settle for a smaller profit. Once the price was agreed upon, Li Xuanjin received 50,000 spirit stones and left the Moonshadow Pavilion in high spirits. Lu Ruyan watched his retreating figure. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Such formidable spiritual perception. Could he be a rising star from the Confucian demon sect? What an intriguing young man. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Li Xuanjin did not linger. Upon securing the spirit stones, he departed from the moon magic market. This time, he ensured to keep his shadow far behind, wishing to ascertain if anyone would harbor ill intentions toward him. To his surprise, shortly after leaving, he noticed a demonic cultivator following him. During his recent visit to the moon magic market, he had refrained from displaying any of his true strength, allowing others to view him as an easy target, a role he was not inclined to accept. After traveling 300 miles from the moon magic market, Li Xuanjin burrowed underground. leaving the Return Origin Needle and the Soul Extinguishing Needle on the surface while the 9 Nether Shadow closely trailed behind. Below ground, Li Xuanjun utilized the Swift Wind Sword to excavate a cavity large enough for his survival, then sat cross-legged within it. Having advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, he could survive for a short period without oxygen, and the Earth Escape technique included methods for underground breathing, preventing him from perishing due to lack of air. Before long, 5 demonic cultivators arrived in pursuit. Li Xuanjun swept his spiritual sense over them and quickly discerned their cultivation levels. The leader was in the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, while the remaining 4 were in the early stage. Ordinary early-stage Foundation Establishment practitioners would surely have been subdued by them, but Li Xuanjun was different. As they halted in their tracks, the 9 Nether Shadows sprang into action, launching the Shadowless Needle toward the mid-stage Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. Simultaneously, the shadow seized hold of his ankles in that fleeting moment. The Shadowless Needle pierced the cultivator's brow. The shriek echoed around them, shocking the other 4 demonic cultivators. They beheld their leader standing frozen in place, a small red dot appearing on his forehead. "Leader!" the 4 cultivators shouted, rushing toward their superior. Before their leader could react, 2 more flying needles struck his brow, piercing directly into his soul. No. The already severely injured mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator felt a renewed pain in his forehead. Soon after, an excruciating tearing sensation emanated from his soul, and it was instantaneously extinguished by the Soul Extinguishing Needle. As the 4 demonic cultivators pounced forward, they discovered their leader had lost all breath. Dead beyond revival, they cast terrified glances around, cautiously bracing themselves. However, the Shadowless Needle was relentless. After eliminating the mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, it melded into the 9 Nether Shadow. In the next moment, the shadow emerged beneath another demonic cultivator's feet. Though this individual remained vigilant, he could hardly guard against his own shadow. The result was a swift, fatal strike from the Shadowless Needle, which emerged from the top of his head. No. The cultivator let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, the remaining demonic cultivators were filled with horror at this sight, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they cried out, "Impossible! How can this be? Where is the enemy? Show yourself, damn it, reveal yourself." At this moment, the last 3 demonic cultivators lacked the courage to escape. They wondered if the enemy would appear behind them as they fled. Chapter 71. Exploring the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Observing their panic, Li Xuanjun commanded the shadow to swiftly dart beneath their feet, unleashing the Shadowless Needle once more, quickly dispatching the 3 remaining foes. Once all 3 demonic cultivators lay defeated, he directed the shadow to sever their heads before finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He emerged onto the battlefield, hastily collecting the storage pouches of the fallen cultivators before retreating underground once more, heading far away. Not long after Li Xuanjun departed, several demonic cultivators appeared, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the 5 corpses strewn on the ground. They were the notorious 5 rats of Beishan. It was unexpected for them to have ventured into the Zhao Kingdom, and even more surprising that they had perished at the hands of that so-called sunlit scholar. Intriguing indeed. Let us depart. This is not our concern. We must return and report, one of the demonic cultivators remarked. These individuals were all formidable Foundation Establishment experts, yet they made no attempt to pursue Li Xuanjun, instead retreating to the Moon Demon Market. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xuanjun was hastening towards the Hulu Valley Market. This market was also quite large, and along the way, he encountered several smaller markets, where he managed to sell 50,000 of the remaining 150,000 spirit cloud eggs. Not only that, but he also liquidated and used demonic resources, and by the time he reached Hulu Valley Market, he had amassed an additional 350,000 spirit stones. The 5 demonic cultivators were quite affluent as well. From their belongings, he scavenged nearly 130,000 spirit stones along with numerous cultivation pills. While these items held little value for him, he sold them off one by one, ultimately netting 11 million spirit stones. Among the resources acquired, there were several valuable items, including the demonic spirit talismans, which were powerful talismans crafted by demonic cultivators that wielded immense power when utilized. Such items were indeed treasures. In the future, after vanquishing foes, he could employ these talismans to erase all traces of his involvement, leaving behind only a haze of demonic energy that would easily mislead others. Additionally, there was the demonic soul banner, a device created through cruel means by which a demonic cultivator enslaved the souls of slain practitioners, using them to serve the banner's master. This magical artifact was of good quality and had the potential to be refined into a true magical treasure. Li Xuanjun pondered where these 5 demonic cultivators had procured such items. The only remaining artifact of interest to Li Xuanjun was a set of demonic armor. The rest he deemed unworthy. Lastly, he came across a collection of cultivation manuals, the majority of which were demonic techniques. Among them, he discovered a secret method of instantaneous power surging, named the Blood Explosion Secret Art, which allowed one to sacrifice a part of their body to temporarily elevate their cultivation by 2 minor realms. However, after its use, one's cultivation would decline. Without a means to reconstruct one's flesh, it was prudent to refrain from its reckless application. The other manuals held little appeal to him, as the most formidable techniques among the demonic sects could only advance to the early Golden Core stage. Rendering them of little use. As Li Xuanjun entered the Hulu Valley market, he was taken aback to find that it charged an entrance fee. Such markets were not uncommon, as the pursuit of spirit stones was relentless. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to the demonic sky tower, where he exchanged 100,000 spirit cloud eggs for 220,000 spirit stones. Having completed these transactions, he settled in, choosing a room on the first floor of an inn. The following day, Li Xuanjun descended into the depths of the market. He released the 9 Nether Shadow, maneuvering stealthily through the marketplace. The shadow merged with the silhouettes of various cultivators, remaining undetected as Li Xuanjun refrained from provoking any Golden Core experts. Before long, he located the entrance to the black market of Hulu Valley. Just as he prepared to retract the shadow, he noticed a demonic cultivator heading toward the borders of Hulu Valley. Intrigued, he decided to investigate the realities of the border between the 2 nations, as he would need to traverse this area in the future. The shadow followed the individual into the border region of Hulu Valley. Where Li Xuanjun sensed several powerful auras, he realized that this place was vastly different from the first line of defense. It was guarded by Golden Core demonic cultivators. Not daring to approach, he withdrew the shadow. The 9 Nether Shadow, while adept at evading Foundation establishment cultivators, was not infallible against the keen senses of Golden Core experts. Suddenly, Li Xuanjun's gaze shifted toward the mountains flanking Hulu Valley. Contemplating whether he could traverse through the mountains of demonic beasts by following the shadow, a smile crept onto his face at the thought. He promptly retracted the shadow, checked out of the inn, and exited the market. Exercising utmost caution, he avoided any unnecessary troubles. Not far from the market's exit, Li Xuanjun hesitated not a moment before burrowing underground. The shadow guided him towards the mountain range inhabited by demonic beasts. Upon reaching the periphery of the beast territory, he resurfaced to catch his breath before once again submerging himself, carefully directing the shadow ahead while he followed closely behind. Demonic beasts exuded powerful auras to deter intruders from their territories. Fiercely protective of their domains, the shadow cautiously navigated, retreating swiftly whenever it sensed a formidable presence. In the territories of second-tier demonic beasts, the 9 Nether Shadow went unbothered, as these creatures were incapable of detecting its presence. Li Xuanjun delved underground, evading one powerful beast after another until he finally emerged to regain his breath and restore his cultivation. Gradually, as he reached the heart of the demonic beast mountains, he discovered an abundance of exceptionally strong beasts, rendering it impossible to probe further with the shadow. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat. Li Xuanjun finally understood why those without Yuanying-level cultivation could not traverse the demonic beast mountains. The beasts at the center were simply too powerful, and weaklings would inevitably become their prey. After 3 months, he returned, shaking his head in resignation, realizing he must continue along the path of the first line of defense. This route was less strictly guarded, and with a few restorative pills at hand, he could pass through safely. Li Xuanjun possessed a sufficient supply of restorative pills he had purchased before entering the Zhao Kingdom. Since his entry into Zhao had been relatively smooth, he had not consumed any of the pills. Thus, he was fortunate to have them available for his exit. At this moment, his collection of spirit stones was considerable, amounting to 240,000 spirit stones. Moreover, he had achieved his purpose for this trip to Zhao Kingdom, successfully selling all his spirit cloud eggs and spirit cloud pills. with 42 superior spirit stones and 700,000 inferior spirit stones in hand, and counting his own share of 450,000 spirit stones, not including his portion of the profits. Li Xuanjun deliberated briefly. He decided to retain 20 of the superior spirit stones and withdrew 250,000 inferior spirit stones. Subsequently, he placed the remaining 22 superior spirit stones and 820,000 inferior spirit stones into a storage bag. After completing these tasks, Li Xuanjun fell into deep contemplation, suddenly pondering the duration for which the war between the righteous and demonic factions in Zhao Kingdom could persist. However, he quickly shook his head. Despite Zhao's vastness, the spirit cloud eggs would eventually reach saturation, and he could only sell them once more at most, as any additional sales would be futile. Chapter 72. Spirit Suppressing Stones? Earth Essence Fruits. While Li Xuanjun was contemplating a return to Yunyang Kingdom, Li Xiantian was being relentlessly pursued. Within the ancient ruins lay numerous treasures, and fortune smiled upon Li Xiantian as he acquired an ancient spirit-suppressing stone. This remarkable stone possessed the ability to suppress the spiritual energy of a location, preventing its outflow, far surpassing any spirit-sealing formations. Furthermore, the spirit-suppressing stone could siphon the surrounding spiritual energy, enhancing the spiritual veins of the area it guarded. With the spirit-suppressing stone, elevating the spiritual veins of Yunwu Island was no longer an issue. However, upon obtaining the stone, he found himself surrounded by other cultivators, resulting in a relentless pursuit. The commotion caused by the emergence of the spirit-suppressing stone drew the attention of many. Fortunately, those chasing Li Xiantian were all golden core cultivators. Had they been any stronger, he would have stood no chance of escape. After escaping the ancient ruins, Li Xiantian plunged directly into the treacherous demonic beast mountains. The dangers of these mountains were immense. Entering without a special circumstance was tantamount to a death sentence. Despite having reached the golden core stage, Li Xiantian was still forced to flee from numerous powerful foes. Just after exiting the ancient ruins, he hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to return to Yunyang Kingdom. After a brief deliberation, he ultimately chose to head toward Zhao Kingdom, recognizing it as a chaotic place that might still offer him a glimmer of hope. Spitting blood, Li Xiantian surged into the demonic beast mountains, closely followed by several golden core experts. Seeing him enter the mountains, they hesitated for a moment before pursuing him. The demonic beast mountains were perilous. Yet the prospect of acquiring the spirit-suppressing stone was too enticing to ignore. Elevating the spiritual veins to Tier 4, or even Tier 5, was merely a matter of time. Once inside the mountains, Li Xiantian dashed deeper without hesitation. Despite his injuries, his speed remained undiminished as he contemplated how to shake off his pursuers. Having cultivated for over a century, Li Xiantian had encountered countless dangers. Without his speed-enhancing spells, he would not have escaped. Initially, he faced no fewer than a dozen pursuers, all golden core cultivators, but eventually, only 3 remained, all of whom were late-stage golden core experts. Their formidable power allowed them to keep pace with Li Xiantian, a testimony to their profound cultivation abilities. However, Li Xiantian was fortunate that no Yuanying experts were in pursuit. Had they been, he would have perished long ago. Their audacity to enter the demonic beast mountains stemmed from the backing of formidable factions. After entering the mountains, Li Xiantian contemplated briefly, a smile playing on his lips. If you wish to chase, then chase to your heart's content. With that, he altered his course and sped away in a different direction. During his earlier adventures, he had traversed through Zhao Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, and Yunyang Kingdom. While there was little in Yunyang Kingdom that would allow him to escape, the demonic beast mountains offered ample opportunities. In those years, he had just transcended the foundational stage, brimming with vigor as he ventured into the demon beast mountain range for training. Although he encountered precious treasures, the formidable adversaries compelled him to retreat. Furthermore, the treasure at that time had not yet matured, and he remained oblivious to its current status. Nonetheless, he yearned to see it again. Li Xuantian's speed was remarkable, and before long, he had delved deep into the heart of the demon beast mountain range. The 3 cultivators trailing behind him followed closely, undeterred by the potential discovery by fearsome demon beasts. As long as they accompanied Li Xiantian, they would retreat without hesitation if he found himself in peril. After a brief flight, a smile graced Li Xuantian's face. Yes, this is the essence. It is ripening, it is ripening. Ha ha ha. compelled by excitement, he quickened his pace, disregarding the dangers that lay ahead and charging forth. His velocity surged, astonishing all who beheld him. "Hurry, we cannot allow him to escape," urged the 3 golden core cultivators, equally hastening their pursuit, determined not to let Li Xiantian slip away. Before long, Li Xiantian arrived beside a fruit tree, where a fragrant fruit hung from the high branches. "Oh no, it's a Guiyuan spirit fruit. We must not allow him to claim it. Pursue him." As Li Xiantian reached the tree, the 3 cultivators also spotted the fruit, prompting them to accelerate. At that moment, Li Xiantian seized the trunk and with a mighty pull, uprooted the entire tree. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly stowed it into his storage pouch and vanished from the spot. Just as he departed, a fire serpent materialized beside the tree. Had he not evaded quickly, he would have been consumed by its flames. A 3rd-tier top-grade flying demon beast, the Crimson Flame Bird. "Indeed it is you." Li Xiantian, having evaded the attack, bore a look of delight reminiscent of his earlier encounter. Guarding the Guiyuan spirit fruit was a Crimson Flame Bird. Should he extract the fruit, the bird would undoubtedly go berserk. Amidst the flames, Li Xiantian steeled himself, producing an ancient treasure, a refining furnace, and inhaling the demon fire directly into it. Having completed this, he revealed a spirit talisman in his hand. "Oh no, he intends to flee. Quickly, kill him," shouted the 3 golden core cultivators upon witnessing this scene. Their respective innate treasures appeared in their grasp, launching fierce assaults toward Li Xiantian's direction. A spirit shield manifested before Li Xiantian, buying him precious moments to escape. As the talisman turned to ash, he was enveloped in a beam of spiritual light, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the 3 golden core cultivators and the Crimson Flame Bird. Chirp! The Crimson Flame Bird went into a frenzy. The Guiyuan spirit fruit it had guarded for so long had vanished, all due to these detestable humans. Today, as the fruit matured, it had hoped to break through to a 4th-tier demon beast. But now all was lost, thanks to these humans. With its eyes glowing red, the bird lunged at the 3 golden core cultivators, unleashing a torrent of flames upon them. Realizing the Crimson Flame Bird was venting its fury upon them, the cultivators understood they too possessed fire. After pursuing Li Xiantian for so long, they had been outmaneuvered. Frustration welled within them. If not for the trickery, Li Xiantian would have used his teleportation talisman long ago. He had allowed them to chase him merely to shift the blame onto them. Yet, they also recognized that engaging in battle here would be detrimental, for the Demon Beast Mountain range was the dominion of demon beasts. If they clashed with the Crimson Flame Bird, other beasts would surely take notice, leading them into peril. Do not linger. Flee quickly. Despite their ire, they remained level-headed. As the Crimson Flame Bird charged toward them, they turned and fled without hesitation. However, escaping the Demon Beast Mountain range proved no easy feat. Just as they attempted to retreat, several more Crimson Flame Birds obstructed their path. Chapter 73. Investing in Li Yuanqing on the outskirts of the Zhao Kingdom. Within the Demon Beast Mountain range, shimmering lights danced as Li Xiantian's figure materialized. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he made his way swiftly toward a nearby cave. This area, being closer to the periphery of the Demon Beast Mountain range, had fewer 3rd-tier beasts, predominantly featuring 2nd-tier ones. Li Xiantian skillfully concealed himself, remaining undetected by the surrounding demon beasts. After sealing the entrance and setting up an array to mask his presence, he finally exhaled in relief. Phew, fortunate indeed. After leaving Beishan Market, I managed to acquire some minor teleportation talismans. Otherwise, I would have met my end within the ancient ruins this time. Having run out of spirit stones, he resolved to procure several more next time. Hoping they would still be available, feeling the severity of his injuries, Li Xiantian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His wounds were grave, and if he did not attend to them promptly, he risked regressing in his cultivation to the golden core stage. However, a smile soon illuminated his face as he produced a fruit from his hand. The Guiyuan spirit fruit, grown upon a 3rd-tier superior spiritual vein, maturing once every 300 years, yielding a single fruit each time, and serving as the primary ingredient for refining the Guiyuan spirit pill. The Guiyuan spirit pill was a top-tier 3rd-grade elixir, capable of enhancing a golden core cultivator's abilities by one minor realm without side effects. If one lacked alchemical skills, they could consume it directly, enjoying its admirable healing properties while similarly elevating their cultivation by a minor realm. What a pity, I lack alchemical skills. Otherwise, I could refine it into a pill. Alas, it seems prudent to utilize it for recuperation first. Gazing at the vibrant red Guyuan spirit fruit, Li Xintian swallowed it whole, commencing its refinement. This encounter had been exceedingly perilous. Had those individuals captured him, they would undoubtedly have brought about his demise. While Li Xintian was in seclusion, Li Xuanjin had already reached the one-line sky. After a moment's hesitation, he began burrowing underground, advancing further. This time, he delved 100 meters beneath the surface. Excavating numerous caverns to facilitate his recovery and cultivation, in the future, he intended to visit the Zhao Kingdom not just once or twice. His visits would be frequent. Thus, he needed to find a more accessible route. The defenses at Hulu Valley were stringent, while the one-line sky offered a more straightforward passage. Given its small border area, there would be no significant influx of cultivators, resulting in weaker defenses. After half a month, Li Xuanjin succeeded in establishing 3 points for his cultivation recovery. Moreover, with these 3 recovery points, he could utilize the Earth Escape technique to assist others in leaving. The costs associated with departing from the Zhao Kingdom were substantial. This was undoubtedly a lucrative method for accumulating spirit stones. Before long, Li Xuanjin's figure appeared outside Lingyun Immortal City. He produced a communication talisman to contact Li Yuanqing. Upon learning of Li Xuanjin's arrival, Li Yuanqing wasted no time in making his way to Lingyun Immortal City, third uncle. Upon seeing Li Yuanqing, Li Xuanjin couldn't help but smile. Impressive. You've reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. There's hope for you to establish your foundation before turning 30. Over 5 years had passed, and Li Yuanqing had transformed into a 15 or 16-year-old youth. His aura revealed that he had indeed attained the 7th layer of qi refinement. Achieving this milestone by the age of 15 or 16 was a testament to his remarkable talent. Li Yuanqing hastily replied, I owe it all to the resources provided by the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cultivated so swiftly. Li Xuanjin chuckled. Don't be modest. With your talent, establishing your foundation is a mere formality. Here are 50,000 spirit stones. Take them and cultivate diligently. Over the next few years, I likely won't return to Lingyun Immortal City. If you require anything, just send me a message. Joy flickered in Li Yuanqing's eyes. It appeared the family was thriving. An ordinary foundational family could hardly offer such a bounty of spirit stones. Li Xuanjin's ability to produce 50,000 spirit stones indicated the family's abundance and their regard for him. Li Yuanqing quickly responded, Third uncle, rest assured. Once I elevate my cultivation, I will never forget the family's kindness. Li Xuanjin nodded. Very well, go and cultivate. I hope you can become the 2nd golden core powerhouse of the family. Li Yuanqing acknowledged, Third uncle, how is the family? Are my parents well? Li Xuanjin replied with a smile, You need not worry. The family is doing well. Your parents are well cared for by the family, and your elder brother's child has manifested spiritual bones. While not as exceptional as you, it is still quite promising. Li Yuanqing inquired in astonishment, Third uncle, is that true? My brother's child really has spiritual bones? Li Xuanjin affirmed, Indeed, 3 spiritual bones, with the potential for foundational establishment. Li Yuanqing beamed with joy, promptly declaring, Third uncle, rest assured. I will strive to reach the foundational stage as soon as possible, to procure foundational pills for the family, enabling more members to break through to the foundational stage. Li Xuanjin smiled and nodded. Good. It's wonderful that you think this way. Remember, though you are currently a disciple of Lingyun Mountain, always bear in mind that the cultivation world is harsh. Do not trust anyone easily. Hearing Li Xuanjin's words, Li Yuanqing nodded earnestly and took his leave. Watching him depart, Li Xuanjin reflected on the family's current strength, pondering that perhaps Li Yuanqing could indeed become the next golden core powerhouse. Even with his spirit transformation bowl and the ability to earn more spirit stones, he recognized that in terms of spiritual bones and foundational depth, he could not rival Li Yuanqing, who had the backing of Lingyun Mountain. While he had spirit stones, he could not acquire higher-grade resources, whereas Li Yuanqing, given sufficient spirit stones, could procure superior resources. His spirit transformation bowl was suited for his personal use, while the resources Li Yuanqing could obtain would benefit the family's cultivation. This was the stark difference between them. The reason for bestowing such a multitude of spirit stones upon Li Yuanqing is to cultivate him more effectively. Once he is nurtured to the point of establishing a foundation, and potentially even achieving the golden core stage. He will be able to give back to the family. With Lingyun Mountain at his back, the superior resources available to Li Yuanqing will undoubtedly be plentiful and at a reasonable price. This presents significant advantages for the family, making Li Yuanqing a worthy investment. Contemplating this, Li Xuanzhen couldn't help but shake his head as he made his way outside Lingyun Immortal City. Beyond the city, Li Xuanzhen sought a secure location to carve out a temporary cave dwelling. At present, he possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, which could be transformed into spiritual liquid to enhance his cultivation. Particularly with the high-grade spirit stones, he was eager to discover how much spiritual liquid could be derived and how much his cultivation would improve. Within the temporary cave, he retrieved the spirit transformation bowl and poured in 150,000 spirit stones. With a thought, the spirit stones instantaneously transformed into spiritual liquid. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen consumed the liquid, which amounted to 1,500 drops, as each drop required 100 spirit stones. Upon ingestion, the liquid surged into his dantian as a torrent of spiritual energy. The withering and flourishing technique swiftly activated, refining the abundant spiritual energy into magical power. In just 3 short months, Li Xuanzhen had completely refined the spiritual liquid within him. When he ceased his cultivation, his dantian was filled to capacity with liquid magical power, signifying a breakthrough into the mid-foundation establishment stage. A joyful smile graced Li Xuanzhen's face. At just under 50 years of age, he had already advanced to this level. While many cultivators reach the mid-foundation stage before 50, they typically belong to large factions or possess exceptional spiritual bones. Li Xuanzhen, with merely 3 spiritual bones, had achieved remarkable prowess. Following his breakthrough, he needed to compress the liquid magical power in his dantian for the first time, aiming to condense it to 30%. This was related to the liquid magical power he had cultivated during his foundation establishment. At the moment of his breakthrough, his dantian held merely 40 drops of liquid magical power, constituting 30% of its capacity. In truth, filling his dantian entirely only required the equivalent of 140,000 spirit stones in spiritual liquid, yet for safety's sake, Li Xuanzhen had utilized 150,000. Although some liquid was wasted in the refinement process, it was a negligible concern as long as he had successfully advanced to the mid-foundation stage. Now that he had achieved this milestone, Li Xuanzhen sought to continue his cultivation, necessitating the compression of his magical power. His divine sense had reached the late foundation establishment stage, with a radius exceeding 2,000 meters, contingent upon his magical power level. To elevate his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage, he would need to compress his magical power twice and then completely fill his dantian before another breakthrough could occur. However, the withering and flourishing technique he practiced demanded an excessive amount of spirit stones for advancement. Initially, 1 drop of liquid magical power required 1,500 spirit stones, and now the requirement had increased further. Li Xuanzhen closed his eyes and began the process of compressing his magical power. Although he had just recently broken through to the mid-foundation stage, the quantity of his magical power had increased, its essence remained unchanged, and his combat ability would not see substantial improvement. By compressing his magical power, its potency would be greatly enhanced, thus amplifying the strength of the spells he cast or the spiritual artifacts he wielded. For Li Xuanzhen, compressing magical power was more challenging than cultivating it, as the compression process lacked assistance and required meticulous effort. Conversely, enhancing magical power merely necessitated the conversion of spirit stones into spiritual liquid. Consequently, Li Xuanzhen's progress was particularly slow. Even after half a year, he had yet to achieve a single successful compression of his magical power. After a full 6 months, he managed to compress it to 70%, and reaching 30% would likely take at least a year and a half. Yet now, he found himself compelled to pause. Practicing outside was no match for the comfort of training within the family, and Li Xuanzhen longed to return. He took out a communication jade talisman, infused it with magical power, and attempted to contact Li Xintian. Unfortunately, he received no response, indicating that Li Xintian was either at the ancient ruins or preoccupied elsewhere. Li Xuanzhen refrained from dwelling on negative possibilities. After all, his journey from a mere wandering cultivator to foundation establishment, and now to golden core, was no small feat. Presently, he yearned to return and ascertain whether Yang Tianjiao had returned. After sending him a message with no reply, Li Xuanjun felt a chill of disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to open the market for Lingyun eggs through Tianbao Tower, but it now appeared that this endeavor would not be easy. At this juncture, he realized that relying on Tianbao Tower was impractical. It would be far better to establish his own trading company. With a flying vessel already at his disposal, if necessary, he could purchase another from a large trading company, allowing Li Xintian to oversee the vessel, thus enabling access to most nations. Contrary to the belief that golden core cultivators were commonplace throughout the entirety of Yunyang country, aside from two major sects, no other factions possessed even a single nascent soul cultivator. Though Yunyang country is not vast, it is not insignificant either. Zhao country is a large nation, yet it has fewer than 30 nascent soul cultivators. Nascent soul cultivators are the core strength of any faction. Golden core cultivators serve as a deterrent force. Foundation establishment cultivators form the backbone, and Qi refinement cultivators are expendable. As for the legendary transformation into spirit stage, Li Xuanjun had not heard of any occurrences. Exiting the temporary cave, Li Xuanjun transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Tianyang County. After several more months, he arrived at Tianyu County, which had grown increasingly chaotic. Li Xuanjun was perplexed. Why did the corpse refining sect and Poison King's Valley consistently stir trouble within Tianyu County, while he had not witnessed their presence in other counties? Was it possible that the powerful members of Xianyu sect had provoked these rogue cultivators? Li Xuanjun was uncertain and had no intention of lingering in Tianyu County any longer, yet the subsequent events unfolded in ways he did not anticipate. Following the same route back, he encountered members of the corpse refining sect who had set up a formation to block his path. Although he could take a detour to return, Li Xuanjun found himself intrigued by the location. He patted his storage bag, and a human skin mask appeared, transforming his appearance into an ordinary visage. Simultaneously, his aura shifted, ultimately presenting as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He then donned black attire. Now, I am Han Pao Pao. His shadow darted forward, seamlessly merging with the formation. The formation posed little challenge for the shadow, allowing it to slip inside with ease. Within the formation, Li Xuanjun observed numerous powerful members of the corpse refining sect and even sensed the presence of a golden core cultivator. However, the golden core cultivator resided at the center, not on the periphery of the formation, and Li Xuanjun felt no trepidation. He guided his shadow to merge with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator's shadow, eavesdropping on their conversation, and his eyes widened in disbelief. To think that the corpse refining sect had allied with the Poison King's Valley, it was utterly astonishing. There was nothing incredible about this alliance. As long as their interests aligned, it was entirely reasonable to unite even with the Xianyu sect. Oh, do you know the reason behind this? Of course. Although the resources of Tianyu County are not abundant, a small-scale Xianyu iron mine has been discovered. Are you referring to the third-grade superior material? Xianyu iron? Indeed. Although it is merely a small mine, the value of these Xianyu iron resources is considerable. Both righteous and demonic factions are eager to seize such resources, especially since the center of this mine contains Xianyu iron mother, rumored to be a fourth-grade material capable of crafting superior magical treasures. Upon hearing this, not only did the members of the corpse refining sect gasp, but Li Xuanjun also took a sharp breath. If the Taishu Temple were to learn of the Xianyu iron mother, it would likely spark fierce contention. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanjun retrieved a communication talisman, preparing to send a message to Li Xintian, but ultimately decided against it. Li Xintian was likely preoccupied with some matter, as he had received no response to his previous messages. Given this situation, Li Xuanjun resolved to investigate the Xianyu iron mine himself, hoping to procure some Xianyu fine iron. Such resources would prove valuable for sale or for the eventual crafting of his own magical treasures. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanjun directed his shadow to the edge of the formation and began to assess it. To his delight, he discovered that the formation did not extend deeply underground, and it appeared rather rudimentary, suggesting it had been hastily arranged without thorough consideration. Having entered the underground, Li Xuanjun swiftly penetrated the formation. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of yin energy, indicating a connection to spectral entities. He remained concealed underground, gradually approaching the Xianyu iron mine. Just as he was nearing the mine, he began to dig a tunnel. Inside the tunnel, Li Xuanjun sat cross-legged, summoning the spirit transformation bowl, which merged with the shadow. The shadow ventured underground without hesitation, heading toward the Xianyu iron mine. The Golden Core ancestors of the corpse refining sect and Poison King's Valley were preoccupied with discussing the distribution of resources and had yet to notice the Shadow's entrance into the mine. Inside the mine, Li Xuanjun faced a challenge. He was unfamiliar with Xianyu iron, complicating matters. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he simply collected any mineral with spiritual essence, that would suffice. Thus, Li Xuanjun embarked on his mining venture. Above the mine, a Golden Core ancestor from the Poison King's Valley inquired, "This is likely more than just Xianyu iron, isn't it?" The venerable ancestor of the corpse refining sect nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "This is a mixed mine. It contains not only the profound and mysterious ore but also various other minerals, all of which are no less than second-tier in quality. Alas, the Xianyu sect is blind to its own treasures and has entirely overlooked this place." The Golden Elixir ancestor of the Poison King Valley chuckled and replied, "My friend, do not speak so, as it not fortuitous that this Xianyu iron mine has fallen into our hands." The ancestor of the corpse refining sect couldn't help but laugh in return and inquired, "Speaking of which, has there been any engagement with the Xianyu sect on that front?" With a smile, the Poison King Valley elder assured him, "Rest easy. They have indeed been restrained. This time, the two major sects have dispatched over a dozen Golden Elixir cultivators. A force that the Xianyu sect simply cannot contend with. A mere dozen Golden Elixir ancestors is far beyond their capacity to handle, though they will refrain from total annihilation to avoid drawing the attention of the two great powers in Yunyang Kingdom."